Bom dia, everyone. Welcome back to Sao Paulo. It's been another gorgeous day here in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, and we have an incredible tournament coming up because we have already had an incredible tournament to begin with yesterday. I've got Mike Ellis, I've got Kirk Dubé, I've got Nick Livesey, and I've got myself, Evan Latt, here because we are all in for the Latin America International Championships. Mike, what was your favorite moment from day one?
Well, I mean, we started off the stream round one with our LAIC Masters champion from last year versus our LAIC Seniors champion. So right from the off, our games have been incredible.
Immediately?
Immediately.
That's incredible. Kirk, what's going on over in Unite?
Yeah, we had a lot of that same energy. Our world champions, Peru Unite, kicked off our day losing to the Brazilian home team, 2Z Esports, to really set things off right here at LAIC for us.
Wow, that's incredible. And Nick, what's going on in GO?
So here at LAIC, we've had our first limited meta ever for the Pokemon Championship Series, and it has been a blast. Oranguru, Pokemon that does no damage in the video game, has been doing so much damage on the GO stage.
Wow, that's incredible to hear from all of our games here. And of course, the video game championships, we have seen an incredible tournament so far with a lot of firepower, a lot of weather wars going on, and potentially we have a lot of Latin American players at the top of the standings who could potentially bring that trophy home to Latin America for the very first time. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our players to watch, though. In the VGC, we have two remaining players who are undefeated, starting with Kylan Van Severen from Canada. This is a big one, guys. There is an alert out. Dondozo Tatsugiri is undefeated here in Latin America. We have had, this player has been bringing this core the entire time he's been playing Regulation H, and he's finally gotten an undefeated run here in Sao Paulo.
Feels like a bit of a throwback to the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet meta where Dondozo and Tatsugiri were running riot everywhere, and now they're back sort of towards the end of it, which is amazing to see.
Absolutely. We're in that weird cycle where people left their Dondozo counters at home, and now Kylan Van Severen is undefeated. Joining him in the undefeated spot is Justin Tang. This young man is a phenom in VGC, only started playing in the Scarlet and Violet era, won his very first regional championship that he attended, and this year in Regulation H, he has attended 3 events and gotten top 8, and top 4, and now he is undefeated heading into phase 2 of our tournament. Definitely a player you're going to want to keep an eye out for, and this is an international championship, and the best example of that is the team that Yuma Kinugawa is running. Yuma Kinugawa was the 2025 Japan national champion, but also he has been competing in our international circuit over the last season, and he has been doing incredibly well. And right now he's running this really cool Manual Sun Typhlosion Eruption team that he brought to Las Vegas last week. Additionally, that team is also being run by former world champion Luca Cerabelli and hometown underdog Ali Dakiki, who we saw on stream yesterday. So players from Italy, Brazil, and Japan all running the same team archetype. Really just the 3 of them, and all of them at 7-1 heading into phase 2.
Do you think those 3 trainers called each other this morning and dressed the same at the venue as well?
I hope so. We have to get a fit check on all of them. Well, let's go ahead and toss it over. Mike, who are the TCG players we should be looking out for?
Well, I mean, the story of the season is our recently aged up previous world champion in the seniors division, Gabriel Fernandez, who last season almost completed the perfect season by winning all 3 international championships and then just coming second at Worlds after maxing out his CP. He's also a 2-time LAIC champion in the seniors division and a previous world champion, and this season, in his first season of Masters, has come second at a regional and top 8 at a regional, and is currently 9-0 here at LAIC in his first international championship in the Masters division.
Incredible.
I mean, when you look at Gabriel Fernandez, the story of his season last year was incredible, right? No, we had never, at that point, seen somebody win every single IC in a season until Luminosity Gaming did it in Pokemon Unite, and we were like, well, the kings hold the crown, absolutely amazing. Yeah, we held that crown for about 2 hours until Gabriel Fernandez went ahead and won NAIC and outkicked Luminosity's coverage by making it runner-up runner-up last year at the World Champions as well.
Well, hoping to run upset in the Masters division and potentially come the 3-time LAIC champion, with the third being in Masters. And I think the story of the event is really about Gardevoir EX, and what better pilot to talk about than Henry Chow, who's currently 7-0-2, played an amazing game on stream, taking down a Charizard, which is typically a bad matchup. So an amazing pilot of the deck, and has been synonymous with the archetype since the beginning of Gardevoir EX's reign, and is currently looking to try and continue that here. But it's also the story of the dark type attackers, because Gardevoir EX is so popular here, it's considered the best deck in format. So decks like Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which Takashi has been piloting, is another dark type deck that has been trying to take down the Gardevoir, as well as Enzorok, as well as Mega Absol EX. So it still feels like the format of Gardevoir EX and the dark type attackers.
And I gotta ask you, Mike, when aren't Gardevoir or Charizard on the top decks of TCG?
Well, we've just coming close to Charizard EX being rotated, and a Mega Charizard EX will be coming out soon to try and replace that reign. But I mean, Gardevoir has always been such a powerful card in the TCG.
All right, well, Nick, you have whetted my appetite for Go information with that Oranguru call out. What else can we expect? Who should I be looking at in the Go tournament this weekend?
Well, at the top, there's got to be our first LAIC champion, JW Naldo, who's going to be looking to make a repeat performance here. In the Go scene, we've only had one other trainer win the same IC twice, and that is our previous world champion, it's Axon. There has been no repeat winners for LAIC, so JW Naldo is going to be making to look his stand here. Additionally, for the Go scene, we have never had a player win an IC outside of their own region.
No way, that's crazy. I feel like that's got to be a crazy stat across all the Pokemon games. I feel like,
yeah 100%.
That's not common.
And we have two trainers from out of region who are going to be trying their best to be the first person to do so, and to make the Latin American region the first region to have that stain on their mark of losing their first IC within their region. First one, none other than Dudebunk. He's won 6 regional championships. His last one, not that long ago in Las Vegas, and he's going to be looking to repeat a good performance here. He's been really good at the ICs all around, had really good performances, but he has yet to claim victory, so I know he's going to be looking to do that. And across the ocean, we have Stone Collection, who, in order to make it into the top cut, had to repeat a grand finals matchup against PvP David, another really young, bright, shining star in the Go community. And both of these trainers are going to be looking to make their mark here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and that's going to be really exciting to watch. Actually, on the opposite side of it, in the VGC, like I mentioned before, a Latin American player has never won the LAIC, so we're going to be really excited to see if any of our top Latin American trainers can bring it home. Actually came very close 2 years ago, made it into the finals. Thiago Latanzi from Brazil almost brought it home for Latin America, but we have a number of really strong trainers here that are going to be looking to do that for us on the VGC side. Now, Kirk, take us home. What can we expect? What fireworks are coming out of Unite this weekend?
Well, a lot of powerful teams representing their region well here in Brazil. I'm going to kick off the conversation with Tuzi Esports, runner-up from last year, but this Tuzi Esports team is in name only, right? This org is now anchored by Baby Mazo, kind of the face of Brazilian Unite over the last 4 or 5 years, qualifying for Worlds every single year. Didn't qualify last year, but then got picked up as a sub by another Brazilian team. They're like, oh, we'll take Mazo with us. So that Tuzi team, we saw them beat Peru Unite, our world champions, to open up our day yesterday. Mazo, Mats, Leozine, just anchored by a great core. However, formerly known as Tuzi, that were the runner-ups last year, are now on Force Team. And this team beat their group down 3-0, walked out head and shoulders above the rest. Lel, Soto, Falb, they anchored the Tuzi team last year that came runner-up, and they're anchoring this team that is doing so well.
Kirk, would you say that they're a force to be reckoned with?
Let's talk about Dignitas, formerly known as TTV. Just absolute superstars from NA, have really held down our scene since what we call as year 0, where it was just grassroots events before we were introduced into the World Championship Series that you all were already a part of. And you take a look at this team, you have Otter from Luminosity last year that won all the ICs. Of course, everybody knows the story of Luminosity. But then you have Ender, you have Toon, you have Zugrug, a phenomenal defender player that was on Orange Juicers, representing NA incredibly well. And as the resident paleontologist, those fossils absolutely needed some young blood in there. And they went and got themselves a kid that's cracked on the sticks in Zealot that's really helping push that team over the finish line, because this team is something, or a group of guys that we've always expected to really win the big one, and they've fallen short kind of on repeat for the last 5 years, and they definitely hope that Zealot is going to be the difference maker for them and really kind of live up to their own expectations.
Well, all of our competitors are going to be competing for incredible prizing here in the Latin America International Championships, but for those of you who are unable to make it to the event, you can still participate in the prizing by our wonderful distributions. And Mike, what can our TCG players expect to see this weekend?
Well, we got loads on offer, but let's start off with some packs that you can get a hold of. Everyone loves TCG packs, and you can use the code LAIC26, Phantasmal Flames. It's quite a long one there, so make sure you type it out in game to get some access to those Phantasmal Flames packs. It will be legal in tournament play next weekend in Stuttgart, so very much the format to look forward to. And you can also get some drops while you're watching, so why not just watch the stream, put it on in the background, watch as many of the games as you can, and you can get access to the Mega Venusaur accessories, and they look incredible. The sleeves, the deck box, the coin, but it's all about that jacket, really spicing up your characters in the game.
Yeah, and on the VG side, you can receive Federico Camporisi's winning Whimsicott, say that 5 times fast, the winning Whimsicott of North American International Championships. Use that code LAIC26 Tailwind, swap out those eyes for ones, and you can download that Pokemon to your Scarlet and Violet now. Nick, what have you got for Go players out there?
Similar to the VG, we have our NAIC champion, It's Axon's Araquanid. You can get that through a special timed research. In addition, you can get an elite charge TM, which will allow you to change a charge attack on any Pokemon you'd like to any of its learnable movesets, in addition to the normal ones, as well as any signature moves that might not normally be TMable. You can get some XL candies for Jupiter as well as normal charge TMs and fast TMs. A lot available through doing that timed research.
All right, and Kirk, what can the Unite players at home receive?
Well, all the stuff that you guys have is super cool, but what do you know about a sticker? Go ahead. So do children. LAIC 2026 gets you a sticker for your trainer card, representing obviously that international championship logo. And also, if you are stitched deep into the game, like those of us are named Dupe Snacks, you know that there is nothing stronger than a platinum emblem for just tuning in. So tune in and get yourself that incredibly invaluable platinum emblem.
If you want it, you gotta watch, and you gotta stay right here on our broadcast, so stay right here. Day 2 is about to begin.
good morning to all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Adam Watson, joined here by Spraggles, and we're here to welcome you to Day 2 of the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships, coming to you live from one of the biggest cities across the entire world, São Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, baby. You know, Adam, yesterday we saw some incredible competition in Day 1. But if I know one thing is true in this crazy mixed up world, I know this. Day 2 is going to be even more exciting. Before we get started, let's talk about a few of our competitors that we are going to be following as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
To kick things off, we've got Pokemon GO. Former LAIC champion JW Naldo is aiming to take back the title, while Dunebug97 is coming off of a fresh win in Las Vegas, looking to claim his first international championship.
Now in Pokemon UNITE, your 2025 LAIC finalists and hometown heroes here out of Brazil, Tuzi went undefeated in their group stage, even delivering a loss to our current reigning world champs, Peru UNITE.
That's impressive, but what's even more impressive is in Pokemon TCG, we've got Gabriel Fernandez, last year's LAIC champion, here undefeated in Phase 1 with Charizard EX, is on track to defend that title.
Wow. In lesser-known video game, Pokemon VGC, 2 players remain undefeated going into Phase 2. Kylan Van Severen and Justin Tang. Fun fact about Justin Tang, he has top cut every single event he's attended this season. And that's good.
And that's going to be hard to top because all of the players that are here, still in the competition, still in the running, have a chance to earn championship points towards an invite to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California this August, alongside the debut of Pokemon XP, and furthermore, a chance for their share of a massive $500,000 prize pool.
Oh, dang. Well, with that, Sao Paulo, are you ready? Let's kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers, and let's get Day 2 of LAIC started!
Woo!
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, where the best trainers in the world are meeting to fight for the title of LAIC Champion. Last year, 2-time world champions Luminosity started their historic season off with a dominant win to start their 2025 IC sweep.
Has just been buckled in Brazil!
Your former world champs are your LAIC champions!
Regional hero Marto Galde persevered with unmatched resilience, withstanding one final brave bird attack before rising tall as the LAIC champion.
He might be the greatest of all time!
Miloslav Posledny proved that patience pays off. His highly calculated plays laid the groundwork for an inevitable victory and achieved status as TCG legend.
Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand.
Defending LAIC champion Marco Silva devastated his opponents, burning through the competition and searing his name into Pokemon VGC history.
As the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Welcome to the Latin America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Good morning and welcome to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series here in Latin America for the Pokemon International Championships. My name is Zoinks, joined with Sochan, and we are going to be casting an incredible day of games. We are now in day 2 of our tournament with a whole lot on the line, so
much on the line. We're talking about LAIC for the first time crowning top 3 to actually get to ACL as their prize, as that being the Asia Champions League. So let's have a look as well what's on the line in regards to the prize pool. So first place will get the 8,000 individual 1,600, going into second 5,000, 3,000, 3,000, 1,500. From the 4th to the 6th, how many are there? 8, maybe?
Yeah, a total of 8. So we're paying out cash to the top 8 competitors in our event, which is still going to be fought over in today's tournament because we have a 16-team single elimination bracket to be going through all day long today. It is win or go home scenario, which we've had a very exciting tournament so far, but it is really going to pump up the pace when we head into the single elimination bracket. But yesterday, we did start with the group stage format, which we had 8 groups competing to try to make it into day 2. We had 8 groups separated into groups of 4 or 3 teams, and in that situation, it also feels pretty win or go home.
Yes, it does. And like you mentioned, with that prize pool, top 16 today, starting almost in a little bit. If you pass from that point on to the quarterfinals, then you're already in for that prize pool because that is the top 8. So since we're talking about that, the prizes going for the top 3. The Asia Champions League slot finals happening in March, which is just so incredibly exciting all around to have not just the international happening here in Latin America, but also having these Western teams in their majority going into Asia to play and compete against the best of the East.
It's going to be so exciting. We know you at home who are watching are very excited to see who is going to be able to qualify for those very important 3 Asia Champions League spots. So we're going to make sure you can see it. We're going to be concluding today's broadcast with the 3rd, 4th matchup, so we see who gets that 3rd spot into the Asia Champions League. And then, of course, our finals will happen on Championship Sunday to crown a title for the LAIC champion, as well as both of those teams, or both of our finalists, if you will be qualified for that Asia Champions League spot.
Yeah, and it's just so exciting to see that we can have that much high level of competition, and we just started the Unite Championship Series Season 4 2026. But we have some very interesting clips that we had from yesterday for the games that were not streamed, and they were streamed, but not on our main channel. So we had Aegis Flames versus Underdogs, 2 teams here that actually did qualify for day 2, and we didn't get to watch it. So let's have a look at this together. So we're at ground on Zoinks, and 1 minute 45 on the clock.
Yeah, this was such an exciting group because no one really expected Underdogs to be making it out. And I'm not making a pun on the team name, as though I do love it. But obviously, Project Mbappe being in this group and not able to make it out was a huge surprise to a lot of competitors. But yeah, in this situation, Aegis Flames obviously having a major lead. They went on to eventually qualify in the 1st seed out of this group.
Exactly, and like you said, because they beat Mbappe, they really just brought them into a good seeding position. This fight was very dominant by the side of Aegis Flames, and I believe that wombo combo effect with the layering of crowd control was definitely well executed. That Hooper amount getting the stun and just allowing for the damage to come from Wolf on this Miraidon, and having as well that presence from Ricardo on the Leafeon. But of course, the Zacian. It's the highest win rate as of yesterday.
Yeah, Zacian looking awesome. Aegis Flames were a huge name at the World Championships, of course, but reminder, just a lot of roster mania going on in Brazil headed into this new season of UCS. So a lot of new names on that Aegis Flames banner. However, this team also rising up to the occasion. They're going to be a very exciting team to be watching in today's tournament, especially if they can take down a team that was previously able to take down Mbappe. So some really, really exciting stuff to be watching there. And just a reminder, you mentioned it, these matches were streamed as well, and we're going to be having the feature station going all day long for this bracket, at least until we get into top 8, where I think it will be primarily everything on the main broadcast. But just as a heads up, if you don't want to miss a single game, check out the feature station to check out as much Pokemon Unite here at LAIC as possible.
I just love it. We don't miss any moment of the action, and it's just precious. And to be honest, it's just lovely that we get to have these replays as well to talk about here, because we were wondering how those matches went in that group in particular with Mbappe, with Aegis Flames, and having that group as well just coming together in a different way. Like you mentioned, Aegis Flames not having a single player from the roster that they had at Worlds. They do have Wolf, who was previously 2Z in the 2025 season, but the team is completely new as a cohesive unit.
Yeah, a lot of brand new teams, including a Force team. We got a lot of names you might recognize. We unfortunately didn't get a chance to see them on the main broadcast, but luckily we saw them on the feature station. So let's take a clip of one of their matches where they were concluding. Of course, this team did have an amazing group stage coming out in that first seed. So let's see how it went down against Drago Unite Esports in day number 1.
Right, so on the side of Drago Unite, we have an organization that has been in Unite for quite a while, but not really finding as much success, but they are very consistent in regards to participation. They're always there, which is something that really makes a difference. Quite a lot of these Brazil versus Brazil matches that we had all throughout the group stage because of the sheer amount of teams that we had from Brazil signing up for this event. So we're already on 1 minute 30 here, and everything is destroyed already. No outer or inner zone. There's only a home goal available. And they're just very much on the lead. And it's just pretty much a win for this moment.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Force Team's going to put together today. I love this Trick Room Shadow Claw Mimikyu. I've talked about it a few times already this weekend. I think it's such an exciting build. A Force Team building around some really interesting pieces. Seemed like a team that are in favor of that Blastoise in the top path, which we do see having a lot of success in this tournament. However, not a ton of play. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to lean into the tankier top side. They can have an option to have maybe a squishier bottom side like this Alolan Raichu potential that Force Team was doing. Who knows? Maybe this was a specific strategy to Drago Unite. However, I think a lot of the pieces on this Force Team roster right now, especially in the Pokemon they select, I think could be shades of what we're going to be seeing in today's event.
Definitely, and I find it interesting as well that this composition that they chose is quite melee. The Alolan Raichu kind of medium range compared to other attackers, and I feel like we kind of saw it in a couple of moments yesterday with other series where we just had brawler teams that they were all melee.
Yeah.
So some attackers have been not taking that much of a spotlight, but sometimes they do, much like that Miraidon. So let's have a look at that bracket zones.
All right, so this is where our top 16 landed. It's going to be such an exciting day of Pokemon Unite tournament. This is going to be so fun. A lot of teams we're going to be excited to watch. I think in the pre-show, Dupesnax called out a few teams as teams to watch. Spraggles did during the show open as well. We can throw even more of the mix. That Nemesis stamina game, I think, is going to be really interesting. That one will be on our feature station on that B stage. We're going to be talking about very soon here. So this Force Team game versus Spinal to start the day. Such an important matchup.
It really is, and we're talking about a Brazil and NA match in North America. Yesterday, looking good in a couple of teams, others feeling a little bit shaky, like we mentioned for Mbappe, and we were kind of surprised that they didn't qualify. So I want to see how Spinal is going to do on this one, because Force Gaming, with this roster that is just almost fully made of previous 2ZX Aegis Flames players, which are powerhouses.
That's true. And just a reminder before we get into the action, you can earn while watching. If you're already doing something you love, like watching Unite Championship Series events here at LAIC, you can earn a Platinum Venusaur emblem. And of course, if you redeem the code LAIC 2026, you can get one of these really cool stickers to celebrate the event and put it on your player card. So, I mean, I love collecting these now at this point. I'm not a huge collector, but if it's in a game I love, I am going to try to get every single piece I possibly can.
I love them too. It's nice. Sometimes I do miss it because I can get a little lazy sometimes. I'll just do it later and then I forget.
Use the code LAIC 2026.
Don't be like
Soph.
me.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't be like Soph. Please collect
Get your sticker. It's just so nice because then anyone clicks on your profile and like, oh, fun. They were there or they were watching. And you know, you don't want to miss any of the action of the Pokemon Latin America International Championships as we're getting into the first series of day 2 of competition of Pokemon Unite Force Gaming versus Spinal. That Brazil and NA matchup. Onto the draft we go.
All right, an immediate Blaziken ban. I think this makes a ton of sense into Spinal specifically. Lunaire has just one of the best Blazikens, not only in North America. I think you can start to make the argument worldwide. It is such a powerful Pokemon when in their hands. So a really inspired ban pick. And remember, on that purple side, you get a lot more freedom with your banning phase. You can be a little bit more specific. On Spinal side, they might be priced into these Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard, and potentially that Suicune could be this final power pick. But there's also Darkrai on the table, so you might have to take that away. I think Force Gaming pretty happy with whatever option they get here.
Yeah, wow, okay, so no Lucario whatsoever, which is very interesting. So we previously had a 0% ban rate of standard Lucario, so we'll see where we're going to be going next. Right now, we have been seeing a lot of priority on Suicune, sometimes on Zacian. That Blaziken, when it's not on the bench, has been also a priority pick for purple side, sometimes Miraidon as well, but sometimes as well just focusing on defenders, but it's not the case for Spinal either. They go for that Darkrai that they did have for a ban with an Eldegoss.
I actually really think this is a creative decision by Spinal to kind of throw a non-standard ban as their final slot. When you're on that second side, the purple team will only get one pick. So if there's 2 power picks like Suicune and Darkrai still available, you're just ensuring you get at least one of those.
Yeah.
You know, if the enemy team gets Suicune, that's fine. You can pick up the Darkrai, and of course vice versa, also available. Jay, I'm gonna be picking up the Eldegoss. We saw a lot of Sableye out of them in yesterday's tournament. Gonna instead go with one of those main support focuses. Eldegoss having actually a slightly lower encounter rate than I expected in this tournament, but okay, there's one with a really low encounter rate. Lunaire has locked in, as Spraggles likes to call, the mean greeted.
Yeah, it's very mean. It is mean. We'll see how it's gonna go because it's usually a EU reference on the hands of player Godlu, but we're having it here at LAIC even without that player on the roster. Now Force Gaming has picked the side of the Suicune alongside the Blastoise and the Clefable, probably most likely running that Moonlight, so a lot of survivability that you have. A Delphox is the final pick for Spinal. Wow.
I like this choice of Delphox quite a bit into this enemy team. It might be difficult to play into Leafeon, but into a Pokemon like Clefable and then the tankiness of Blastoise and Suicune can be really difficult if you don't have some kind of anti-heal option. Delphox Unite move is fantastic at taking some of these fights, so we could see that. I wouldn't be shocked if Flareon actually elects to put a Cursed Incense item onto this Delphox, but yeah, there it is. We drop the choice specs, we lock in the Cursed Incense. So interesting. We got a Fox, we got a Squirrel, we got a very interesting draft on the side of Spinal. On the side of Force Gaming, we got some, I would say classic picks. Falb loves this Pikachu. It has been one of the most notorious picks for this player on the world stage, on international stages, the damage carry Pikachu that also has a buddy barrier.
Yep. It's fun. It's versatile, and to be honest, I feel like Brazil has a little bit of that in regards to how we play. But Spinal as well, bringing that different matchup that you mentioned, is very, very interesting. I'm thinking. It's funny because we saw Gardevoir yesterday, and if you think about it, Gardevoir and Delphox are a little bit similar, but I feel like in general, Delphox will do better because it's easier to actually hit your abilities, especially if you're talking about Fire Spin. And compared to the Moonblast, sometimes it can be a little bit trickier. And because the fanciful fireworks are AoE and damage over time, you can guarantee that you're not going to whiff it. It's going to be on the board, and it's going to be actually helping the fight regardless if you hit the first person or not. So I feel like from the 2 options of these ranged attackers and more like mage type, I feel like Delphox works out better.
Yeah, well, I hope you don't cast or curse the Unite move with. We'll see. But Flareon,
I mean, it's a very big area.
Yeah, it sure is. But no, I think it'll be all right. Flareon is an expert on these attacker Pokemon. I would expect to see some really fantastic play out of this Pokemon. I am curious on moveset though. Delphox is one of those Pokemon where it really feels like a lot of different move combinations can work out. Fire Blast for a lot of damage tends to be the least available option. Mystical Fire and the cooldown it provides just feels so strong. Whether you want to go Flame Charge, Fire Spin, whichever option you're going to end up in, it really does feel like Delphox has got quite a few options in front of them. It's like, do you want to try to slow down the Leafeon, or do you want to try to provide a little bit more damage for the rest of your squad? Going to be an interesting dichotomy to go through. Spinal's, the rest of their composition is going to be be more hyper-mobile. We got Darkrai being a speedster. We got Greedent running all over the place. This is going to be a very interesting lineup or a tough team to fight into. Team fights are going to be chaotic all over the place and tough to lock down. Force Gaming's going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the roster here for Force Gaming. We have Lel, Kiluki, Falby, Soto, and Angelzine. It's a team that you can recognize all of these names. That is just how much established they are in the competitive Unite scene. And we were talking about as well, the pick of that Delphox. It has so much leverage because it's the only curse instance that you have in the lobby. And considering that Eldegoss can heal quite a bit as well, I mean, I believe that maybe Force Gaming is going to find a hard time actually taking down the Crustle and the Greedent.
Yeah, it could be a challenge. I mean, both of those Pokemon have Unite moves that can boost them up, but let's see how well this roster can end up using these Pokemon they've drafted. Of course, Spinal made up of Vin, Flareon, JL, Joey, and Lunaire. This is a great squad. A lot of just powerhouse players. A recently formed roster. I know they had some recent changes right before LAIC, but still, the way they were playing on the map in day number 1, I think really impressed a whole lot of people, and I'm excited. Also, Flareon's got a new photo, so I think that's pretty exciting.
Good on him. Good on him. Sometimes we can just, get that split second of not a great look, not a good angle of ourselves, and it's okay. It's okay. It's not that it represents who we are.
I think it had character.
It had character. That's valid. That's valid. It's an opinion. Yes, I believe it's not his opinion. But yeah, getting into this game, there's a whole lot that can be analyzed in regards to the fact that you have big healers on both teams with the Clefable, with the Eldegoss. One of the sides will have that leverage, having the cut healing. So considering they have these big defenders with such big health pools, it could be a little dangerous for Force Gaming, and it could heavily rely on having the Leafeon on Force Gaming to have a lot of pressure in the early game to actually make a difference into mid to late.
Yeah, the thing with Leafeon in some of these fights, it is really reliant on its Unite move, and it means that if your team fights need to be extremely fast. You talked about the healing power of Eldegoss. Its Unite move is a very important factor in all of that. If you don't get the KO, Eldegoss is going to try to completely convert some of these exchanges, so that is a big concern a lot of the time. But you have Pokemon like Pikachu and Leafeon both carrying energy amplifiers into this next battle, which means Unite moves are going to be early, they're going to be often, and these team fights for Force Gaming are going to pack a punch. The Unite moves from Pikachu and Leafeon are both fantastic. I mean, you got a lot of backup. Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise, you got the never-ending Ice Spikes from Suicune. That is crowd control combined with tremendous damage. Force Gaming's got a really good, solid composition, but Spinal's composition is kind of designed to pick them apart and push them away from each other. Something Clefable is not going to want to have happen.
Yeah, that's a perfect take. I love that, because when you have the Crustle with that Rock Tomb, and especially the Greedent being one of the most annoying Pokemon in the game, and just getting, especially with the Covet and the Belch build, you're just getting people knocked up into the air, and it's just such of a nuisance that this focus that you mentioned about Spinal, just wanting to separate and split the team apart from Force Game so they're not on the range of that Moonlight is, yeah, I totally agree. And I believe that it's going to rely quite a bit on the Darkrai to make that actual big heavy damage to come for Spinal, because although yes, the Delphox can have that, it's still a three-tier evolution. You're looking to get that level for the Unite move to be available, because the fanciful fireworks, like you mentioned, are going to be so crucial in cutting the healing. So it's a lot, to be honest, that I feel it's going to be on the back of Darkrai. But as we know, as it has been banned quite a bit, Darkrai is very strong right now.
Oh yeah, it's a fantastic Pokemon, and we'll see what Vin can do on this one. Loved watching their Dodrio a bunch in day number 1, but I'm excited to see yet another speedster available for them. And all right, folks, the game is unpaused, and we are into the first game of our single elimination bracket. Win or go home. Force Gaming versus Spinal. Force Gaming, the purple team. Spinal, your orange team.
Let's go. And we already start here with that central area Darkrai, with the Gossifleur helping out and just making sure that, in this case, giving the support here, JL, that buff is going to be nice to get the little extra damage in regards to the lane pressure, as you still have the Scovet here. trying to secure a majority of the EXP, but he looked doing really well in this bundle.
One of the we talked a lot about builds as being a little bit of extra time in that draft, but I don't think we even got to talk too much about Lunaire putting the big root on Greedent, by the way. That HP restoration item. I genuinely don't know if that increases the berry healing that Lunaire creates, because it is an external item, technically for the Oran berry. Who knows? I'll do my homework after the game, but I do think that Greedent getting those extra HP will be really interesting to try to follow. Reminder, everybody, Fob on this Pikachu is going to be in tandem with this Leafeon, but it's a big push up from Spinal.
Oh, okay, interesting. So it's a 4-person rotation to the top side, while Force Gaming hasn't really sent anybody here. So it's a counter side focus, Rock Tomb to keep them away. Big scores coming in. Wow, this goal is very low already.
Yeah, and I mean, that Greedent getting attack weight stacks this early is extremely scary. I mean, of course, if he can get to its Unite move by 7 minutes on the clock, that's scary. But take a look at this. So we are triple invading. And I mean, when it's just that poor Clefairy might work out, but what a great counter.
Oh my god, Clefable getting that evolution there just basically saved them in that spot. Oh, that was really close. But still, it was a close shot and a very bold attempt there from Spinal to go straight into enemy central. But I feel like they look super determined in how they are playing so far.
Yeah, a really fun push there. Maybe get punished a little bit by Force Gaming, but Spinal feeling the confidence so far to get into that enemy zone. We do have Reggie Drago on the map, which hasn't been given too much attention quite yet because of that central area invade, but we're setting up for it. Currently, Force Gaming the first ones to poke Spinal, not going to commit a lot of members to it. I think Vin takes a look, sees 4 enemy Pokemon there at the moment, and decides maybe a 1v4, not the right time for it.
Yeah, it's definitely not, but it's still good information that JL can gather here. It's still going to be the side of Force Gaming, and a lot of Clefables that we've seen that confirm objectives since yesterday, which is funny. That rotation from Force Gaming goes up to the top side and just trying to get that pressure with points scored as well. And at the same time, you also had Spinal that did score on the bot side. They're trying to get even more here with that Elder Gods takedown, and they managed to do so.
Wow, really difficult combination of abilities. Whirlpool slowing you down, and then the red buff on the Pikachu auto attacks just means you got nowhere to go. Eldegoss goes down. Again, a support Pokemon holding that experience share. Not the worst thing in the world to go down early, but still, it does leave Lunaire in a tougher position as the solo Greedent in the top path. They're going to find a little bit of extra time, though, as Force Gaming is actually doing a full rotate to the bottom side, sans the Blastoise. So 4 members all moving down. Joey already in some danger.
Okay. Joey, very low Flareons as well, which is very important that they're not. Okay, Darkrai still gets it, so Vin has to try to escape it because that Unite move from the Pikachu was doing a lot of damage, is able to take the Crustle down. On the top of your screen, you still have Angel as well that was poking with that Razor Leaf, but they know they need to be a little bit careful because Vin does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy quick burn by Flareons as well on the Regieleki. That Mystical Fire Flame Charge, that extra ticks of damage that they can poke in are going to be shredding these objectives. Big help there. They get that main objective being sent towards the tier 1, but yeah, these Unite moves are already so scary from Fob and Angel Scene. The Leafeon and Pikachu respectively. I said early and often, I might have understated somehow. Like, these Unite moves are going to be every single fight. The recharge timer already short on both of those Pokemon. That is their main strat.
Oh, lovely. Okay, so this is the perfect example of what we're talking about the setup in regards to Rock Tomb plus the fanciful fireworks, but still, you're still looking at a Leafeon, and the amount of dashes that you have is pretty big, so they can escape in that regard. Now, this time, though, Emerald 2 steps straight up to take a 2KO streak there and finishing off the Elder Gods. They continue to keep on pushing here. Nice X-Scissor from Joey to get them out of the pad. Now they're still going on. Vote Shackle getting Vin into that berry to just stay safe. Eject button from Joey, but they still get taken down. Now that's the Greedent as well with the Belly Bash. They go in, still pushing, and they manage to defend this. They're looking good. That's Vin. That's the damage, and it's looking amazing. Flareons as well to back it up. Sotor's going to be the last one to be taken down, and Spinal with a miraculous defense.
Oh, Lunaire making it look like a Jamba Juice, just putting them all in the blender. That was ridiculous. 40 points going to go into that goal zone, 30-point overdunk, and this very utilizing Greedent is already so scary. You called it the Unite move to defend the goal zone, and after that, all they could do was run. But Kaiju Greedent chasing them down to the ends of the earth. That was terrifying. Mean Greedent, how about, like, horror movie, Greedent.
It is. It's like the villain in the horror movie.
Exactly.
You gotta be just running away from it. Reggie and LAIC, again, first one was taken by Spinal, so they're the ones who start this one now. But there's the Hydro Spin is coming in with the Blastoise. Look, has the Unite move. The Hydro Typhoon actually doesn't hit anybody because there was the Unstoppable there quickly on Joey. But it's still the side of Force Gaming that collects that objective. They're pushing out into the zone. Emerald 2-step, but Jozin's gonna get taken down instead. Flareon's is still standing. Then there's the Berry Bash that gets Kiluk up into the air. Now looking to get even another one with Lel. But Soto is just hiding in the grass, maybe trying to get Joey. But this is just not looking really good, and they don't even capitalize.
Okay, speaking of Unite move charges, how does Lunaire have Greedent Unite move
Hey, that
already?
was crazy.
Again,
That was
as a
crazy.
reminder, Delphox, again, one of the fastest charging Unite moves in the game. So, Force Gaming might have a couple of energy amplifiers. Spinal also matching with this Unite move timing. I also wanted to just call out, it was great that Force Gaming was able to secure that bottom side objective. Maybe the Blastoise Unite move didn't hit anybody airborne, but it did do a great job of making a huge area of effect around the objective that Spinal just couldn't walk into, or otherwise they would have been knocked up in the air. So it was a more of an insurance Unite move to ensure the objective secure, which I think is a really cool play. You know, it's a big resource, but again, in this game, Blastoise has Unite again. So we just have every single fight, we're gonna have all those Unite moves ready to go.
Yeah, it's like using the Hydro Typhoon to zone just to get people away. Yeah, it's a good strat, I agree. And that is definitely the play if you are just knowing that if you get even closer to the team, that freaking damage from the Darkrai plus Delphox combo just really melts down, and we haven't seen that explicit going on to Suicune. That Suicune is very squishy when we're talking about these fights.
All right, Lunaire does have the Reggie Drago buff, by the way, and 50 points in pocket. Greedents could have a back cap attempt to try to score these points, but instead we're going on the offense. Big push by Spinal, but it's just for spacing so far. Force Gaming gonna have to rally back, find another way into this fight, because Reggie Drago has started to get some poke damage on it.
Yeah. With the fact that Spinal got it, it's good for this fight on Reggie Steel. Oh, look at that Rock Tomb getting 3 members caught up there, but they still have to try to escape here because Lunia was getting some of that poke damage, especially that Volt Shackle. And Josine is still not really able, no, actually on level 13, able to do a lot in these team fights, but also going down pretty quickly. Gotta be careful here. Look, it has to pop out that Unite move, but it's good. 2 men into the air, and they're still going to chase it. Once again, foul, very nicely done, while Anjazine's on the backline going for a flank, but Lunia is just zoning out as agreed, and 3 members on the side of Force Gaming, and they're doing pretty well. It's taken so long for Force Gaming to actually take Lunia down, and look at the healing. It's just too much, the escape!
The hindrance resistance allowing Greedent to just wade through that whirlpool and get out of danger. They will have to recall, cannot rely on the pollen puffs from JL to get enough HP to come back. Vin Diesel almost respawned now and does have Unite move ready to go, but this match is still so extremely close. So a minute 20 left on the clock, and Spinal is trailing by just a few points. They're looking to try to win this fight, but they might need to start thinking about getting a score attempt on one of these goal zones. So difficult to do though, and currently Force Gaming is utilizing the extra time Spinal's giving them to farm up some Unite moves yet again.
Yep, that's the thing that we've seen the most in this game. Unite moves just that left, right, and center. But we're looking at the central area here with the side of Spinal, starting out that Groudon. Still has the Whirlpool, nice frozen, goes into place, trying to get more damage with the Emerald 2-step. They're able to do so. There's the Thunderstorm as well, looking really good now. Vin is just between 4 members of Force Gaming, and they're able to really isolate Spinal. Now they're falling at the seams. JL, look at them with that Pollen Puff. They are able to escape. Flareon's still there. There's no Unite move though.
Yeah, this is 50 points into the Hundo Burger in for Greedent on the top side. Groudon getting extremely low. Force Gaming kind of betting it all on getting this Groudon buff to enable a couple more scores. Flareon goes in with a mystical fire with Pikachu to get the big secure. Now it's a race to the goal zones. Force Gaming just need a few points.
18 seconds to go. They need to run. Blastoise is not that fast, so we need somebody. Lel, do something. You're close to this outer goal. You have 10 seconds. You are behind. If you are going to take this game, Force Gaming, you need to score right freaking now. They are canceled. And Joey, no, they don't defend Spinal. They are just behind. But I believe that it's still Force Gaming who won because it was at 100 from Greedon and then 100 here, but Force Gaming was already on the lead.
And I believe they had the Suicune score on the top side undefended as well. So I do think with the 200 points, it will be Force Gaming at 411 total. So such a close game. Spinal making it really mixy with that back cap of Greedon at that moment. But a Groudon secure from Falb's Pikachu after what? Yet another Unite move. I want to see that stat actually.
Oh yeah, give me
when
the
we
amount of
get
Unite moves used.
Falb's MVP because I really want to see how many Unite moves he used on the Pikachu. But either way, what a clutch win for Force Gaming. A big objective secure and finding the opportunity not to get one but two scores and totally changed the narrative of that match. All right, Force Gaming start this thing off 1-0.
Very strong Force Gaming here. Spinal also so incredibly powerful, keeping up with all the scores that had been used and that had been scored in this game, just doing really, really well to match up. Here, 211 to 193, and that was the score up until the moment that you had that back up from Greedon on the top side.
Yeah, I love Lunaire's play on this Greedon in this match. I thought it was such an incredible choice into the Suicune in particular. I mean, a Pokemon that just has a lot of these slowing effects and stuns, but it will be Soto on the Suicune who gets our MVP. 4 knockouts, dealing 54,000 damage, but also taking 41,000 damage. Reminder, in this metagame, Suicune ends up being more of that tank-focused role. So impressive play there. Clefable with 116,000 healing. Eldegoss trailing a little bit from there at 60,000. Lunaire with their big root doing 51,000 healing on their own.
Well, there you go. So we kind of maybe don't need to look at other stats and just do studying. It's just right here. That's the research, that's the source you need, looking at the stats after this Greedon game. And it looked like it worked out pretty well. It looks better. It works better than I thought the big root would work on draining Kiss Clefable. We need to talk about it like every single time.
Yeah,
I love it. It's just so
we got to
fun.
go into the math of that one too.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
interesting stat distribution for Sauta here. I'm not going to lie, a little bit lower in the assist department than I would have expected for a Pokemon like Suicune. However, that crowd control roll just through the roof. Suicune's so fantastic at its job. It does it extremely well. Entering into 15 team battles, knocking out 8 wild Pokemon, scoring 3 times, and only used its Unite move 3 times, which I think other players on their team doubled, if not tripled that number.
Well, we tripled 9 times? You think they used 9 times, dude?
I think it was close to 25 times.
25? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe 27.
That stat is always the worst when a Blaziken gets MVP, and I'm like, it uses Unite move 70 times?
70 times?
Oh, yeah,
okay, just
right.
moving stance, that's fine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. So in that game in particular, I think is interesting because I noticed personally when I was looking at the fights that it felt like the Suicune was very squishy actually, which is counterintuitive to what you said because we're thinking about the Suicune being played as more of a defender tanky option. But although I felt like they were taking quite a lot of damage, they only got knocked out twice. So it still means that they were able to assert the presence that they needed with the Whirlpools, getting those frozen, and just making sure that they were still standing during those team fights. And if you use the 3 times the Unite move, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, interesting. So Spinal, after a really creative drafting decision to kind of allow the Suicune through, are going to choose that second draft pick position against them. They will be going with that orange side. I think it's a pretty smart idea. It worked out really well for them. And again, I think the theory of Spinal's draft was really impressive in that first game. It will be a Crustle ban though, so kind of calling out Joey a little bit in their tank role, seeing what other Pokemon they can play, maybe trying to force Joey into something like the Snorlax. But Spinal was very happy with their decision with this Lucario ban and will be repeating. So Lucario, Mega Lucario, and Mega Charizard X going to be the bans for Spinal. Blaziken, Blissey, and Crustle, the bans for Force Gaming. Will be this Suicune lock-in from Sauto? Most likely. I'm really curious if this Greedon re-emerges because I thought it was one of the best parts of their game. Lunaire able to kind of 1v3 in a lot of situations, make it out of danger all the time. But yeah, one of those first picks has got to be Darker.
Hear me out. hear me out, the Crustal. I'm telling you, Crustal is that good. We saw it so much yesterday. 85% win rate as well on 17 matches, at least at the end of the day where we were. Now we have it banned because we recognize that it is a very big threat. Although we're still going for that blue side, or actually the purple side. Blue is the Pokemon Suicune. And I feel like it's a very steady option. Spinal, I feel like Vin played super well on the Darkrai, but on the side of that Delphox, they really needed a setup from the Crustal. So in this case in particular, they should be going towards something different. Maybe a Mew could be an option.
Oh, yeah, Mew attacker would be really interesting. I personally think the Delphox had a lot of viability in that last game. The anti-heal was strong. I was actually curious if Joey would lock in something like the Trevenant, but okay, Fulb locking in one of the Pokemon that we have not had added into the game since the World Championships. Rather, sorry, it's been added since the World Championships. We have not had a chance to see it on our main broadcast as of yet. Only a 2% encounter rate, but Fulb is locking in the Empoleon. Flareon's a repeat of the Delphox.
All right, and this time, which we mentioned, is not just the Delphox, it also has the Incense once again, but the side of Empoleon also having that is what we mentioned that maybe was lacking on the side of Force Gaming. Didn't stop them from winning the first game, so they should be good, but still, they want that precaution in regards to the healing that can be done by the Eldegoss. There is, to me, just a worry about range on the side of Force Gaming.
Yeah, there's a huge lack of it. I mean, Fulb does have access to Hydro Cannon if they go with that build, which is a pretty impressive range of damage shot, but it is a one and done. So we'll see if they go with that build. Personally, I think it's a decision made because the matchup against Lunar's Greedent in the early game was just too challenging. Piplup so surprisingly strong in the early game. That Torrent gauge can really lead to some huge moments with that burst damage, especially for that last hit secure, which is one of the most important factors in early game Pokemon Unite. So we could see Fulb's Empoleon creating that, but here we go, so let's get into game 2. Force Gaming still on your purple team. Spinal still on your orange team.
Well, there you go. Right, interesting. As you mentioned, first time that we have Empoleon in the game. Look at that little guy. I love, oh, how do you say it? Piplup.
Piplupi.
Piplup, there you go. That's Piplup in Brazilian Portuguese for you all.
I'm an expert.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. He orders his own food at the restaurants. Did you know that?
Yeah, I just pointed.
I'm like, good job, Zoinks. Good job.
I pointed the menu and hope for the best.
Yeah.
we do what we can. All right, so early game, Lunar kind of doing the exact same thing they got to do last game, getting in just really quick early stacks. They are going to be going up against that Blastoise again. I did forget that Piplup will be headed into the central area. Let's see where this Prinplup decides to pop out at.
Well, we'll see. Looking at going to the bot side here, maybe going to meet Darkrai from Vin in that central area, having backup as well from the Suicune. But here on the top side, just trying to get that Gossifleur into Eldegoss for JL. These central Pokemon get taken by the side of Force Gaming, while Vin is still very much interested in going for the 850 here. It's going to be a 3v3 going in. There's the evolution on both ends here for the Clefable, the Greedent, and the Eldegoss.
It feels like one of the evolutions in our tournament has just been a priority on those early Natu. It's been so important for the full central area players to be there to at least contest and try to take that early experience. These 750 ganks into the top or bottom side are important, but somehow these Natus getting even more of a priority. If it means you get a Unite move before the Reggies spawn in, both in the middle of the map and the top and bottom, it is a huge factor.
Well, there's another evolution here going into that War Turtle, and Kilok takes some damage, and we know that JL on the Eldegoss can still pack a punch on those auto attacks, and it's not going to be a full send here. Instead, on the bot side, Spinal was focusing heavily and will do a 2 KO streak here that goes to Vin.
Yeah, that's dangerous, especially at this 8-minute mark. Darkrai already at level 8. This nasty plot, Dark Void Darkrai is, yeah, I mean, the stuff of nightmares. It truly lives up to its title, and now Reggie Drago is available. It'll be Fulb and Lel, the first ones to rotate towards it, and Soto is going to be locking it down. So Force Gaming, the only ones that, again, Spinal, just going to show only one Pokemon towards the Reggie Drago. And again, that Pollen Puff real close to out-securing the 4 members of Force Gaming that were focusing on that Reggie Drago. All right, so now we have Lau with that follow me, trying to bait in Lunaire, but will not fall for it. Instead, just the great push by the Blastoise to secure all that experience. We can see there on the top side that yellow timer, meaning that Reggie and Lecky will be on the top side of your map this time around, and the 3 original Reggies will be on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, there we go. That Reggie Lecky, that has been a very big focus across the group stage for LAIC so far, but instead we're looking at Spinal and Force Gaming prioritizing that bot side of the map. We'll see what's going to be that Reggie. Reggie Steel already on 50%. Majority of the presence here from Force Gaming, they're ripping, they go in, and that is going to be Angel getting that Reggie Steel. Still pushing, JL is in trouble, gonna get taken down, frozen in place. Joey has to go for that berry, but Lel is still going to be able to get that healing for their squad. It goes in with the Emerald 2 step, but Joey's still standing. There's a lot of HP on that Snorlax, but just not enough.
Man, these powered hydro cannons from Fall, when that Torn Gauge is at least half full or even full, that Whirlpool that persists has been devastating to try to deal with. They're scoring on this tier 2. Impressive from Force Gaming. Spinal will respond, but again, it's only a knockout on the experience share Shoto. I think Vin actually used a Unite move to ensure that KO happens. Does not want to get the Execute frozen damage back the other way. And it's a big resource, but you do take the knockout. You don't give up a lot of comeback XP. Vin making a tough call right there.
And looking really good for Force Gaming, as you mentioned, not just taking the objective, winning the fight and scoring 198 to 35 as they can reposition here for the top side. Spinal does get there first as they are trying to get the vision and priority for Reggie and Lecky. Lau and Angela there, but the rest of Force Gaming might be just a little bit too late. Oh, it's Spinal who gets it. They have enough damage for it. They're going to go for Lau now. They go in with the follow me, but they're going to get taken down themselves. Whirlpool will lock them down in place, but there's still 4 members of Spinal in this push, plus a Reggie.
Oh, and the classic Delphox Unite move right on top of the goal zone. You thought it was safe, maybe
it's just
not,
rude.
but okay, Fop doesn't need that. I'm gonna KO streak of 3 the other way, dives the back line like a true Emperor Penguin. Incredible work for the Empoleon.
Wow, wow, wow. That's definitely the move of a Monarch, because honestly, I thought that Delphox Unite move was just sealing the deal for Force Gaming. I was like, or actually for Spinal over Force Gaming, because that's usually how it works, right? You just cut the healing and nobody's healing on the pad. You take the zone, Reggie like he scores. Nope.
Yeah.
Falb said otherwise.
Yeah, impressive stuff. I really love what Falb is doing on this Empoleon. It's been so fun. We got, kind of this greeted. That was the first really creative pick we've seen in this draft. And now we got this Empoleon moving all over the map. Going with Aqua Jet, by the way.
Wow.
And what a burst of damage it is into JL. This Empoleon, such a unique all-rounder, is not unique in the case that uses auto attacks all the time to do its fighting. However, it is a special attack damage dealer. So kind of taking down some of these targets who might prioritize their physical defense and not special defense. Well, when an Empoleon shows up, that could get real dangerous real quick. Hydro Cannon even hitting greetings for a ton of damage.
Yeah, and Lunia here moving to the bot side just to get vision for Spinal, but they are going to get capitalized upon, forced to use out the Berry Belly Bash to just get out of it. Ooh, close that Belch from taking the objective, but still Force Gaming who collects the objective.
If that was a Fluffy Tail greetings, he gets that, you know?
Oh, well, wow, Fluffy Tail.
Yeah, if we really want to do the throwback, the Fluffy Tail greeting,
that's
potentially
crazy.
that one. But instead, it is Spinal and Force Gaming just doing a bit of a split push like you just mentioned. It was only Lunaire on the bottom side, but the rest of the team on the top side, breaking that tier number 1. Reminder, Reggie Lucky is on the top side of the map this time, so a goal zone being gone on the top path, it just has such a big power spike for that Reggie to utilize.
I really like the rotation that we had here from Falb because we saw them going for Lunia since they knew that Berry Belly Bash was not available. Now though, Spinal doing a very good job at the top side from separating Force Gaming. Reggie Lecky very close. It's still going to be that Greedon who takes it for Spinal, going in with such damage on the side of Force Gaming with that Empoleon, but now they're going to be traded back. They have a lot of shielding and a lot of healing. Now Angel trying to at least finish that defender, but they're not able to do so, dashing away the only member that survives for Force Gaming while Spinal comes out on top.
Really impressive work from Lunaire to get that damage and get the KO, but yeah, Reggie like not gonna
close.
go very close. But I want to give the credit in that last team fight to both Eldegoss and Snorlax. JL and Joey stepping up in a major way. The Eldegoss Unite move heals up, I think, 4 members who are extremely low. Falb was, just salivating, having a chance to knock out so many targets. But Eldegoss kind of shuts that down. The Leafeon Unite move from Angel's kind of that secondary big punch, but the Snorlax Heavy Slam stops Angel from being able to escape after after they land. The timing on it just so perfect. So as soon as the two-step lands, the heavy slam lands after, and Leafeon's just got nowhere to go. So Spinal with some really nice counter moves from the support core. Impressive work from JL and Joey. They might have to set up yet another one though, because they are trailing again in this game too. And reminder, this is Force Gaming's match point. If Spinal cannot find a way to pull this lead, they are going to exit the tournament.
They're looking to get this lead right now. Spinal going in with Joey into the enemy central. Now Force Gaming as a unit going to try and poke down Joey as well. The front line needs to be damaged. Heavy slam on 3 people. I can't count. Still going for that power nap, but that's all right. We still have the damage that needs to be done for Force Gaming because they are a little bit behind. Now the Hydro Typhoon just to finish one off with that Empoleon as well. So it's a 1-for-1. No, it's a 1-for-0 at the moment. Baleo gets caught off here. Force Gaming might be in trouble. JL still chasing. There's the follow me on the shield, but on the other side, Joey alongside that Greedent with Angel going into the back line. It is the damage! The Emerald 2-step is insane! The healing from the Moonlight just guarantees that they're going to be okay, and it's going to be, actually, yeah, it is Force Gaming who take the objective and win the fight!
Incredible. I mean, what a perfect shutdown of the two damaging threats that could have been a big game changer. Flareon is just hanging on the outside of that Groudon pit, trying to weave in a perfect Mystical Fire, and Saltao's Unite move from Suicune shuts them down, freezes them in their tracks, and gets the knockout. Incredible work. And then, of course, JL on the outside. That is the perfect target for the Leafeon to try to shut down. Silver lining potentially for Spinal is that there was a full minute left on the clock, but Force Gaming is beginning to turtle up. They are going to defend, and they are going to try to keep the Groudon buffs on their side. Spinal need to score so many points. Saltao has a full 50, a Groudon buff, and is en route to the home goal zone to try to increase this by a hundo burger.
Okay, there's a chance here, like I mentioned, for Spinal. They're going as a unit here on the bot side, 5 members, but there's the 100 going on the home base of Spinal. The Force Gaming gets themselves into 628, so there's 300 that needs to be scored. They don't even have that much on the side of Spinal. There's a Hydro Typhoon, and the defense starts now. Greedent as well, just getting to zone out, but Falbert gets into the back line and takes one down. There's a 2 KO streak for that Empoleon. Still looking to take this Snorlax down, but it's a win for Force Gaming with a lot of points on the lead. A Groudon and a 2-0 in this first matchup of Day 2 LAIC Pokémon UNITE.
Force Gaming, representing Brazil, will defend home turf and eliminate one of our North American teams from top 16. Such an impressive show of force. Woof, didn't want to say that, but we did.
Here we are.
Win for Force Gaming into this first set of the day.
They are unstoppable. I'm not gonna finish. You know what comes after unstoppable. It's an unstoppable force, and that is what they showed here. I love what I saw from Force Gaming. I feel like it was very bold and very determined what we saw specifically on the Leafeon. Going into the backlines like that Leafeon was 1v3, and they still managed to pull that off, knowing I will just 100-0 on JL, and that's what happened.
I love the play. You have a Darkrai with Unite move on the other side, but you got that KO early because of the great Hydro Typhoon play, so you know that very likely Vin is not back from spawn yet. So just a great decision. That's kind of the only Pokemon that could shut down Leafeon immediately after bringing it into Unite move, so they know I got a little bit of a window. I'm going to take this angle, and there it is. Not to mention the Suicune stun at the exact same time on Delphox, who's maybe the only counterplay there. Perfect execution by Force Gaming. And Spinal getting eliminated 2-0 by Force Gaming, and this team's going to be fun to watch for the rest of the bracket.
Oh, it really is, and I'm just so glad that we got to watch it just this early in the tournament for Day 2, because we didn't get to watch Force Gaming on the mainstream, but we did get to watch a little bit of that game against Underdogs. It's Falb, player of the game with the 11 knockouts, 1 feint, 2 assists.
Aqua Jet Hydro Cannon. So Falb really being one of those rogue Pokemon players, you know, plays a Central Area Pikachu and Central Area Empoleon for a 2-0 finish. 85,000 damage as well, so extremely respectable stats across the board for this Pokemon. Only gets knocked out 1 time, only 2 assists. They don't need to be involved. They can just, you know, take the KOs where they see them all by their lonesome.
And we have, after this one, we also have in our feature station, we had this lovely match of Tuesday versus Underdogs that we can get to watch the last 2 minutes of. So let's get that on screen as soon as possible, because these Brazilian teams, they are strong. They are so strong.
Yeah, we're going to get to take a look here on the main broadcast, but just yet again, another reminder, we have a feature station stream ongoing. If you want to catch even more matches, you got 2 monitors,
all the matches.
You got multiple tabs, have everything up, but here we go. Final 2 minutes, TCG Esports with a sizable lead and a Game 1 advantage already.
Oh, would you look at that? That's the Meteor Storm as well, but look at them separating the Snorlaxes from the side of TCG Esports. This is the first knockout, or actually the second one for this fight. Mats is just absolutely unstoppable. There was no counterplay to that. The way that TCG just completely isolated underdogs.
Yeah, sir, I'm still stunned lost by Tyranitar being picked by underdogs in this draft.
Yeah, you're right.
It took me a while before I saw that, but there it is. TCG Esports with a full ace. They're going to wipe out that Groudon with a sizable lead for a minute and a half. All they got to do is make sure these points get deposited, and, well, they don't want to give up any of these buffs, so underdogs with the last rallying cry to defend. Tyranitar, one of the most impressive Pokemon at defending goal zones, does deal that damage underneath the shields, a true damage, if you will, from this Pokemon. But you see TCG Esports actually being pretty safe and cautious in this one. Tyranitar might have other plans, though. Get stunned in place.
Oh, there you have your Rampage as well coming through. But look at the damage that Mats is just doing. This absolute powerhouse of a Blaziken player. And again, they're just tearing them at the seams. Underdogs just not looking good. And this is the second game of this series. So TCG is going to take this one most likely in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, TCG Esports, yet another big name from this region, will eliminate kind of the young upstarts in underdogs. So TCG Esports making it into our round of 8. Underdogs run will end at top 16, but still, I think an impressive tournament for them. If anything, just for a win against Project Mbappe in the group stage, making it into top 16, really impressive tournament. But I think TCG Esports' future looking pretty bright.
Oh, yes, they are. Yeah, and that is not a joke on Moridon. It could have been, but it wasn't. That's all right. You're fine. Okay, right. So let's have a look at how the bracket is right now, because as you mentioned, we are getting pretty soon onto that top 8. So far in the top 6 have been played the matches of CACM Esports, 2-0 Game Over Esports. On the side of VGC Players, they have a 1-0 up against Mandakaru Esports. Dreamax on a 2-0 over Moom Esports, advancing into top 8. Nemesis and Stamina is still yet to be played. Fourth game on a 2-0 versus Spinal that we just watched. TCG on a 2-0 versus Underdogs, which we also just watched. And Infamous Gaming also on a 2-0. So plenty of sweeps today.
Yeah, and so far, every team from Latin America, South or North, still in this tournament. We only had 4 of them sign up for the event in total, of the non-Brazil, but still Latin America teams. But we have a lot of matches to watch, so we want to hear from some of the players first. We got an interview on stage with a member of Force Gaming. Let's take a look.
Hello, everybody. Doob Snacks here alongside Brazilian legend Lel. Now, let's get straight into Force Team. How did this team come about? On TCG last year, but you find yourself with a new organization. How did this team materialize for you?
Como que esse time se formou? Como foi a história do time para vocês?
No meio da temporada, dessa última temporada, a gente teve uns problemas, né? E aí acabou que o time se separou, saíram 2 jogadores. E aí a gente foi atrás de quem estava livre no mercado e pegou quem a gente achava que eram as melhores opções. E eram 2 talentos promissores do cenário, então ficou bem bom.
In the mid-season, we have some trouble, so we lost 2 players, but we start to search some potential players. And we got very good options, and we bring here.
I mean, clearly some good options. Great day 1, 2-0 on stage to start day 2. And let's talk about game 2 here against Spinal. You were pulled out the Empoleon, the Emperor Penguin that not a lot of teams are currently picking up. However, you had a great game, your team obviously used it to great success. What's the thought behind Empoleon? What do you know that maybe other teams don't right now?
A escolha do Empoleon foi uma escolha muito interessante para o time de vocês e queríamos entender o que motivou vocês escolherem esse Pokémon, o que vocês sabem que talvez outros jogadores não saibam tanto sobre esse Pokémon.
O Empoleon é um pique de conforto do Falbi, ele gosta bastante de jogar com esse boneco. E eles estavam pegando o Grident para responder o nosso Pikachu, né? Que o Grident tem uma matchup boa contra o Pikachu. E a gente gosta do Empoleon contra o Darkrai também. Então, como o Falbi gosta bastante do boneco, a gente vence bastante nos treinos, ele decidiu pegar ele.
Empoleon is a comfort pick for our player, and they used to use Greedent against our Pikachu, but Empoleon is helping a lot, even so for against Darkrai.
Yeah, they played a lot of Darkrai. You're one of the only teams that let Darkrai through the draft phase and were able to shut it down convincingly. So you certainly know some strategy there, and hopefully you can keep that close to the chest so the other teams don't start using similar strategies and take that from you. My last question to you, Lel. You were on this stage last year with kind of a heartbreaking, second place finish on stage Sunday. Two-parter here. What would it mean for you to overcome, win this event in your home country? And of course, shout outs to anybody here, not only in the fans, but the folks watching at home.
No último ano, vocês tiveram aí um segundo lugar nesse mesmo palco, e como que foi essa sensação de superar essa adversidade, estar aqui novamente e vencer na frente do pessoal, do público brasileiro?
É um sonho pra gente, né? A gente, depois do Mundial, o LAIC é com certeza o campeonato que a gente mais sonha em ganhar. E ganhar esse ano seria incrível, não só pela vaga no Japão, mas por ganhar na frente dessa torcida maravilhosa que acompanha a gente. Então, ia ser muito bom, ia ser um sonho realizado. E o recado para eu dar para todo mundo aí é muito obrigado a todo mundo pela torcida. Continue torcendo aí que a gente vai dar nosso melhor hoje.
Afterwards, LAIC is the very most important event for us, even so to present, make a performance for our audience here, and we have this message for them. Thank you very much for all the supporting. You are very important for us, and thank you very much.
It's clear that the fans support you. I'm going to ask one more thing. I lied to you. One more. It has now been determined, we know for a fact, that you will be playing against Tuzi Esports in your next round. What words do you have for Tuzi now?
Vocês vão enfrentar a Tuzi na próxima rodada. Vocês têm alguma mensagem para eles?
Eu não vou falar. Vai ser um grande jogo. Vai ser pegado. Talvez hoje em dia a maior rivalidade no Brasil dos dois melhores times são a gente e a Tuzi. Então vai ser um jogaço. Então espero que o melhor vença.
We won't tease anybody. We're just doing a great game. We think that this is the two most important teams here in Brazil, the greatest rivalry we have for so far, and we expect a good game for both teams.
You heard it here first. Lel is looking dead in the eyes of Tuzi and saying, your tournament's over. We're going to beat you down 2-0. Yes, that 100%. That's what it said. Listen, the absolute sauced up legend, Lel, Dupe Snacks, thank you for translating. Greatly appreciate it. Back to you in the booth.
I gotta say, I am heartbroken that this is where we are right now.
Yeah, for everybody at home, we learned that it was going to be Tuzi versus Force Team, and I went, oh, that's an awesome match.
And I was like, no! No, why? No.
Yeah, unfortunate,
Well,
but hey, it really is going to be a great match. But I don't know if we'll be able to find a bad match once our top 8 fills out. We got so many incredible teams playing for this event. On stream next, we got Dignitas versus Peru UNITE. That is just a legendary round of 16 matchup. That's going to be so fun, and so many great games already today.
So true. And I want to see which of the Brazilian teams are going to come out on top for that matchup of Force Team versus Nouns Esports. But next, we have that Dignitas in Peru. So stay tuned for more Pokémon Unite at LAIC here on all of the Pokémon Unite channels.
Enter the 2025 Pokémon Unite World Championships as one of the most accomplished teams to ever play the game.
regional champions, international champions, and even a top 4 finish at the previous World Championships. Only one title still eluded them: the World Champions of Pokémon UNITE. Day 1's group stage proved to be a difficult start to the tournament. However, it was an area for them to experiment and get a feel for the tournament's metagame. After a loss to Team EX from Korea, Peru UNITE quickly bounced back with a victory over Revelation from North America. Peru had locked up their spot into Day 2. Day 2 brought the single elimination bracket, and with it, a simple objective: win or go home. No room for error. Stamina Esports and Aegis Flames were powerful LATAM rivalries for Peru in the first 2 rounds, but could not match up to Peru's hot start. Celebrating alongside the crowd, this set up one of the most storied matches in competitive Unite history, a semi-finals match between Peru Unite and Luminosity Gaming. Throughout the history of the Unite Championship Series, Luminosity has been an insurmountable wall that Peru could not overcome. But this time, Peru Unite rose to another level.
Peru's moment! They're going to score! They're up by 150 points!
In a legendary best-of-5, Peru Unite prevailed against their greatest rivals and earned a spot in Championship Sunday.
Peru finally able to vanquish Luminosity.
When the sun rose on the arena at the Anaheim Convention Center, 2 teams remained in the competition: Peru Unite and Zeta Division. The finals started fierce and frenetic, with Zeta Division striking first, utilizing their signature hyper-aggressive style.
Science go down, and they go down.
Down 1 map to 0, Peru needed to rally.
Made a big-time knockout follow-up. Reggie is going to go to Peru, and they are starting to cruise. Downstairs, Bliss assistance with the deep engage. Abram 2-step. Suicune Unite back the other way.
Work with the metal clock going after Vitopo.
Oh, extender to the world. 3 players down for State Division.
Whoa!
The Ice Age is out. Peru Unite is on the chase.
Right there, ticking.
Oh! Buzzwole eviscerated.
Relying on brilliant supportive plays and exceptional teamwork, Peru fought back into the set and won games 2 and 3. This forced the grand finals to match point.
Scissor into the wall. Gargantuan. The Ice Age has been presented, but is it going to be enough? We've got the Glaring Rapidash Triangle is out, and it looks like the Bermuda Triangle for Zeta Division themselves.
That elusive world champion title was in striking distance, and Peru struck.
Huge Ice Age gets 2. Peru Unite's got them eyed down. The block is up, but their HP bar is shrinking. They're on the verge of getting knocked out. They eye their way in. Rayquaza's low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite are your world champions!
After 3 back-to-back games, the match was theirs, with the halls of the Anaheim Arena echoing the chants of the crowd cheering them on. Peru Unite had claimed the ultimate prize, the title of Pokémon Unite World Champions.
Pokémon Unite!
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series here at LAIC. Our first stop this year, and what a stop it is. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy. Ye to the ha, joined by the one and only Doopsnacks. Hello, Doopsnacks.
Hello, cowboy. And we were just talking before we went live that this next matchup is not only incredibly exciting, but simultaneously an absolute heartbreaker. Why is that, cowboy?
Well, we are watching two squads that we absolutely love. Dignitas versus Peru. Dignitas is starting a great run, and Peru are your world champs. One of these teams is going home, which means one of these teams cannot represent the West at ACL. That is why I'm heartbroken, but this match is going to be absolutely fire as we are jumping straight into it. Dignitas with our first ban. They're going to ban out the Miraidon. Right back to the other side, getting rid of that Darkrai. That's like a targeted toon ban right there. They know he's been playing Darkrai. Next ban over to Dig.
You're right. I want both these teams in ACL so badly. However, that is not going to happen. Peru Unite is trying to live up to the standard of the world champion right now, and Dignitas with really their first true test under this new banner, new org, and if formerly known as TTV. If they want to prove that they are a world championship caliber squad, the best way to do it is to beat the world champions right now.
If you can beat Peru Unite right here, it's so unlikely you don't make it deep in this bracket, deep enough to go to ACL. Now, Peru feels like a shoo-in to head to that tournament, and I think you would think, right? And you feel like so many teams there would want to face off against the world champs. So either way this goes, it's going to be a wonderful, and it's heartbreaking. This is maybe the most poignant match of Pokemon Unite that's ever existed.
Yes. This is way bigger than the Cup of Beans Classic, without a doubt. Let's get into
that was huge.
That was gargantuan. I mean, you saw Flareon's reaction when he was given the cup, Beans, and you can't relive that moment if you wanted to. It's just too precious. I want to point out Mega Lucario not banned. First pick by Ender Hoopa, and that is a staple Pokemon for them in their repertoire. Back the other way, Zacian and Crustle, both of which are carrying almost 90% win rates through day one, which is obviously incredible.
You see Crustle, you're worried because of that win rate. You're worried because of how good it is. And then you see Draken on it. You know, winning the world championship on this Pokemon.
With some of the sickest plays we've seen out of a Crustle.
You've got to be pretty worried. But on the other side, you're right. They gave them the Mega Luca. We have a Latias on the other side. It looks like being slotted into that attacker role for Otter and a Mimikyu for Toon. This is a Pokemon that I think has been heavily underrepresented in this tournament. I say that it has a 46% encounter rate, but to me, it felt like it was going to be more of a superstar this weekend. On the other side, something we're not shocked to see at all, Blaziken. We see this in many, many games. It's so powerful, it feels like it refuses to not be a meta Pokemon. The incredible combos, the displacement, one of the biggest bursts of damage in the entire game, creating one of the best secure tools possible. This is gonna be a match, Dupes. That I can't wait, and I honestly cannot pick who I want to see win more. It's so difficult.
It really is. I want to look back at Peru Unite's picks. We've seen Zainus on this Alolan Raichu quite a bit. A Pokemon that finally feels like it's found its footing throughout the meta. Oh my God, what was that face you just made?
I just drank the hottest water. It's so hot. Nobody can see us, but oh boy, it was
a gem.
That was a hot cup of water.
It was a
cupcake's back. That was a hot little cup.
You know, when people look at this matchup between world champions and one of the most popular teams in NA, you know what they really wanted to hear about? Cupcake.
Well, they needed to bring Cupcake back, but and we have a pause on stage. I think they're like, hold on. Update people on Cupcake. If you weren't here yesterday, we're taking a quick pause so we can get one of our players back in the game, but this is a good opportunity for us to address Cupcake. Obviously, some of the cups here in Brazil are criminally small. I don't know if it's just at this venue or if it's Sao Paulo wide, but one thing is for sure, the cups are small. Throughout the day, we had multiple cup situations, escalating to the point where we had the Cup of Beans Classic, as you would naturally have. I like talking to the other casters about their games, because I'm like, did you guys have some sort of Cup of Beans Classic today?
Did you guys invent a tournament within a tournament? Like, did you crown a champion in the middle of the group stage of your tournament?
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
And the answer is no, we didn't actually do a Cup of Beans Classic. But we did yesterday. Spinal won that. It was very exciting. And now Cupgate is back after I drink a hot little cup of water.
Hot little cup of water. Now, what did you see in these drafts dragging us violently back into what we're actually supposed to be doing? If you take a look across the way, I mean, an attacker Latias, not commonly seen, but if there's any player that's going to make chicken salad out of chicken scratch, it is definitely Otter. We've seen them pick up every Pokemon under the sun and make it look great in the role that it's not even usually intended for.
I don't think Otter can play anything poorly. Whatever Otter wants to play, I'm on board. I think that's going to be the way to go. As we are ready for our match, we're heading right back into it. Game is unpaused. Game 1 here. Dignitas, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. This is a single elimination bracket, which means one of these teams are heading home. We are going to pack their bags personally. They leave São Paulo within the hour.
Within the hour. Yo, that is brutal work. What else could be potentially brutal work is really the squaring off of like elite top laners here, Tempo and Zealot, Mega Lucario and Zacian respectively. And you can see how strong this Zacian is early, really kind of bullying right now.
Yeah, Zacian is never not good. It's just so unbelievably strong. It feels like it survives any change. It used to be Sacred Sword. Now it's more often Metal Claw. But wow, what a Pokemon. Then on the other side, we have the Megas. And we assumed there would be more going on with some of these Mega Pokemon. Lucario actually making a bigger splash because, let's face it, Charizard never gets into a match. Toon coming up to the top path. We got to fight already.
They're getting after it here. Nice little freeze and stun engagement there by Zugrug. No real follow-up, and they go down. So what looked like a prime opportunity after a really strong tackle by Zugrug actually ends up having the script flipped on it, and they get knocked out.
Wow, you know, I thought they were going to move in.
I did too.
I wonder
if Zugrug also thought that's what they were doing.
I will say
he
yes.
did his job spectacularly
it seemed
right there.
Great. I mean, it felt like a nice team-wide stun on that boosted right there after they moved in, but maybe they just like had an awkward cooldown situation with their moves and they knew they couldn't take advantage of it. Tempo in some trouble right now, moving back in with that Metal Claw. Oh, and they do make it out. No way. Wow.
Now you're seeing the strength of Eldegoss versus Hoopa, right? Hoopa puts down the portal. If they're going that direction, they have to reset. They're actually going Trick, but if Eldegoss actually has that instance of healing with that Pollen Puff popping right there, getting just enough HP, so Tempo remains standing as we're scrapping the bottom path. 3v2, a lot of low HP bars. Here comes Toon, gonna try and clean up the trap. Shadow Sneak just misses. Electro Mine goes down here, and that bullies away the rest of Dig.
That Shadow Sneak hits, and I think we see the domino effect taking down at least 3 Pokemon on the side of Peru right there. Just barely missed. Toon now doing pretty well here at level 8. Anemo seeing if they can just rip this Reggie Drago off the map, and with Overheat in hand, this should be no problem for them. They do take it. That gives them that buff and that team-wide XP. Not as much as it was when the Groudon map first dropped. By the way, Kyogre is coming. What is going on in this game? But still a really nice buff for the team.
Absolutely. Scrapping pretty well as Zealot. Close combat doesn't hit anybody, which means they get no HP back, and they are gone. 4v1. Ender holding down the fort. Toon looking for a cheeky Shadow Sneak here. Can they get a prime target? They move up. It looks like they targeted into the Blaziken. No, the scoring animation stopped that
it
Cowboy.
Did. Wow, it was such another Shadow Sneak. Unfortunate miss. Going in against Tempo. Looking to get the KO. Hoopa actually picks it up. Zugrug moves in. Here comes the Shadow Sneak. Zynos is in some trouble right now. They're looking for it. Zug is in trouble also. Big time Unite move from Toon. Kea is going down. They're trying to chase it. Otter finally gets it, and Anemo goes down. A big fight and win for Dig.
Finally, Toon gets a Shadow Sneak to land on the target that they are intending, and they were able to convert that very quickly. Ender, Otter, everybody there. Zugrug did get knocked out, but the stuns they provided and the spacing they facilitated for Dig leads to a great fight.
Honestly, these Zug plays are pretty legendary so far today.
Yeah, he's on it.
So strong. Ender providing great support for this Mimikyu. So far, not much out of Mega Luca, and this seems to be the stories of these Mega Lucas, right? I mean, they just have really rocky starts. However, they're about to hit level 9. They will have that Unite move, and they can finally Mega Luca.
Which is, it's in the name, so you know it's important.
It's one of the most important things about it.
All 5 players of Peru are here. Mega Luca going through the middle to try and level up, as you stated. And now the rest of Dig just kind of moving through, trying to take inventory of what's going to happen. It looks like a pad crash here by Peru. Draken leading the charge, and Nemo's right there. They're going to score. Are they going to get their points in? Pretty. No, they get stopped. Now we're fighting on the backside. Zugrug goes down. We're rings unbound. Big stun across. Rubble rousing his Draken so he doesn't get stunned. He's lining up a huge X-Scissor. 3 players. Zainu's looking for the support, but it's a long-range stun. Zealot into the backline. Zainus is getting chased down. Close combat, and those fists find their mark. Draken is on the retreat. They get repositioned by the Ice Fang, and they're gone.
A Nemo waiting for this fight right here, charging up the overheat. Here it comes. No, they only hit one, moving in against Ender, but Dignitas continues to crash.
Ender knew exactly where that overheat was coming from, got right into the tall grass and bullied them back out, and now Dig is counter-pushing here on this T1. The X-Scissor into the Rock Tomb is not going to be enough. Tempo gets Ice Fang down, and all of a sudden Dig is trying to find the world champion difference, and Peru is as well.
Dig is on one. Zugrug is on one right now with this Mamo. Such huge plays as they're moving to the central area, and it's one after another with this combo. We have Trick and Dragon Cheer. How gross. I mean, what a shield that you are giving to this Mimikyu. That is insane.
Listen, we were wondering how Otter was going to make his mark on this game with an attacker Latias, and really it's just part of the Toon puzzle right now, and that picture is looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, it is. Heading up to our top path. Level 11 on the Zacian, 12 here on the Lucario. It hasn't had the most stellar moment here, but it looks like here we go. Big time Unite move. They are Mega, and they are looking for their secure close combat. No! Right over to the side of Peru.
Yeah, huge Zacian Unite to get that secure, and that's what they needed in that moment. Otherwise, Zealot was going to take over. Close combat gets some HP back. Tempo gets popped up by the spores there. Now Tempo's getting beat up as well. Zugrug with a nice reposition on Kea, gonna let them off the hook and just peel back to the team.
Dignitas 171, 97 for Peru. Goal zone up, tier 1 on the top path for both squads, and Dignitas' tier 1 on the bottom path here. Such a close game as Reggie Alecki is being chipped at here with a Nemo there. The secure feels easy, but they might not get it. It's the Zacian.
The Zacian again, good thing they picked it up because the Blaziken overheat was not ready. Rings unbound, we're looking to scrap. Kea is just on the backside of the Rock Tomb, stuck there with Zugrug. Ender is peeling back. Again, they're heavily targeting down Tempo. You can see Ender literally running away from other players just to try and get the Zacian stun. Kea is now running into the central of Dig, as honestly, Dig defends their T1 very well.
Yeah, good defense there. Double KO from Otter. I mean, Latias being played as an attacker right here, and it's looking pretty good. The extra shield is very nice, and of course, all of that damage you get with Dragon Pulse, all of that recovery, that sustain that you get in a fight has been serving them well. 206, 97, and while there's a lot of exciting plays here on the side of Dignitas, I really do have to give it up to some of these playmaking moments from Zugrug in game number 1. When I look over to Peru, that Zacian, unbelievable. It's been unstoppable in this match. Tempo is really on fire here.
15 seconds till Groudon, and you can really see the importance of why they're pressuring Tempo specifically as we're gearing up.
And here we go. Zugrug moves right in with the Ice
huge
Fang.
Ice Fang reposition. Zainus is caught out. Draken is low. They have to Rubble Rouse, but on the backside, it's the Mamos line stamping around, trying to put its feet prints on the backs of Peru Unite. As now we pivot to the middle. It's Zugrug getting low. Zugrug is the first player to fall, but shortly after is Draken. We've got a Mega Lucan Zealots on the chase. Ender's at half HP, and the rest of Peru Unite is fine, just saying, okay, let's settle it down for a second.
And here we go. Groudon is being, no, not hit yet. They're actually trying to bait them in for this fight. Toon looking for their moment. And Nemo moves in. He hits KO with the Shadow Sneak, and he moves into the back line.
But it was a Phantom Force on the trick. Otter is back and saved, and all of a sudden, Tempo finds themselves caught out, and they're knocked out. And so is Kea. Anemo's on the backside. Huge stun by Ender. Anemo's low on HP. but they
Groudon
can't
at
quite
half.
close the door. Groudon's getting work done. Draken is in the mix. Xynus is trying to work their way back around. Otter sees it. Draken cuts off the pressure. Now Ender Phantom forces through just to press them down. Zugrug's trying to Ice Fang, but it looks like it was almost full healed out. X-Scissor into the wall. Draken goes down. Otter on the Dragon Pulse. Now Groudon's at 40%. K is still there. Ender runs towards that berry. And now Groudon is getting chipped. Peru Unite needs to find their way back in. It's getting low. This is our moment. Overheat. Secured by Dig. Secured by Dig. Anemo down. No one in sight. Xynus is going to try their best. But it's Mega Lucas stepping up for the squad.
3:06:97, 45 seconds left, and the Groudon buffs are on the side of Dignitas. What a well-paced fight by Dig. It felt like they were very careful throughout that. They did not go for the rip, even though there were moments where I know they were heavily favored to take it. Instead, they kept Groudon in a position they were comfortable with, baiting members of Peru Unite in for the fight and taking them down one by one. Incredible patience, and what plays there by Dignitas. Especially, I got to shout out Toon there, just waiting for the perfect moments, not overextending, but when they found that Shadow Sneak on Kea, the support, they move in, and now they take a huge Game 1 win.
You know what the best play of the game for me was right there, Cowboy?
Yeah, tell me.
It was putting Trick on Otter, sending Otter across, and that baited out Anemo and Tempo. They thought they had a free KO on a low HP Otter. They get Phantom forced back through into safety, but all of a sudden, the collapse happens on those two critical targets on the side of Peru Unite. Well played, a trap expertly set up and expertly executed, and now Dig finds themselves up a game against the world champs.
Yeah, here we go. Dig win, looking at some of the big moments in that match, and what a game it was. So back and forth, so strong from both of these squads. Anemo going down in this fight as we have Dignitas crashing this goal zone, this tier 1. Tempo moving in to attempt to stop them and push them back. Big time Zugrug plays all game, and this was the start of this fight. Zug in a little bit of trouble right here, gets a big time Ice Fang, and then the Mega Lucario forces them all out of that moment. This right here was Dignitas not even looking for the objective. They were still actually trying to just take care of Peru. Player of the game, we got Otter out here. 59,000 damage dealt, 37,000 damage taken, and recovered 32,000.
What sticks out to me, though, the number of times they were knocked out. Number of feints they have, 0. They could not get on top of Otter's Latias. They could not stem the tide that it was, and the support it was providing, despite being the attacker, like you said, that Dragon Cheer on Toon all game long.
Yeah, and here we're looking at some of the big stats in that game. Damage-wise, Toon, 88,000 damage in that match. You can see the score line right here. Very, very close, but at about the 6-minute mark, we had the advantage to Dignitas, and they never gave that up. Performed an incredible Groudon fight. One of those fights that got scary, but it didn't feel like they were panicking. And now we take a look at some of our new stats. If you haven't seen these from yesterday, they're very exciting. Dubes next, tell me about the heat map.
I mean, they were clearly living in the bottom path, and this heat map is exclusive to the player we see on the screen, right? So this is Otter's kind of path throughout the game today, obviously living on their T1 pad, guarding that bot lane incredibly well. You take a look, tons of scoring, a quality amount of knockouts. Damage dealt is up there for a support Pokemon.
Look at this, return to base, 0. They didn't go to base a single time in the game. They didn't back once. I mean, that's one of the advantages, I guess, you get with a Dragon Pulse Latias, right? I mean, this thing just has so much recovery in its kit. Its shield is amazing. It never had to go back to base.
I was able to pull back just the moment here on this Telestrator, which I don't really understand how to use, but to be honest. But I just wanted to get to the moment to take a look at who they successfully baited, because I said Anemo and Tempo, but it was actually just Anemo. But if you, can we put this on the screen? How does this work? How does this work? What am I doing? Give me the pen.
For everyone at home, we were taking a look at it on this Telestrator that we don't know how to use, and we don't know how to get it up on the screen.
I just know how to move the time.
Here we go.
I'm not going to hit play. Actually, yes, I am. I'm going to move back 5 seconds. All right, what I want you to watch here is the trick going in on Otter. And you actually
Draw it on the screen, baby.
Okay.
Telestrate it for me, my man.
All right, we're going to hit play. We're moving. Otter is going to try to bait out as Toon sinks downstairs. So Toon is actually looking like they're going to peel. You see Otter at about half HP. Ender's going to hit the trick on Otter. And then he's just standing there, and Nemo immediately goes in and tries to poach Otter, but you're gonna see them just use trick
Give me
and get out
that
of dodge.
pen. Yeah, it was happening right there.
Was that
That's where it was
beneficial
happening.
to what we were doing?
Let's see what the chat thinks. Yes, it was.
Okay.
Hey, how do we get things off of a telestrator?
Surely there's a trash can button. Delete match slips? That does not seem like the button to hit. Yep, I got it. Thank you. So that was our first unsuccessful attempt at using Telestrator. Honestly, I didn't think it was too bad until you decided to just scribble all over what we were looking at.
No, I think it helped, and I think most people understood what was happening more once I started doing that.
Disrespectfully disagree. Disrespectfully disagree. Anyways,
Love
that was the play of the game for me. I thought it was a great way, and it was a clever way to try and get Peru to overextend, and everyone was there. Obviously, Otter gets pulled back through the Phantom Force because of that Trick Hoopa Phantom Force combination. They are brought back to safety. Of course, they didn't have to base because they don't do that. We saw that. And then you had Toon be able to step up and really convert on some nice quality KOs there.
So day one, we see Peru actually lose to Tuzi.
Correct.
Day two, they're down here to Dignitas. Now, it doesn't mean that they're out. These are your world champs. But does Peru feel like a different team from last year? Or is this just now they are the champions and they're the most studied squad out there? Everyone knows what they're trying to do. I mean, I don't think there's a team you're maybe prepping for more than Peru Unite.
Yeah, and there's obviously a ton of footage on Peru Unite specifically, right? Because not only are they the world champs, but they also performed very, very well in international championships all year last year. Now, my question is, Peru Unite hit a wall the year previous, obviously, to their world championship year, and they had to evolve and develop themselves to kind of hit that next level. Well, they need to find that next level again. You cannot stay stagnant because as you stop moving, everyone gains ground and catches up. And I think that's actually what we're seeing here. I don't think that they stopped playing. I just think maybe their focus wasn't necessarily as strong as it was throughout the course of last year to keep themselves pushing and growing. They're the world champs. There's just something natural that comes with that. Even though you tell yourself you are trying to push further, there's just something in the back of your mind that almost feels like just a relief. Like we have reached the top of the mountain, and now do I need to climb back down?
Yeah.
It seems like they're kind of doing that.
Yeah, or do I need to look for another peak? Do we really have to keep finding mountains to climb? We've already done this, right?
Exactly, and if there's one thing that we do is we turn molehills into mountains, and that's the Everest that we climb every broadcast.
Beautiful, beautifully said.
Cup of Beans Classic. We did that yesterday. Cupgate roars on, and I don't know why I had to bring that up. I feel like there was just a silence, and I didn't know where else to go.
Sometimes you just need to just let it breathe a little bit, give the audience a moment. I mean, I know people at home are marking off their bingo cards. They're seeing how many bits we've done. They're keeping track of it. There's a whole lore behind it.
Can we hold on. We need statisticians, production, stats team. Can we get our stats on bits, please?
Can we get a BPM? I need a bits per minute on broadcast. Thank you so much.
That's just going to be the infinity symbol going up. The amount of just quality games we've bidded through is, that's a word, right? Bidded?
Bidded through?
Yeah, bidded through.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, works. English second language, so
yeah.
I have an excuse.
Dignitas up 1 against Peru. Peru, their backs against the wall again. I mean, I talked about it earlier. We talked about it a lot day one because what a start to our broadcast. Day one, we had them against Tuzi, which we all thought Tuzi was going to do well in this tournament.
Absolutely.
But I think the general consensus from everyone was Peru is about to win this thing. I mean, this is going to be really hard for Tuzi. Tuzi beats them in a 2-1. Now, Dig is up 1 game here. They're ready to send the champs home and move forward in this bracket. What a huge start for Dignitas, their first showing in the UCS.
Honestly, both these teams battling with the power of friendship. I mean, we have kind of our OGs in the Unite scene for North America, you know, from year 0. And then on the other side, we have a team that has literally had the same 5 members for at least 3.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Power of friendship remains strong between these two squads, but who has more power within their friendship core to carry themselves through this? Because Peru, they have no matches to give, right? Yesterday they lost their first match, but it was a group stage. So their bounce back that they had was between matches. Now they have to try and find that between games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it works when the power of friendship does battle into the power of friendship. Usually the power of friendship is the decider. One group simply, they're not friendly enough. They're not friendshipping enough, and then the other group was fully friendshipping.
At that point,
listen,
it's the friendship differential.
One group doesn't have as much friendship as the other.
Stats team?
We'll say, yeah.
Can we get power of friendship percentages for both these squads? Thank you.
Can we show as they go through the tournament how friendly these groups are with each other and how relevant that is to how the games go? Thank you so much. Our stats team
in shambles,
I'll say this about our stats team. They're pretty good, but sometimes they give me stats I can't use. I know a stat I can use. How much has friendship affected this last match?
And don't forget the BPMs that we also need.
Yeah. This is part of it.
Okay,
this is a new BPM.
In all seriousness about the stats team, these new graphics are awesome.
They are.
They are. It's just so cool. Finally seeing the amount of feints that we have per character. You know, I really love the heat map, which really tells a good story of the game. I mean, we saw one yesterday with Celestial. On literally
living in the enemy center
just
area.
On the left side of the map, right? And just taking over with that, I believe there was Zorark in that particular game. So it really helps us tell a broader story of not only the game itself, but what these teams are trying to do with these Pokemon selections. For example, what we just saw Otter on the attacker Latias.
Yeah.
And the way it just lived in that bottom path and really maintained that tier 1 goal zone for Dignitas all game long.
Yeah, we have our teams getting ready up on stage. It looks like Dignitas will be our first pick in this one. Got the thumbs up from Dig. They are ready to go. Obviously a huge moment for Peru right here. If they do not win this game, their tournament is over.
There is not a soul out there that would have predicted until this moment that Peru Unite would be eliminated in the top 16 of this event after just winning the World Championship in a very, very strong fashion.
This is Pokemon Unite. You know, this is the game we play. It can be very difficult, and with all of the new changes too. I mean, Peru won on the old map.
Correct.
This is new. This is different, and this is our draft for game number 2. Dignitas is your first pick. They're going to get your first ban, which will be Miraidon, right on over to Darkrai. We might be seeing a very similar ban situation. I wonder if there's something specific Peru wants to target here.
I think Hoopa's a very reasonable choice. I think that's a very strong place to be. Mega Charizard, it might have to be put on the docket for Peru to ban, really taking away their ability to attack an individual on the side of Dig. And Buzzwole rounding out, which has been incredibly impressive every time you and I have been in the booth watching it.
I wonder what Inder wants to take here. There are a lot of great options. I mean, we've seen him play Alchemy. We could see Zugrug start with a defender, of course. We also could see, you know, some different looks from this squad. They clearly have a lot of strategies that they are willing to implement here. And being up one game, this feels like an opportunity to do something exciting.
Definitely. Suicune picked up. We'll see if that switches around or if it remains support Suicune. Kea and Tempo on the other side. Wouldn't be surprised to see Kea go into something like Eldegoss, for example. And then that offers you the opportunity to flex Suicune somewhere else. But we'll take a look. Crustle that hustles is selected, and so is Mega Lucario. Let's put Zealot on something else.
I mean, Mega Lucario is a great choice here because you've got to assume Zealot has a few comfort picks, and you want to take them away from them. Here we go. They are taking the Latias, and we are going to see the Zarina. We talked a lot about Zarina before the tournament and early on, just saying, man, I feel like these Western teams are sleeping on this Pokemon. Only a 6% encounter rate. And for everyone at home, encounter rate is not only how often they make it into a match, but also how often they are banned. So when you see something like Mega Lucario, it's either banned out or picked 100% of the time. Zarina, on the other hand, only 6%.
Yeah, now we see Zugrug hovering the Clefable here, Toon going through the roster. We have some interesting stuff happening within this draft. If Zugrug locks in Clefable, I can't wait to see how we switch stuff around on this team.
Yeah, this is, I mean, let's see it. Zinus with the Armarouge, another really low encounter rate that actually feels kind of criminally low. This thing is quite good still. But there's so many Pokemon on the roster right now. It's over 70 Pokemon are in this game, so you have to make a lot of tough decisions when it comes to what you're putting on your squad. The Clefable does go to Ender. We have Zugrug on the Suicune, Mimikyu for Toon, Zealot on the Zarina, Otter on the Latias. It's an interesting look from Dignitas, and it worked for him game 1, some interesting stuff. So we're going to have to see how game 2 looks. Again, Peru is 1 game away from heading home.
So despite Ender being on this supporter Clefable and Zugrug picking up Suicune, I still kind of anticipate Ender to be frontlining for this team as that Clefable, right? Probably using Follow Me to get some decent engagements in, put down a Moonlight, and then, you know, let the Zealot scrap in the Moonlight with its own self-sustain in that Zarina. It can do a really good job hanging in the pocket in front of something like a Mega Lucario.
It's interesting to see a match without a defender on the side of Dignitas, given how impactful it felt like Zugrug was.
An absolute difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, it felt huge in game 1. But Suicune is, I mean, one of the most ridiculous Pokemon in the game as we head into game number 2. Dignitas, your purple team. Peru Unite, your world champions. Your orange team, and they are down 1 game. This is a best-of-3 single elimination, folks, which means if Peru loses here, they are heading home, and Dignitas moves forward in this bracket. Their eyes would be set on that big prize, ACL.
Zugrug moving forward, trying to put some pressure on the opposing Bunnelby, contesting it a little bit. Zainus and Draken stepping up. Zugrug not really showing any fear because they're not taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Ender goes across the map to try and harass Anemo here. That Cubfu struggles until it evolves.
Yeah, Cubfu is just about the worst thing in the game, and they know that on the side of Dignitas, so they are literally sending a Clefairy to deal with it, and it's having pretty good results. Not level 5 yet for Anemo, so some of the experience was taken away, and if they cannot get their level 5 before this next fight, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Luckily, we have, you know, a real heads-up play here by Peru. They're able to funnel a lot of the experience over to Anemo, and they finally do get that Pokemon online. Very close to the 850 mark, and here we go. Toon caught out right now. Ender having to move in. Anemo moving forward, looking for a double. Ender in trouble, and they do go down.
I mean, Anemo hitting that evolution just in time, and I was about to mention the concern I had with the amount of time Ender was able to waste on the side of Peru, but all of a sudden everything's coming back alive, and that is the fastest level 5 Mega Lucario you and I have seen.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving. This whole match is moving for Peru right here. They were slowed down early, and it worked out pretty well, but what a pendulum swing with that double KO and then the win in the top path. Huge stuff for Peru.
Did Draken just out-secure Zealot with the Rock Tomb?
He might have. Zealot's getting pretty close to 6, though, so he's going to get it either way. Yep. But if he did, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised seeing Draken. Pretty legendary. Anemo coming out. Zugrug in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, we're just walking in. We're just walking at him, right? Like, no fear. Zealot moving forward. Glassy Guy double stomp here. Draken, can they provide enough cover as we go to the top path? And good pressure by Dignitas on it. Tempo and Kea trying to hang tough, but they can't. Close combat hits everybody. Tons of HP back. And now they convert that into a KO, topping themselves off with the berry here as Ender gets folded like laundry, and Tempo is making Mega Lucario feel like a solo queue game.
Yeah, I mean, this Mega Luca is looking pretty good. Obviously, Otter is not going to beat Mega Lucario in a lot of ways early, but they want to stay in this fight and get a lot of damage so they can continue stacking up their Dragon Pulse. Anemo deciding whether or not they want to move in here, but Suicune is a nightmare for a lot of these close-range Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it right there, right? The big 3-player freeze after they pushed that Whirlpool towards the squad. So you can now see why they're building their team this way, especially in the face of characters like Blue Shifu.
And we have Ender here waiting in the bottom path. Zealot down here. Tempo already almost level 9. This should be an easy Reg Ice for them unless we can get a steal on the side of Dignitas.
Nice flank.
Yeah, great flank, and there it goes.
Yep. I actually like the call by Dig. Let's leave Zug down here and try and find some purchase somewhere else on the map, because obviously Peru Unite was heavily favoring that basement Reggie. Now they're looking to escort this thing back in. It's just poor Kea trying to stem back the tide of Dig, but it goes in, and now the Reggie Alecki is going to facilitate a ton of points. Is the goal zone going to be broken is a question. Huge engagement here. Anemo uses the Unite move, gets a 3-hit combo, looking to stack up more numbers. Gets to 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Can we get 15? No. They are going to keep marching forward, though. Anemo gets taken out by Otter, but that's just enough pressure to get this goal zone buckled.
Something about that combo you were counting up, it felt like an auctioneer that was just looking for numbers. Can I get 15? 15, got a 16. 16, got a 16 here, got a 16. Look for 17, 17, 17. Can I get a 16, 16, 17? We got 18, 18 over here.
Listen, I wouldn't have to do that if you finally release your master class for math.
I will be releasing a master class for Pokemon Unite math. All the numbers will be explored. As you can see in this fight right here, Toon moving and picking up a KO. That's one. Right into Draken. No, they can't get 2, so that stays at 1. 1 is lower than 2. 2 would have been better than 1. Draken in trouble. That is now 2, and that's a lot of what the master class is going to be.
Anemo gonna march forward here, and they're just in time for Otter to get another KO, who's making their mark on this game with this attacker Latias, despite being a support-type Pokemon. Now, I think we just saw a big Armorous Unite move on that pad, as Tempo misses with the close combat, and Zealot's gonna make it out.
Zealot actually peels away from this. With the recovery and shields that Zarina has, plus a Clefable standing next to him for a Moonlight. Look at this Moonlight on just about everyone on the side of Dig. Pretty great stuff here as Toon continues to move in through this fight. They're trying to score, and we have Tempo trying to stop them.
Yeah, close combat is just enough to keep them standing, but now it's 2 players down. Into the back line marches Zealot. They finally get taken care of, but the goal zone has gone out from under them, as now Peru with a nice counter push. Zug and Otter, the only 2 things standing, but there's another objective in the bottom path.
Yeah, we can see we have 4 members of Peru around this Reggie Seal. I don't think there's much Dignitas can do about this right now. Huge X-Scissor, they are pushed back. Draken is incredible. These defender plays are amazing, and while I think Zugrug is doing great on Suicune here, it is heartbreaking not to see him on a playmaker like we had last game.
No, but I mean, they're finding great opportunities. We saw quality, multiple player freezes. We've seen amazing Unite move usage already that facilitated that bottom path T1 crash. And now Peru getting kind of both objectives looks bizarre.
Yeah, Peru actually, I feel like they're doing great in this. I feel like all the fights are mostly going their way, even though they are behind on the scoreboard, 193-103. We have had some great moments here from Dignitas already. Possible little chase, and the Unite move does pick up the KO.
I can't be the only one that sees the timer in the middle and immediately thinks, are we already got Groudon?
I think that's all. I do it every single time I see that timer coming up. And my allies are going, am I supposed to back cap right now?
Come on, 15 is where we stop. Zugrug peels back, but another big freeze on 4 players. Zealot goes down, unfortunately, and that's going to let Peru Unite get another good goal zone break, but it was even.
Yeah, here we go now. 193-275. Right back in this thing. They're ahead on score. They're ahead on a lot of these fights. Game 2 feels like it's going the way of Peru. Reggie Drago now being taken down. Got some team-wide XP, a little faster scoring speed from Anemo right there if they decide to peel off and score, and they do have 50 points, so they could kind of make a massive play if they want to go for it. But given that their team is already ahead and they know it, they're in kind of a safe spot. They can look around the map, they can find some experience, they can get themselves ready for Groudon in a much better state than they were game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage might be to Peru Unite, but what? 53-47,
yes.
Like the percentage margin between these teams is incredibly slim. They're both playing very, very well.
Yes, they are. And we have Otter at 13. We have 13 on Toon, so high levels across the board here. Nice little freeze, but they are moving in with this Rock Tomb, and it looks like they are going to have to peel back here. Dignitas could be in a little trouble. Huge freeze once again.
And now the KO comes in as Toon has a miraculous follow-up with tons of damage. We're forcing out Unite moves. We have to Rubble Rouse with 15 seconds till Groudon. Regice isn't even concerned anymore. Aura Cannon, we're popping Unite moves. Can Tempo actually find a target? Close combat is on everybody, and they do secure. Mimikyu Unite is back out on that Mega Lucario, but we need some knockouts. 2 players for Peru down. K and Tempo are scrambling away. Make it 3. Draken is gone. Armorous just came back, and Dignitas now has the advantage.
Here comes Tempo looking for a huge close combat, but what can they do with this Moonlight, Doobsnacks? Nothing. Inder staying in the pocket between the entire team, keeping them healed throughout this entire fight. A Unite move from Armorous, but it doesn't do anything with this Moonlight. Zinus being pushed out. Groudon is already at about an 8th, and it is down. Dignitas takes Groudon. They're behind, but they might be sending the champs home right now.
I mean, it is all said and done. Dignitas is humming. Shadow Sneak over. Draken is going to go down. The pressure continues. And now they just have to worry about just throwing all these shields into the hands of Peru. Mega Lucario has an opportunity to do it. They need another big close combat, but they get knocked out. 3 players down. The defense falls apart. Anemo goes for a big combo, but they're going to get shredded despite those 19 hits that they're able to lay in through Dig. And now it's all Dig all the time. Peru Unite is watching this tournament slip away.
Here we go. They're trying to fight them off, push them off the goal zone. There are still 5 members of Dignitas here and 50 seconds left, but they pick up another 2 KOs. More points in the home goal zone. And you can't celebrate just yet with 45 seconds left, but I think it's safe to say that everyone that's a Dignitas fan is right now, because the writing is on the wall. The world champs are being dispatched in our first match of our top 16.
And what a showing by TTV under the banner of Dignitas now. You see the smiles across the faces.
I've never seen Zugrug smile. I've never seen him smile.
He just thumbs up into the camera, brother. He is feeling it right now. The power of friendship remains with Dignitas.
Stats team, if we could find out how the power of friendship worked out right here, and maybe the graphic we have is a Zugrug smiling and how high that is on a scale of 1 to 100. Oh, look at that smile from Zugrug right there. I've never seen him like that.
He's having himself a time, and rightfully so. Great back-to-back games from Zug specifically.
Yes.
I mean, that Mamoswine was an absolute clinic in game 1, and the Suicune finding clutch freezes over and over and over again.
What a start to our day. I mean, we've had such electric starts. I mean, what a match that we got to see earlier, right? That was incredible from Force and Spinal. And now we still have some hope for North America in this tournament, as Dignitas has a massive 2-0 win over Peru, your world champs.
Yeah, the goal is to build off that, not let it be the finish line for you, right? Like, obviously, it was a large hurdle to overcome in the current world champions, but now that you've crossed that hurdle, the race isn't done, and there's still more hurdles to get over.
Yes.
Finish the race.
Classic hurdle situation. It's not just one. They got a whole bunch of them there, and they're jumping over them back to back. And you're right. This is one of the biggest tests for Dig, right? But there's still a whole lot of tournament to play, but they have to be feeling great. I mean, this is taking down the champion.
I mean, it was a quality win against a quality team under the bright lights. You cannot deny the performance. And Toon, who we also saw smile, by the way, a nice little rare
Feels illegal that he did that.
That smiled?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for sure. Shout out to the Dig announcement of Toon, where he's the only player that didn't pick up Pokemon within Pokemon Unite, maybe trying to manifest the Excadrill into the game.
Yeah, I think he's got plans. He's got big, big plans. And look at this right here. Well, I talked about it in that last fight. You know, these playmakers are really important, and Ender was a huge playmaker in that fight. Just staying with the team the entire time, sitting in the pocket. Very Tom Brady-esque from Ender, making sure they stayed in the pocket. They never left it so that they could continue to make big plays, almost 100,000 healing. You can see Dig behind a little bit right here until, of course, they win a huge Groudon fight.
Absolutely. You know, that Follow Me Clefable really cut off a lot of the pressure that Peru was trying to do. And Toon's heat map, you can really see the red dot on the opposing home base, because once they won that Groudon buff, they sat in the other team's kitchen and just scored on repeat. So you see the red dot there, but you can really see where Toon was literally all over the map doing whatever they wanted, and that's why they're your MVP with just a shade under 100k damage. But we have an interview with Dig. Let's send it up to the stage.
Doom Snacks, that's right. It is in fact an interview. We got Ender from Dignitas here on stage after taking down the world champions. Ender, I know you didn't know what opponent you'd be playing today until late last night, but still, I'm sure you knew you'd have to play Peru at some point in this tournament. So was there a lot of prep going into this specific team, or not too much leading up to the tournament?
We did most of our prep this morning. When we're up against the world champions, there's no fear in our hearts. You know, this squad, or a majority of this squad, has slain a world champion before. And I mean, we think we're deserving of that title, but we're gonna have to work our way up there.
I like that a lot. I know in an interview yesterday, I know a lot of you are searching for a title exactly like that. Now you're in top 8. I mean, is the main goal on everybody's mind on your team right now just Asia Champions League? We gotta get that spot.
Yeah, we have a lot of respect for the Asian teams, the Japanese teams. We'd love to play them on their home turf. We've been there once before at the World Championships a couple years ago, but that's in the back of our mind. ACL, ACL, ACL.
All right, well, your Latin America South bracket is going to continue, by the way. After taking down Peru Unite, you're going up against Infamous Gaming next, kind of Peru's in-region rival. How much intel do you have on that team? Have you seen a lot of their games? Do you know how they like to play? And how confident are you going into that next game?
Well, considering Team Peru has taken a toll on that team in the past and we just took them down, I feel pretty confident. Obviously, we're going to have to do our preparation. They're a team we respect. We respect all the teams in the remainder of this bracket. But confidence is key, and I believe in my teammates.
All right, just a couple more questions for you. You gave up the Suicune to Zugrug. Was that hard? I mean, you gave up a pretty fun role to play, but I think Zugrug did a great job. Any notes for Zugrug's Suicune going forward as the Suicune master on Dig?
I actually have a funny story about the Suicune. So we were in scrims one day, and Toon was like, this is unplayable because our tank just can't play Suicune. And Zug's like, what do you mean? Put me on the Suicune. And since then, he's looked great on it. I love playing that healer and more supportive role and enabling my teammates from that perspective. So we've been able to find some good synergy. We have some other key pieces that we put into that composition as well. But he's doing great. I got no tips for him.
All right. Well, production hasn't told me to stop yet, so I got another question for you. You're one of the only Hoopa players, I think, currently playing this Trick Phantom Force Hoopa right now, and I think it's seeing a lot of success. Why do you feel like it fits well in this metagame?
The games feel really fast-paced, and Hyperspace Hole has been a part of the metagame since the inception of UCS, essentially. But teams are very quick to react, and we don't want to give them the opportunity, even if it's those 2 or 3 seconds that it takes to return from a Hoopa portal, to be able to make a play. And I've got a bunch of great cores on my team, whether I'm Trick Phantom Forcing Otter, Pocketing Toon, or Zealot. All of them fit really well nicely, and I've been having a lot of fun with the build.
All right, I like that a lot. Last question. Doomsnacks and Spraggles, we're talking a lot about the power of friendship on your roster, but I'm sure there's a lot going out for Dignitas fans, communities that all of you have, your own streaming communities and things like that. Any shout-outs you got as you head into top 8?
Well, I hope production has some time because I've got a big list. Shout out to my mom and my family, my girlfriend back home, to our pet bunny. Shout out to Sterling. The tier 3 subs out there, they're supporting us really well. The new Dignitas fans, the Brazil fans, all the international fans, the family of my team members. I know Zug's mom is watching. She doesn't watch a lot of sports, but she makes sure to watch Pokémon UNITE. Christine, and all the supporting cast that makes it happen, allows us to come to these events and gives us the confidence that we need to keep pursuing our dreams.
Takes a village, takes the power of friendship. Thank you so much, Ender, Spraggles, Doomsnacks. Back to you.
Yeah, no, because I keep getting told I can't shout out my subs on stream, but now Ender can shout out his tier 3 subs. It just doesn't make sense, production.
Get out of here. Close the door.
Get out of here. Sorry about that, guys. I had to yell at my coworkers once again.
The fact that production cracked open the door to engage with that is
honestly
insane.
Hats off to them.
Yeah, shout out to Garen really taking this broadcast off the rails.
But we actually have something really exciting we want to see. We have the final 2 minutes of a match that is happening on our B stage that we're going to run over to right now. We're going to pull that up so we can see some of the gameplay of teams that are not on the main stage that are continuing on in this tournament. We've got Stamina, we've got Nemesis, 2 minutes on the clock, Doomsnacks.
Yeah, we've got 2 players down. The timer's there. They're pivoting to Groudon immediately. We're spinning into the middle. Trainer's getting good spacing, a phenomenal Umbreon player, and the person that's picked up the mantle of this Pokemon. Mew uses their Unite move to go into the fog. Finally, Stamina's moving forward here, but really it feels like Nemesis is in complete control as Bora! Charge Beam Baridon deals tons of damage, and it's secured by Blastoise.
Huge secure right there. Nemesis is in a commanding position now as they run towards these goal zones. Already up 1 game here in our top 16. If they win this, Stamina is heading home. North America has another team surviving in the tournament, and look at that, 95-340. Now they just have to make sure not to give up these Groudon buffs.
Yeah, Trainer Metallic moving towards that T2 top, and they're actually just working buffs. They're just doing everything they can to really stymie any pressure Stamina can put back the other way, and really just playing it pretty conservative right now.
Yeah, I think they're playing really smart. They know they're way ahead, and one of the worst things they could possibly do is let a couple of buffs go over to the side of Stamina. Stamina, on their final possible push of their tournament, they're going to look for their moment and see if they can get a KO. Trainer hanging out on this tier 2. And no, it looks like they're actually fighting here in this central area, trying to pick something up. Machizel's in some trouble right now. Set up, put down, but no! 2, 3 members down. 4 for Stamina.
Yeah, huge Miraidon Unite. Trainer LGC, shades of them when they were that central area player, but doing it on Umbreon with a KO streak of 3 to close this one out and cement themselves into the top 8.
Here we go. Nemesis moving forward. Stamina moving home, and we're looking at our bracket. CACM Esports versus Mandakaru Esports up in our top 8. Dreamax will run into Nemesis, and then we've got some crazy ones at the bottom of our bracket.
Yeah, Force Gaming that we just watched to kick off our day today is going to scrap against their region rivals, Tuzi Esports and the Baby Mazo crew. And of course, rounding all that out, Infamous Gaming and Dig.
Very exciting stuff as we move through this bracket. A lot of regions still alive in this. North America, LATAM, South. Of course, multiple teams out of Brazil. And if you're a fan from Brazil, you got to be a little heartbroken, just like we were in that last match, seeing Tuzi and Force. Because both of these squads are so good, and one of them now cannot go to ACL. And I don't know who you pick. They're both so good.
They are. I mean, there's obviously, I know in the interview with Lel, I tried to, I would say gaslight. That's pretty much what I did. I was like gaslighting the people at home.
Gaslight him during that interview?
Well, like Lel, essentially, I was like, what words do you have for Tuzi? And he was like, I respect them. I just want a good match. We're going to do our best. And I think we both represent our region well. A very classy answer. Yeah. And then, of course, he said that in Portuguese, the translator translated that to English, and then I just looked in the camera and completely lied, and I was like, you heard it here first from Lel. They're going to absolutely dominate Tuzi, beat him 2-0, and send him packing, and he was just sitting there like, thanks, man.
You got to watch out for this dupe snacks,
because
if he's interviewing you, this man will gaslight you.
Or I will say mean things about your mom. I am the worst. I don't know why they let me up there. This is crazy. Go to break.
We're going to break. See you in a minute. Bye.
Welcome in everybody to the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. I'm here with Jake, the resident content cowboy.
Yeehaw.
That's the one. And we're going to be talking about a couple of Pokemon names in Portuguese here from Brazil and in English. So I'm going to go for an easy one. Gen 1 here, Charizard.
Okay, sounds like Dodrio, but I'm going Charizard.
Good one. Okay, Charizard. So you got it right.
Good.
For the second one, I feel like you're really going to enjoy this one. Hopipi.
I do enjoy this one a lot. It is Hoppip.
Okay, good. Right. Thank you so much for getting our next guest coming in here. We have Dupe Snacks, and we're also going to the basics. Bulbasauro.
Sounds like Dodrio, but I'm going to go with Bulbasaur.
I feel like we got a lot of Dodrios here today. Bulbasaur, correct. Now, another one that I have a feeling that you guys from Unite really enjoy now specifically.
No guarantees.
Magikarp.
That's a solid one. It might be Dodrio. I'm going to pivot, and I'm actually going to say Magikarp.
Wrong. That's a Mudkip for you. Magikarp.
Wait, say it again.
Magikarp.
That kind of sounds like Magikarp.
Cut him out.
I should have gone with
Cut him
Dodrio.
out. Okay, so this is a pretty cute one.
Okay.
I did recently in Unite, Costa.
Ooh, okay.
Piplup. Piplup.
Okay. It sounds like Doduo, but I think it might be Mudkip.
I feel like people are messing with me today, but I guess that's fine.
Sorry. Okay, third chance, final chance. I forgot. No, Piplup. I'll go with Piplup.
Good.
All right, cool.
Piplup.
Nice,
Okay, Piplup. It's a good one. This is a favorite of our fellow caster from Oceania, Kellosaurus. She really likes how I say this one.
All right, cool.
Gyarados.
No? Did I get that? I butchered that. I know I did.
You're good, you're fine.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go with not Dodrio, not Doduo. I'm going to go with Gyarados.
Good ones. Last time it kind of sounded like Magikarp. This time is the evolution of
True.
Magikarp.
Yep.
So we're good. All right. Thank you so much. Next one. Let's coming up. Okay, so this one. It's a very interesting one because it is supposed to be originally in Spanish inspired to begin with. Scarlet Violet, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
But here in Brazil, we say esprigatito.
Wow, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that. And it also wasn't on my Duolingo course, but I'm going to say Sprigatito.
Good one. Well done. Now for our next one, we also have one that was very controversial for Unite, especially when we used to watch that Brazilian broadcast for UCS. You probably heard that a couple of times in the last few years. Rayquaza.
Rayquaza, you know? Everyone's saying these sound like Dodrio. It doesn't sound like Dodrio to me. It sounds like Rayquaza.
Okay, good one. Right, thank you so much. Let's get the next one up. Moving on here, another Unite specialty. Not a lowland this time, but Ninetales.
Oh, that might be Ninetales.
Good one, right. Followed up by also a Unite specialty, Talonflame.
Oh, that is, the German name is Fiaro, and that is Talonflame.
Talonflame, well done. Thank you so much. Let's get our next guest coming. So, for the next one, we have Chiranita.
Excuse me?
Chiranita.
Are you sure that's a Pokemon?
Correct.
Dodrio.
Dodrio it is. Tyranitar. Okay. So this one is a little bit of a, elementary school math lesson. Porygon 2.
Porygon. I understood Porygon. I'm gonna assume Deutsch is 2.
Correct. Porygon 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, next up, what do we have? This one is also a very, very, it's very close to my heart how it's pronounced. Because in English, personally, it doesn't have as much of a endearing feeling to it.
No personality.
I mean, I wasn't the one who said it. Huhuchi. Huhuchi.
That could only be Hoot.
Correct. For our next one, it's also interesting in the way that it sounds similar to Huhuchi. Shinshou.
Oh, that could be a number of different Pokemon.
Shinshou.
I'm gonna guess not Chimchar. I want to say Chimchar, but not Chimchar. Chinchou.
Congratulations, thank you so
you.
much. Then almost wrapping up here, we have 2 more Pokemon. This one sounds a little bit funny, maybe a little bit weird. Kilowattrel.
Ooh. It's another flying type Pokemon, much like Dodrio is a flying type Pokemon. But
It's
I
the
think
topic of the day.
It is the topic of the day, and I think that would be Kilowattrel.
That's a great guess. Good job. I love that for you. Right. So next one, also with the way that we do R's, we can do rolled R's like Gyarados, or we can also do Butterfree.
Ooh, that's gotta be Butterfree.
Butterfree, another one that's gonna be flying up into the air. And well, I feel like somebody wanting to come here.
Hello.
Hi, Gabby.
You've been doing such a great job educating everybody on Pokemon pronunciations. I was hoping you could educate myself and the audience on how to say good luck, have fun, and good game in Portuguese for their battles.
All right. So in Brazil, we say boa sorte, bom jogo.
All right. So one more time.
Boa sorte for good luck.
Boa sorte.
Wonderful. I love that for you. Okay. Bom jogo.
Bom jogo.
Bom jogo. Good game. Good luck. Have fun. We usually say it in English, to be honest. We do the GG's, good game, have fun, and that's how we roll. Right, so let's roll for more 2026 Pokemon International Latin America Championships.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Latin America International Championships, of course, home to the kickoff of the Unite Championship Series season. We are now into our top 8 of our single elimination bracket. Our upcoming matchup is going to be a fantastic one, a Latin America squad versus a Brazil team. You see there, the Latin America North folks have given the fist bump to Peru, who have left our event, the world champions, finishing in the round of 16.
That's kind of wild, isn't it? We're off to a very interesting UCS 2026 start, and that is just yeah. Because honestly, I was watching in the green room, and I was like, what? It just that was not on my script.
Yeah, no, certainly not on mine either. This is going to be, it's already been a crazy tournament. We're setting up for some really interesting stuff. Our next matchup is going to be between CACM Esports of Latin America North and Mandakaru Esports from Brazil.
And it's nice to see, because Mandakaru Esports, with more niche, more newish players coming out for the scene and getting into top 8 is no small feat whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Quarterfinals is just huge. Just getting into day 2 to begin with is huge. So congratulations already for everybody that did make to the top 16, and now to everybody that is getting into quarterfinals.
Yeah, you're now into the realm of the prize money. So you've already made it into the money prizing. However, those coveted ACL spots, the top 3. If you win this match, you will be in contention. Let's get into the draft, and wow, we are breaking out Gengar bans, pumping that number up to a 6% ban rate. Thank you, Reggie of CACM Esports, for really helping those stats.
You know, that is so true. That's crazy. Yeah, they really popped off Reggie yesterday. It was such a good performance all around in that central area. But we're looking at the Megas getting banned, this time on the purple side, which is a little bit different from what we had been seeing so far. CACM going for their Suicune and the Blaziken so far. The Blissey as well with a very high ban rate, and very contrary to that Giga.
Yeah, there's definitely two sides of very different coins, I think, between these supports and speedsters, but now we are into that pick phase. A few powerful Pokemon left off that banning stage. Of course, Darkrai, one of the most notable, but it will be that Miraidon pickup by Mandakaru. Really enjoying this pick, and I mean, if it brought you all the way to top 8, why not first grab this Pokemon? But leaving a Darkrai up for CACM is very scary, and maybe even scarier, that Zacian for Frank.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention, it's not just the Zacian that we have been seeing on currently on 55% encounter rate, although yesterday on 90% win rate at the end of group stage. So very strong, and the highest win rate of day 1 of LAIC. So it's not just that Pokemon, it's on the hands of Frank, and we saw them playing this Pokemon yesterday, and it was just devastating.
Yeah, it was a totally different world too when they were on that Pokemon compared to anything else. But all right, Reggie is gonna find, if they can't have Gengar, they'll have yet another delete button in the Scyther being locked in. And wow, Ranma not gonna be on the Slowbro. I think for the first time I've ever casted Ranma, he will not be playing Slowbro. We are switching up to the Lapras pick.
Yes, we are. It's a little bit different of a defender here. You have a little more mobility with the Lapras Express, but usually you're talking about like potential freezes. You got those bubbles as well. Just a couple of options that can do immobilizing, where sometimes the Slowbro can be, because you don't usually play the telekinesis, you're thinking more about that slow beam as the option for the Slowbro being that impactful. So continuing up on that draft, we had on the side of Mandakaru Esports that, so completing Miraidon, Blastoise, Umbreon, Charizard, Crystal, and on the side of CACM, Hoopa, Zacian, Lapras, Scyther, and Inteleon.
Yeah, so much burst damage from CACM Esports. It feels like a lot of the draft focusing in that realm. Scyther, of course, its Unite move is notable. In any meta that Scyther has showed up in, it is because you need to take down a giant tank so quickly, and just no other Pokemon will quite do it. When Scyther was maybe most common was around when Venusaur and Petal Dance and Giga Drain was extremely popular, and you needed something that could just explode an enemy Pokemon. Scyther, the bug type, was the one to do it, but Donluck's on the Inteleon to add some snipe shots to the mix. Frank, of course, having huge damage potential right from the start of the game on the Zacian's gonna be one to watch. On Mandakaru's side, they got some defensive abilities, and they got good old classic Charizard to work with, who, you know, had not been picked very often in the day number 1, but now up to 11% encounter rate.
So hear me out. We had been talking about this draft, and we didn't quite clock that Mandakaru has 3 defenders on that team.
Right, yeah, especially with the Blastoise being more that damage role in this situation.
Exactly, of course, but still on that role like you mentioned. So it's a very interesting match for this first game of Series Mandakaru Esports on the purple side, CACM on your orange as being your first top 8 series of the day.
We're so close to the potential of that Asia Champions League invite. I can taste it. These teams can taste it. Now, we're pushing for that top 4 spot. You got to get through this next best of 3, though. Mandakaru quickly becoming one of the last Brazil teams left in this bracket. Want to make sure they can push as many teams from that region into the top 8.
Don't talk about that. I don't like thinking about that. We have a very interesting bracket all around. So we're focusing here, in this case, Brazil versus Latam North. It's going to be super interesting because CACM yesterday really proving like they had a lot of great strategies. Now here on the bot side, we're seeing some action, but more so on the top with a 3-person onto that pad, just trying to score and steal some of that wild Pokemon experience. Doing so very well so far, actually, with only 8 points accumulated, or actually 8 gubbins accumulated on the side of Mandakaru, while just Reggie has 19.
Yeah, they have got a ton of points in a full central area. They're looking for even more. Big dive, and everybody's just got to run all the way away from Scyther. Frank taking a ton of damage. They will go down. 1-for-1 trade, but the Charmeleon goes down first. Of course, a Pokemon that needs a lot of scaling. You want to make sure those late game Pokemon are taking a lot of KOs early. So probably a successful trade, but still you'd love a little bit better of an advantage. Solid work on the top path. Extremely volatile, of course, as it always is. And Texas and Reggie, well, it feels like their runway never quite ends.
No, it doesn't. They're very interested in going for invades, and that's really good for a Scyther. It's the gameplay that you would expect, going on to Mamacita and just, oh yeah, that Eevee is not gonna be able to escape. And that is the second time that we see Texas doing yet again a great job on those Hoopa bottles.
Yeah, it really is. So we saw a different kind of a different flavor of Hoopa in that last match that Sprague was and Dreamax were casting. And now we're going, I would say, a little bit more of the classic twist with the Hyperspace Hole. CACM Esports are going to be able to take this early game advantage they've built and get a clean Reggie Drago knockout. Frank the one to pick up that buff. And they're going to be coming back to actually defend this goal zone as Mandakaru has actually stepped up. Runix just going to be trying to run, but a Miraidon trying to escape from the Scyther. Not going to happen, especially when it's playing that Charge Beam.
Yeah, it was a very good rock tomb that happened there by Mandakaru, but it kind of trapped at the end of the day their own teammates, so it didn't quite work as planned. So a great defense here by CACM after we saw them on the side of... It was CACM who got Reggie Drago as well, wasn't it? Yes. So not just that, getting a quick rotation to the bot side and defend. While on the top, we know Reggie like he will actually spawn at the bottom. Again, one of the Reggies. Frank was definitely desperate there. Maybe I was. Yeah. And Reggie like he being one of the priorities so far. Has it changed today? We'll see.
We'll see. Reggie so far popping up, but it seems like an even split. Priorities kind of undecided. Maybe the second stage of Reggie's we'll see. But at the moment, King Silva on this Charizard has evolved at level 7, but this Pokemon does not get its Unite move until level 9, despite its final evolution happening early. It will be both Reggies, top and bottom, secure for CACM Esports as they win multiple fights on multiple fronts.
And looking very uncontested all around, not just the fact that they got the objectives, but just how they're positioning in the enemy central. Frank is doing that right now. There's a lot of damage that was happening there on the top side with that rapid spin, but Texas, again, really good on those Hoopa portals and just making sure they're going to be staying healthy. Bot side, though, Brahma has to escape on this push because it might have been a little too deep. Reggie as well, that damage dealer, also in trouble, so they just had to be more cautious.
Yeah, and look at the level advantage for Donlux right now at 10 to the opposing attacker's level at level 7. I was really interested to see what build Miraidon would try to play into this Inteleon. Charge Beam versus Snipe Shot, I would not say to give you the advantage whatsoever. The range and burst damage is going to be in favor of Inteleon. Maybe you want to try to dive on top of that Pokemon with Electro Drift, but you do synergize a little better with that Umbreon with the Charge Beam and this Thunder build. Looks like Mandakaru going to try to bulk up and build up. It's a very solid comeback strategy. It's very difficult to knock out a full team of 5, and if they can even get one knockout, they're going to swing some experience back the other way.
Ooh, 5% effort here, but that snipe shot already getting Branox to the terrible position, just straight out into the front line of CACM. That's just destroying Mandakaru as we speak. They have so much power here. The Moonlight Bronze was actually a great position, but it was just not enough to save their squad, and now CACM will just break this goal zone with plenty of overdone.
I mean, great supportive play from the side of CACM Esports. Reggie was picked up by a Charizard Unite move and mean looked by the Umbreon mid-pickup animation, and Scyther still walked out of that fight standing, so, or flying. It depends on how you define how Scyther moves, but either way, really impressive stuff from CACM. You got to use some of those buddy barriers and keep those Pokemon up, and it works out extremely well for them. Another team fight win, and they move their score lead all the way up to 222. At this point, I would actually expect CACM to change nothing. They split pushes worked for them in the first fight around these Reggies. I would not expect them to shift it in this one. Try to win both the Regieleki and top Reggie.
Already started here on the Regieleki. Mamacita doesn't get there in time for Mandakaru to actually contest this objective. There's a Reggie Drago as well spawning just in the central area, but we see a chase onto Kin Silva here as the 3 members are just trying to take this Charizard down. And unfortunately, what we have been seeing so far is this Charizard not finding that much value considering how mid-range it is compared to the Inteleon.
Yeah, and just getting so out-leveled. It is the highest level on that team, so maybe not out-leveled, but just feels outpaced at this moment in time. Reggie, obviously the highest in the leaderboard, having a tough time against this Crustle, but is able to dodge that rock too. Bot side, though, for CACM Esports seems to be their next big push as the Hoopa Portal bringing a big squad, and it's going to be Ranma on this Lapras starting things off.
Okay, Regieleki almost hitting the zone. There's a Hydro Pump, allowing for Mandakaru to successfully defend. Okay. Still chasing here. Ranma might go down to be the second person to actually not get out of this engage, and Mandakaru successfully defends.
Yeah, Frank goes down. It's a tough situation for Rama to get out because they try to peel the other way, maybe take a couple of players that direction, make them have a tough choice. Do we knock out the Hoopa or the Lapras? In the end, Texas does walk away thanks to those portals. Big snipe shot, but rapid spin defense bonus works for the snipe shot, but it's the Hoopa who's going to chase that KO.
Yeah, that Phantom Forces can be very annoying, and we have been seeing the Hoopa with the Phantom Force so much this tournament. It's just proving to be very reliable. Top side, we see CACM and Reggie going for the split push, just trying to get as much of the XP from the enemies as possible. We got to be careful with the 4-person rotation there to the top side too.
Yeah, and I know the combo did not work to knock out Reggie Scyther earlier on, but it is still a pretty viable strategy for Mandakaru to get all in on one of these Pokemon. The Charizard Unite move is very impactful at that, and of course the Mean Look and Rock Tomb just gives CACM a lot of just no way out situations. Portal, on the other hand, can't get them out of there, and Alexuria Russell has to eject button away from a level 14 Scyther.
Ooh, it was a very long eject button. It was very satisfying there. Yeah. Very good for Mandakaru to have the defender still in a standing up position, not back to the Pokemon Center, but a rotation going to the top side here instead. Only one person on pad right now, but there's Rama, there's Texas. They're coming in. That's very good on that Rock Tomb. Getting them caught between a rock and a hard place. Rama is still standing, not for longer. Jeez. Maybe they are. Okay, they escape, and there's that much defense and special defense.
Yeah, Lapras specifically in the special defense department. One of the highest stats in the entire game. And a flank for Reggie. Actually tries to go 1v5, and Mandakaru, to the excitement of the crowd, has a big bounce back.
Okay, we see a moment here. There's the Hooper unbound. Texas is there. They're in the pit, but now Mandakaru has potentially an angle. We gotta be careful about that. Charizard, there's the Meteor Storm as well, coming from the side of Mandakaru, but hasn't quite hit much. Oh, that's the snipe shot that you would expect from the Inteleon. Still chasing him. Mamacita's in trouble. They have a good flank. Not another snipe shot to connect, but caught between yet another rock in the hard place, and they are gonna get taken down. Mandakaru, though, still on a 3v3, but on the lower HP.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous spot, though, because Texas, while having portals to access to, does not have their Unite move back up. So any of these Pokemon on these long respawn timers are going to take a really long time to get back into the Groudon fight. Mandakaru taking some losses means they also need to kind of peel back and try to gather up as a group. Crustle trying to buy time, needs to utilize the Unite move to do just that, and it's 1v1 versus the defender of Ranma. So far, it's just going to be a stalemate.
Oh, okay, that rapid spin on the back line coming from the side of Soulish, as they are going to have to pop yet another buddy berry that comes from one of the Unite moves. Dunlock still in a good position to poke them out. Ranma alongside Texas just pushing Mamacita away. Brenox gets engaged by Reggie, and they're going to get taken down. Oh, Attacker, and that's going to be an ace for the side of CACM, as they can just safely take this Groudon already on 300 versus 129.
Moments of hope for Mandakaru in that final fight for sure, finding a way to KO Reggie's Scyther, and a really ambitious attack. It would have been legendary highlight reel potential if it worked out for Reggie the first time, but they did string together some other KO streaks, able to dodge past this Crustle and score a hundo burger in the home goal zone. And CACM, with 10 seconds left in the match, are going to be starting off this series 1-0.
I totally didn't clock the amount of mobility cross-map that they had with Hoopa plus Lapras, but here we are. That's what they did. And they get to that home goal really, really fast to seal the deal, like you said, with a 1-0 up in this series. First one of our top 8 of LAIC 2026. And they're looking good.
Yeah, Mandakaru is going to need to find a way to try to rally back. They had some late-game focused Pokemon, and I think that one of the biggest challenges was trying to match up into that Scyther-Zacian combo. I don't know if I can think of 2 Blade-related Pokemon with better early games. Honedge is okay, but I don't think it's going to hold a candle to what those 2 Pokemon can accomplish. Take another look at that match. CACM really putting on a dominant performance, and thanks to kind of the whole roster popping off. Donlux with a huge level advantage, Reggie and Frank just having some amazing moments on the top side, and then when you need someone to bail you out, you got Texas and Ranma always there for the backup.
It just became a little too difficult to deal with the poke that Donlux was doing while Reggie was always in such great positions. It was just one quote-unquote mistake when they went for that flank, but like you said, it could have been a huge highlight reel moment, basically. But they felt like they were comfortable enough to send Reggie on that chase and still be okay. Speaking of, 7 knockouts, 2 feints, 5 assists is your score for Reggie, your player of the game.
Yeah, 85,000 damage on this Scyther. Pokemon that has truly become just a region staple in the Latin America regions, especially Latin America North, where we do got some incredible players of it in Latin America South as well. It's damage potential, nothing to scoff at. 85,000, of course, impressive stuff. Also healing itself, almost 30,000 damage. That's a lot of last hits, giving them that HP recovery.
It really is, wow. Well, in this game in particular, like we had been mentioning, there was a good power spike that we saw from the damage dealers on the side of CACM, but it felt like there was a couple of things that had been working a little bit, mostly in the early game for the side of Mandakaru.
Reminder, Reggie was on the orange side of the spawn point in this match, and you can see the heat map spent a little time in their own central area, but otherwise they were fighting all over the place. Green spots on the enemy bot tier 2. I mean, Reggie was certainly going to work. They were almost always in charge of the bottom side objectives, but did show a lot of favor to the early game on the top side. It's why we often will see central area players have that red to orange markings at the top. It's kind of tradition. Some teams will stray from it, but it is most likely your central area player hitting the top side to try to scale up that top path Pokemon as well.
And it works out pretty well for this playstyle, like you mentioned. So it's just something that I feel like CACM has really nailed down in regards to that strategy all around. So as we see here, scoring, knockouts, damage dealt, everything together, like the trifecta of winning as a damage carry. So I feel like maybe this could be an angle that Mandakaru has to focus on for the Scyther in particular, but I think like Zacian, like
Yeah, it's strong. It could be a ban. We had some interesting bans in that draft phase. We'll see what happens going into game number 2. Now that we got these stats on the screen, though, there's a couple that I do find pretty interesting with Reggie on this Scyther. 2 feints might not seem like a lot, but when you consider how dominant this game was and what these central area players are, I would also say we average between 0 and 2 from like a winning team in the central area. Reggie's Scyther can be a little feast or famine. In this case, I think we're heavily on that feast side, but sometimes you do give up that KO, but that's one of the problems of Scyther as a Pokemon. So much damage potential, so much KO ability, and however that can reverse itself sometimes. Similar to Leafeon or something like that, but Reggie is showcasing why this Pokemon is still a fantastic option. Another stat I'm excited to see, like kind of post-tournament, maybe we can even like rank a lot of these central area Pokemon, is going to be our average experience per minute. I'm curious to see what players are farming the most, what players are just taking team fights the most. It'll be an interesting stat to kind of break down at the end of the event once we got a whole lot of data on it.
Oh yeah, because then we start actually having that in the back of our minds and being like, okay, this is a good stat, or no, this is not actually below average, or even, wow, this is above average. So it's nice to see all of those things. And like you mentioned, central areas being especially aggressive. You see them between 0 and 2 feints, and I feel like that's a very special stat to have in regards to recognizing if your team was very aggressive and you were fighting quite a lot. If you're in between that, you're pretty good. Even if you did lose the match, you're still doing a good job at your role in particular. And it's down to other things to pay attention on and just try to read how your team can improve. And that is where we're going to be going next for Mandakaru, because it's a match point for CACM.
Yeah, CACM in a position to eliminate yet another squad from this tournament. Single elimination tournaments are so exciting, but they are also just the most heartbreak in a single day of work of all time.
They are.
It is so many moments we're like, well, I guess we just won't see them anymore. And that could be the case, but
you look at the matchup and you're like, well, one of those are going to go down. I'm not going to even say who it is, but,
it could happen.
It breaks our heart.
But the thing is, if Mandakaru, we want to see more from them, so we're going to need to see them try to push this to a game number 3 by taking down a very hot CACM esports team. When this team, or a lot of the players on this roster, I remember interviewing specifically Texas at last LAIC. They had an amazing tournament run, and they were so excited to be, like, we haven't been able to get to a lot of these in-person tournaments. They unfortunately haven't been able to travel to Worlds a couple of times, even despite qualifying, but they're like, now that we're finally here, we're so excited to prove just how good we are and how good our region is. And this is another opportunity, and they seem to be rising to the occasion so far. 1-0 lead.
Yeah, they definitely are. And we've seen a pattern as well in regards to like central areas in Latam, either north or south with the Scyther picks, because it's a stable for Nemo in Peru for Latam South. It was, I guess, considering, unfortunately, the world champions are not in the tournament anymore.
Yeah, taking that loss to Dignitas earlier, who will be moving into that top 8. We're going to see them a little bit later today. Of course, they are going to be trying to contend for that top 4 positioning, which gets you into best of 5 right in those semifinals, but also very close in contention for the top 3 teams getting those Asia Champions League spots. Truly the most coveted prize at this event.
Oh, it's just so wonderful. And coming from last year, only top 1 to top 3. Oh, can you imagine these teams feeling like this is such an opportunity, and this is where we can visualize ourselves going to Japan, fighting against the Eastern teams. Asia, just such a strong region in general. And it's not just Asia Champions League, it's the Asia Champions League finals. So it's already the culmination of the best in Asia, which is incredible to be able to merge that with the West as well. And coming not just from the West, but coming here in Latam, in São Paulo, in Brazil, is just something very dear to my heart.
Yeah, there's something just special about in-person tournaments in general, but LAIC has got its own way of putting on a spectacular show, certainly. It's been fun so far, and you're right, what a proving ground to be able to say we can play on the international stage. We're starting on one here in São Paulo against, we have a pretty diverse in terms of region-based top 16. We've had teams from North America, teams both from Latin America, North and South, still all in the event, as well as, of course, quite a few Brazil squads who have both showed up to play in today's tournament and will likely be trying to compete in the regional leagues. They're going to be starting very, very soon here in the West. So we're going to have some, of course, look at a few of the Latin America teams that we've been watching all tournament long. They are going to be playing in these events. Of course, we're going to have a North American League and a European League. So a ton of Unite esports on the horizon to be watching.
Exactly. And not just that, we're talking about teams that are going to be invited for the regional leagues, but also there's going to be a qualifier. So if any of these teams that have played here at LAIC gathered the experience they thought was necessary to compete to potentially qualify for the regionals, well, yeah, the regional league is going to welcome you to at least attempt to compete and try to win and be one of the last 3 spots that there are in each of the regions. Now Mandakaru versus CACM. Strong start from CACM, early game. Lovely rotations and central area presence. Is there an angle here for Mandakaru to maybe focus that?
Yeah, potentially. You could try to move away from some of your late game scaling Pokemon, but they've already made a change, so they are going to be selecting that orange side in the draft. So now a couple of matches you and I have casted so far today have actually been choosing that second pick position, really preferring to kind of take a couple of picks early on in the draft and make CACM forced into taking only 1 selection to begin this phase. The Gengar ban, though, that ain't gonna change. Reggie is not allowed to have that Pokemon. Honestly, I really want this to go to game 3 now, so maybe Mandakaru will have one chance to rethink that, and of course will allow me to cast Reggie playing Gengar.
Yeah, not this time. Again, with the Megas being very powerful and a very high ban rate, that is no different for this match in particular with that Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard X plus Gengar. Then, while CACM is on the Suicune, Umbreon, and Blaziken. I appreciate CACM going for a support here, especially because Hoover's that powerful. And like you were mentioning, Orange side not just picks the 2 first for themselves, but they're always going to be in a privileged position to pick the last pick of the lobby. So that means you can counter and leave your specialty and your carry to last.
Yeah, it is interesting. I'm a little surprised that they leave something like Zacian on the table in a draft like this, especially with how important it's been for CACM Esports drafts in the past. However, they do give up the Darkrai in this situation. So select the Eldegoss, get the Darkrai. I do like Donlux shifting away from the Inteleon, though, onto the Miraidon. That passive with Electric Terrain actually prevents enemy Pokemon from falling asleep, which is a bit of a nightmare for Darkrai to have to endure when it can't put those enemy Pokemon to sleep to get those big burst damage. Of course, that passive isn't up too often. It has a wide area, but Darkrai can play outside of it. So it will have to be a bit of a, an individual matchup between King Silva and Donlux.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Zacian still coming through. And I agree with you. It's important to get that very high priority first pick, but if CACM is comfortable enough to just adapt to what Mandakaru is going to be picking, I feel like the Hoopers are very stable, not giving away your strategy choice. So I feel like that might have been what they chose. Now here on the side with that Darkrai, we also add up to Mandakaru's composition, the Buzzwole and the Crustle, and here we have it, that Zacian, and once again, the Scyther for CACM.
All right, maybe some hesitation on Reggie to lock in this Pokemon. Took a little bit longer to hover on that Scyther this time around. It does have a weird matchup into Buzzwole. As soon as Buzzwole gets access to those crowd control abilities, Scyther really needs to aim for the head, if you will. If you don't get that KO, all of a sudden you're locked into a really tough chain of crowd control that you break out of. So Reggie, will see how that plays for them, but if they're confident in their early game, they can outpace Soulless. They're not going to have to be too worried about it. King Silva on this Mimikyu, a great Pokemon at shutting down an individual target, of course. I think it's had a pretty solid tournament so far. 46% in the encounter rate. I was thinking we're going to see a lot more Mimikyu in this event, but I gotta say, I'm happy to see it in this game.
It's true. And you mentioned as well how you wanted to see it with the Trick Room, but it's also played, I think it was the Dreamax and Spriggles match just before ours.
Slim was playing it with Shadow Sneak.
Exactly.
But we have seen both this event. We have seen a few different builds of it, but yeah, Toon Slim does seem to prefer that more, I would call it the assassin build.
Yeah, more
Mimikyu.
aggressive, absolutely. But we're getting into this second game of the series, that match point for CACM briefly, and I'm excited. Because that Mimikyu could be an option that works out really well for Mandakaru to potentially take this to game 3. I like the Darkrai. I feel like you can have good synergy. It just, I don't know. I am a little unconvinced maybe about the way that Mandakaru has been rotating. Sometimes they're just a little behind the clock.
Well, we'll have to see what happens in this game number 2, because like you mentioned, this is an elimination game. So CACM Esports are on match point. This is a game for a top 4 position. Currently, Soulless gonna have to match up against Frank and Texas Mamacita there for the backup.
All right, Soulless takes quite a lot of damage here from that Astonish, plus Frank just being a true menace on the Zacian, and the fact that it was allowed to come through, it is a little bit I don't know. The fact that Gengar is more important, I guess, is just mad respect to Reggie, which I guess is also okay.
Yeah, again, I'd really like to see the Gengar, and honestly, just because of how infamous it is at this point in time. Solo's taking a whole lot of damage, Frank, with the early play, but Reggie actually the one for the KO opener as they find a way to KO that Gossifleur.
Yeah, looking really good here, CACM, with a very strong offense on the top side. Frank as well gets a lot of that AOS energy, which is good. Reggie on 15 as we get to the 850 Swablu's Altaria. We have a 3v3, and now we're looking to go straight on to King. Wow, they got obliterated, so the souls. And now Mamacita has to escape the Gossifleur with no berries to run for. They are just gonna go straight back.
Great combination play set up by Texas to make that happen in the first place. Astonish hits multiple targets. That is a dream come true for a double hit Scyther. Just to throw in some huge bursts of damage immediately after with that stun. A Jack button forced out by the Rock Tomb, so that could be something that Mandakaru wants to try to exploit in the bottom side. But because of how slow they've been trying to get this experience with Mimikyu kind of getting out-leveled, they might not have the time to rotate down and expose that weakness.
It was definitely a great Rock Tomb, and with that battle item off for at least a couple of more seconds, it could maybe delay CACM from going for this Reggie Drago, but your central area for CACM is still very strong and very eager to go for the enemy defenses, and they are definitely going to do that pretty easily with a level 8 on this Scyther.
Yeah, and poor Darkrai's just been held to level 5 in this situation. I mean, the main damage carry in the bot side, Miraidon just ahead at 6, but when you got Pokemon like Reggie Scyther at level 8, this is starting to get a little spooky. Speaking of which, though, the Ghost-type Mimikyu has had a clear of the central area, yet again is up to level 7, just barely over, but if they get one knockout in this next team fight, they could be knocking on the door of their Unite move and having a chance to play it out. Awesome. In our picture, we do get to see that Reggie Alecki be on that top side, but right now on the bottom side, CACM showcasing some aggression.
Yeah, Donlux is doing quite a bit with this Miraidon here. The Charge Beam is doing wonders as that damage dealer there, and Mandakaru is forced to go back to base. And with that rotation, they're going to actually prioritize going to the top side for that Reggie Alecki, which you just pointed out, while you still have that Snorlax and the Miraidon on the bot lane for CACM. There's still a Hooper though, so you can always use a portal. Now, that is just absolutely crazy just how much Reggie is doing with this damage. Scyther is just really slashing through, but Mandakaru will capitalize at least on one of those enemy Pokemon. Now Texas is still there as well, trying to do that engage with the Phantom Force. Does so. Mamacita is in danger, trying to get that knock-up. There's the rest of the team. Shadow Sneak gets a good knock-up here, and we see as well that Meteor Storm just really doing really good work for Donlux.
Yeah, they get a ton of damage, but I think honestly all it's going to give them is just a little bit of space to back up, which they did need. Texas does not want to go down in this exchange, especially when they're so close to the Unite move. Mandakaru was able to knock out Reggie Scyther. However, Scyther has elected to do a bit of split pushing to lick their wounds as they're going to be scoring on the bottom goal zone and might even solo down that Reggie. Mandakaru's starting off this Reggie Alecki though with a ton of burst damage already.
Nicely done on the side of Rama, getting a knock up there with a heavy slam, allowing Mandakaru still having Reggie out of the equation. Gets them together, Reggie Alecki, but fight's still starting. There's a Hooper Unbounder looking really good for the side of CACM because numbers on the half bars are going down for Mandakaru. Mamacita has to retreat as well. King on your back line also not going to be able to survive. Rama doesn't land a heavy slam, and they should be able to go back to pad pretty safely, but still, Branox can't do a lot here, but only take their defender. Are they looking to get even more? Maybe just getting them to go asleep. More damage, but into the portal they go. They come back pretty healthy to defend the Reggie.
Okay, so Branox is currently 1v1ing Donlux in a different dimension. We were watching parallel dimensions for a moment, and Branox actually gets the win. I'm loving what this Darkrai's been able to accomplish, but now they might have a tall task in front of them. They're going to sleep that Reggie Scyther and attempt to just back up, and it's a 1v3 now, and I might be able to gas up the Darkrai, but a 1v3 situation, a bit too much to handle. CACM Esports gets yet another successful counter push.
Very nicely done here for CACM. Once again, just really knowing the boundaries of every one of those abilities, the timing precisely for that Hooper Unbound to get Reggie back, and to understand that what they needed the damage. Although they have Miraidon, we also know how squishy that Pokemon is, so they have to be careful, especially with the likes of that Darkrai. Although Mimikyu also on the same level on 11. We'll see if they can do something more about it, because it's not looking really good for Mandakaru here. It's a 4v one in this case, because one of their teammates has already gone down. Lushuda goes next, and we can see that they are just dominated 200 to 90.
Yeah, so the split push is maybe 50% successful, if you want to call it that. They got some scores in on the top side, at least finally kind of getting up on the scoreboard for Mandakaru. However, the trade is tough at the bottom side. Not only are they not able to score on that tier number 1, they do also get their own broken by CACM's kind of response to their aggression. Reggie Alecki is about to be soloed down by Reggie, and it looks like Frank will go up to help as well via that hyperspace highway. Basement Reggie about to spawn in, and Mandakaru don't even have the ability to actually rally up for that fight. Instead, they just got to clear their own experience. And it looks like they're going to set up for a bit of an ambush around this Reggie Alecki, kind of hoping that maybe someone from CACM would try to push with it.
Yeah, they are not going to fall for that bait there. CACM goes straight to the bot side to take their own Reggie. And Reggie Drago in the central as well. So all objectives at this point completely uncontested and taken by CACM.
Yeah, big exchange going on the tier 2 down here, so.
Well, Lushuda is going to potentially go down soon, but that is a knockout that actually gets 1v1 to both sides in this match. Now, going into the onto Frank, well, not going to survive. Rema, neither. And now Mandakaru is actually finding an opening. Shadow Sneak does connect. Dunlocks, he's gonna go down. Now Texas is the only one here. There's nobody to actually back it up. It's only the Hooper that is remaining. A nice Rock Tomb just to separate and guarantee that Mandakaru does take the bot tier 1.
Absolutely huge team fight win for Mandakaru. Not only are they able to defend their goal zone, so they keep this 176 to 250 point differential. It's tough there, but they break that goal zone. They got multiple massive KOs. That Zation was at a high level 13 when it goes down, and now they got a Mimikyu at 14, Buzzwole at 13, and Darkrai's leveling up as well. This is, they got a huge wind in their sails. Let's see if they can carry this momentum.
Yeah, the difference that it makes when you have taken down the highest priority members on the enemy team just gets you that much high up on your own levels. Rama gets a knock-up here. Lushuda is exposed, goes for the X-Scissor, but the poke that you have from the side of Miraidon onto Brenix forces out at least Mandakaru for a moment.
Brenix trying to play a little more aggressively, almost kind of asking Reggie to fight them so they could enter into that 1v1 state, even if they could just try to delay the Scyther from hitting the rest of their team for a time. King Silva at level 15 on this Mimikyu. We got some absurdly high damage on this assassin build of this ghost Pokemon. Groudon down to about half. Luxuria trying to move in. Poke damage to them important right now.
No, X-Scissor goes down there onto the Snorlax. There's the Uber Unbound too. And the Sovereign Sword to connect it, but the damage actually comes from Reggie. No, it doesn't. It's the X-Scissor that goes onto Reggie and takes down the Scyther. That's the win for Mandakaru in this fight.
That's the second fight in a row. They've got a chance now. Ranma on the outside of this Groudon pit, maybe looking to steal this buff, but even if they take it down to be 1, they are trapped in that dimension with Brenix. They take it away, but it's Mandakaru with the Groudon buff. Miraidon spawns in, but they won't be able to stop the entire tide. Mandakaru trying to take this thing to game 3.
Bring it on a silver platter. The Hondo Buggers are going to be raining down on this dinner table as they keep on pushing 276 to 250. That is your Meteor Storm just pushing people away, and they're going to go really low on the side of Mandakaru. They have to try to escape. Maybe this was a little too much. The resets were just too quick. King is going to go down. Brenix is just about going down as well. And the healing is not enough from Mamacita. And we are just, for the side of Mandakaru, 26 points ahead, and look at CACM with their own Hondo Buggers.
Eldegoss is going to dunk in 24 to try to extend this lead. It's 50 points. So Texas' score will not be enough. Crustle rallying back to the defense, trying to hold on as Murano is heading to score that 50. That 29 will go in. CACM esports with 20 seconds left on the clock have reversed the lead, and they're going to hold on to it. There's not enough time, not enough members of Mandakaru, and CACM esports are going to knock out this squad and move into top at 4.
What a defense that CACM did, turning it into an offense push and just making it into a win in a 2-0 against Mandakaru. Their own efforts were just so close for the Brazilian team, but it is going to be Latam North that comes out on top for that quarter semis, that top 4.
Top 4. It's a Groudon map. It's a whole new world, and CACM esports are happy happy to be living in it. They are going to be moving on to that top 4 position and are officially in contention for an Asia Champions League spot with this win over Mandakaru. It got scary, but that's the thing with those ground-on buffs. Your lead can evaporate in a moment. You make it towards that enemy goal zone. Amazing defense. Texas setting up those portals that even if one of their members got really low, they had a safe place to retreat to at any time. Impressive play across the board from CACM.
That defense was just absolutely impeccable. They go all in onto the pad. But let's also congratulate here Mandakaru for this push. It was just such great engage, allowed there by those rock tombs, very well positioned, and the damage that was coming in through that Darkrai and the Mimikyu as well. But then reverted, CACM comes out on top, and the way they pushed as well, just the sheer damage that the Zacian plus the Scyther does when everybody's just pulled up together, it's too much.
Yeah, it is so much damage, especially that they added the Rhydon poke to the mix this time around with those charge beams. And then you add in, of course, Frank on a MVP performance. 8 KOs in this matchup, 3 feints, 10 assists, 79,000 damage, but also 63,000 damage taken. Frank absolutely brawling in a lot of these major fights. Mimikyu, Buzzwole, Darkrai, even Crystal and Eldegoss throwing a lot of damage their way. Frank able to repel a lot of it.
And it's interesting that you mentioned the damage taken there, because that is a 25% of their team damage taken, while the defender was on 29, so it wasn't that far away.
Yeah, Zacian may not be quite the tanky defense Pokemon as its, partner Zamazenta, but certainly with this sword, it can also block a few shots, especially with Metal Claw and that passive ability of it. But either way, take a look at the stat distribution. Not much in the crowd control potential, but everything else. Frank really stepping up to the plate. 51 total wild Pokemon KO'd. That's a whole lot of burn damage on that Zacian. They are making sure they are in front of these objectives. Great work from Frank. Great work from CACM Esports to be moving even farther in our tournament.
And we are going to hear a little bit, Zoinks, about how it went, as we have an interview waiting on stage with one of the players for CACM.
Here we are up on the big stage with Reggie. What an incredible win. What an amazing fight in those last moments right there. That's the first thing I want to talk about. Of course, there's a lot of exciting stuff to talk about, but talk me through this Groudon fight. It doesn't go well, and you have to push off that tier 2. What was that like?
Contra Groudon, en el cual os ha dado la victoria a pesar de que la partida estaba tan difícil.
Sí, pues bueno, la primera pelea lo perdimos por unos detalles de posición, pero pues con la idea de nunca rendirse, por eso logramos hacer la segunda pelea.
The first fight was almost lost, but at the end they managed to keep up.
Yeah, amazing. It was very intense. I mean, you could hear the crowd freaking out for the Brazilian team. They were very excited about it. Now I have to ask, what does it feel like knowing that you are guaranteed to be playing for a spot at ACL?
¿Cómo se siente ahora que tenéis un puesto en la final?
Pues sí estamos más motivados porque sí queremos ese viaje a Japón.
They are very excited and they are very motivated. They can't wait for it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be exciting to see. Obviously, your team is on an incredible run. Before we let you go, is there anyone that you want to shout out at home?
¿Hay alguien a quien quieras saludar en casa?
Pues a mi familia, mi mamá, mi hermano, mi hermana.
His family, especially his mom, his brother and his sister.
Amazing, amazing stuff. I do have one more question for you. Tell me a little bit about your team and Scyther.
Háblanos sobre tu equipo y sobre Scizor.
¿Sobre qué?
Scizor, el Pokémon.
No, pues lo usamos porque creemos que es el mejor jungla ahorita mismo. ¿Cómo? Lo usamos Scyther porque creemos que es el mejor pick en la jungla ahorita mismo.
They pick Scizor because they think it's the best pick in the jungle.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Huge win. What a victory. And they will be playing for that spot in ACL very, very soon. We're going to send it on back to the booth. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Spriggles, and thank you, and congratulations for the side of CACM for making it, like Spriggles said, potentially fighting there for the ACL finals.
What a spot to be. It's so excited to be in that position. It's so excited to be in this tournament, watching this tournament, but unfortunately, we're going to take a very short break. But more exciting things to come when we come back. More action here at LAIC.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are live here in São Paulo, Brazil for LAIC and for Pokemon Unite, our first stop of the Championship Series, as we are taking a look at our two squads, Dreamax and Nemesis.
You see them, Nemesis walking on stage now, giving Nux there to, I believe it was CACM leaving, or Mandakaru. I'm absolutely delusional. Didn't think we're going to be on camera right now, so that's kind of cool. But Nem is going up there. It's nice to see Trainer back in his original team, right? Trainer was obviously a staple of Nemesis squads in years past, and having a pretty decent run here with his old friends. Power of friendship rears its head.
Yeah, the power of friendship rearing its ugly head again here at LAIC.
I specifically did not say ugly head, because I think the power of friendship isn't ugly at all.
I yes-anded it, and now it's bad to be friends, okay? Now the teams that have the most drama between them are going to start winning the most, and that is an exciting change in this tournament.
I'm not engaging with this tomfoolery.
No, you are. By not engaging, you are engaging in this tomfoolery. But let's talk about the tomfoolery that we've gotten into today. This top 16 has already been crazy. CACM taking down Game Over Esports and Mandakaru Esports. They're heading to the semifinals, Snacks, which means they are guaranteed to at least fight for a spot at ACL, whether they win or lose the next game. Heading down the list, Dreamax taking down Moom Esports and Nemesis taking down Stamina. That's where we're going to be right now. Dreamax versus Nem. Tell me about the rest of this bracket.
Yeah, Force Gaming, we saw them 2-0 Spinal on stage. 2Z Esports, 2-0 Underdogs off stage, and now Force Gaming 2Z Esports with a little bit of Brazil v Brazil matchup. Going right on down, Infamous Gaming was able to take care of Renegade 2-0, and Dignitas on stage of really impressive 2-0 versus our current world champions, Peru Unite.
Yeah, you have to imagine that a lot of teams are going to be looking at Dignitas after a match like that. But Tuzi also had a great run-in with Peru as well. So a lot of these teams playing extremely well. How good is Peru? They still look pretty fantastic, but they weren't able to make it happen in this tournament, which does mean they will not be representing the West at ACL. I am a little bummed about that. I'm not going to lie, and I think a lot of people at ACL would be also. You would love to have the world champs there.
You really would. I mean, I think the Eastern teams would love to have the world champs there, right?
Yeah.
Get some reps in against a team that dismantled a lot of them in that world championships itself. But that is no longer on the table, because we're going to take a look at top Pokemon by ban rate here in this event.
I mean, are you surprised to see Mega Charizard X at the top of this list? I sure am not. Followed by Darkrai, Mega Lucario, Suicune, Blissey, and Miraidon. Miraidon feels like the attacker to ban right now, unless you count Suicune, that's kind of like an attacker, supporter, defender, all-rounder. Might even get a little speedster in there at times.
Yeah, why not at this point? Just give it everything. The top Pokemon by pick rate, Eldegoss sitting on top of the pile, 53%. Blaziken, Crustle, Snorlax, Zacian, and Blastoise. And Zacian was a big difference maker in our day one here, and unsurprised to see that pick rate and ban rate start to go up.
Top Pokemon by win rate, we talked about Zacian, 83%. So it's getting picked a decent amount, and man, it's doing well when it does. Inteleon Dodrio, far fewer games, but still having some pretty impressive numbers here. A really impressive number, however, Crustle, same thing here with Dodrio, and basically the same as Blissey, down the line to Mega Lucario. All similar amount of games, all similar win rate, but the big standouts, of course, Zacian, and the few players who play Inteleon play it very well.
Yeah, top Pokemon by encounter rate, 100% Mega Lucario. I don't know how Mega Charizard is also not at 100%. What are we doing?
I mean, something happened. Something happened. Some team got crazy. I don't even believe these stats.
That means it didn't get banned or selected.
I don't believe the stats. I want to see the game. I want to see the game, and I want to see all 10 minutes of it in slow motion. You proved to me it wasn't
There's a reason we're low-key upset about the stats, whether they're right or wrong, is because every single caster said, bar none, the encounter rate on Mega Charizard is going to be 100%.
Yeah.
And one of the teams let us down in miraculous fashion this weekend.
I want to know who did it.
I do too.
I want to know the two squads who got together and said, let's ruin this for these casters.
And we will fight you.
Once again, the power of
Spriggles
friendship
will pack
rear in
your
its
bags
ugly
and-
head. I'll pack your bags.
I'll
pack your bag. I'll zip them in those bags. It makes it real nice for packing. I'm going to pack your bags so good.
At best, they're frenemies with us. At best.
I'm going to put your toiletries in its own bag. I'm going to fold your shirts.
I think that's usually just what people do, right?
Yeah, I'm telling them how I'm packing their bags. I will
pack your bags in the most standard fashion possible.
I'm going to put clothes in the bag. I'm going to put your toiletries in the bag.
Guess what, though?
What?
You're going to hit them with 17 pairs of underwear, 2 pairs of socks.
Yeah, of course I am. Look, whatever you packed, I'm packing for you. I don't want to make this a pack that you don't like. I want when you open your bag at home, you go, that was nice. You know,
that was convenient.
It felt like there was some animosity between us, but he packed my bag and did a great job. It wasn't stellar, but he did a very adequate job. Toiletries in their own bag, folded my shirts.
You didn't just start whipping
I'm not going to listen. I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to put your bag across the room and just start, throwing things almost like Kobe across the room. I'm not doing that.
How I would pack your bag. If you are one of the two teams, if the two teams got together and I am packing your bags and you did not ban or pick Mega Charizard, I am launching stuff into your bag from across the room.
You are not going to love how he packs your bag.
Good.
It's not going to be good.
No separate bag for toiletries. Not today. Not with me.
Do we have a game?
Anything we can do that isn't this. What's our BPM?
Yeah, where's our bits per minute?
Bits per minute. What was the other stat we asked for?
It's probably how many beans fit in a cup or something.
That was not it. But that would be a fun game for those of you at home.
Guess how many beans were in the cup?
Let's get a graphic of just a cup of beans, maybe the one from yesterday.
And you got to guess how many beans.
And you got to guess how many beans were in there. And Flareon still has that cup of beans. He's tweeting about it, which means it's important.
This is important to him.
Please put anything on the screen.
No, you know what? Don't do it.
Okay, that's fair.
There it goes.
That's kind of cool. That was good.
We're going to get ready for draft right now. We're taking a look at the big stage, Dreamax, Nemesis. What are you thinking here? I mean, Nem having a really strong run. They had a strong run the other weekend in the Groudon Gauntlet as well, coming in 3rd place. Dreamax, of course, just so many powerful teams here out of Brazil. It feels like they are on quite a run also.
Nemesis is a team that likes to ban out specific individuals. If they know anything about Dreamax or specifically Kaduzera, they should be looking at specific targets and look at that immediately. Zoroark gets banned.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have a team that likes to play Zoroark, it's a very fair direct ban against them. Dreamax with their final ban here, now they kind of have to make that decision. Is this going to be a Mega or are they opening one up? Because if they don't play it, they kind of have to get rid of it. And yeah, that's what they're doing, banning Mega Lucario. Over to Nemesis. Mega Char is the most expected ban, but knowing a lot of these teams, the moment I say that, they're going to ban Eldegoss.
I was going to say, were these the two teams?
Yeah, here they were.
Mega Charizard is banned in that, well, it's hovered. It hasn't been locked in. Now it has.
There we go.
Mega Charizard is banned. Dreamax gets the first selection. It's going to really help us get the texture of what they're trying to do. Blastoise, again, hitting the top of the pile.
Yeah, I mean, Blastoise has had a lot of representation in this tournament. Blaziken as well has been a powerful pick, and it is locked in. Obviously, Blaziken has this really nice situation where it's incredibly good and it just doesn't make the top 6 bans in the game. So a lot of teams can grab it.
Yeah, when you look at the picks that are being banned out right now, it makes sense that all of a sudden Blaziken's stock seem to go through the roof. However, this metagame continues to develop because just the last time we were casting, we saw a gutter pick Blaziken. So you never really know where these teams are trying to be at. Trainer on this Umbreon is like the new NA All-Star on this Pokemon. I mean, they are using it to such great success.
Yeah, I mean, Trainer's just an incredible player. Yeah. Well, what a year they had last year. I felt like Trainer played so good last year, just incredible stuff. And on a team that really needed high-level play, right? I mean, he was playing with some of the best in the world on Luminosity. And now swapping to a new role, and he feels right at home, back with his squad on Nemesis. I mean, the power of friendship once again, possibly making a difference here. As we head over to Dreamax, another few power picks. There's so many good Pokemon in this game right now. You can only ban out a few of them, right? All of these, Suicune, Urshifu's been having a weekend, Blaziken's incredible. It's just tough. It's tough to not give your opponents something incredibly good.
I agree. Eldegoss high pick rate for a reason. It's just a staple in this competitive scene. I will point out Rex locking in the Psyduck, and if you recall, I had an interview with him at EUIC last year, to which he said best duck NA, and now he's trying to make it best duck LA Latin America.
Yeah, he might be best duck LAIC. We're going to have to find out. One thing that you'll notice is Psyduck not having the same priority that it used to. Bora down here on the Inteleon, hopefully not dragging down that impressive win rate. I mean, Intel's been doing great. It does feel like Inteleon is in that very unique position where you either have an Intel player that knows how to line up those snipe shots, is very familiar with it, or you don't. You just don't have someone who can play it.
You know, Bora, I got to interview them, incredibly excited to be here, but a player that is a staple to Nemesis is Yeet Fan, and he is here with this team. And if you want to talk somebody that shoots dead eye from long range, it is Yeet Fan. And what a coach to have in your corner, or a support person in your corner for a young upstart like Bora Reach to help him along in his journey.
Yeah, I mean, Yeet is just such an incredible player, so it is really cool that they have that support, and they may need it, because this is a tough matchup here, Doob Snacks. Dreamax, your purple team out of Brazil. Nemesis, your orange team out of North America. This is the top 8 here at LAIC, and it's all single elimination. Winner continues on, has a chance to go to ACL. The loser will get their bags packed by one of the two of us.
Rex and Machizel, I mean, this is a great path for them, right? Two very good early Pokemon, putting tons of pressure on the Torchic, and finally bullies them out, gets the contestable farm, and they're looking for more because they are topped up on HP, forcing Kaduzero to grab both berries already, and they can safely peel back.
Yeah, Buzzwole's just incredibly mean, tough to deal with. So is Psyduck. I mean, obviously Eldegoss is really good, but I think the combination here looks a little stronger for Nemesis, and it has been paying off so far. Machizel is going to possibly be in a position to be level 5 here, and here comes Metallic to help.
Yeah, Metallic sees a juicy Gossifleur there and wants to get that KO, but Deosbo moves forward and sees Metallic and goes, okay, I'm going to keep the shenanigans down real low.
Yeah, it does feel like Urshifu is going to fight a little better here, some better burst damage on the side of Nemesis, however, and Trainer is walking up, and now this fight is actually kicking off in a very bizarre way.
Yeah, they kind of get split. Split does Nem with different priorities. Kaduzera gets caught out. They are KO'd, and that's a good one for Metallic. Trainer repositions there with the Umbreon, trying to facilitate another knockout.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and they actually, I think, make a very smart call here to peel away for a second from this Urshifu and decide not to fight it on that tier 1. It's a level 5. It has all of the recovery in its kit, and even though it was 4 versus 2, I think they made a really smart play there. A less experienced team would have probably thrown themselves at that goal zone with mixed results.
Without a doubt. I mean, Nemesis is playing very controlled and incredibly solid. They're not playing in a way where they're giving their opponents opportunities to just punch through holes in their game, right? They are trying to take advantage. They're calming it down. Even in those 2 minutes that we watched, right? We were like, man, they're playing very calculated and controlled.
Yeah, it really does feel like they're in control of what's happening and they're making decisions, right? And things can get very hectic in a game of Pokemon Unite, and I do think some teams panic in those big moments, and Nem doesn't feel like they're doing that. Trainer in some trouble right here. It looks like they may be going down. The Wish is not able to land early enough. Bora coming down now. Metallic picking up a KO. They're going to push him off this goal zone. Possibly go after Urshifu, but no. Once again, peeling back, just recognizing, I don't want to fight this Urshifu and this Suicune right now, and I think they're right. Wait until Bora hits their level 7, have that artillery, that backup, and then they can fight.
Big little scrap here. Deosbum on the Urshifu, able to take a bunch of that experience, but I'm focused on Kaduzera, still a disgusting combustion.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, right? Machizel, level 8. Yeah, I mean, we're both feeling it right here. And as you can see, Kaduzera still 6, not yet 7. And here's the combo breaker. Escape Rope, versus Renegade was the only game to not pick or ban Mega Charizard.
Thanks for that.
Thanks
we
for that.
Really appreciate it.
I'll pack your bags, just like Doob Snacks would.
Oh, wow, you pack it poorly?
Yep.
Okay. Nah,
I wouldn't.
All right, trying to find an opportunity with a snipe shot. Does hit Kaduzera for a ton of damage. But Chisel's just hanging out, looking for a target to poach, maybe follow up on a big snipe shot, and now Bora Reach is ringing a couple. That third one doesn't quite make its mark, but the first two were catastrophic.
Level-wise, things are evening out between these two squads. However, we did have a very strong start here for Nemesis. But now Dreamax is getting online. It took him a long time to get the experience for this Blaziken, but it's at least 7 going to tick over to 8, which is one of its biggest breakpoints in the entire game, the ability to switch up those moves. Reggie Steele already at half right here, and here comes Nemesis moving forward. Kaduzera in a lot of trouble. The snipe shot looking for the objective, and
nice,
it gets
secure.
it. Beautiful shot from Bora.
Well timed. They held that, they held that, they held that, and when they let it ring, it rung true. Nice Unite move out of Trainer. They're able to use their Unite move to grab a berry. Not enough to sustain them, but is it enough to let Nemesis win the fight? It looks like it, as we're getting points finally going in. A donut on the side of Dreamax, and finally Nemesis getting 76 on the board.
You know, that fight, we had some beautiful snipe shots from Bora Reach, and they really do set up these moments that are difficult for teams to deal with. You take a couple of snipe shots, now all of a sudden, this Dodrio can actually make some pretty wild dives, right? Because, oh my gosh.
Look at that. Now Kaduzera can't even go try and get some of that farm in the middle, right? A good snipe shot doesn't necessarily have to land in a KO to change the tides of the game.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Sometimes just hitting that snipe shot, now someone has to base, they have to peel back, they just can't be present in a fight. And I do think that really enables Metallic on this Dodrio.
Without a doubt.
It sets up so many moments where, yeah, if they hit that snipe shot on Suicune, you never want to try to jump in on a Suicune with Dodrio like that. But if you hit that snipe shot, yeah, you can give it a shot.
Machisel's 11, Metallic is there looking for a target. The drive-by, finding Buzzwole Unite right into the overheating Kaduzera. Tons of HP gone from Machisler. Now we need some snipe shots to turn the tide. We have the combos coming out from the Blue Shifu. They're on the chase of Rex. Rex gets knocked out. 10-hit combo for them. Reggie Lucky is there. Snipe shot just a bit to the right. Ray Finkel.
Great fight here from Dreamax. I mean, very confident with how that they played that. Moving forward now, Bora in some trouble, Machisel in some trouble. The snipe shots might be able to push them back. Metallic had to peel forward in the fight, and it did walk, and they're actually going to score in their face.
Now it's it's up to the snipe shots, and that was 2 in a row that are making this a fight for Nem. Machisel using that big level 11 Buzzwole to get good KOs. And look at this, their goal zone was gone, but now they're going to overcap on this one. They already have the score lead, and it's going to grow.
Yeah, 156 for the side of Nemesis, 100 for Dreamax. It's good for Dreamax to put some points on the board, and I think they do have to make that play. Dive into the goal zone. You know you're probably making it home by way of the Pokemon Center once you do that, but I do think you need to put some points on the board, break some goals here to make sure that you're not behind, especially after you get kind of the free Reggie walking in there.
Bora Reach needs to take their time with these snipe shots, right? If they take a moment, they don't need to just whip them around, right? You know, dial it in and then let it rip. Not in that whirlpool, which means they've got a good chance to hit a good target and staying hidden. Nice freeze by Lucky.
Yeah, here we go. This fight's getting ready. Snipe shot goes a little wide. Regirock being chipped up. 5 members of Dreamax on Regirock. The snipe shot looking for it. Here comes the overheat. Oh, I thought he threaded the needle right there. I thought that was perfect. I thought he was making a quilt.
I mean, that was a phenomenal attempt. And when you have an Inteleon, Nemesis just has to exist in the area to have an opportunity to take any objective. Bora Reach feels like they're pretty dialed in. Half HP of Lucky eviscerated. And now they see an opportunity to push this goal zone. As everyone from Nemesis is going downstairs, save that Buzzwole, the Machisler, who's going to go see what's going on their T2.
I think if you're not watching this game right now, if you're just listening to it, you know every time a snipe shot hits, because one of us will be like, oh.
I mean, they are
they're just so brutal, man.
They are eviscerating health pools. Look at the snipe shot cover there in our picture-in-pictures. Rex just gets to put in 40, right? And the Mew can't even advance because of these snipe shots, because if it exposes itself, I mean, 2/3 of its HP bar is just going to be gone.
You know, this is where you want to be if you're Nemesis, Stoop Snacks. You're up by 181 points. You have a strong level situation on your Pokemon, and you have this ranged artillery Inteleon. Dreamax has to make the play, and you just get to counter what they're doing and chip away at them with snipe shots moving in. Half of the HP par gone on this Suicune as we see 5 members of Dreamax moving up to the top. Deus Boom hiding, taking the berry. They may peel off and score right here, but they may be moving around to flank the side of Nemesis. If they can get Bora, they can have a great fight on their hands. It's going to be tough if this just continues to get stuck. Massive freeze!
Look at that engagement. Deus Boom with the big flank. They're going to pop their Unite move and the combos are out. Mew is in the fog and they're putting the pressure on. Inteleon is down and the fight rages on. Metallic forces to use the Unite move. Lucky gets eviscerated, but it's 3 players down for Nemesis. Groudon is not even being looked at. Dreamax wants more bodies. Metallic has to scramble away. Trainer scrambles away, and now Dreamax surrounds the legendary Pokemon in the middle. Metallic's gonna have to look to make a miracle play here, and so does Trainer. They go in and no, Deus Boom seals it up with that blue Shifu in what was an amazing Suicune engage.
That was beautiful. What a Suicune Unite move. Unbelievably powerful as 4 members of Dreamax are pushing towards this goal zone. Deus Boom moving in. If they go down, this could be very bad for them, but they are looking for the score. The overheat finds Rex. Rex is down, but Machismo on the other side gets a shield. They are pushing forward here. 281. They are still up. Nemesis very much in this game. The overheat misses, and another KO.
Come on, the snipe shots. It's on with the back of Machismo and Bora right now. We know Bora can't get frontline. Huge knockout, and now the tide immediately turns back the other way. Dreamax is down. Do they know it? E-ball coming through. Metallic low on HP. We need the respawn.
No way!
And now Metallic jump to the pad. It's all on Rex. You gotta be the best duck. LAIC, no! 300, 281. We're in the final throws, the final 10 seconds, and this thing goes down to the wire.
What a game. What a game won between these 2 squads. You see the absolute excitement in the crowd for Brazil. What a fight.
I mean, you see the love this region has for its other teams. Tuzi leading the fan section here for Dreamax, representing Brazil. It doesn't matter who carries the flag. We are all supporters here. What a final series, dude.
Amazing. Barely missed that snipe shot right there. There are a couple moments that we could take a look at here if we want to talk about kind of what happened in this fight, because it got so close. I mean, look how close that Suicune was. And then with both of them going down right there, it was just impossible to defend on that goal zone for long enough. Even if that surf hits from Rex, I just don't think Rex can fight 2 on the goal long enough. One of them will be able to get the points in. Kaduzera, 4 knockouts, getting knocked out 4 times themselves. This was a comeback victory for Dreamax.
Without a doubt, it felt like Nemesis was in the driver's seat. And if I could switch this graphic up, I would. And none of the stats that you're looking under Kaduzera matter to me, because the thing that matters the most is Lucky's Suicune. Holy dude, Whirlpool freeze, and then you shoot out the Ice Age, 3 players caught, and all of a sudden you have Deus Boom coming on the flank with that blue Shifu and just rips through them with a sick combo.
Yeah, it really was amazing. I mean, what an incredible moment for this squad here. Such a great fight. They took it when they absolutely needed it.
Put this up. Put the, what's this called?
Doomsnax wants us to put up the Telestrator. I did as well.
So I got you right before it happens.
And there are a couple big moments in this fight that we could take a look at. I know our team's going to be ready to head back to draft here pretty soon.
Hopefully we can get this up there. Yeah, I think we just hit play.
Our director said just a second. Faster!
We'll hit it. We'll play
faster, Garen.
We'll hit it in slow-mo, and we'll watch it in slow-mo. So that way we can watch it.
This is the clip I'm going to send when they say, what's your feedback on Garen? I'm going to say, in the moment where it all mattered, he couldn't get it done. That's what I'll say.
Don't be that. don't be that mean. That was crazy mean, dude.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
I'm not serious about it. Thank you, Garen.
Okay, hold on. Let's set it up and then hit the slow-mo and
yeah,
watch
so obviously this is Lucky right here, right? This is our Suicune. It's about to look like this, okay? So this was such a huge way to start this fight. We're going to take this in slow-mo right here if we can. No, here we go. Look at that freeze, dude. We catch 3 3 in this freeze right here. Unbelievable. And the second this happens, it is on. Dreamax moves forward and takes a huge win in this fight. They're not able to get everyone in this fight. And I want to talk about a big moment here as well as this moves forward, and a huge decision that some of these teams have to make. They are going to start ripping Groudon here. Trainer is in trouble, has to peel back. Metallic almost full HP, but it's just Dodrio. The question that happens when it's about right here, Doobsnacks, is does Metallic engage, or does Metallic actually not engage, wait for them to take Groudon, and try to mount a defense knowing they're already up? Hindsight is 20/20. My opinion here is that Metallic makes a mistake by trying to stop this rip. And I could be wrong, because maybe he gets it. But the fact that he doesn't, he also gets a 34-second timer on his KO. Had he not taken Groudon, or not tried to take Groudon, I honestly think their defense would have been a little better.
Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, so I think what Metallic is keying up for is most likely what Kaduzera on the Blaziken is doing.
Yeah.
What is the overheat status, right? Because if overheat is up, your secure potential is pretty low. If it's not, then maybe Metallic's boosted auto
it's maybe like a 50-50 here?
Is pretty reasonable, because he's seeing Do Games is tracking Trainer. Is bubbling out Trainer, which is their next best secure option, right? So let's just see how it shakes out, because I honestly did not notice. We're working Groudon through. We're taking a look here. I mean, the overheat wasn't even charged up, right?
I'm not sure. I couldn't see if the overheat was on it or not on it. Let's see. It might not be on it. We have the Flame Punch. They switched. No, yeah, it's right there. Legs in the air. I think either way, for me, and we can head to draft if they're going to. Thank you so much, Garen. You know I love you. If we can head to draft, but I think for me, when you're up 181 points, you actually peel away and you don't end up trying to take that. If I am a Dodrio, that's going to have a 34-second timer, because as it continues to move on, they are just. All they needed to do was KO a couple of them, and the entire match is theirs. It's so easy for me in the cheap seats and the cheap sheets. I mean, let's face it, those beds in the hotel aren't amazing.
Yeah. The cheap sheets, which we're packing.
And I'm taking those sheets with me.
Home.
All right, hold them up.
Who was it? Escape Rope and Renegade. You're taking
your sheets home.
Cheap sheets.
Hope you like your sheets.
We need to stop saying that. We're gonna have a cataclysmic fumble here.
We really could have a Freudian slip in some moment. Nemesis, Dreamax, tough one for Nem. They were up in a big way, but what a catch. When you have a Suicune catch like that, the fight is on. Great play from Dreamax.
Yeah, I mean, tip of the cap to the reaction of Dreamax. There was no hesitation at all. Like, once it hit, once the Whirlpool freeze right into the Ice Age hit, it was on. And like, mainly I'm looking at Deoseboom, who immediately went in and they popped their Unite move instantly with like no hesitation. And that's really what it was able to take a great play and turn it into a game-winning, momentum-turning play.
If I'm Nemesis, of course, I feel a little gutted about how that went as we're taking a look at our draft here. But at the same time, I thought they played great. So if I was Nem, I would say, hey, look, there were a couple things we could have done better. We obviously had an unfortunate moment at Groudon. But even after that, we had a great defense. We almost stopped them, even after they won at Groudon. So I wouldn't feel bad if I was Nem, but of course they must be a little worried. They're one game away from heading home. If they're able to win this series, whichever team wins this series, will have a shot at that ACL spot. Even if they lose the next match, they will still have a shot at it in our 3-4 decider.
Yeah, because we're sending 3 teams as well. And of course, between 3rd and 4th isn't just like a placement game. It is to go to ACL. They are taking away that Blaziken, going for the secure. Metallic grabbing the Blue Shifu, and Trainer back on the Umbreon. We see Leafeon, Snorlax, Blissey, Miraidon finally makes it into a game here for Dreamax. Man, it really feels like Nem took that personally based on these selections here.
I love it. I love counter picks. Counter picks are the best kind of ban, right? It's not only, I'm not banning it away from you, I'm actually going to play it myself so you don't get to use it. Talon on the side of Nem, you love to see it. I think Talon's still so good.
It is. I mean, look at just, now they have two very solid secure options, right? We've got Rex on a Pokemon that he has played. I'm assuming they're switching Eldegoss and Talonflame here is what we're looking at. But you have Rex, who has played Eldegoss so much, and that's a gutter Zacian.
I didn't even realize we had gotten to the end of the draft and Zacian was available. Wow. Okay.
And it carries at what, a 88% win rate, something like that?
That was better than you and I.
Yes,
I
our
can
win
tell
rate
you that
is
right now.
in the dumpster.
Our win rate at LAIC is not great. Vaporeon sure ain't helping.
Okay, look at this. Bora is the support. Rex takes up the mantle of defense, of the defender, excuse me. And then Trainer back on Talonflame. I love this. This is fun. This is good stuff.
Their back is against the wall, and Trainer is coming here to carry. He's putting the team in the backpack. He says, these fools pack suitcases. I pack my whole team here. Get on my shoulders, guys.
You know, the kind of switch with Eldegoss selection and Bora holding onto it, they are the ranged attacker for the team. And Eldegoss, for a support, A-presses with the best of them.
Yeah, and it's a Pokemon that we've had since the beginning. Yeah. So I think even if it's not your most familiar, you're like, yeah, I know how LD works, you know?
Exactly.
I've played 1,000 games with this thing, even if it's not my main. So we're good.
I love this switch up. It shows that Nemesis is, this doesn't feel like despair to me. This doesn't feel like,
no, this feels like,
it feels like, all right, we switch it up. This is another thing we have in our pocket. We think it's going to work here. You know, let's leverage the talent we have on our team. Look at that Bunnelby.
Look at that Bunnelby as we head into our next game. Top 8. Best of 3. Nemesis, your purple team, down 1 game against Dreamax, your orange team. If Dreamax wins this, they will move on to our top 4 and have a shot at ACL.
Bora Reach, practicing those A-presses right now. Poor little Chansey is just taking the front line for Kaduzera, who is, again, playing Zacian. Machisel just hanging out. Dorchik not willing to get in the mix, and that's a quick KO as Deose Boom is moving into the middle.
Yeah, I mean, taking some experience away from Nem here. Rex obviously had to take that blue buff, as it looks like there was an invade from the Snorlax, then an invade from the Leafeon. So much pressure already from Dreamax. Now Zacian is going to tick over to 5 here.
Leafeon's on the chase, and I can't imagine Rex is long for this world if the Leafeon actually wants to pick up that KO, as they are moving into the middle, and Rex is taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, I mean, this could have been a nice moment for Rex, right? Able to get that level 4 in an easy way, but Deus Boom taking it away from them. However, the Torchic picks up a KO.
That's huge for Nemesis right now. Rex getting let off the hook there by Leafeon, so they're able to kind of get back in the flow, but we still have a Fletchling.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got a fight here, possible steal, and it is stolen here by this Leafeon, trying to bully multiple members of Nemesis, and it looks like they're going to get away with it. Here comes Blissey to help them make it out.
Now, okay, Scavalier is there. Bora Reach still level 3. That's a big KO by Metallic as the Machisler Metallic, and all these fighters are going in. They are chasing, Charge Beam cover, and now they're going to get some knockouts back the other way. Poor Bora Reach goes down.
What a great fight here between both of these squads, just counter-punching the entire way. Trainer looking for some stacks right now, picking up a berry and trying to get some of this wild Pokemon XP so they can continue getting powered up here. They do score. However, we have the Combuskin going down.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great combo, right? Chip shot, charge beam, chip shot, charge beam, wait for Lucky to hit the heavy slam, and then let her rip, and that's an easy KO when you're stuck like that. Metallic, though, and Rex putting pressure on Kaduzera. That's a great KO. You would have loved for Metallic to pick up on it, but you'll take it any way you can get.
Look how close this is, 89-77. The big news, I would say, is that Leafeon is online with the Unite move. So next time it shows up, if it's fast, it's going to be uniting before anything in the match. Rex now being pushed away, having to run away from this charge beam right here. Bora throwing out the pollen puff, hoping that Rex was going to be able to grab it, but they were a little ways away. Reggie Alecki spawning in the bottom path. 5 members of Nemesis are here.
Metallic going straight forward. The rip is on. Rex is going to have to try and frontline. Do Games can hit at this thing from a distance, just lays in the charge beam, but it's not enough to beat out the overheat. On the backside, Deuse Boom puts the pressure onto Trainer, and I don't know if I saw other Unite move used? No, they was just throwing the leaves out and couldn't quite convert.
Reggie Alecki now just being ripped apart by Dreamax. I mean, they have Charge Beam, they have Metal Claw. That was very simple for them to deal with. And I think it's probably why they didn't put a lot of resources into fighting it either. Machisel now 8, a very important break point for it. We have Talonflame only level 7 right here. You would love to get this online so it can start to carry some of these moments.
We'll see how Dreamax goes. It looks like the Reggie Rock is lined up, secured quickly, and all of a sudden Unite moves are out. Emerald 2-step gets the Blaziken instantly. Metallic sees an opportunity. They use their Unite move, but it's not enough. KO Streak of 2 for Leaf. And now there's the block trying to split the team up. Heavy Slam's gonna come through, so does the Charge Beam. Can we get more knockouts, says Dreamax. The pressure continues. Lucky tries a cheeky score. Not quite enough space to get it done there.
Here comes Machisel, and they have to back away from this moment. Getting pretty scary there for Trainer. We've got the Flame Sweep. It's able to hit Kaduzera, and they're able to peel away from this fight, which is what they think they were trying to do with it in general. This is a Brave Bird Talonflame, and it really soars when it's a high level, a higher level than your opponents, but we haven't got there yet.
No, not yet, and like all Talonflame Unites, it did hit a nice, solid wall, as it's wont to do. Metallic going in here into the face of this Leafeon, now has to peel back, and I think that's the right call.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, we just don't have a lot of range damage on the side of Nemesis. We have Blaziken, Urshifu, Talonflame. However, if we can get this Urshifu in, start chipping away, doing a little damage, you can finish it off with a massive Brave Bird. It kind of becomes your long range, like, burst of damage right there. As Deus Boom scoring right in that top path in front of Nem.
Settling in here for Reggie Alecki, number 2 of this game 2. Kaduzera going straight for it. Machisel fading back a little bit. Tons of pressure being put on, though. Kaduzera's got great spacing, and Bora Reach takes to the skies. Cotton Cloud Crash to top up the HP and pick up a knockout in tandem. However, Baridon getting one back the other way on Trainer. Blissey goes down, KO Streak of 2 for Metallic. They're starting to feel it. Deus Boom moves up, and they're not able to take it. It goes to Nem.
Wow, Rex was able to get that. That's kind of a crazy secure right there. I didn't know who was getting it. I assumed it was heading to Dreamax, and maybe Deus Bomb was able to secure, but no, that heads over to Nemesis. Once again, I don't know if they're going to get great value out of it. Trainer looking for a moment right here, looking for a Brave Bird, lands on the Snorlax as Nemesis continues to push. Flame Sweep right back into it. Reggie Alecki is still here for a moment, finally gone, and here comes Dreamax pushing back against Nemesis.
They were able to force out Lucky's Power Nap on that Flame Sweep, and now moving back, the exchange is wrecked. Can they hold this path? The thunders from this Charge Beam Maridon are just pouring down, and so are those meteors from that Pokemon. 2 down, and the huge Heavy Slam counter engage. Dreamax is on the pad, and that pad is gone.
Yeah, here we go. They're looking for a nice score, and they get it with the Zacian. Now Zacian level 12, Leafeon level 13. Looking over at the side of Nemesis, that Talon only being 11 is pretty tough for them right now. Getting out-leveled by the Speedster on the other side by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a really tough look. Like you said, Trainer, to really have an impact, needs to battle from up top. It needs to have that higher level. Metallic is trying to do what they can. Bliss assistance into the middle. Emerald 2-step, bang! But the Blissey's knocked out. The Leafeon's knocked out. 2 critical pieces of the Dreamax puzzle. How will Nemesis react?
And here we go. Nem just deciding to take Regice as quickly as they can. Here is the overheat secured by Metallic. They can move forward right here. Trainer in a little trouble needing to move back. But no, this could be a good goal zone siege for them.
This is huge. All of a sudden, Trainer is level 13. They're able to close out the goal zone, and they are moving. These,
oh boy!
2. Trainer's alive. Make it 3, baby. The 3-piece from the Fire Chicken. And now Nemesis needs to back on out of there.
They peel away from this goal zone, but they are able to get right back in this game. 169-203. That level 13 also a massive break point on Talon. If you land on multiple opponents with Brave Bird at level 13, the damage reduction that Talon gets is really key. Reggie Alecki very low, overheat ready to go, plus the Brave Bird. The secure is there, and another Reggie Alecki walking towards the side of Dreamax. Will this one get any value? The others haven't.
Listen, if Deus Boom can get their Emerald 2-step onto Trainer and get a knockout, I think Dreamax is favored here. However, if they insulate Trainer and let Trainer take over this game, they're going to be in a good spot. Let's see how they plays out. Lucky's deep on the engage. Blocks the Machisler back, but they eject back through.
They peel back right now. Everyone's waiting for it. This could be Nemesis' last match here in this tournament. They have to make the right decision. Metallic looking for how they're going to start this fight. Moving in, weaving, bobbing, Trainer, flanking, looking for their moment. They move towards Lucky. Are they going to fight? The power nap comes out. Talon looking for Brave Bird, Cotton Cloud Crash, but everyone's peeling back.
Okay.
Talon didn't find it yet.
Okay, Thunder's out. We're into the back line. Trainer's looking for a big flame sweep. Pulls Kaduzero away despite the Bliss assistance. That's a knockout. That's 2 players down. Nemesis putting the pressure on. Charge beam. They're pivoting back to the middle.
Whoa!
Big, huge engage. Look at that damage. 2 games is gone. Lucky stands. Deus Boom finally uses the Emerald 2-step to take care of Rex. Not a prime target at all. And it's Trainer taking this thing over. And they are the #1 champion right now for another 3-piece Nashville hot chicken here in Brazil.
Oh man, Machisel putting in 100. Metallic moving towards the goal. There's a minute left, so you can't give up these KOs here. Kaduzera knows that, but they go down. Trainer looking to score. 2 games on the pad, but it's not enough. Continuously getting wiped out by Nemesis. And Doom Snacks, we're heading to a game 3.
Headed to a game 3. Is it our first one of the day on broadcast? Stats team, let us know. It sure feels like we had some close games, but no game 3s. And Nemesis, Dreamax looking to deliver on this absolute barn burner.
What a match between these 2 squads. Dreamax played so well throughout most of this game here, but once Trainer got online, it was on.
Listen, do you know what for me, the turning of the tide here of this game was when the Bliss Assistance Leafeon got knocked out. That combination is normally disastrous for your opposition when you decide to engage. But here, Nemesis kept their composure, counter-punched, was an absolute haymaker. Get 2 players down, siege a goal zone. Trainer picks up the first 3-piece of 3 in this game, and they're able to use that momentum to carry them to a phenomenal fight at the end.
This is how you want it. Game 3, so much on the line. You know, we talked about it, Doob Snacks, about how important it is. You move forward from this game, you're in the top 4. Now, you win your next game, you guarantee your slot right there. Even if you lose, though, you are going to play another match, a 3rd, 4th place decider, which a lot of tournaments, there isn't that much going on with a 3rd, 4th place decider. But here, it's probably the biggest 3rd, 4th place decider you're going to see in UCS ever. You will win a spot to ACL if you win that 3rd, 4th place. And you're going to see that match to end our day today.
Now, I mean, this was nothing but Fisher-Price. Lucky tries a heavy slam secure, but in the face of Overheat and Brave Bird, it is not quite enough. And then Nemesis puts the cherry on top of the sundae here with a team wipe on the other side and a bunch of points.
And look at that here. I mean, one interesting stat line right there, 51,000 damage taken as this Talonflame here, but I'm not surprised to see the amount of damage output. 101,000, 13 knockouts. I mean, look, in general, a lot of damage across the board. A ton of brawling happening right here.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprising when you see each team having a very stout support healer in the mix, right? It means the sustain continues on and on and on. Look at that heat map.
Yeah. Trainer spending a lot of time in that bottom path early. You know, we saw it. But then once they're online, they're everywhere. Talon also just is, you know, so unbelievably mobile. I do feel like it was a tough one for Trainer for a little while there. They held Trainer down pretty good. But after Trainer got online, they didn't have an answer for it.
No, absolutely. And the reason it was so slow to start is, like, do you prioritize getting Cubfu online? You got to.
You have
I mean,
to.
That thing is abysmal.
You just have to. It's
right?
so bad.
And then in the top path. But, I mean, credit to Dreamax. They saw what was going on, and they invaded and wasted time and drew attention all over the place. And Nemesis couldn't really find their footing in the early stages. Luckily, they certainly found it at the end.
Here we go. Dreamax, Nemesis, heading into their draft. One of these teams is their final game in this tournament. The bans for Dreamax are Blissey, Miraidon. On the other side of Nem, we see that targeted Zoroark right into a Darkrai. 2 megas are left on the board. It's possible that one of them doesn't get banned out, but Dreamax, no. They decide to ban out the Mega Lucario. Nemesis now has one of the easier decisions, but they go for Suicune.
Oh boy.
All right, Dreamax, do you have a Mega Char? I mean, we'll see.
They're like, yeah, we do. Oh, yes, we do.
Locking it in. Mega Charizard on the side of Dreamax. This is either going to be the best possible situation for them, or we're going to watch Mega Char lose in some spectacular fashion.
Machisel eyeing up the Buzzwole. Metallic eyeing up what was at first Blaziken, switched up, now back to Blaziken. Is this what we're going to lock in? It certainly is.
I like Buzzwole a lot into Char, by the way. I think this is quite strong. I like this quite a bit. Scary on the other side, seeing them hovering Comfey for a minute. That would be very scary, but instead it looks like they might be taking away a weapon here from the side of Nemesis. I think Eldegoss is a great pick, and this Umbreon also.
Yeah.
This could be a really strong counter draft right now.
Lucky grabbing this Umbreon, which has really felt to be like a core of the Nemesis system that they're trying to use here at LAIC. We'll see what else they've got in the tank. This Trainer might be eyeing up a counter or like regular Charizard. No, there's no way it's Machamp, right?
We'll see.
What are we doing here?
We've got Duck, so that's a great pick for Rex if they want to play the Psyduck. We could see something like Clefable. We could see a powerful support. Bora looks like they're going to be locking in the Latias, switching with one of the players here.
Or maybe playing it, right? I mean, we saw Otter doing that. Of course, as I say that, they seem to lock it in. I don't see Rex coming off of the Duck.
Yeah.
So Trainer with the gutter counter pick here. How are they going to contend with an Eldegoss, an Umbreon, a Mega Charizard, and what could be Blastoise Espeon?
I mean, if Trainer's carrying, we could see a Mimikyu. It's one of his staple Pokemon. He's so good on it. It just got buffs, and it plays pretty well into something like Mega Char, especially able to put your Unite move on it, shut it down a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see what they want to bring into this match. The Talon looked pretty good, but I don't know if Brave Bird Talon is really enough to deal with this Mega Charizard. Final picks over here for Dreamax. They go with the Espeon, and they go with the Blastoise. And now Trainer locking in the Urshi.
So they want to fight. They are just about that action, dog.
Yep.
That is what they're doing. They're going to have to use Rex to facilitate these engagements a little bit. I mean, Buzzwole dragging someone back to your side is just, it can spell disaster as well. They have the potential of great secure right through this Blaziken, whereas on the other side, Espeon, maybe, is their best secure tool?
Yeah, you know, the thing I think with Dreamax is I feel like this Espeon is just going to have free reign. I mean, they are going to be landing so much damage from far away, and I think it's going to be tough for them to deal with. That's the thing I'm most scared of. Of course, the focus has to be on Mega Char, but I'm most scared of this Espeon and how they're going to deal with it.
No, you're right. I mean, when you have Mega Charizard that takes such priority naturally because of its individual strength, you kind of lose sight of the other things you have to contend with. And I agree with you. This Espeon is very well poised to take over the game.
Here we go. What a game we have for you. Dreamax, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. One of these two teams will continue on and have their shot at ACL, and one is going home.
As they move through Pathu here, Kaduzera gonna be a pathing Blastoise, gonna try and put on some damage. Machisel quickly snatching that Kaduzera with that headbutt, putting pressure on. Reach gonna try and A-press, create space, and it looks like for now it'll at least be enough.
Yeah, here we go. Be able to get some of that experience as well. So even though they're getting bullied a bit by Dreamax, they're still getting the secures, which is extremely important. Kaduzera now able to take this for their side. They're gonna send this over to the Buzzwole, and they're gonna try to fight here over these Natu. Neither of the center area are here ready to go, and we're gonna see how they wanna do it. Yeah, very nice stuff here. Bora looks like they were able to get one of those, I believe, and Machisel then gets the center Bunnelby up top.
Yeah, you know, for them, a split priority there, and each of them leaving with a bit of experience feels like a big win, given that circumstance. But they've been able to outpace, for the most part, their opponents here in Dreamax.
Here we go. Machisel looking for a fight, but we got 3-on-3 in the bottom path here. Massive side Psyshock. Trainer in some trouble, having to peel back. Lucky in trouble on the other side. Let's see if they can pick up a KO. And it looks like, no, they might just let them fight over there and possibly base.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to take that wild farm and base. No, that made them evolve, so they're like, I'm fine now.
It's fun. I mean, they decided, look, we could waste a lot of time on this, or we could find value elsewhere on the map, which is what they're trying to do. They're actually in the central area here, fighting the Charmeleon on the side of Dreamax, and they're taking some of their experience away, just trying to slow that Charizard from getting online, which, yes, is extremely important.
And now Rex has an opportunity to lay down a big surf here as they're looking for an opportunity. Bora Reach, I think, actually secured that. Taking a look, no, it was Trainer as they pick up that buff, and they're working towards Machizel getting points in now. So Nemesis kind of finding a way to stymie the Dreamax plan.
Yeah, it looks like they're slowing it down by quite a bit, and you can see the way Trainer's playing here. He's in full-on backpack mode. I mean, this is what some of these top players do when they just decide, I'm carrying this entire thing, follow me. Bora now in some trouble after that Psyshock. We talked about it, how difficult it might be to fight against this insane amount of range damage there. Do games with the double.
Yeah, I mean, this is where that kind of falls apart, is if you understand that the only thing you really have to fight with on the side of Nemesis is Trainer in backpack mode, if you will. Well then, you know, Mean Look, Psyshock, Mega Charizard, like that becomes a very big wave to try and wade through.
Here we go, Reggie, Drago right now being chipped out. Trainer looking for a possible steal here, so is Bora, and they get it.
In like the least exciting fashion.
Just a quick kick, hit him with a quick kick.
Yeah, get in there. Now Rex gonna have to front line here. Lucky sees them. Mean Look on Rex, not Trainer, as Metallic is already working on Regirock. Focus Blast on Do Games. Kaduzera fades. Now we've got the Eldegoss topping up their HP. Metallic goes straight for him. Espeon Unite is out. Caught in the Mean Look is Metallic. And tons of damage comes through back the other way. Regirock is low. It is secured. Is that going to be enough to get them out of dodge? Rex sacrifices himself as Machizel jumps over the wall and they take care of Do Games. Deus Boom moving forward. And now we're taking him to the side with Mega Charizard. And we'll see how strong this thing really is. They took a ton of damage though, dude.
Well, I don't know. That was such a odd play from Mega Charizard, and they used both of their moves, then Mega'd. You don't reset your moves. So I can't think of a worse way to do that. I think that was just a really unfortunate way for Char to fight that, and maybe they don't play a lot of this Mega Char and they thought their moves reset in that moment, or maybe they just thought, I'm closing the gap, it's going to work out. Either way, burnt the Mega Char Unite. They get it back fast though, Doomsnacks. It's one of the toughest things about that Mega Char.
Yeah, it just feels like it's forever off cooldown. Another objective secure here by Nemesis, doing a great job just prioritizing that and moving across the map. Bora Reach, Metallic Trainer moving forward. We pop the Unite move. We go for our key target here. Lucky is down. No more Mean Looks. We're into the back line. Combo into the wall. Eldegoss is low. Eldegoss is gone. Mega Char fades backwards. And it's Do Games there. Rex surfing through. Hang 10, buddy. Let's see how many bodies we can actually get out of here. And that's another powerful play by Nem.
Great play from Nemesis right here. If anyone gets caught, maybe one or two before they get home, it looks like. And they are moving forward for it. Charizard, no Unite move yet. They're so incredibly close. They move in for the fight. It looks like Buzzwole misses a lot, but no, picks up a huge KO. Trainer in trouble right here. A Psybeam would be insane into this squad right now. They do end up peeling away. Rex may be the one that goes down for this, and that happens sometimes with these Psyducks. I mean, if one of them's not going to get out, let it be the support duck.
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, Lucky with a great Moonlight Prance to nab a bunch of shields away from Nemesis, and all of a sudden kind of sent them scrambling. What looked like a pretty easy fight turned into a tumultuous one. Nemesis being able to make it out at the expense of Rex is important. Regirock is on the map. We're going to have a fight here. We go straight for him. Machizel wants that action. Hydro Pump. Now we have another Mega Char Unite. We're spinning the win on top of the Machizler. Regirock's at half, but that's enough to send Nem scrambling.
Yeah, a great moment there for Dreamax. They did it again with this Charizard. It's driving me crazy, but I mean, obviously it's Mega Char and they have to run away from it, so it is what it is. It'll be Mega for a long time, but here comes Nemesis moving in for this fight. We have the Unite back the other way. Hydro Typhoon sends him up in the air. Metallic caught, not able to hit anyone with the overheat. They're chasing down Kaduzera, and that push stymied there by Nemesis. They're able to push them back. No points scored. 22 to 277, by the way. Look at the scoreline on Nem.
I know. They didn't even get a nickel in that bottom path. I mean, it looked like the tide was turned against Nemesis. They held strong, they survived the waves, and made it back to the land here with this team. Reggie is secured by them. Dreamax can't even step up. However, you look at the levels, and they're not as bad as you'd think.
No, they're not that bad on the side of either of these squads. Very close level-wise. Point-wise, however, it's getting a little out of control. But if you get a great Groudon fight for Dreamax, you send them up in the air with Mega Char, come back down and fire punch multiple enemies. It doesn't really matter how high your score lead is. Take that Groudon, win the game.
I love what Nemesis just did. They knew when the Swablu Altaria timers were up, and they were just baiting, pretending like they were maybe going to follow up on the Reggie and getting that experience for free, as we are getting 67 points in the bottom path.
Wow, look at this here. Now they're going to need to peel away from this goal, and they know this. They can't defend against 5 members of Dreamax here. We're at the 3-minute mark, so there aren't a lot of Unite moves that you want to use right now. Char's cooldown is extremely low, so they probably could have taken that fight and gotten that back at some point. Obviously, they didn't need to. Just the threat of Charizard was enough. Now, 112, 344, we're getting ready for Groudon. One of these teams, this will be the last Groudon they see at LAIC, and they will not see one at ACL. Such an important moment. We have Nemesis. They are deciding to prioritize this bottom Reggie. Makes total sense. They also know Dreamax doesn't have a great way to rip apart Groudon, so they're pretty safe here. Even if they position themselves well at Groudon, Rex, the Psyduck, staying in the center, looking for members of Dreamax. They're trying to figure out where they are. They need that information. They don't want to go for a full rip here unless they know no one is in the pit. What they want to do is try to bait them in and somehow get rid of this Espeon so the dominoes can start falling. This is the last Groudon for one of these two teams. Trainer moving forward, getting caught by the Psybeam a little bit. Here comes the Blastoise. Groudon's being ripped right now.
Yeah, they're going straight forward, spinning to win right in the middle. Hydro Punch, Spin Pump. Now we're going to see all the Unite moves come up. Hydro Typhoon comes out. Lucky is there to nab the shield. Whoa! Dreamax, but now Nemesis looks for bodies. They can't get enough. 2 players down. Everybody's so low on HP. Make it 3. Dreamax crushing more dreams here in Brazil as they are carrying the banner, carrying the flag, and carrying the mantle of this region, pushing strong, looking good.
Look at this. Lucky with this Hundo Burger puts them over the top. 4-12, 5-12, 6-12, 6-18. And Dreamax is punching their ticket to our top 4. Nemesis not able to react to Dreamax hitting Groudon, and I'll be honest, it was very unexpected. I did not think they were going to start chipping it that aggressively, and I think neither did Nem.
No. Now, there is a bunch of time left. We are going for a full push on this pad. There is 300 points separating these two teams. Crash landing on pad is Lucky. Kaduzera is there. What can Nemesis cobble together? They need to do it now. Trainer is looking for a way in. Can they do anything?
Whoa.
Huge Hydro Typhoon, and that's gonna be it. What a counter play by Dreamax. What a call at Groudon. What a win by Brazilian squad.
Yeah. What an amazing fight. I truly did not expect they were going to make that play. I just feel like they have some good secure. They have Espeon, right? They have Hydro Typhoon, they have Blastoise. I didn't think with Mega Char on their side, they were going to go for Groudon. I thought they were going to go for a fight, and boy, maybe Nem thought the same thing. Groudon taken off the map. You can hear them cheering in the crowds. Yeah. I hope you at home can hear that crowd noise, because it is electric in here. Dreamax, your winner, heading to the top 4.
What a game.
Yeah, what a game.
What a game. I am like, I don't want to say flabbergasted, but I'm with you.
I didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We got another Telestrator moment coming up, folks.
Come on, make this thing work.
No, you got it. Just go back in time.
I went too far back.
No, you didn't.
Oh.
I know what you're doing.
Say words.
Yeah, I'm going to say some words. What a match between these two squads. Taking it to a game number 3. A shocking finish at Groudon, and you could see Nemesis absolutely dejected. Metallic's checking his phone. After that, he's just going, all right. I mean, I don't know what you do here. It was so shocking, so surprising. Doomsnacks is taking a look at this moment in our Telestrator. I can't believe we're actually crushing it with the Telestrator right now. So we will take a look at that after we break down some of these stats here. 8 knockouts, 2 feints, 6 assists. We talked about it at the start of the game here. This Espeon looked incredible. It was so difficult for their opponents to do anything about it because they just didn't have a way to get to it, Doomsnacks. And in a moment, we are going to take a look at this Telestration. We got a few more stats to see here. Let's take a look at this Char. Only 56,000 damage. Char was not the factor at all, but it was the intimidation factor, I think. It was what they were focusing on, but I don't think it was the most relevant thing in this match.
I found its only relevant moment.
He found a relevant moment.
I found a relevant moment for Mega Charizard. I am very excited to show this to you because it all fits into this plan that they were doing here.
You know what this is like, this Telestrator, really quick? This is like when monkeys figured out tools and they just couldn't stop using them, because that's where we are right now.
Okay, so we are in the middle of the full flip, right? Mega Char is right there. Let's keep an eye on Mega Char. We're in slow motion. Also, you want to key in on Metallic, right? The best form of secure that Nemesis has in these situations, all right? Let's watch it in slow-mo. Track Deus Boom, who's right there. They move forward. They move forward. They eye, mean look, and then they pop the Charizard Unite. They can't get in to hit the overheat.
Wow.
They can't get in to hit the overheat. They're delayed. They're just a hair behind. And that's what gives them the opportunity to win. It's the mean look by Lucky. The Unite move by the Mega Charizard takes Metallic out of the equation, and it brings full circle why they're ripping. They had a plan the whole time. The Secure is on the back of Metallic. Use 2 players to shut that down in tandem. Incredibly well done. That was very well played.
What a moment.
That was a great call.
That was a great moment. We have an interview up on stage. I know this is going to be exciting. Take it away. Stage is that way.
It's that way.
That way over there.
It's that way.
You can run beans up there.
All right, we have here Kaala from Dreamax. The Brazilian team taking down the North American Nemesis, getting into the top 4. Kaala destruiu a América do Norte nesse jogo, conseguindo entrar para o top 4. Now, you're going to be fighting for the ACL 3rd place soon. Você vai estar lutando aí pelo top 3 para conseguir para ACL. How do you feel? How are you feeling? Como você está se sentindo?
Cara, é uma experiência muito emocionante, porque é a minha primeira vez em palco e ganhar de um time difícil assim e ver a galera gritando é muita emoção. E eu tô bem confiante.
He's super confident, and having experience being on stage and playing and winning just like this for the first time, it really gives him a boost in confidence. So let's talk about this series. It was game 3. Vocês chegaram ao jogo 3. Como é que estava ali na hora de decidir o draft? Como é que foi toda essa questão, o early game até o late game? How was it during draft to prepare for this 3rd very deciding game?
Então, foi um draft difícil, porque no primeiro jogo a gente já sabia um draft legal e a gente já sabia que o buzz dele era um problema muito grande. Então no terceiro jogo a gente viu que ia tomar buzz e a gente falou, ixi, vai ser um pouquinho mais complicado, porque a lane dele é muito difícil. Tanto que eu e o Cadu a gente sofreu muito no top. Mas a gente sabia que a gente ia conseguir no final e a gente propôs um jogo que a gente tinha um smite e a gente tinha como não perder um flip.
So basically he says that the main focus was targeting and knowing how to play against the very experienced and talented Buzzwole player on the side of Nemesis. So they really had to think about how to counter it. They were going to face it on draft, so it was a little bit difficult on the top lane, but they were very certain that they had a good flip and secure option for Groudon. Speaking of Groudon, that last fight, tell me how was the communication between you all? Como foi na última fight do Groudon? Porque foi muito próximo de dar aquele flip.
Então, a gente decidiu que a gente ia flipar, mas a gente queria muito pegar o 13 do Blastoise, porque com o 13 dele ele fica mais resistente, não tem como parar o flip. Então a gente botou o Cadu pra farmar, pra pegar farms. E a gente falou, flipa, começa a bater. E o Du, ele falou, eu garanto smite. E a gente começou a flipar. A gente começou a flipar todo mundo. Na hora que a gente pegou o Groudon, todo mundo, calma, concentra, não sei o quê. Porque a gente sabia que a plateia ia gritar também.
Well, so this is a very lovely response that we had here from Kaishala. So he mentions that in that last moment, it was important to keep calm because they wanted to aim for the 13 on the Mega Charizard X, and they started flipping the Groudon even before they got the 13 on the Charizard. But they were also very focused because they knew that if they got Groudon, the crowd was going to go wild, and they needed to focus, especially on that last push. You got the Groudon, but I was still hooked up to the screen. Eu ainda tava ali olhando fixamente porque talvez, né, vai que eles conseguem defender. So I think that was a great choice. Now, the feeling of going into top 4. Who are you? Well, actually, we need to get the bracket for that. But so far, who have you been feeling the most challenged to play against? Até agora, quem foi que você sentiu que foi o mais difícil de você lutar contra?
Com certeza a Nemesis. A Nemesis foi o time mais difícil que a gente jogar contra, com certeza.
So Nemesis was the most difficult team. Right, Kaishala, a shout out para quem que você quer te dizer uma palavra. What do you have to say to your fans, to your family?
Eu queria agradecer muito a torcida de todos. Queria agradecer meu amigo Castor, que tá ali gritando muito pra mim. Queria agradecer o Bruno Monk, que sempre torce pra mim e tá narrando uma co-transmissão. E também queria falar que eu falei pra Jessie que a gente ia ganhar.
A lovely shout out to his fans, his special friends, Castor here in the audience, former CEO there of Aegis Flames, and a shout out to Bruno Monkey as well, one of our Brazilian Portuguese casters that is doing a co-stream for the LAIC, and his friend Jess, that he said that he was going to make it. Thank you so much, Kaishala. Muito obrigada. Congratulations. And back to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Soph. What a win for this squad. I mean, you can feel it. You can feel it in the room. Obviously, they are pumped. What a Groudon fight. What a moment for them, Noob Snacks.
Yeah, as the professor in the booth here, I want everybody to go back and do a little homework. Watch that Groudon rip again. There's so many things.
There's layers. While the interviews, there's layers. Like, look at the SP on Unite.
It was terrific. Go back and watch that if you're
Get a telestrator, by the way.
Yeah, do that.
Get one of those at home. They're great. Can't believe we never used this thing. Let's take a look at our bracket.
Hey, so be it goes. Downstairs, though, Force Gaming, Tuesday Esports, 2 Brazilian squads battle it out.
What a game we have in front of us. Force and Tuesday. I mean, either way this goes, it's a heartbreaker and it's a win for Brazil. And then after that, Dignitas against Infamous, possibly some NA representation heading towards ACL. We're going to find out as our day soldiers on. Do not go anywhere unless you're running out to buy a telestrator. Totally get it. Once you get back, plug it in. It's the best. We will be right back. And with the show, we'll be back.
Yeah, the show comes
Let's do
back.
telestrator, actually.
Welcome everybody. Whoa, yes, I'm just that excited because Brazil is playing against Brazil. Brazil just won. That's Surfchan for you, your Brazilian representative in the Costa table. Welcome back to the Pokemon Latin America International Championships, as we're going to be seeing next 2Z Esports versus Force Gaming in this top 8. Alongside me is Zoinks, and as always, you know I am not going to be biased.
Yeah, well, you can't be in this one. It's impossible to be. You got 2Z Esports versus Force Gaming. It's an all-Brazil showdown here to try to qualify for top 4. I mean, we couldn't have set it up any better. It will be heartbreak. It'll be celebration. It's everything you want. This is Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it is. It kind of is. We have been thinking about that on the game. When you're playing, you're like, oh, we're so back. And they're like, oh, no, this is so done. That's kind of what I'm going to be feeling when I see Brazil getting out of the competition, but Brazil winning as well, because that's the only option that we got.
Perfect. All right, well, I know a lot of people were listening very intently to Spreggle's call to action to go out and buy a Telestrator, so I did. And we're going to take a look at the ground on fight again. I think it's going to be a great work from that last match.
Good on you.
It was truly so fun to watch. So let's take another look at this really exciting team fight. There's some big moments I want to call out for sure. I think Dreamax talked a lot about this. The metallic play here on the right-hand side. Watch this Blaziken. Does get trapped by Mean Look from Lucky, bounds him, and then the Charizard wants to capitalize. And the entire time, you have the Blastoise buying so much room. You take a look at this. This is Charizard Unite moving onto a Blaziken who is already trapped in a Mean Look. I mean, truly, we are going all in on making sure this Pokemon does not have access to the Groudon pit. Zoo Games is on this Buzzwole, who just moments ago was attempting to try to push Blastoise out of the pit, and Zoo Games lands an absolutely phenomenal Espeon Unite move to buy just a little bit of time. If I go back just 1 second quickly here, if you watch this Blaziken one more time, even in slow-mo, Metallic is trapped, of course, in that Mean Look and the Charizard Unite move like we were talking about, but he does have a chance to get the eject button overheat combo just in time, but it's so razor-thin margins. I mean, seriously, you can go back and find 10 more points if you, of course, go out and buy your own Telestrator.
It's true. I am just ordering mine right now. As you can see here, I have this is my phone. I'm just buying it right now as we speak. I have my card because you can't see my face. Anyways, so this game, yes, right. So that fight was really interesting, as you pointed out, and I feel like there was, at least from the interview I got with Kaala, it was so interesting to see how they were approaching, and you pointed out that Buzzwole being so dangerous on top of that Blaziken. But yeah, the split seconds that were necessary to just rip, it was all because that was the planning for Dreamax to rip. Now, Force Gaming and 2Z on your screen.
All right, here we go. This battle of Brazil in our top 8. Force Gaming, 2Z Esports, and we're well into our ban phase already. Miraidon, Blissey, and now Blastoise receiving its first ban of the tournament. 0% ban rate so far. Force Gaming do not want to face up against 2Zs.
Yeah, and 2Z's just aiming on those Megas. We got the Charizard, we got the Lucario, and now next is the Suicune. We know as well that usually on the purple side, we can see a couple of these Pokemon coming up, but they're not available, so maybe a Zacian. In this case, they're hovering a Mamoswine, trying not to... Oh, a Blaziken, because why did I not think of that? It's Brazil that we're talking about.
Exactly. You've talked a lot about Falls Blaziken specifically as well, being such a major difference maker for this team, and we haven't gotten the chance to watch it yet because we had Pikachu and Empoleon in the mix. But Darkrai being passed up means that Tuesday Esports is not going to allow that for long. They're going to be committing a first pick to it, as well as a Psyduck. Okay, very interesting. Lozen was a really early pick on this Pokemon. Does not want to give too many of their damage dealers away, but still a shock to me that a Pokemon like Psyduck is getting such early draft priority.
I agree. Usually at this point, if you want to really like prioritize the supporter, you go for the Eldegoss. It has been like the first pick on orange side quite a bit. So if that happens, in this case, the Darkrai being prioritized in regards to damage dealing. On the other side, Force Gaming will get the Zacian alongside that defender front line on the Snorlax, because we know how steady and reliable this defender is.
Right. I mean, great call out as well in the Eldegoss. So if we're going to see it already hovered by Lel, genuinely one of the best Eldegoss players in the world for years now. In a row, I think.
And he's got the drip.
Exactly. Your drip down. Eldegoss, one of the best Hollowware rosters in the entire game. A lot of hats. So Lel going to be very happy on that Pokemon for multiple reasons. It's also one of the best win rate Pokemon in our tournament this weekend. So I think Eldegoss being such a great pick at the moment. Not on the top, but like up there. But I think Lel very happy with that pick. A few great auto attackers in Angel on the Alolan Raichu and Lel on this Eldegoss. This is going to be a lot of A-press damage for Tuesday Esports to deal with, but they kind of got the old crowd control. It feels like that's sort of been the dichotomy of these drafts. You're either all focusing in on auto attack damage, shipping from front to back, getting through these tough front lines, or on the other side, you're just trying to grab, pick up, throw down, whatever you need to do, the crowd control being the main focus. Darkrai with sleeve, Umbreon with everything. Psyduck the same way. Buzzwole throws Espeon Unite. There is a ton of tools for both of these teams, but we kind of have two schools of thought battling in our top 8 matchup here.
And it's so important to note out as well the fact that we have those two evolutions, like you mentioned. You have the Umbreon just doing basically anything that you need, and the crowd control that is allowed by the Espeon and the Psychic Solaire. So we're getting into first game. Force Gaming on the purple side, Tuesday Esports on your orange for the first game of this best of 3 in the top 8.
And it's so exciting to think that one of these two rosters will have the potential to represent the West at the Asia Champions League final. Having a chance to play for that. Both these teams have proven they're so incredible in this weekend's tournament, and now they got a chance to prove who's better. My favorite way to prove things.
Oh yeah, we're just better. It's just how it works. You were talking as well about the fact that we have so much potential to pick up and throw down, which is exactly what the, I'm just joking right now, but it's exactly what it's called on the abilities for the Buzzwole. It's called pick up and throw down. That's what it is.
Throw down. Yep.
Exactly.
You got two modes. You're either picking up or you're throwing down.
Exactly.
Buzzwole knows two things exactly that does those extremely well.
But it does better.
All right, well, Force Gaming is going to send their Central Area player up, but it's only at that Combuskin stage right now. Falb has not found a way to evolve to that Blaziken quite yet, but still, a level 5 Combuskin with Blaze Kick is really, really strong when these Swablu Alterius spawn in. Great way to move them, but Aramaki going to be rotating up, Angel to match.
Okay, 4v4 on the top side. Not aiming really for the Altaria, going straight to take down that Darkrai. Very close, but it's going to be the KO opener on the Psyduck instead. There's almost a possibility of Mazo going down, but it's not going to be the case. And it is the side of Tuesday Esports that come out on top of this first fight.
Incredible first fight from Tuesday. Matt's landing multiple 3-player Dark Void sleeves, which really set up these moments. Mazo just on a sliver of HP, but knows that there's no one who can wake up in time to shut down this Ultra Beast, and realizes they got the runway to actually make some pain happen. Great work use of picking up, and great use of putting down.
That is exactly how it does, and it's how it's written in the Pokédex, in anything that's Pokemon related. Now, Antares here on the bot side, going very low on HP, so that allows for Force Gaming to collect much more of the EXP that is spawning as we speak, while in the mid, you have that Reggie Drago spawning straight from the get-go. Tuesday Esports is there, but they're not going to actually commit to the objective this far.
Yeah, Force Gaming will have to play this a little bit more passive. They don't have the level lead. They have a tougher early game. They won't be able to threaten threaten the Reggie Drago immediately, but 2Z Esports also trying to take this opportunity to get some potential scores and some stacks and really up those damaging items. Top side, again, we got Matt putting in the work, but Mazo actually in a dangerous spot. Maybe that all of them as Saotao led the 3-person heavy slam, and now finally Force Gaming on the board in terms of knockouts.
And the room is well coming out by Angel, just looking really good with that stored power. Almost takes down Lelzine, but it's going to be Mats who grants that takedown themselves. Soto soon follows, and Lel is going to be on the same chopping board as now 2Z Esports with a great timely rotation. Comes back and comes out on top.
Oh, and we're looking at perfect math right now. Aramaki with 21 points to do 22 goal allows for Mats for a fantastic overdug. And 2Z Esports, maybe they lose 1 or 2 members in a bit of a misstep, but they have bounced back in a major way, and Force Gaming have not found a way to turn that advantage into any points on the scoreboard.
Going here to the bot side, we have 3v4 numbers advantage here for Force Gaming because 2Z decided to straight off the gates just completely rip through on that top side, and now Reggie is getting attacked really quickly, getting chopped down. There's the overheat, just waiting for it. It was almost a miss, but it was still a guarantee secure for Force Gaming.
Incredible work by Soto to provide that block. It might not completely eliminate the option of an eject button play towards the Reggie, but even if they use that resource, it's a dangerous one to give up. Great macro play by Soto, but these teams don't want to quit fighting.
No, they do not. Angel is in a terrible position. There comes Mats, goes into the Shadow Realm, and this is going to be a knockout for 2Z. So at least they get something out of that. Now rotating for Reggie Drago, as both teams have enough numbers and HP bars. Speaking of, Fab going on a fight 1v1 against Antares. Lauzin's 50% HP. Reggie is there, Sagi Select gets him up into the air, and now they're looking to retreat really for the side of Force Gaming because 2Z is on a huge numbers advantage. 5v3 is what you have on your bot tier 1. Now they're trying to score as much as possible. Look at that psychic from the side, like it's insane. And now it's just going to be 2Z cleaning up the scraps.
Wow, Lolan Raichu even trying to drop the star onto the map, but actually getting knocked out before they could use it. Silver Lining, it should have a lot of Unite move charge left over when they respawn, but this match has been all 2Z so far. We're headed to the midway point of the match, and I think finally this Reggie Drago going to go down. Aramaki and Miles are going to be responsible. Neither have a ton of points in pocket, so it's Reggie Drago buff will probably not translate to a push on tier 2, but still a little bit of team-wide experience is great for your team, and more importantly, it means Force Gaming is not getting any way back in this match.
Yeah, denying anything from Force Gaming is the objective here for 2Z, because although Force Gaming did get that Reggie Alecki bottom, they couldn't push, they couldn't score, and they are currently on a 0 scoreboard versus 220 for 2Z, and at this point of the game, that's quite a lot of a lead.
Yeah, this is devastating. I mean, we talk about 100-point, 60-point differences being the difference maker in some of these end games. Antaras is caught out, so this Umbreon is going to take a ton of damage at bare minimum, and boosted Alolan Raichu auto attack's going to get the knockout, and Soto wants to try to push this a little bit further. Watch that flank on the top side, though.
Okay, this could be good here for 2Z to defend. There's a Sagi Select, 4 members up into the air, and that is just the biggest wombo combo. It's just nasty. The Super Slam Slow. Whoa, that's the one for Buzzle. And Soto is going to be chased down. There's the mean look. They're going to survive for a little bit longer just because they're defender, but this is just gone for 2Z, or actually for Force Gaming. 2Z taking this fight very easily.
Yeah, great shutdown. Force Gaming, I felt like a little bit of desperation to try to get some scores in on that bottom tier 1. A few team members attempting to use the scoring animation instead of popping some earlier Unite moves. Felt like Aramaki got a extremely strong Espeon Unite move when maybe we could have seen a Snorlax Unite in response a little bit earlier, but it comes a little bit shallow, and now 2Z Esports find a way to hold on to this lead yet again. Force Gaming are finally on the scoreboard, though, and Fallby's at level 12, so they are not without damaging pieces, but now they're caught in a mean look.
Yeah, the damaging pieces are straight on the head of Falb as they go into the Shadow Realm as well. Once again, Matt's just doing really good on this Darkrai. Put up into the air, Mazo will keep on chasing onto Lel and just sends them into their own backline. Now with the block here, just trying to get away. There's the mean look, but they're not going to chase any further. 2Z still coming out on top.
And how brilliant has Mazo been on this Buzzwole, by the way? Yeah. I mean, for over a year now, it felt like it was their staple pick in all of last year's Unite Championship Series, and already starting off this brand new season with some amazing Buzzwole plays. Top Path feels like a home for baby Mazo, and I mean, they're at home right now here in São Paulo, trying to make sure that 2Z Esports is the team on top of these Brazil squads.
Gotta give a huge shout out to Leozing on this Psyduck and lending those psychics that have been just absolutely crazy good as well, Zoinks.
Yeah, they've been devastating, and the crazy thing is they're trying to time them alongside the mean looks from Umbreon as well. So either you get hit by the mean look or the psychic, either one, but it feels like you're always getting hit by both in tandem, and you're just stunned for so long. It's got to be so frustrating to play against. So far, the damage-focused draft from Force Gaming has not found a way to make that happen.
Level 14 on this Darkrai as they push in, but they're going to get taken down. The Umbreon front line is away for Tuzi. Now it's a 1-for-1 as they keep on fighting here. The superpower, the Super Soul Slam comes in through, and Mazo is still keeping up quite healthy at that. And they're going to take the defender next, as they have collected 4 of the members of Force Gaming.
Okay, this is a big risk for Force Gaming, but I don't hate it. They take that fight, but they're very sure to not use a lot of Unite moves. Angel in danger here. TCG Esports did use the Buzzball Unite. Let's see if it's enough to try to make a big game-changing moment around this Groudon.
Focus bend was popped there on Leozing. They're forced to go back to base. There's the Cotton Cloud crash, interestingly enough, there. But what we're going to see next is nobody's guess. It's anybody's guess, because honestly, this is looking really confusing as the Groudon gets ripped. Who gets it at the end is going to be Force Gaming, potentially. What?
TCG Esports getting the last hit, I believe.
No, it was Force.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, thank you. TCG's blue in their jerseys, and I think that threw me off.
Yeah, that probably was, yeah. So, sometimes it's difficult to check the buff underneath them, but it happens, especially because it's transferable.
Yeah, my bad. All right, Force Gaming securing the Groudon, but it's still extremely close game, so if we got just over a minute left in this one, and Force Gaming still trailing. They got a few Groudon buffs to work with, though.
They definitely do. 301 to 320, so 19 points is very short to come and succeed here for Force Gaming. They have the buff. Now Leozing is definitely going to go down. There's the power nap as well. Adamaki's in trouble. There's another knock up onto them. The Espeon is gone. Now chasing out for Antares. Force Gaming is unstoppable. Mats is going to go down, and it's a 4v2 as even the Raichu is coming through as well. 501 to 320.
What a bounce back for this team around that Groudon fight, able to recover from a really tough early game sequence. Just around 30 seconds left on this match, and a couple of Hundo Burgers about to land in his home goal zone. That is going to seal the deal for Force Gaming in this game number 1. TCG Esports dominating for 8 minutes of this match, and Force Gaming finding a way back in. I like they take kind of that dry fight before the Groudon even spawns. They have a lot of Unite moves to work with, and in the end, that Zacian Unite move, yet again, this Pokemon's win rate keeps on climbing. And we're going to have Force Gaming starting off with a 1-0 lead.
Looking good for Force Gaming here in this Brazil matchup, where kind of everybody wins that's watching that is Brazilian, or everybody loses. I don't know how that works. I'm still confused and trying to figure it out. But yeah, the audience is super excited about how things have been going so far, because as you mentioned, it was such a huge lead for TCG, and then Force with those very powerful secures on the Zacian and on the Blaziken just really turned it around.
Yeah, it was impressive. I mean, just unfortunately for TCG Esports, with all this crowd control access, they were not able to take out every threat of Force Gaming from contention of a Groudon secure. Specifically, of course, that Zacian Unite move, giving you unstoppable while channeling it. They did not have an option to try to push them away, and it was just too much all at once around that Groudon pit. You got a lot of secure options on Force Gaming. They understood that, and they made sure to make that happen.
It's a difficult position to try to respond to, right, Zoinks? Because you said with the unstoppable, you kind of need, if you are on the side of TCG, you have to stop ripping, because you got to stop the counter from actually having as much SP as it has, so that you whiff the Sovereign Sword, or that you whiff the Overheat. This is your MVP Soto for Force Gaming on this Snorlax. I love that for them. We love a good defender getting a spotlight. It's 86,000 damage taken in 3, 5, and 5.
Incredible. I mean, in comparison to Antharos on the Umbreon on the other side, right, only taking 39,000 damage. This Snorlax definitely in the way of pain quite a few times with 5 faints in total on this matchup. But still, you can see Soto, pretty big fan of the Snorlax in the player picture, does the like showcasing that Pokemon, but hanging around on that bottom side for the majority of this matchup. Really trying to favor that Alolan Raichu path alongside them, get those attackers up to levels. Yeah, I think that final fight is really interesting towards that Groudon because, you know, with this crowd control competition with Buzzwole and things like that, you actually want to get in front of the Groudon pit on the enemy map side. But since they were all at about half HP after that initial fight that they won, technically, they couldn't really buy as much space as they wanted to. They had to relent it, and well, once you let Tuzi into the Groudon pit, they're gonna take care of it.
Yeah, yeah. So it was very, I was gonna say forceful. It's not intentional. It just comes naturally, I guess.
It's their fault, I think.
It's their fault. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's their fault, absolutely. But as you say, it's a situation where you gotta have really cold nerves to deal with how the ripping is going. What's the rate at which the Groudon is getting knocked out? What is the securing tool in the enemy team? And in this case, Force just really nailed it. Now Tuzi has the opportunity to show us the early game and mid game that they had in this game 1 and take this to a game 3.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pull it together. I mean, they certainly got a great game plan for the majority of that matchup, but certain points in this match are just so important. The end game, of course, tremendously important, and Force Gaming understanding that just a little bit better. Love that they played to their advantage. They kind of lose a team fight. They have a way to bounce back in a major way, and what a big success for them. These best of threes are so intense. I mean, we are already on match point. It feels like we should be playing this next series for 2 hours, so.
Yeah, so true. And so if you think about it, soon enough, we're gonna be there when we get to the semifinals and we become a best of 5 bracket, just like tomorrow will be on Grand Finals for Championship Sunday. Now, let's talk about as well the fact that this time Tuzi chose to go purple, so we could be seeing them choosing a priority pick there on the purple side, that P1, if you will. Yep. And we could see the likes of that Zacian, we could see the likes of the Suicune, we could see the likes of the Darkrai, or if we're still talking about Brazil, we could just see the Blaziken, as it is very common.
Yeah, and maybe at this point just too contestable to let up at this point in time. You don't want to give it over to Force Gaming either, so you might just have to pick this one in that first pick spot if it doesn't get banned. I gotta say though, that Darkrai from match was so amazing. It's cool to see how many Pokemon this player can play, because at the World Championships, they really showcase how incredible of a player they are, but it was a lot of one Pokemon. That Zeraora was amazing for sure, but I love that we're starting to see a bigger Pokemon pool from Mats.
Love to see it. As we get into the second draft of this series, Tuzi now on the purple, Force Gaming on the orange. The first Pokemon to be banned is the Miraidon. Okay,
interesting. Get the Miraidon ban coming through. Yeah, we'll see. It might just be a UI thing we got going on, but we'll see where these ban phases go in a moment. Tuzi Esports Miraidon being banned. You got a few other ones you can follow up with. Looks like Blissey going to be their next option, and that is going to slot in. Mega Charizard potential. Sounds like we're going to be redoing this banning phase. Not just a UI thing. We'll get this sorted out, everybody. Please be patient with us, but some interesting stuff so far.
Definitely, and some staples as well. The Miraidon has been very successful all around as a long-range attacker. Even if you go for Electro Drift, not exactly long range, you're going to be straight in the face of people, but still coming from a long distance. The Blissey as well, very common. The Suicune, we know, is very powerful. The amount of crowd control, I would say, is unrivaled.
Exactly. All right, so about Force Gaming's composition that they had in that last game. How we, there's a lot of really exciting things that we were feeling. Darkrai being picked up early here, but I think you're hearing something?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had a technical issue, yes, but both teams have agreed that that ban is Mega Charizard X.
Okay.
So we're just not going to redo, so we can just keep on going. Just don't lose the warmth in the fingers.
People who wanted the Mega Charizard X to be the most banned Pokemon in this tournament are in shambles right now. We're losing the 1 game's worth of stats. We'll see if we can get that corrected.
Stats, you're right.
We'll see if we can
God.
get that corrected in the back end. We'll see what goes on.
Crazy.
But either way, we are continuing on. That hollow spot on our ban UI is Mega Charizard X. And Tuzi Esports are going back to the Darkrai. Blaziken, of course, being banned by Force Gaming means that Tuzi don't even have to make that choice. Instead, go to one of these huge power picks in the Darkrai.
Love it. All right. So unfortunately, we had another technical issue here, and we're going to have to redo, in fact, this series lobby. But we're going to be right back as soon as we can. But as we were looking at, we have this game feeling like very similar in regards to what has been established of meta throughout yesterday.
Yeah, just a lot of powerful picks have been kind of cemented themselves in the meta here of LAIC. Darkrai in particular has been so phenomenal. Snorlax, one of the most picked Pokemon in our entire tournament as well. So we're getting to see a little bit of that Pokemon show its name. And then, yeah, I think the Zacian, again, just every time it shows up in one of these games, you and I are just in shock and awe at this point because of how powerful this Pokemon is at any moment of the game. It's one of the few Pokemon in the roster. Early game, it's fantastic. Mid-team fights, it's amazing. And late game, it's got one of the best secures in that gigantic Unite move. So just a ton of options for this Pokemon, and when it's in the hands of an amazing player like these two teams, you really get to see its full potential.
Exactly. It's just how much, and as you pointed out earlier as well, the fact that we're seeing these players that we have seen throughout Worlds in August in Anaheim, California, that they have widened their Pokemon pool, and they have been able to really diversify how they're going to be dealing with threats, how they counter, how they're going to take priority in draft. And I feel like that's one of the most exciting things for me outside of gameplay is just how teams have been navigating draft.
100%. I mean, our offseason is not incredibly long, but it is enough that there are quite a few changes to the game. But between the World Championships and this first tournament, there's new Pokemon added to the game, and sometimes there's balance patches that shift the competitive mentality of these top players on a few important picks. And all this is leading me to say, Phelps and Empoleon looked awesome. So I really hope we get to see some more interesting picks like that. Before we had to remake the draft, Phelps had yet to pick in this game number 2. And Blaziken being gone, we could see a spicy pick from that player on Force Gaming again. I mean, things like that Central Area Pikachu come to mind as a very relevant threat. You were playing Blaziken in the Central Area in that last game. I mean, there's a lot of options for this player, and I think if we could rely on spice from a player or two, it seems like Phelps a great one to look at.
I agree. And straying a little bit away from this matchup in particular, but still talking about draft and meta in general, how are you feeling in regards to the fact that we really thought that the Mimikyu was going to show up more? Like, what's your analysis on it?
Just mostly just livid rage. Just so upset.
Livid outrage.
Yeah, there's a lot of Zoinks-shaped holes in the wall in the green room. Just been so upset.
There are, yeah, I can confirm.
Yeah.
I can take pictures in personal line.
Yeah.
Just DM. don't DM.
It's been tough, but I think I'll recover. I mean, Mimikyu, when it has been in-game, it's been looking pretty fantastic, in my opinion. So that, at least, is exciting to see. One of my favorite Pokemon to play, if you can not tell by how I'm talking about it. But it seems like on these two teams, we're going to be electing for a few other picks. I mean, this Darkrai fills a similar role to what Mimikyu is accomplishing, often in the same area of the map, in that central area, but just having the potential to completely burst down an opponent and make it so they can't move anywhere. Those sleeping effects are so strong, and Darkrai's unique effect to hit multiple targets with that Dark Void, there are very few Pokemon, I think, that kind of have these big area crowd control effects that persist for so long. Snorlax is solid, but doesn't have as much range as something like Dark Void. Suicune's Whirlpool Ice combo for sure, but it's a harder to land combo than just clicking the Dark Void button. So interesting. It brings a lot of interesting gameplay into some of these series.
It does, and as you pointed out, like, it's the fact that it's just one ability. For example, you could say that the likes of the Suicune and the Alola Ninetales could be similar, but you just have to wait for the freeze to stack, and that it requires either more than one attack or ability that you have to land, and this one is very point and click, and the fact that it just deals so much damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say Alola Ninetales. It's a name I haven't heard in
a while.
80 years.
Yeah, we substituted the Alolan variant for just Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, we got Alolan Raichu in the mix now. Alolan Ninetales, haven't seen it in a while. Not saying it's a completely unviable pick. It does have certain options, but it does feel outclassed by a few of the attackers that are kind of reigning supreme in this metagame. It's hard to be an attacker in this metagame and in this world currently, but the ones that are succeeding, they're doing it for a reason, and we're starting to see it here on some of these matches at LAIC.
Yeah, one of those that has seen quite a lot of success is that Miraidon, sometimes in the bench, sometimes in gameplay, especially going on the purple side, has been one of those P1 picks. I'm trying to really make that stick, so Yes, that's the purple side. First pick, P1.
Ah, P1. God, I thought it stood for picks 1, and I was like...
No, purple 1, because then you do orange 1, because like 5 picks. That's how I'm used to it.
P1 and O1 and 2. Got it.
Exactly. That's why. So explaining. So you have purple side having the advantage of having P1. Purple side 1 pick, because you're the first one to get your most valuable, most high impact Pokemon. And then on the side of orange, the most impactful pick is the last one, which would be Orange 505. I'm really trying to make that stick.
Right, yeah. Yeah, 5th pick, 05. Yeah,
Yep.
I get it. It makes sense.
Cool.
We got a whole formula going on.
We do.
We have surpassed Unite Math. We have now headed into Unite Letters, which
Exactly.
is a scary place to be.
Letters
but
and alphabets
It's
together.
uncharted territory, but
It
we're
is.
doing our best to make
Yeah,
it
we are.
through. Don't worry, everybody. We're going to have that draft ready for you very soon. Just want to make sure that everybody's devices are connected properly before we jump back into that one. We don't want to reset one more time. So we're going to take our time, make sure that this match is good to go, because just to reiterate the stakes right now, we are in our top 8. It is best of 3, single elimination, and we're playing for a spot in top 4, which I gotta say, top 4 has never been more important than it is in this tournament. Maybe some of our regional finals, but those aren't often in-person events, and Asia Champions League spots being on the line in that top 4 threshold, of course for top 3 spots. I mean, this is such an important matchup to win.
It's so weird, Zoinks, because we're talking about the fact that I believe for myself it's the first time that I'm looking at a semifinals. I'm like, heck yeah, semifinals! Because as you pointed out, it's the top 3 that gets into the Asia Champions League finals, but we have that 3rd, 4th place matchup as well. So we actually have, quote unquote, 3 semifinals, the 2 regular ones, and the 3rd and 4th place, which are all best of 5.
Okay, yeah, I like that definition. Again, more letters that we're throwing into the mix, but I like that quite a bit.
But I said 3. I said the number 3. That's not a letter, dude.
Not like semi. It's like a prefix. It's a bunch of letters. Anyway, there's a lot on the line, like we talked about, to play for here. But seriously, this match matters so much. Of course, if you win that semifinal, you know for a fact that you've gotten one of those spots. That's going to be huge. But still having one more chance. And just a reminder for anybody, if you tuned in at a midway point or at some point throughout the broadcast, just a reminder that we will be having the 3rd place match, the tiebreaker, and of course, a match to determine that 3rd ACL spot will be live on our broadcast to conclude our day 2 coverage here.
And as of right now that we had reached the top 8, all of the matches are going to be streamed in this channel, the feature stream. Thank you so much for your service, but you are done for the day. Into the draft we go now for realsies. Tuzi on the purple side, going for the Maridon band first, while Force Gaming is able to select that Mega Charizard X as their first bet.
Yeah, this time we actually got the picture in, not a gentleman's agreement to ban away the
Yay!
Mega Charizard
My
X.
stats aren't ruined.
Exactly. Oh, yes, stat enjoyers rejoice.
Yes.
Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard will both be banned. Suicune will also be banned. I imagine we'll be moving through the first steps of this draft in an identical fashion. Usually that's how these things work out. Well, but around the midway point of the draft, we might be starting to see some new things. But that does mean the Blaziken, again, banned away by Force Gaming, being such an important factor for FALB. But I think Force Gaming understanding that it is such a big priority first pick for Tuzi Esports as well, you gotta use your final ban on it.
You really need to. And Darkrai being one of those P1, very valuable picks. Why do you laugh at me, Zoinks? Come on. I'm just trying to be serious about it. Right, so on the side of Force Gaming, you have the Snorlax and the Zacian also with that priority pick, with the big damage secured that it has on that Sovereign Sword. And of course, the most reliable defender, in my opinion, in the game.
Yeah, and Blastoise to play that damaging role on the other side will be interesting. We've seen Mazo play a whole lot of that Buzzwole in the past, but it does have a great matchup into the Blastoise, so maybe securing both ends on their own side of the draft on that purple team, but it will be Clefable on the orange side for Lel, so not having access to Eldegoss will push you into the Clefable realm, especially when Blissey's going to be banned. Tuzi Esports, final 2 picks. P4, P5.
Oh, let's go! And it's the Buzzwole, as we know that Mazo really excels at. And I missed the mime! All right, so that's where we're diversifying here. Only with a 6% encounter rate.
All right, FALB's currently got the hover on a Pokemon that was so fun to commentate over earlier on in the day, and they're gonna lock it in. Empoleon, encounter rate slowly climbing up to 4% as FALB locks in the Emperor Penguin.
Oh, that is incredible. Love to see it. So a couple of things that are similar to what we saw in the last game of this series, a couple of things that are similar to what we saw in a different series, but still very well rehearsed and practiced by the side of Force Gaming. I really loved the Empoleon that they brought to the table, the damage was so real. I think they only fainted. I don't think they fainted on that game. It was almost a perfectly flawless game.
Yeah, it was so impressive. We'll see if they can make that happen again here in the round of 8. But these drafts definitely have some new Pokemon for both sides. The Eldegoss switching sides over to Tuesday now does create some new opportunities. But in totality, I think the archetypes of these two drafts are remaining extremely similar. Force Gaming leaning heavily into the damaging side of things with the Alolan Raichu, Zacian, even an Empoleon for that big burst execute damage. But they do have the Clefable to back them up with the HP recovery. On the other side, it's more crowd control. Mr. Mime this time being the flavor of the CC.
I was literally going to say that is kind of like the alternative option to a Crustle if you think about it, because then if you go for Light Screen, you're kind of fulfilling the same spot as their Rock Tomb does, and your Showtime that also stuns into your Game 2. A match point for Force Gaming playing on your orange side, and Tuesday Esports fighting to get that Game 3 online for the purple side.
Yeah, their backs against the wall, but they've been at this point in tournaments past. So Mazo gonna be leading the way into this top side, going against Zacian, against so terrifying. Lel taking a lot of burst damage early, threateningly to go down, but the Eldegoss will not be able to do it. The Ozen's auto attacks just shy of earning the first knockout.
Yeah, just getting quick enough into the pad, and Lel will get their healing and shielding, and they are going to be okay. That Clefairy with this so lovely Hollowware is going to be fine. And we know as well how strong these two carries are in the top side, both the Buzzwole and the Zacian, in guaranteeing those early wild Pokemon.
And Mazo's going to be out-leveling. By the way, Leozen was able to take one of Force Gaming's ball toys, and because of that, they just have all the presence over the mid-contestable wild Pokemon. So Mazo is going to be out-leveling this Zacian, at least in this early phase of the game. Going to almost hit their level 5 right before the Swablu Altaria spawn in, giving them access to, I believe this one will be the pick up.
All right, 4 members rotating to the top side, actually. So we see that Force Gaming doesn't really commit into defending. They just give it away. While on the bot side, 3 members of Force will score on the bot tier 1. Laozing will spot the top laners here, and they are going to be scouting around through this jungle and just trying to get somebody caught out of position. Falb just waiting, but that stun from the Mr. Mime doesn't land.
Yeah, not too sneaky, Darkrai. Tharos had a good hiding spot. Mats gave it away, walking into the tall grass. But here we go. Big fight going on in mid.
All right, and Force Gaming is just falling at the seams in this one. Wow, the amount of damage from Tuesday is just really there, especially on that Darkrai. And with that, they have full control to invade.
All right, Tuesday Esports having a huge advantage here. Not only did they have a fantastic win on top side, they also have a great win in that enemy central area. Now time for the true central area, as Reggie Drago will be eliminated by Darkrai. Matt's going to be leveling up even more, almost at that level 9.
Ooh, so close to the level 8 as well.
Yeah,
we'll encounter
that's more accurate. Almost at level 8.
I was gonna say we're literally like fumbling over numbers and letters. I guess that's where we are right now.
Letters. I've abandoned numbers.
Okay, so you're just like, what'd you say? 8EIGHT. That's where you are.
Yes.
Okay, right. So top side, we have 4 members of Tuesday Esports pushing out here, as Force Gaming have received quite a lot of goals on this outer zone. Angel Zine will get into the fray as well. Rapid Spin just to poke them out, but they are going to be heavily punished back. Falb moves in, but they're not going to truly commit right now.
Great peel from Aramaki. That Hydro Pump if Spin combination is fantastic. Just even for a tiny little push, you might underestimate how important just a little bit of movement can be in Pokemon Unite, and it allows Mats to just escape and get back to their own central area, pick up a red buff. Actually looks like they might rotate all the way down and get that blue buff. Confident in Tuesday Esports' rest of their roster's ability to secure their Reggie steal, even in the face of this Zacian, who at this point in the game is a little bit under-leveled. The rest of Tuesday Esports out-leveling them, especially Mazo.
That's very true. I like the rotation from Tuesday. They take top. Reggie going to the bot side, almost taking down this Snorlax, and they do. Look at Mats. Look at him go. And that's Lel, almost taken down too. Reggie, like it will stun Mats briefly, so that will stop them for at least a brief moment. That's the Empoleon that's coming through, but it's still going to be Tuesday Esports who take the Regieleki themselves. They still have enough healing. Look at how much the Eldegoss is doing. That is just insane. Bot tier 1 is gone.
All right, is going to be left on 26. A couple of small scores in the future for 2Z Esports, and they might actually elect to leave this goal zone up, but currently Force Gaming are going to commit a few Pokemon to defend it just in case they can defend this Tier 1 goal zone. Very important to have those into the end game. You do not want to give 2Z Esports extra chances to flank you in the final stretch time of the match, or potentially have a chance to score in your Tier 2 either.
Right, this is a point in the game where you don't have that much wild Pokemon experience on the board, so you got to be very intentional about where you rotate to. Antares, very low HP, has to disengage here for 2Z, so they can't overcommit to anything on this goal because, as you pointed out, Zoinks, they chose not to take it.
Yeah, now Falb is at level 10.5, so this Empoleon is starting to get pretty scary, and it looks like another push for 2Z Esports. Falb setting up, big Snorlax block to try to set up this next fight.
Woo! Well, Mats is almost taken down as they are immediately. There goes Force Gaming, chasing out after this Mr. Mime for Antares, as Leozinho is just trying to get close to get that Polen Puff in as well. Mazo is in the bushes, just trying to go win. They have a 4v5 situation, but look at that light screen, just really nicely done. Look at the showtime too, and it's time to just really get going as Force Gaming is taking quite a lot of damage. Look, he's almost taken down here by the Blastoise, and do they know? Very close, but Force Gaming does survive.
Wow, I mean, Mazo counting their lucky stars. The Unite move actually targeted the Alolan Raichu, was the lowest HP target. The Super Swole Slam actually pulled them out of the fight and gave an escape route for Mazo's Buzzwole to head into the enemy central. And now 2Z Esports, not too worried about losing their top carry, can try to push towards this Tier 1 yet again. And Soundtow 1v4 in the defense is now put to sleep, put into another dimension as Mass tries to take all of that HP away, and they get the KO.
The KO, the zone, good position for the Darkrai to solely 1v1 on that bottom Reggie, while on the top side, Force Gaming will trade objectives, and there's plenty of experience on the side of 2Z Esports as well, if so Force Gaming should choose to invade, but Mazo is there just applying quite a bit of an impression.
Yeah, Mazo trying to play that just really carefully. You can't 1v2 those two Pokemon, but you also don't want a huge overdump to change the scope of this match so far. You're holding the momentum, you have the score lead. I know that happened in game number 1, and it still didn't go their way, but still 2Z Esports sticking to their strategy of forcing this early game to be to their advantage. We are now headed well into the early game, though, and Force Gaming has started to wake up. This Empoleon is scary. Angel also climbing the levels on this Alolan Raichu, but 2Z Esports still finding a way to be aggressive.
Yes, they do, but Force Gaming has sandwiched them a little bit with the Alolan Raichu Unite move as well, and Force Gaming is really trying to get this going right now before we get to the final stretch. Now going on to Matt, almost takes them down, but Lau is on the front line, and that's not your damage dealer. They might be caught off guard here, as Lau is going very low in HP, pops out that gravity. They're still going to be okay for the moment. Matt's trying to get that sleep going, but they haven't been able to really connect him. Nice heavy slam as well, and looking at the back line is Mazo with a Super Soul Slam, and they take down the Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, big pickup, big put down, as Matt's also trying to follow up on top of that damage. Lel has nowhere to run, but the gravity and Moonlight give them just enough room to get to that gold zone. Fall caught in place by a barrier, by a sleep, and it's the Hydro Pump that gets the KO at the end. Aramaki taking down that Empoleon. That's a lot of EXP to the squad. And 2Z Esports, in a moment that it looked like they were going to get super punished for that hyper aggression, they actually come out with a big team fight win.
That's crazy that it happened like that, because as you pointed out, it was the fact that Snorlax had such a good block to get 2Z just sandwiched in between the walls in the central area. It really felt like Force Gaming was going to come out on top, but the way that Mr. Mime is playing is just really good for 2Z.
Yeah, it's been so impressive, and I think Aramaki's Blastoise has been impressing me so much in this matchup. Anytime Mats, especially on this Darkrai, just gets a little bit low, you got your best buddy Blastoise jumping right into the fray to push them all the way with this Hydro Pump. They are going to be using this one for the initiation, though, and try to get a bit of information as we jump into Groudon.
Oh, straight into Logan right to that Unite move, and it's ripped immediately. It's Force Gaming who gets it. That was absolutely insane. I didn't even have time to think what was happening, and it was just immediately deleted off the board.
Yeah, I don't think 2Z did either. Force Gaming absolutely obliterating that Groudon, and Empoleon responsible for the final hit. Another situation where 2Z Esports were not able to hold positioning before the final fight. Force Gaming already in the spot. All they got to do is close the door. A minute 30 left on the clock, though. 2Z Esports have a chance to rally, steal some buffs, and try to turn this score lead around.
They definitely can do it. There's still a 50 onto Angel, so they need to be careful about that specific Alolan Raichu and their scoring. Now they're still pushing in, trying to get that buff back. Now they're still going very low. Blastoise has to disengage, and now Matt's in between a couple of people, gets knocked up into the air, and now Force Gaming is going to seal the deal, at least for the next minute.
Oh man, they shut down yet another push. There is still a minute left on the clock again. If Mosso can try to defend this goal zone, but a Groudon 50% damage buff might be a bit too much from a lot of those Pokemon for 2Z Esports to hang on this goal zone. And there might be a minute left on the clock, but I believe this one is sealed, done, dusted. Force Gaming gonna 2-0 2Z Esports and move into top 4.
743 to 273. That is quite a big leap that you need to take to actually reach a potential comeback for 2Z Esports. They don't have enough points. They don't have enough pressure. Force Gaming is just waiting for the inevitable 2-0. There's a Unite move from the Alola Ninetales once again, Zoinks.
Yeah, huge, big star on the ground, whole lot of damage. Aramaki does fall, at least you take one on the way out. Angel, 2 KO straight, adding insult to injury, as Force Gaming are gonna seal this one up with your match win, and Force Gaming eliminate 2Z and move on to top 4.
Force Gaming who'll be fighting for that potential ACL spot.
Yeah, they're in such perfect position. 2Z Esports just moments away. And we talked so much about it, so right before this match started, it's both a heartbreaker and, of course, a brilliant excitement on the other side. It's both end. And, you know, these two teams are going to be regional rivals all year long. Like, if you were a fan of that last match, just wait. The LATAM Regions League is going to be so exciting to follow. And I think Force Gaming and 2Z Esports are going to be battling against each other many, many, many times in this upcoming year.
Exactly. Now, they're not just acquainted because they played together in different rosters in the past throughout competitive Pokemon Unite. They are going to get very up close and personal in regards to the Region League. It is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Force Gaming sealing the deal. Oh, that was so good to watch.
Yeah, and we're back to numbers, but that's okay. I think the letters were a tough one. I'll keep it on, and we have Fob on the Empoleon getting the MVP award. Maybe not as spectacular as stats as the last showing on this Pokemon. Took a little bit to warm up on this Empoleon, but still some clutch moments throughout this matchup. Doing, of course, 70,000 damage. Nothing to scoff at, but the Alolan Raichu from Angel. That's the damage carry I'm looking at. 96,000 damage. Just short of that 6-digit mark.
Exactly, and we know how juicy that 6-digit mark is. And looking at this graph for scores, we know there was just 100 points in between these two teams, and the heat map as well, just showing the foul. But like you mentioned, was careful, was a little bit more conserved on how they were moving, mostly on their own side of the map.
And kind of forced to be in a lot of those ones. You also see a big green dot by where their tier 1 was.
Yeah.
They had to play so much defense on that tier 1. It felt like the top side was already kind of lost. Force Gaming had to all in and make sure that final tier 1 didn't fall, kept that scoreline just close enough. That Groudon was an extremely relevant factor, and of course it was in this match. Force Gaming in maybe the closest 2-0 we've seen all weekend. Like, at any given moment it could have went any direction, and they're the ones to come out on top.
Honestly, when we see the record, if you haven't watched, you know, you go back to see the track record and you're like, 2-0, nah, it was a stomp. No,
not a stomp.
This was not a stomp. It was as close as it could be. And that rip on Groudon just got me baffled.
Yeah, it's so extremely quick. I mean, Zacian, of course, does a ton of damage. Alolan Raichu, especially with its Unite move right on top of the Groudon pit, setting the stage. I mean, yeah, that Groudon does not last long in those kind of situations. And of course, the last hit secure being the most important. Force Gaming showing in this tournament, they are extremely good at that. Any opponents in the future matches are going to have to be well aware of their ability to ice in veins secure those Groudons.
Exactly. The secure ability is definitely something to keep an eye out for, like we also saw from Dreamax being mentioned. So it's something that we know now for a fact that Brazil has really, really professionalized it.
Yeah, that's true. It could be a defining trait of this region, or at least a few teams in this region. I keep punching the Telestrator. Sprinkles told
You
me
just
to buy
like it
this,
very much.
and now I'm just mistreating it, which just feels
Oh,
wrong,
it
so
does, it
apologies.
does.
But either way, very, very exciting to see that team qualify. Our top four is already starting to solidify. This is exciting. We got some amazing teams already. Force Gaming is going to be one to watch. I mean, this is a team that, admittedly, I thought could win this tournament.
Yep.
And they are in top 4 position. They're extremely close. So, you know, maybe I'm pulling for them. Maybe I'm not. Who knows?
Maybe I'll know after we leave, but
Yeah,
maybe he will tell me. Maybe he will lie to me. Who knows? It's possible. Will you? All right, like you mentioned, we have this lovely top 4 that has been starting to just come to fruition.
Yeah.
And these teams, again, not just fighting in a semifinals, fighting to secure the ACL spot.
Yeah.
Because as we've mentioned, top 3 takes that invitation to Asia Champions League finals in Japan, which means that if you go to grand finals, you're locked in for
Yeah.
ACL finals. If you are not going to make it to grand finals, but you are still on semis, you can still fight for that top 3 position.
Yeah, top 4 is a pressure cooker. Like, we are going to
Yes.
have some very intense matches. Who knows what's going to happen there. And we still have one more round of 8 to actually spectate as well. We're going to have Dignitas going up against Infamous Gaming to have that matchup. So Dignitas on this run of knocking out the world champions in Peru and then having to face their in-region rivals next in Infamous Gaming. We talked to Inder a little bit earlier on in an interview and saying that, well, Peru's been able to beat Infamous, so by the rule of transitive properties, we should also be able to beat Infamous, but I don't know. I've never trusted numbers, and I'm certainly not trusting transitive properties.
Or letters.
Or letter.
Yeah.
There's very few things I trust, I guess, at this point.
And that's why I don't trust that he's going to tell me the truth later if he is rooting for Force Gaming.
I trust Zacian win rate, and that Empoleon will be awesome to watch on a match. But anyway, we do have an interview on stage with a member of newly crowned top 4, Force Gaming.
We are here on stage with Angel from Force Gaming. Boom. And this is the shortest interview of all time, because that's all we needed. Back to the booth.
We had the booth, and we're back.
And we're back.
We're
All right,
back.
thank you so much. Great to hear from Force Gaming as always.
Yeah, I love to see it.
Maybe we could top that record next time for the next interview. Could be even shorter. Would be amazing.
Yeah, right. We could do even a comparison between the shortest interview and how quickly Force Gaming took down that Rhydon.
Oh, that could be. That could be. There's a lot of things to compare, a lot of things to break down. But of course, we got to be setting up for our next matchup, our next top 8 round. So we're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, the last match of our top 8 here at LAIC.
We are back here in São Paulo, Brazil, live for LAIC. The Unite Championship Series starts our run here, and what a tournament it has been. A huge prize waiting at the end. Not only is there $25,000 up for grabs, I took 25 of it. There is also the big prize, in my opinion. Top 3 spots going to ACL to compete and represent the West. Snacks, what a day it's been, and what a match we have.
Absolutely. Let's take a look where we've been so we can know where we're going. Of course, we just watched Force Gaming 2-0, 2Z Esports, Dreamax Nemesis. You and I were there for a 2-1, the only 3-game set that we've seen on broadcast so far. And setting up CACM Esports, taking out Mandakaru Esports 2-0.
And now, we have Infamous Gaming against Dignitas. Now, I don't know if everyone expected Dignitas to be here after they were paired against Peru to start their day, but they 2-0'd the world champs, and they are the last representative from North America able to get that spot to ACL.
Without a doubt, the power of friendship carrying Dignitas through, and now they have one more stride to make to get themselves in the top 4 and fight for one of those ACL spots, and of course, the LAIC champion title.
That's right. Once you hit the top 4, you are guaranteed to at least fight for one of these spots, right? You win in the top 4, you got your spot. You're good to go, exactly. And you're heading to the grand finals. You know, you can, fight for the lion's share of that cash, but most importantly, you have your spot. However, even if you lose top 4, you will play a 3-4 tiebreaker, the most important 3-4 tiebreaker we've probably ever had in Pokemon Unite. That match will be at the end of the day today, and we will know who's heading to ACL.
It'll actually, ironically enough, the 3rd place finishing team will be the first one we find out who has earned that last spot, right? Obviously, the people in the finals, they're both in.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that these teams treat it just like Inder said. The focus right now is ACL, ACL, ACL. We know that we have the ability to go far in the UCS this season, but the prize at the end of this LAIC road is the invite to AC.
Yeah, that is what they are playing for. This is really what's on the table here. Of course, you want to be the champion. You want to win this entire thing. You want that big cash prize. You want to be recognized as one of the best in the world heading into this new league format this season. But ACL is one of the biggest tournaments of the year. There are a few big ones. We're at one of the biggest ones right now. But ACL feels like it's up there with Worlds as to how important this thing is. Some of the best teams from the East. You're going to see a lot of amazing squads that you will definitely see at Worlds there. Last year, it was unbelievable. We had one representative from the West. Luminosity going over there doing very well. I think they finished 3rd in that tournament. Now we will have 3 Western representatives.
Let me ask a question of what this season gets set up depending on the result of this event, right? We've seen Dignitas take out Peru Unite. If Dignitas were to win this event, does that automatically catapult them into the conversation as one of the best teams in the West? Or does Peru Unite hold on to that title single-handedly because they are your current world champions?
I think there's no question that you have to give respect to Peru, not only for last season, but for every season they have played. But this happens. You don't know what Peru is going to continue to play the game, continue to show up. We've seen moments where Luminosity won the World Championships and had kind of a rocky season, won Worlds again, right? And we've also seen situations where a team was so unbelievably dominant, like Fennel won the World Championships and then unfortunately fell apart the following season.
Yeah, we called them the Humpty Dumpty squad of Unite because they completely collapsed, fell apart, and they could not put themselves back together, had a terrible following season, and cleared the path for Peru Unite to take that championship. And I say cleared the path as if Peru didn't earn it themselves. That's not what I mean. But, everybody really expected Fennel to use that to carry them into the next season and establish Japan as the top region in the world. Now, a lot of people believe that they are collectively the strongest.
Yeah.
But the only champion right now resides in LATAM, and that is Peru Unite.
Yeah, that is correct. No matter how good your region is, One team is going to take it all at the end of the day, and one team is going to win LAIC. Up next, it's going to be either Infamous or Dignitas. I think a lot of people have their eyes on Dignitas after, again, that really impressive win against Peru. But maybe the Peru we saw today is not the Peru of last year, and they need to get themselves back together. I can tell you, Dignitas is having a great time. These are old friends back together with kind of a new addition there in Zealot, and it feels like the vibes are immaculate, and they are ready to win.
Yeah, I mean, not only are we seeing phenomenal plays, you know, you have to highlight Zugrug. I mean, not only in the game that you and I watched where he was absolutely electric in that game one, but really a pioneer and just, I keep saying, a cornerstone of NA Unite, not just for now, but for their years past, and especially their performance last year, like on the Juicers. They're able to really help that team along with a lot of other younger players, and really bridging the gap now between the young and old in parentheses here, is Zealot with the help of Zugrug and Otter, who was on LG and found incredible IC success. And then Inder and Toon, who are two players that year one, year zero going in, you'd be like, how have these guys not had a world championship run yet?
Well, they've been looked at many times over as one of the best teams in the game, some of the best to ever do it. I mean, some of these players are extremely decorated, winning regional championships in multiple regions, by the way, when you look at Inder. So this is just such an impressive squad, and it really does feel like, you know, finally this team is coming back together at the exact right moment, especially for North America. North America thrown into a little bit of chaos as we have Otter's previous team, Luminosity, with some of the best players of all time in the game, leaving the region to play in other regions for this upcoming season. So it does feel like NA needs their team again. NA needs a top dog. Is it Dignitas? Well, it is in this tournament so far, but let's see if they can make it all the way as we get ready for our first draft here. Infamous Gaming is going to get the first pick. They banned Clefable over to the Miraidon. That Clefable feels very targeted to Inder. We saw some incredible plays earlier. Darkrai targeting Toon right there. Next ban is going to be Suicune, possibly?
Suicune's a really safe bet.
Suicune is a
I mean,
ban?
Hoopa is another great call. I mean, if you're kind of losing all your toys, you find a different path to success here. So, you know, Dignitas banning Hoopa, a Pokemon that Inder said he's particularly excited to be playing right now, especially that Trick Vanaforce build, because it facilitates so many things. And look at that, even the Mimikyu getting taken off.
This is so targeted. And right now, wow, Mega Luca and Mega Char both completely avoid the bans.
Yes.
Now the question is, how do these teams want to play it? Do you grab Char first? If you don't grab either one, okay, they are grabbing Mega Charizard first, it looks like, locking that in. That means Lucario is probably getting picked up for the other side. What a wild game to see neither of them banned out. I think we saw this once yesterday. And
Okay. This is either a dumpster fire, which I don't believe it is.
No, I think they're playing chicken with them right now.
I mean, and they're gonna get Mega Luca later anyways, if that's even where they want to be. So this is part of the evolution of a metagame within a single tournament, right? Encounter rates 99% and 100% or whatever it is for Mega Lucario, and we might have an opportunity for Mega Lucario to drop out of 100% play rate here, because right now it has not been selected.
I mean, this is wild. We take the Eldegoss, we take the Blastoise. These could be counter picks. It also could just be something that they want to slot into. And at this point, I think they are fully believing that there is no chance they are seeing Mega Luca, and they are right. Instead, Comfey Zoroark.
Zarina. Let's go. No Mega Lucario.
No Mega Lucario.
Encounter rate drops.
Finally.
Mega Charizard back on top. We were correct.
We were
all
correct
along.
as casters.
Thank you, Infamous Gaming. Thank you, Dignitas, for making us the guys with the fattest brains in the land.
This composition from Infamous is absolutely disgusting, by the way. If you queue into a game and you see this on the other side, you are fuming already.
Yeah.
Mega Char, Comfey, Zashi, and Zoroark, and a Crustle. Get out of here.
On the side of Dignitas, though, you have to think, This is a very well-rehearsed strategy.
Yeah.
You just don't make this call without understanding what you were walking into here. And with the Suicune Latias pick immediately, you have to think those are key components to their success.
I mean, this is a shocking draft. We saw Dignitas have success with a very similar composition earlier, but man, that draft from Infamous is just nightmarish. That is such a scary squad, and we're going to see if they are able to shut this down as we are getting ready for game number 1. Such an important matchup between these two squads. We cannot overstate it. It's so pivotal that you win here so you have a shot at ACL. Infamous Gaming, your purple team. Dignitas, your orange team, as we get ready for this best of 3.
You almost forgot to say it. Zealot in the middle. That little Steenie, what is that? Bounce-Sweet. Bounce-Sweet, gonna take that middle area, try to get to Zarina very quickly. Zugrug and Otter, I would say, do have the advantage here early in this path because of their Pokemon, right? They have to leverage that in an incredible way. They have to push the pressure on, but get ahead, stay ahead.
Yeah, nice secure right there. They've taken everything so far, and they're going to get aggressive here, try to take some of this away from the side of Infamous Gaming. They can't hang out here too long, though, because Zoroark will be here very quickly. So they take a little, peel back. Otter now level 4. They can start to stack up their Dragon Pulse. Every time they KO a wild Pokemon, they're going to stack it up. Every time they hit an opponent with that Dragon Pulse, they're going to stack it up, and they need to start doing that early.
Yeah, you can see them working in tandem. Zugrug cleverly letting Otter get those last hits with the Dragon Pulse so those stacks can be made and acquired. Now we already have Zealot hanging out. Now they're the Steenie going straight towards C-Bus. Ender's with the follow-up. Aramis is already in the backside trying to shred. Big Dragon Pulse there, Otter. And now it's 4v3, and it's just enough to send everyone reeling.
The iframes there, the invulnerability on the evolution from Ender actually makes it so that feint combo does absolutely nothing to Dignitas here. And now they are taking the central area. This is just something you could do. Comfey, Zoroark, you're able to sort of overpower them here. Toon's going to be in a lot of trouble running from a Zacian right into a Zoroark Comfey.
I mean, left with an impossible task here, right? Between Zacian, Zoroark, and Comfey, you really think Toon is going to be able to, you know, hold the water there, hold the water from just cascading over the top? Absolutely not. But again, what's important is what value are they getting in this moment, and it's happening in the bottom path.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Dignitas recognized this wasn't going to go well in the top path. They've committed their resources to the bottom path. We have a fight actually possibly breaking out around this Reggie Drago. A lot of damage already being put on it here. Artemis going in, trying to make something happen. Ender peeling, Zealot trying to find them, and no, they're able to skate out.
Yeah, I mean, that backdoor by Zealot forces out the slow smoke. Zugrug is getting beat up a little bit, able to eject over the wall, but that combo is gonna lock them down. And now we're going forward. Back in is Aramis, and that's a big time knockout. Gohan goes down as well. 3 players down, and now half HP all over the place. Yiru goes down, and C-Bus is nowhere in sight, because if they were, they would have gotten knocked out too.
Absolute counter punching, moving back in. Dragon Cheer helped facilitate a lot of big moments. Huge overcap there as they move down towards this Regieleki. Zealot already level 9, almost 10 here. Yeah, I kind of understand why they didn't go with Mega Luca, because this looks pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I am incredibly excited to watch Dignitas roll through the rest of this game to see exactly how this strategy continues to materialize. Meanwhile, Toon able to hit 8 during that entire foray. And you want to talk about a counterpunch strategy. It felt more like that rope-a-dope, right? Dignitas baits in 4 players from Infamous Gaming, flip the script, you know, call an ambulance, but not for me type energy. Get 4 knockouts, close a goal zone, Regieleki hits, and look at that, they are just up big everywhere.
Yeah, great stuff from Dignitas right there. And of course, they had to give up a lot in the top path for this, but they were happy to. Charizard still not at 9, so close to moving in with a Mega. They're ticking over to 9 during this fight. Reggie Drago has it up into the air. Charizard is Mega. They're going after Zarina, but Zarina takes up Crustle.
C-Bus right there, saving the Reggie Drago for the team. And now we've got the slams, we've got the Hydro Typhoons, we've got the Rock Walls, and we got the pressure on. The Mega Char goes down in that entire exchange. And finally, Zoroark gets dealt with by Suicune. We get one back the other way.
Wow, I mean, mean, that fight actually worked pretty well for Dignitas, even though Char took them up in the air. What a great moment to just be out of the engagement for a second right there. You get taken up by Char, and you decide, you know what, I'm gonna take this Crustle up in the air for a minute here. I just don't want to get burnt down right now.
Yeah, incredibly well used. Zealot gets folded by a Zacian Unite move right there, and I think that's a pretty strong expenditure of that resource, because that's good experience.
Yeah, good experience. Obviously, highest level on the other team. You definitely want to take that KO anytime you can. Toon has had a tough job. You know, as you mentioned earlier, they have been fighting in this top path all alone, all by their lonesome, while Dignitas finds value elsewhere. There wasn't much they could really do about this. It just felt like their whole plan was hold this for as long as you can, pressure them as long as you can, annoy them as long as you can, and we are going to win elsewhere, Toon.
Toon is level 10 as well throughout all of this, and he gives up that goal pad and immediately gets all the experience up the side of the wall, because they're going to have this spin pump combination. Big freeze on Yiru as they have to retreat completely out, and it looks like another Reggie Alecki for Dig.
Yeah, easy Reggie Alecki for Dignitas. No one from Infamous is going to do anything about it. However, super easy Reg Ice on the other side for Infamous Gaming. 103-183. Absolutely close game for both of these squads. So the question is, how much better does it get for Infamous now that they have Mega Char? We've only seen it in action one time. We may see it again here in their own central area.
Yeah, Reggie Alecki is marching. Aramis is trying to take care of it. Zealot sees that. A preemptive slow smoke is down, and now it's completely dispatched. Can we get a big freeze? We do. Multiple targets. Zork's in the back. Mega Charizard comes through. They are bound. They're going for it. Flowery Fields forever. Can they get more combination? Serena takes him to the skies, and the Mega Char goes down first again. Seabus is forced to retreat. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anybody. Actually, just kidding. That was Toons. He hit everybody. What's going on? Obviously, I don't know. Gohan goes way deep, gets knocked out too easy. We're spin bumping on top of the pad. Seabus has to retreat. Crash landing on top is Yiru, but it's 5-on-2, and that's the easiest knockout I've ever seen. Moving through is Zealot. The Reggie Alecki hasn't hit, but Dignitas keeps fighting. Now the tide is turning. Zacian gets the Eldegoss. Blastoise gets it back the other way. Zealot's in deep water trying to stop through Gohan, and after all of that, the Reggie Alecki hits.
Hits and Toon scores the 50. What a moment for Dignitas. Back and forth, and the moment I think you got tripped up on is what we all got tripped up on. How was Dignitas not losing this fight in this situation? The Dragon Cheers, the Pollen Puffs, that Hydro Typhoon knocking up multiple members, and of course the Suicune stuns on a tier 2. They're taking down a Zoro, Comfey, and a Mega Char. What an impressive set of fights for Dignitas.
Huge freeze again on the Mega Char. They try to Fire Punch Unite move in, and now they're fighting, but they get knocked out first yet again. Points go in for Aramis, but 16 is not going to make a dent in what is going on this map right now.
Pushing forward, 2 minutes, 45 seconds. They're up by over 100, and there's still a tier 1 goal zone on Infamous because, of course, in that top path, it was a disaster for Dig here. That was to be expected. They absolutely gave it up in that moment. Blastoise ripping right now, but it's actually not low enough. This is going to turn into a fight.
Yeah, we're going in. Aramis darts into the back line, takes tons of damage, is able to sort out Otter in that exchange. Spinning and bumping on top of this and going straight for that Reggie secure is Dignitas, and it is secured by Toon. Tint is low HP. Euro is low HP. Zugrug's on the chase. They want to get this Char down. They can't quite do it. Nice little freeze. And the follow-up just misses. Seabus can't do anything. They're on cooldowns. And now Aramis comes up to cut off Zugrug.
And here we go. Zealot looking for a score right now. It's going to take over to double time, but they're moving forward, and they take the Suicune. One member of both teams down, as Infamous Gaming is going to need to decide how they want to play this. They're way behind in points here. Aramis hiding in the tall grass, possibly looking to engage in this fight, but they know more members of Dignitas are going to be showing up.
They're trying to pincer on top of Aramis. They're able to dodge out with that mobility. We're spinning on top of Seabus, who's way low on HP. Zacian is going from the top of the central to the top of the middle, and they're going to see if they can get anywhere with that. Dignitas taking a good position.
And here we go. Dignitas right now is just waiting for their moment because they know Infamous has to make the call. The freeze gets Aramis slightly. Seabus moving in with the X-Scissor. But yes, they are moving in with the Crustle Unite move. They're going to start the fight. Char's in the air.
And the Ice Age was down. They're caught in the Rock Tomb. Zuck goes down immediately. Yiru isolated by Zarina, and they are taken care of. Ender's on the retreat. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a few and buys just enough time. Zorak is down. Tinta is down. Gohan is down. And it's just Seabus with no HP and a cheeky Rock Tomb to split Dune from getting that knockout as well. Now Dignitas converges on Groudon. Suicune is back. Seabus, it's all on your shoulders, kid, as the rest of Dignitas lines this up. But Seabus is gone. Groudon is Diggs, and the Dig win hashtag looks to erupt in the chat here in moments.
Once again, an amazing fight for Dignitas, just expertly playing around these power picks from Infamous Gaming. I hope Timmy doesn't see this because we'll never see Mega Char nerfed again.
Yeah, vicious work for the solo queue players out here by Dignitas as they are grouped up, 5 people up by a bucket load of points, and they're just taking a look to, well, look at that. Just everybody going in, hit all your moves, instantly knocked out. Seabus goes back to base, so does Aramis and Tinta, and Dignitas puts a bucket loads more of points in.
What a moment from Dignitas. Who called the order to charge? It felt like they were all lining up like cavalry.
Ready?
Go! What a moment. What a game.
What a strategy. What a strategy, man.
I mean, you see something like that, you go, I guess you can give a Mega Char.
Yeah.
I guess it's not a problem.
Again, the evolution of a metagame throughout the weekend is what we're seeing at play here. That being said, it is crystal clear that Dignitas had a strategy against Mega Charizard.
Taking a look at some big moments here, Doob Snacks. This was a fight at this Tier 1 goal zone. This is kind of turning into the Groudon fight, and now we're just seeing kind of the remnants of it also. Tinta trying to stop them, but there's too many members of Dignitas all working together. The Pollen Puffs, the Dragon Cheers, it's just too much for them to sort through. Groudon goes down, and then they make their way. I kind of want to see the charge again, not going to lie.
That was awesome. Just huddle up and... And they just went in, and at least credit to Infamous Gaming here. They're like, whatever, just get back to bat. We don't have to engage with this. And Zealot, rightfully so, your player of the game. 12 knockouts, only got KO'd themselves once.
We've talked about this again and again. We brought it up. I feel like we bring it up every day that the Western teams seem to be sleeping on Zarina. It's just not played as often here in the East. This is one of the power picks. You'll even see it banned out against some of these squads. Well, it was huge for Zealot, and it looks a lot better than their Mega Lucario, I'll have to say. So I understand why they didn't grab it.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned this Mega Charizard's moveset, dependent on that Fire Punch, really limits some of the stuff it can do, and it makes it easy for a Zarina to trap it once it comes in.
Yeah.
Not to mention, every single freeze attempt that Zugrug had on that Mega Char, they delivered.
Yeah, one thing I feel like is very evident about Mega Charizard, and this is true from the times that I've played it to seeing it played here competitively, the less coordination a team has, the more value Mega Char has.
That's
so the more coordination you have, Mega Char, unlike base Charizard, Mega Char can get stunned, can get knocked up, can get slowed. Like everything that can happen to a normal Pokemon can happen while you are Mega'd. So you don't have this kind of moment of invincibility. You do have insane burst damage, like ludicrously high burst damage, but if you have a team that's playing around it intelligently, there are lots of times that just can't get that much done into all of the crowd control, all of the stuns that you're able to put onto it.
Yeah, I mean, if we go down the list, Suicune had CC, Eldegoss has CC.
Zarina,
right?
of course,
has
with the
CC.
Stomp, like mini stuns on Stomp, into taking it into the air, which we saw in the final fight. Suicune, of course, being the biggest culprit with just some of the most absurd freeze in the entire game.
But Cotton Spore off the Eldegoss is important as well. It's one of the hardest things as an attacker to track, right? Because it's just up, and it's not the most important thing, but it can trap a Zoroark trying to engage, right? It can trap that Mega Charizard when it has Mega. It's just difficult to navigate with everything else that Dignitas brought to the table. That was a very well-crafted draft, and it felt like Dignitas leashed them into that position.
Yeah, I think Dig actually got them to do exactly what they wanted. They baited them into picking as many overpowered Pokemon as they possibly could, knowing exactly how they were going to counter it. As we head towards game number 2 here, Dignitas, of course, wants to make this an easy 2-0 move forward in this bracket. I know they have their sights set on ACL. Infamous is going to need to come back here in this best of 3. If they lose this one, they're heading home.
They are heading home indeed. Suicune banned out. Good call, Infamous. Clefable as well. Meanwhile, Dig is eyeing up Miraidon and perhaps the Darkrai.
I wonder if you ban something like Mega Charizard once you see that Suicune is not an option for you anymore, but I'm interested to see how they want to play this. Final ban coming out. That is Toon. That is Toon right there. They do not want to see Toon's Mimikyu. Now Dignitas has a decision to make. Are you going to target a player? Are you going to target a play style? They go with the Slowbro.
Yeah, really fearing that Slowbro Unite move that just locks a player in place. And that Unite move supersedes every other Unite move in the game in that action. It's incredibly strong at isolating a target, shutting it down.
And here we go. The question is, do we see Mega Char again? Do they decide to bring out Mega Lucario or go for a completely different first pick? It is Blissey.
Okay, so the funniest thing can possibly happen right now is one, Mega Char doesn't get picked, and then we're back to being wrong.
I know.
Or what I hope happens is Dig picks Mega Char late, and then absolutely body with it, and all of a sudden Infamous Gaming goes, well, why didn't it go that way for us?
I mean, we have Toon on Mega Charizard right now, and I think this is going to be pretty crazy, but we don't know. I'll say both Megas have not been the greatest Pokemon this weekend. And I think a lot of that has to do with inexperience because, truthfully, there aren't a lot of opportunities for these players to pick them. They're banned out every single time. And I do think a lot of that also just has to do with the level of coordination that these teams have. You're able to play around things that, again, in solo queue feel impossible, you know?
Absolutely. Now we have the Trick Hoopa Phantom Force combination, which works great with Latias. We've seen that. It works great with Mega Char as well. And we'll see. I mean, Infamous Gaming, who has to be thinking like, man, I don't want to get beat by Mega Char after we just first picked it, and it looked terrible.
Yeah, 100%. Final couple of picks here. Over to Infamous, we have Espeon, which I'm telling you, still one of my #1s for Dark Horse Pokemon of the weekend. I think it's so good and not picked enough. And final pick, Zealot is going to go with the Zacian.
I mean, incredible high-octane picks on both sides here of these teams. Espeon stands out. Blaziken, I mean, Buzz, Mamo, Blizzy is like historically insane. And then you have the newest toys available, Mega Char in there for Toon, Latias as well, and Zacian, which is boasting one of the highest win rates of the entire tournament across all the teams.
Mega Char getting in and Mega Luca not getting in officially means that the encounter rate is now not tied, but higher for Mega Char than Lucario.
Make us double correct.
We are correct once again. The caster curse will not happen. We will be correct forever. I will never be wrong again on broadcast. I will say it to you now. It can't happen, folks.
It just
I won't
can't.
let it. Funny thing is that is actually me instantly being wrong. Isn't that funny how that works?
It's funny.
It's like Schrodinger's Jake being wrong. If he didn't declare he was being wrong, would he have ever been wrong? Yes.
Terrific. Infamous Gaming down a game against Dignitas, and I'll be honest, it didn't look particularly close.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
That was
Infamous had a tough game, and like you said, I really do feel like they were kind of lured into making that play as we are taking a look here at game number 2 between Infamous Gaming, your purple team, Dignitas, your orange team. One more win for Dig, and they're in contention for ACL. Infamous is going to need to step it up here in game 2.
Ender having to use their eject button very early, and something that Dig is doing that not a lot of teams have done with Mega Char is throw that darn thing in the central area. Let it level up quickly.
Yeah.
Don't try and fight in path.
You need a lot of experience on it, and unfortunately there are a lot of great Pokemon that need a ton of XP, but once it gets its Unite move, it's a huge difference maker. Moving on in here, Zealot's in trouble, and they do go down, and here comes Aramis, gonna try to keep the pressure on in the top path. Ender in trouble. The Boosteds, they're gonna be able to get it without even help from Combuskin.
And now running back up path is Zealot trying to cut off Sebas, Aramis, and Tinta, who honestly, Dignitas sprung the trap that they wanted. They just couldn't quite get that knockout. and because of that, Tinta gets 2 back the other way. Toon is trying to burn an 8 a little bit. They're double buff. They're able to dodge that Espeon attempt to stun, and now they're just moving onto the Swablu and Altaria, and like you said, just eating up all the experience they can. Big stun there.
Whoa.
Good follow-up, but now KO'd back the other way, unfortunately, is Toon.
That was a odd, like, delayed-looking Psyshock. They KO'd the Espeon as they threw the Psyshock, and then the Psyshock comes out and picks up the KO. Because you can see Espeon spawning here, it has buffs on it after it got KO'd. That's always such a fun interaction.
Absolutely. Zagreb taking a ton of damage, has to burn their eject button. Good stuns by C-Bus, and the story of this game, and definitely the first one, is crowd control. Look at the sustain on the Dragon Pulse. Make sure Otter doesn't get knocked out, but that goal zone is getting worked on. Toon hits Charizard, Tinta forced to retreat, and Zealot on the flank.
You can see they're putting so many resources into Charizard, and they're actually, unfortunately, losing just about everywhere else on the map. But they are aware that once this Char is online, things are vastly different. Once that 9 is here, they can start making big plays. Until then, they might just be getting beat out here.
I mean, Zagreb getting destroyed, but C-Bus, the target they wanted, was actually Toon, and now Ender's gonna go down very quickly. C-Bus using that Ice Fang, getting another one. Otter just in the back, gonna have to get some, try and maybe get some cheeky Dragon Pulse stacks here with everybody bunched up. They went for it, but they get Ice Fang repositioned and knocked out.
Wow, I mean, Infamous Gaming is putting on a clinic here. We said that they were gonna need to do something different. It didn't look great in game number 1. We'll look at game number 2. Zealot trying to get some of this experience, but a beautiful Psyshock is able to take that away. And now they are set up here for a fight they cannot win. Infamous Gaming dominating in the first 3 minutes.
You want to talk about pendulum swings? We're seeing one right now. It was all Dignitas game 1, and right now it's all Infamous Gaming in game 2. Using a page out of the Dignitas playbook and going crazy levels of CC to shut these players down. We're moving forward. We've got the Trick Phantom Force open. We'll see what they do with it, because we do have a Toon Unite to use if he wants.
Yeah, and it looks like they're being very patient with this Mega, possibly waiting for more members of Infamous to come in. Reggie Alecki getting very, very low. The Mammo Swine secures it, and they wipe them off the map!
What an amazingly timed Buzzwole Unite as well to really put the screws to Dig, and what a secure, holy smokes, Tinta seeing that Mega Charizard and saying, not today.
Well, I mean, if Mega Charizard's gonna win, it kind of has to Mega Charizard a little bit, right? Mega moves in, grabs the Unite move, is looking for a KO right here onto Tinta. Tinta's in some trouble, and they do finally go down. Will they continue this push?
Well, we've got the X-Scissor on C-Bus, and I think everything's gonna settle out, but what I want to call out is the amazing play by Tinta there. And what I mean is they saw that they got picked up by Mega Charizard and immediately started running away from their team into the face of 4 players from Dig, and because of that, the rest of Infamous Gaming leaves unscathed from that Charizard Unite.
If this does not go well for Dignitas, and right now, Doobsnacks, it is not going well for Dignitas. Mega Charizard will not be picked or banned next game.
What an absolute just head roll on your keyboard moment.
Whoa.
Focus Blast by Artemis secures while they're just hanging out in the bush. Earthquake rolls in. Zealot's looking for an opportunity. Ender can't hang tough here. New kids on the block. Yiru gets a knockout as well. This Espeon is doing solid work, Cowboy.
This, I mean, we talked about it. They just don't have an answer for it, except once Char gets in the air, hopefully it can get to it, right? Otherwise, I don't know how you're even putting much damage onto this Espeon at all, and it is going to land some insane damage, burst damage, and insane stuns.
Yep, absolutely. C-Bus going straight towards Ender, uses the Ice Fang, puts themselves in the middle of 3, but what does that do? Buys time for the rest of Infamous to shred themselves up a Reggie Rock.
Yeah, this is a full-on time waster. They did this on purpose. They knew C-Bus was going down right here. They just wanted to waste Dignitas' time so they could get that objective. Great play from Infamous. Infamous is in total control of this match right now at about the halfway mark. Things can always change, but so far, every moment of this game has been an Infamous win.
Yeah, Otter, gets isolated by Tinta. Toon steps right back up, or is this a Unite move opportunity? It is. Let's see what they go. Oh, as soon as they land, the Espeon Unite comes out, and it traps them for just a moment. It picks up a couple knockouts with the help of the Blaziken, and all of a sudden, Dig uses a bunch of resources for no value.
Yeah, Dig doesn't get much out of it. They decide to port to the bottom path here and then come back top so they can fight at this goal zone. 4 members of Dignitas Dignitas trying to push them up. All 5 on this goal zone trying to stop them. Espeon could have a clutch moment, but they got it. So now they're going to have to eat this overheat.
Oh, no! Overheat does all the work. Reggie Alecki now finding itself on the doorstep. Can they get the full team wipe? No, they let Ender off the hook because they say the next thing we want to take down is this goal zone.
Oh boy, this has been relentless, an absolute clinic. Mega Char, I'm sorry, I don't think we're seeing you again on broadcast, buddy, at least not in this series. This is rough for Dignitas.
It has looked terrible. And, you know, you're starting to find out why that Clefable's getting banned. When you can spam Safeguard on cooldown, maybe make a Charizard elevates a little bit in that priority order, but they just don't have enough crowd control to make sure that it can actually do anything. I mean, Toon is trying to use its Unite move. It's trying to do something positive for the team and get them back in, but it feels like it's just too much. And Tinta steps up, fighting through Otter, gets knocked out, rest of Infamous backs up.
All right. Finally, a little bit of breathing room here for Dignitas. They should be able to get this objective. They might try to contest it, but they should be able to get it here. Oh, here they come.
Yeah, here comes
I don't know. Infamous is ready to fight, so maybe not. Regirock already less than half. I think this is going to go over to Dignitas, but they also need to prioritize getting some farm over to this Charizard. It got its Unite move pretty late. I think it used it at like 305, 310, so they are going to need to make sure it has one online pretty soon. They're sending it to the central area, and it looks like Dignitas is just looking for this Reggie Alecki, while everyone from Infamous is positioned around Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, Zugrog trying to get a little bit of vision here as Otter, Ender, and Zugrog are going to lead the charge and go on this spy mission. Toon, meanwhile, trying to get their Unite move, trying to get more experience into their hands. They are level 14.
Yeah, and here we go. Zugrog just making sure they have vision of the enemy team. Charizard does have its Unite move. It is coming back to it right now. Zealot level 13. Toon on the Mega Char 14. But on the other side, we've got Aramis on this Blaziken at 14. Yiru on this Espeon that's just been absolutely devastating. Dignitas is behind. They have to make the play. The question is, how do they want to do it? We have Toon right now sneaking up to the top path, Doobsnacks, possibly looking for a sneaky score. Zealot hitting Groudon, trying to pull them in.
They're going for a back half. Tinta exposes themselves, so Dignitas knows where everyone is right now. They have the rings unbound to get Toon back in. Zugrog is so low. Rebel rouses. We're rings unbound now, and it's time to fight. Seabass half HP, goes for the stun, doesn't quite make it out. Toon is in the mix, hasn't used their Unite move yet. The chase on Tinta is happening. Zealot dodges, Blitz assistance back into the middle, but it's just on Seabass. Egg Bomb comes through, Toon is stunned, but the dominoes are starting to fall inside of Infamous Gaming. They are on the razor's edge of getting knocked out, but so is Dignitas, and they're flipping the script here as it's just Gohan standing tall, and Toon is on the chase in that Mega mode, that Mega form. Mega Charizard looking to win after a crazy bounce back from that Game 1 performance.
Now it is not over. They need to put the points in, but no one is up from Infamous, so they cannot yet defend. 300-287. Buzzwole hanging out at the center, but it's not enough. The points go in that bottom goal zone with 30 seconds left, and now finally Dignitas in the lead. It looks like they are going to take this game. Once again, just like in Game 1, it felt like Dignitas expertly fought around a massive team fight, and somehow at the end of it, no one from their side gets KO'd.
Yep.
They're all standing with very little HP, but they manage it so well. Hashtag dig win.
Hashtag dig win. Put it in chat, folks. 2-0. They find themselves in the top 4 and one step closer to an LAIC championship as well as an ACL invite.
I mean, one of the biggest stories here, of course, not only is North America still in this tournament, Dignitas still in this tournament looking for that ACL spot, but I really do think it's that Mega Charizard has not had a strong impact in some of these games.
No, I'd be willing to argue it wasn't even really the difference maker in that one either. I think the credit to that goes to both Otter and Ender in that particular moment. Like you said, sustaining them in that big Groudon pit when all of their HP bars seem to be on the verge of being depleted. They step right back up, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it's 4 players down from his Blitz assistance into the middle. The overheat is charged up, tons of damage on Toon, but immediately picked up and topped off is their HP bar. Zugrug does go down, but that's an easy exchange when you get 4 back the other way.
Beautiful stuff here from Dig. I mean, It's so tough. I honestly am kind of shocked it was so one-sided at Groudon there, because Infamous was kind of beating the brakes off. It felt like, well, we're definitely heading to a game 3, and we'll see if Dignitas, you know, we'll see if their mental can handle it. But no, they're good. They won a great fight.
They are good indeed. And I'll tell you this, the big difference that I'm seeing in these players' faces when you look at like Zug, Otter, Ender, Zealot, you know, that whole crew, they have tune, like they're smiling and they're having fun. Like even throughout that game, it didn't you didn't get the feeling of true despair, right? It was just, let's just figure it out.
Yeah.
The power of friendship, dude.
The power of friendship pulls them through. Mega Char, we're saying it's the MVP. You know, well, I mean, look, it put out a lot of damage. They had 78K there, but look how one-sided this thing was for a very long time. It was 300 to 93, and that score line, you could also look at that as a kind of a fight line. It felt like every time Infamous took a fight, they were beating them too. We see the heat map right here, and look how focused this is on their side of the map and all of their farm. That's basically all they were doing this game, was farming a Unite move, getting in, seeing if anything can happen. Farming a Unite move, getting in, seeing if we can make something happen. Over and over. Just rinse, repeat, farm that Unite move, and come right back as Mega Char and see if they can get a big win.
Fixed that for you, no worries. Garen said, fix that cable, he looks ridiculous. And I said, he likes it there though. And I said, okay, Garen, I'll do it, because he made fun of you pretty harshly before. You know, as you mentioned, Mega Charizard just, I'll do it too.
What are you gonna do about it?
What's up now,
What are you gonna do about it?
What's up now, Garen?
What are you gonna do? Interview ready. We've got an interview up on the big stage. What a huge win for Dig. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, to the surprise of nobody, hey everybody, that's right, to the surprise of nobody, I'm here on stage with Ender yet again. Ender, why don't you tell the people what goes on here on stage?
Yeah, as soon as our game wraps up, I go to each one of my teammates, it's your time to do the interview, I've done enough, and they're like, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, and Zealot's like, maybe the next one, so we gotta win another one to get Zealot up here.
Okay, I like that. Your quota is 3 for you, and Zealot gets 1. All right, fair enough. Well, you got another very important matchup coming up. You've now qualified for top 4 after a 2-0, but things got mixy in that game too. So first, let's just talk about how did you bounce back in that game? Any macro decisions you made to try to come back from a really tough deficit?
Yeah, one really great thing about our team is that we never panic when things start to go bad. We know what our win conditions are, and even if the early game is going bad, we're immediately thinking about what's our next play, what's our next play. So a lot of that comes from, you know, experience that Otter has. Zogreg's a really reserved person as well. He led the Juicers last year in similar kind of fashions where they had weak early games. But it's a team effort. We stay calm and we make it through.
All right, well, it's been really exciting to watch. Mega Charizard has been a topic of debate a little bit. It's extremely strong. Its win rate is not being showcased that way in this tournament, but Toon finally got a chance on it. How are you feeling about Mega Charizard X right now?
Yeah, I've got something that we'll call it the EX effect, you know, from a prior life in Pokemon Unite, where when things are so perceived as overpowered, maybe on ladder or just within the community, the expectations on those characters rise really, really high. So everyone's expecting Mega Charizard to have these huge games, and I think that takes a toll on a lot of the players as well. Like, oh, I need to carry this entire team. But when it comes to Toon, he knows the limits of his character so well. He doesn't get in his own head about, oh, this is so broken, I need to do everything. Even if you're just 10% stronger, 10%'s a big number when it comes to games, and Toon does that really well.
Awesome. Well, you got a lot of players who got their specialties. Good to hear one from Toon. Ender, I'm probably going to be talking to you later. So best of luck in your top 4 match. We'll throw it back to Spraggles and Dupes next.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. We are back here in the booth as we are getting ready for some exciting games. These are all going to be best of 5s. They have so much on the line now, Dube Snacks. CACM versus Dreamax. The winner of that, one of them, will not only be heading to our grand finals, but they guarantee their spot at ACL. And then, of course, Force Gaming, Dignitas, same thing on the other side. But whatever team loses out of these 2 semifinals, they have one more shot, one more bite at the apple, one more opportunity to get that ACL slot.
There's a very strong reality here with half of the final 4 teams remaining being Brazilian that Brazil sends 2 representatives to ACL. Dignitas stands in the way, wanting their spot to fight for in LATAM North. CACM Esports also going to have to wade through a best of 5 to see if they can punch their ticket to Japan. A lot of incredibly exciting action coming up. And again, to mention, you didn't see it on the bracket there, but we have a 3rd and 4th decider match to place the 3rd team into the ACL that is going to also be happening today to close out the day.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible end to the day. You are not going to want to miss any of these games because everything is on the line right now. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
I will know.
We know.
A magic.
We're Santa Claus.
We're Santa Claus.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships as we're covering the last quarterfinals. Well, we're not. We're going to the semifinals. I apologize. I've just been caught up with so much Dreamax today that I'm just losing my mind. But it's going to be Dreamax on the semifinals, the first of the day, against CACM Esports.
All right, yet another chance for me to maybe see Gengar not banned.
Maybe.
We will see.
Maybe.
Every CACM game, it feels like that Pokemon immediately taken out of contention. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. My name is Zoinks, joined with Soph, and we have an amazing semifinal for you. You mentioned it. We are in best of 5 territory. Top 4, the winner of this matchup guarantees themselves a few things. One, their tournament life continues into Championship Sunday, and they guarantee a spot at the Asia Champions League Finals in Japan in March.
Ooh, just so exciting going to Asia, playing against the best Eastern teams. And of course, you have the prize pool as well for Pokémon UNITE, which is pretty huge. And as you said, going into Championship Sunday, you guarantee your ticket is punched into the ACL. For the team that doesn't go to Grand Finals, there's still a chance because it's the top 3 that gets a possibility of getting there.
Yeah, to make this semifinal loss sting a little less, but still, your easiest route to victory, your most important pathway right now is through this best of 5. I got to admit, my favorite battles in Pokemon UNITE are best of 5. The drafts get wild, things get weird, and it is the most exciting kind of competition we have in this event. But I know you've all been enjoying watching the coverage here at LAIC, and don't worry, we want to reward you for doing that. You can watch and earn a Venusaur Platinum emblem via the Twitch drops. So make sure to tune in to twitch.tv/Pokemon UNITE, and for the Championship Sunday Finals tomorrow, twitch.tv/Pokemon.
Yeah, and you can also get the sticker for the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. That is the LAIC 2026 redeemable code. So go to your Pokemon UNITE, open it up, go to Redeem Gift, and that's where you're going to get your in-game rewards.
All the cool kids are doing it, and you want to be one of the cool kids. Put in that LAIC 2026 code and make sure to represent that you were watching this incredible event. Well, let's get into the draft for game number 1 of our best of 5. Dreamax Esports are going to be in the first pick position. They're going to lead off with a ban of Zacian. Finally, it feels like.
Well. So we're recognizing the powerhouse that this Pokemon is right now. Slowbro, more of a targeted ban here against CACM Esports, while they are themselves going for a Suicune first ban, which is a very powerful choice.
Absolutely. Things like Darkrai, Mega Charizard, Mega Lucario have all been seeing a lot of those orange side bans. So CACM Esports not really deviating from the normal path at this point, and it will be Mega Charizard, Darkrai, Suicune, your orange side bans, Mega Lucario, Zacian, and Slowbro for that purple side.
Exactly. And now for the purple side, interested always to see what's going to be the pick. Blaziken has been a favorite for the region in general, but also in this first pick position. That is exactly what Dreamax does, and we know as well how much this team can rely on their own secures at Groudon Rips.
Totally. Now, CACM Esports have an interesting path ahead of them. Not a lot of drafts, I would say that likely a support pick for them would be very highly prioritized. We do know Texas loves that Hoopa, and there it is. So they are going to lock it in. There's always the potential Reggie brings out something like the Zoroark, and maybe we get a later Comfey added into the draft, but we are going to go early towards that Hoopa. So powerful, and definitely a favorite Pokemon of Texas.
I would say it would even make sense as well that we see a Scyther going on the side of Reggie, because having that Hoopa is always good. If you go for your Green Illusion dive, you're just so separated from your team that having the Hyperspace Hold to just get you back and healthy would be a good option. That is exactly what's going to be the case. While on the side of Dreamax, we have the Umbreon as a defender, and the Urshifu also been very well played in this tournament so far.
Absolutely.
Although not as much of the games been played with an Urshifu, they have been very successful.
Yeah, exactly. When it does show up, it's scary. It's scary
good.
to deal with. We've seen so much Rapid Strike Urshifu. I don't actually remember remember if we've seen a single strike Urshifu
on
so
broadcast,
far
not
in our
really.
tournament. I mean, just you want to have a central area carry Pokemon. That's incredible off the start of the game. All right, 2 games will be locking in that Mew. So a special attacker mage Pokemon. I think that kind of illustrates the Ranma decision to go with Lapras. Not only is their iconic slow roll banned, but that Lapras being an amazing kind of mage tank or special defense expert Pokemon, where a Pokemon like Mew, who loves to utilize that special attack, might have a harder time getting burst damage done on Lapras, thanks to his defenses and, of course, its shell armor passive.
Yeah, the focus from the gamers on this Mew is definitely going to be on the Miraidon from Dunlux. That's going to be on the backline of CACM. And granted that it is a Pokemon with such long range, they are going to be very much capable of battling it out from the outskirts of the fight. But Psyduck on this game here in particular, we have been seeing such good psychic pulls on this Pokemon that I am not surprised that Dreamax has picked it.
It feels like the most impactful crowd control it has access to. While Surf does have that pushing effect that we've seen from Psyduck, what it feels like more is just an Urshifu speed up button this time. If you want your Blue Shifu in the enemy backline, a Psyduck Surf is certainly an express way to do that. So watch out for that combination. So if you and I were talking a little bit right before we went live on air to talk about this matchup, we know it is going to be an intense battle between these teams. It's going to be fierce. It's going to be fast. Now let's get into it. Game number 1 of Dreamax Esports versus CACM Esports. Dreamax, your purple team. CACM, your orange team.
And that's your first semi-finals of LAIC for Pokemon Unite 2026. I'm just so excited to see how these 2 teams are going to perform. Latam North versus Brazil. We've seen so much of Brazil today. The crowd is hyped all around for all the Pokemon titles, and we love to see the excitement.
Yeah, Caxola already having that headache proc, so it will be an offensive push for CACM. Frank has a little bit more room to work with. They won't be pushed away by that Psyduck as easily, and of course, you got Texas there for backup. We'll have that Magician. Speaking of which, there's a berry just in case Frank needs it.
Yep, it's good. It's always good. I feel like the early levels for the Hooper is just so impactful because of that Astonish. As we're looking at here with Reggie going to the top side, even before that 850, going straight onto Psyduck, but also knowing exactly the capabilities and the boundaries of that Pokemon.
Yeah, Katazera going to have to retreat, take that back Balto. However, it won't get them their level 5. So notably, no Blaze Kick for Combust can have access to. They might have to take this more passively, but what am I talking about? It's Dreamax. Twistborn wants to take the offensive fight.
Oh yes, they do. They have quite a lot of experience. They have taken down. Reggie is so close to getting sent to the Pokemon Center, and they are. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now it's a 3-member push on the side of CACM, while Dreamax only has 2.
Yeah, honestly shocked we saw a trade there, but great early KOs for both sides, and now we are still waiting on that Blaziken evolution. At the end of the day, I think CACM Esports very happy with how the top side is going due to Frank's incredible level lead. Bottom side, Mew's been pathing a little bit more across the map, but it is Miraidon with a very heavy level lead in the attacker department as well. Level 6 versus that level 4.
Interestingly enough, we actually see that nobody prioritized going to take down those Natus. It's very low energy that you collect from taking them down, so they basically got ignored. Now that the Reggie Drago has spawned, CACM is going to be the first one for call to action.
Yeah, definitely a bit more priority around the big Reggie Drago. Solar Beam attempt at stealing.
Close.
It's a little too close for comfort, but it will be Reggie securing. He's at about half HP and will have no access to portals since Hexius used it for a quick recall for this fight.
Ooh, huge rotation here from both sides, and the first KO goes to CACM. Now Lucky might be the next one. Duke Games tries to get some damage in as well, and it is Reggie who goes down, but there's still the portal that helps Dunlux go back to the battle. There's that ball, gets engaged, it's the freeze, but it's not going to be enough right now to take the Urshifu down.
Great stuns by Umbreon. Scyther really is in that moment. If they get a clean knockout, they can just go to the ends of the earth, but one stun sends that bug Pokemon into a terrifying place. Texas going to push forward, but thanks to Phantom Force, always has an easy exit.
Oh, that Psychic once again. And in the early stages of the game, Psychic does quite a bit of damage, really. If you're trying to engage, it does help out your carry to finish up the job. Reggie Alecki on the top side. Nice push here from that Lapras as they're going to get engaged upon the overheat. Does connect, but they get sent back to the Pokemon Center. Kaala, though, with very low HP. Well, we actually, on the bot side, I thought it was a steal for a moment. No, it is still CACM who take the Reggie LAIC, while on the bot side, Dreamax takes the Reggie steal.
Yeah, interesting. Ranma actually electing to not dump those 30 points in, and instead tried to help out Texas on the defense on the bot side, but getting to that top tier 1 just as the portal was fading, so will not be able to get down to the bottom side. Spawn will be able to put in 40 points. No, I'm sorry, the empowered charge beam. That range is ridiculous, and Reggie gonna capitalize.
Yep, that's the final hit there for the Scyther, as Dunlux is just softening out with those blows, and the HP bars go down quickly as they come. Now with the rotation here with the Hooper portal, they could choose to get more of the XP across the map, but nobody's super interested on the side of CACM to actually go for invades, which is usually popular with a Scyther, because Dreamax has been taking very good care of their own central.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job of protecting it. They're keeping up with the levels. They're also crushing it in the points department, by the way. Some solid overrunks on the top side. CACM, but did finally break that top tier 1. Lucky taking quite a bit of damage, but because this is that Wish Umbreon, they will be able to restore their own HP and be able to hang in this fight a lot longer. I'm not going to be seeing a lot of recalls from that Umbreon throughout this match. If they do get the MVP, we won't see many recalls return to bases.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. There's a gank here coming from those at Bone. We'll see how that's going to go. Now taking damage, Kaala, charge beam straight onto the backline of Dreamax. Goes back to base. The Miraidon's going to get really healthy. Kaala will not be punished by that charge beam. And right now, the one who's doing that is Do Games with those solar beams themselves.
We're getting a few targets brought down to about half HP. Ranma is pulled away, but thanks to Lapras's just tanky presence, they are able to walk away. Not able to get to the portal. Frank going to utilize that and restore their HP, but Ranma doing just fine. Texas taking care of the whole team.
Oh, no casualties on this fight. Everybody's so close. The Hooper portals helping out massively, but also on the side of Dreamax, the Wish from the Umbreon. As we start here, Regice. There goes the Mystical Mirage as well, and the Full Plus AI. They don't have the damage really on the Regice. They're stacking. They're focusing on the enemies. Now CACM goes in the backline with that Buzzwole, but Buzzwole gets punished immediately. Now there's a Bone, goes onto the Miraidon, and that's the Yashipo coming out on top. Texas is going to be the last one standing. That's the Focus Blast, and it is Dreamax with a huge win.
Yeah, they're going to delete that team fight, and of course as well with that tier 1 goal zone. Reggie Lucky is going to likely, no, it doesn't land in that tier 2. Woo! Incredible recall timing from Do Games, and they're going to be able to stop it. Now CACM Esports will have a chance to take both Reggies, as Reggie has finally joined this fight on the bottom side. Scyther versus Katazera, and that will be a Scyther win.
Okay, so wait, there's that boy's really healing that. And now Kaala is there as well with a Psychic just to get them away. Maybe they're going to be able to escape. Texas goes in with that Phantom Force. Now Lucky's here for that Wish to help out everybody. Now there's this Charge Beam. Who's going to get it? It's going to be that Miraidon. Dunlux is able to secure the objective for CACM plus a 2 KO streak.
Yeah, no Pokemon in kind of that team fight on that bottom side that had the potential to have big last hit secures. Urshifu with Rapid Strike is not as strong as its counterpart, so a Charge Beam, while it might be slow, tickling damage, it does have enough to knock out that Reggie and not really in fear of losing that last hit objective secure. CACM doing a great job of securing these objectives. It's certainly keeping them in this game, and they want to take Reggie Drago as well. Dreamax sees the writing on the wall and probably can't even contest. I gotta stop saying that. These 2 games keeps making everything so questionable with these Solar Beam attacks, but it will be CACM picking up the Reggie Drago as well.
Yeah, so far the Charge Beam versus Solar Beam counterpart is just weighing towards these Charge Beams so far for the Miraidon in regards to securing. So CACM, like you mentioned, taking those for themselves, but that leads in points still on the bank for Dreamax. But maybe I'm starting to see Dreamax rotating a slightly bit slower than CACM.
Yeah, especially because CACM have access to that Hoopa Unite move. But you want to be careful about using that at this point in the match. Only 30 seconds left until the final stretch. And Reggie Lucky's going to be spawning in. Take a look at how CACM are rotating, though. They might allow Dreamax to take this objective, but CACM are going to be getting scores of their own as they push towards bot side. Dreamax wise to their tricks, though, and they're going to start recalling as soon as they have no vision on where CACM is, they know they got to be elsewhere, up to some nasty business, and they're going to find out what it is.
Yeah, Central area, maybe Lucky will be unlucky in this path here, getting a lot of damage from that Miraidon on themselves. Reggie might be able to finish off the healer, quote-unquote, on this Wish Umbreon that is the side of Dreamax. Oh, what was up?
Psychic tried to pull that Reggie Scyther, but he doesn't get in the portal. It still tries to run, but the Mew Solar Beam gets the KO.
Right, Dreamax really collapsing here, and there's a lot of damage being done to CACM as they have collapsed all of their Unite moves. There's going to be Dreamax with the Urshifu who take the Groudon. Now the fight could still keep on going for CACM. No, never mind. They are just definitely getting chased down to the ends of the earth as now Donlux is just trying to escape with their lives. Rama on the way. You can't surf that much. Sweet Lapras with Dreamax with the Groudon on that back. 205 points and a lot of 100 buggers to eat.
Yeah, and they're being careful about this one too. Dreamax moving as a tight-knit unit. CACM will have a couple of players spawned in. Buzz will quickly joining the fight as well at level 14. But at this point, Dreamax might try to just retreat away. Frank pulling back Dustborn, which is extremely low, but that Groudon buff will stay on them for the moment.
Ooh, it would be so impactful for CACM if they got that one buff, at least one, from there was that bone there, but that Urshifu does survive. 305 to 117. It's so close. It's like flippable if you do end up giving the opponent your buff.
Tough choices to make here. Dreamax wants to back up, but they also want everybody to try to defend. Donlux will just get that portal, but oh no, Reggie's going in deep. Needs to get at least one KO, but they're shut down by the Psyduck.
There's nothing that this Scyther can do with your team on the back. CACM decides to go for the push on the goal zone, but that still 20 seconds to go. They have the Lapras in the front line. There's the Hooper unbound. The stuns can come through, but there's no damage to follow it up. Dreamax is standing on top. Frank is going to go down. There's no Focus Blast to actually help that. And the Buzz will also goes down. Lapras will be next. Texas as well. And that is Dreamax with an ace. 10 seconds to go and a win in this first semifinals of Pokemon Latin America International Championships of Pokemon Unite.
Dreamax cooler heads prevail, and they will start this series 1-0. Fantastic defensive plays. After taking that Groudon, they get some conservative scores, but they don't over push onto that home goal zone. You actually see them talking right here. I'm not totally sure if they knew for a fact that they had the lead, but either way, they played it extremely safe. They get those scores, they retreat back to their own base, defend it, but safely. Don't give up a single knockout, despite having a Buzzwole that's level 14 on the other side. It can pull you away from your own goal zone. That could be a scary spot to be in. Despite all of that, Dreamax able to hold on to the lead, and CACM Esports just never having a chance to bounce back.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities where CACM collected objectives themselves, but it was just still not enough on those team fights. That collapse around Groudon was just too much for Dreamax to just like give it away. They had the lead, they had the advantage, and that positioning was pretty good. The layering of CC was there, the damage as well, and this final push that we saw as well from Reggie just trying to make a miraculous run. It was an attempt for sure, but unfortunately did not succeed for CACM.
Yeah, you can see what Ranma's trying to do there. Just get on top of that goal zone and push away the enemies via this Lapras. This Katazera, who is just an immovable object on this Blaziken. Only 4 knockouts and 4 feints. I mean, the early game for Dreamax was a tough look, especially with that Blaziken. Took a long time to get online, but it's all right. You can still win MVP, even with a tough early game. 44,000 damage in total. And of course, I think the big impact for this MVP vote is going to be that 232 score line. Getting a couple of scores in that final stretch. Those were so important. This was a game with extremely thin margins, as we see 401 to 237 being that final line.
Exactly, and on this player alone, it was over half of the total score that we had seen on the side of Dreamax. And we know it was so important for all of these overheats to be well positioned, and we know the setup for Dreamax was there every single time, and they could really capitalize on the strengths that these Pokemon have. It feels like maybe the composition of CACM having that Scyther just maybe couldn't I don't know, rip through the HP bars.
I think it was pretty fantastic for a lot of moments in the game, but a couple pivotal ones near the end game, it definitely showed its flaws. I think you're absolutely correct. And they go all in on that Umbreon at that right before the Groudon spawns in. You just barely miss that KO. Somehow Reggie makes it back to their team, but what an amazing snipe on that Solar Beam from you to make sure that Hyper Carry goes down, and that just gives Dreamax all the space in the world around that Groudon. They don't even need to win a team fight after that. All they need to do is get their amazing secure pieces like Kadazera on the Blaziken and of course their Urshifu in that Groudon pit, and they have the advantage. So one KO can lead to just such a pivotal moment in any of these matches.
It really is, and we can see here with the heat map as well, Blaziken most of the game just there on the top side, and we saw a couple of those Reggie Aleckies that were secured even by CACM, but couldn't really be actually utilized to its full potential. So in regards to objectives, one of those tools being the overheat and the solar beam, as you mentioned, to actually make it for a lead on Dreamax's side. Around 100 throughout the game. It wasn't that big, it wasn't unsurmountable, but CACM had a couple of flaws in the end game. Kind of trying to make those flashy plays with the Scyther, didn't quite land.
Yeah, we've called it out a few times. Reggie, on that Pokemon specifically, it is feast or famine in some situations. For a lot of the early game, it was looking great, but yeah, this big turning moments can be so scary. I think Dreamax Esports, by the way, has been one of the better teams in the tournament throughout the match of just defending goal zones. Like, you were mentioning it, like they weren't able to really operate with those Reggie Aleckies, CACM wasn't. They're getting so many objectives, but still the entire time Dreamax holding that lead. That's because of great offensive pressure, but also the defense of their goal zones was immaculate.
Basically, yes, they had such good control as well. Even though CACM had a hope to basically just send people back and heal up to be able to continue pushing as if it was the first time that they were pushing, but still wasn't enough in this game one. But it is a best of 5, so things can change quite quickly. On the purple side, Dreamax gets the ban first on the Zacian, plus the Slowbro in a niche and targeted ban, which we have been previously talking about.
Yeah, well, speaking of some things changing quickly, we do have one adjustment in the banning phase. CACM Esports are going to be banning the Blaziken, so that's going to be the only change up. We will have Darkrai available for this draft. Dreamax Esports will have that first pick. Of course, the Darkrai is an available option. Blaziken no longer there, but Zacian also in that banning phase. So a lot of the power picks in this tournament have already been taken or banned away. Crystal, notably, one of the power picks of this tournament, has not been taken quite yet. We'll see what Dreamax wants to lock in as their first pick. P1, gonna be Buswell.
All right, so preference here going to Dreamax in regards to priority in the laning phase for the top side. That Crustle you mentioned is going to be the pick alongside the Psyduck for CACM. The Psyduck that was used by Dreamax this time now denied by the orange team.
Yeah.
Being very well utilized so far with those psychic balls.
Whoa, I don't know if I've seen a Blissey in a minute
Wow.
any of these
Does he even have a pick rate?
Yeah, it's had so many bans throughout this tournament, so seeing Blissey locked in might be a bit of a surprise. And of course, Darkrai going to be locked in again. CACM Esports are going to grab the Miraidon, of course used for its attacking potential, but oh wow, it'll be Frank picking up the Meowscarada as well. So of course these players can swap what Pokemon they want to play after we get the draft completed. That being said, Frank did switch spots to pick that Pokemon, so we might be seeing a top path Meowscarada out of CACM Esports.
Yeah, it's a possibility, absolutely. I'm just a little bit worried with the performance that we just had with a similar type of Pokemon, coincidentally, you know, green as well. But the fact that we have those two Pokemon...
How do you feel about this one?
Oh, excuse me. It finally went through. Okay. That's why we have the Meow and not Reggie playing that.
The encounter rate stat on this Pokemon is truly hysterical, but all right, CACM Esports are doing the Latin America North Special, which of course is the double speedster. Meowscarada and Gengar. I mean, the burst potential out of these two Pokemon is ridiculous. It's going to take a little while for both those Pokemon to get online, but that's why you got Pokemon like Miraidon, potentially even Psyduck, who's got some really strong early game abilities. Dreamax Esports, on the other hand, though, Snorlax, Darkrai, Mew, all Pokemon that are really excel in that early game. They're going to try to punish CACM early.
Yeah, and they can definitely do that. The fact, just like you mentioned, not just the early game pressure that you can do, but the fact that these Pokemon have great picks, they have great abilities early on. It's not just the stats, the health bar, it's the abilities they have, and just the damage that you can do in the early game to secure those top farm with the Buzzwole, the Mew doing exactly the same with the Electro Balls, and your Solar Beams later on to poke is just something that is going to be very well utilized, especially considering the melee range that these two speedsters are. But we're going into the second game of the series. Dreamax still your purple team, CACM still your orange team.
I love the observers joining into this match and then shouting themselves out with a pan over the Magnemite camera. Yeah, that's fantastic. Shout out to our amazing observing team that's been working tirelessly all weekend long to bring you this action. Speaking of which, Kaala started the action early with an offensive push on this Buzzwole, but Texas kicking into headache mode. Might be a painful thing to ordeal, but it is going to add some serious damage to a lot of those side up early game moves.
Yeah, they took some meds and the side duck is okay. Now Kaala is definitely not okay.
No.
The first KO is going to go to Frank on that Sprigatito, and that's going to be very good considering that in the lane you only had that Chansey. The only one strong point that you have pre-level 4 on that lane is the Buzzwole, not the Chansey.
Yeah, that's scary to see. All right, in the top path, we got Haunter moving up, and it will be Reggie actually utilizing the Hex build. I was very curious to see what moveset we were going to equip to Reggie. It will be likely the Hex Sludge Bomb build on this Gengar. Notably, the only full heal on Dreamax's side will be the Darkrai. Other than that, they're going to have to rely on their own Unstoppables to cleanse that poison damage. Hex dealing a ton of extra, well, mostly getting cooldown reduction on any Pokemon currently held by a special condition.
Ooh, I'm telling you, the Psyduck is well surviving by the skin of their teeth every single time. Looking good for CACM, not leaving those knockouts to their enemies is something that they really need to continue scaling, especially that Gengar and the Sprigatito, 2-tier evolutions there that require to have so much EXP. They are very hungry for those points. So Zoinks, we're getting into Reggie Drago in 10 seconds.
I am kind of shocked that Do Games is not trying to do some kind of central area invade at this stage of the game. Use such a strong Pokemon. Even Lucky on this Snorlax having the potential to out-secure this Gengar early, but Reggie's back in the mix already. Could have that Safeguard Blissey to try to prevent that, but doesn't matter. Reggie gonna take the KO on this Haunter.
I gotta say, this Hollow is just gorgeous.
Oh, it's the best.
Is it?
It's the Kazekage.
It's so it's so good. But it was a 1-for-1 that happened there. And you mentioned the Mew having some more presence in the other sides of the map. Here we go, pushing Reggie away. No Pokemon to be taken down in their central. They're forced to reset while Dreamax is pushing on the top side. There's another KO that goes to the Darkrai while that Floragato is going to be sent to the Pokemon Center. Now Lucky getting a nice engage, but it's a trade back with that Haunter taking down the Buzzwole. That lovely Rock Doom as well from CACM, and that's just the point that deals that bone. Then the rest of Dreamax just need to leave. Please leave.
They're doing fine so far. Okay, go back.
What are you?
By the Darkrai.
What are you on about, dude? They're 5v3.
They've still got out, right? Just born understanding the nasty plot dashes of this Darkrai and the full potential. Plus, when you got Safeguard Blissey beside you, it's a whole lot you can accomplish. Another Solar Beam steal attempt will come just shy. CACM Esports, with a long-standing tradition of securing these objectives, will continue into Game 2.
And it looks like a difficult position here for Dreamax, because on the bot side, maybe they could have had the Buzzwole trying to solo that Reggie, but they didn't want to risk it. They just went for the XP themselves, because on the other side, CACM, that strong thus far with a level 9 Ginga and the level 8 on that Meowscarada is just super difficult to play with, especially if you're all clumped up together, because that Phantasmal Force can do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is scary. That Phantom Ambush available for Reggie as well. The old Senior Pink Unite move is ready to go at any given moment. Ranma trying to just avoid this sleepy attack. Goes right into the electrical terrain. Love that play from Ranma to avoid that sleep, but it doesn't matter for long, as we do have a great punch back by Dreamax.
Yeah, Reggie goes down, and that's a 2 KO streak for the Kaala on the Buzzwole. They can continue on pushing here, stealing out that berry. There's another one as well. A nice Psychic from Texas, just to get those Bone in a very dangerous position. Good yawn. That's a yawn on the Snorlax that I just noticed as well, as we have the rest of CACM rejoin joining the fray, and it looks like it's not a good place for Dreamax to be.
Yeah, when you got a Darkrai on your team, more sleep conditions feel awesome. Okay, we do have CACM Esports going aggressive, but they take a big Solar Beam to start this fight.
Looking good here for CACM. They have that Meteor Storm that was used already, but the damage is not really completing for Dreamax, as CACM was almost so close to getting taken down by them, but they weren't, and they keep on pushing here. Reggie, just at barely 10 HP, does go for that push on the zone and get taken down immediately after.
Yeah, they will be punished for their crimes, but it is, will Dreamax hang around too long? Big psychic pull by Texas, but with only Donlux and Frank there to capitalize, will it work out for them? Great double team to absorb those boosted auto attacks with Dwissborn, but of course the Unite move puts them in a totally league of their own, takes the 1v1 win against Maridon.
Looking pretty good here on this reclaiming of the territory for Dreamax. Although their bot tier 1 was taken down, they have to be very careful about this. There's the Hex, there's the Sludge Bomb, and that Phantom Ambush you mentioned, just trying to get out of range. And Reggie recognizes this is way too deep.
Yeah, gonna have to bail out of this one. Back to join with the rest of the team, but it's okay. You got a little bit of EXP, and of course there's another objective on the horizon. CACM Esports love these Reggie Alecki's. They would also love to break this tier 1 finally. They will be burning this one down very quickly. Charge Beam plus these Flower Tricks so strong. Do games just shy of stealing that one yet again.
Once again, and I love the Psychic that Psyduck used there with to help out with Texas, right? To get them away from the Reggie Alecki spawn, but now we're on pad. Very difficult position here for Dreamax to try to defend. A lot of damage from the Charge Beam. They're able to take the Snorlax down, and now the Reggie Alecki also collapses on the zone. Kaduzera is between 1 and 4 players, and now trying to kite it out. This Maridon still very careful about the Buzzwole and the power. The Super Power goes in as well, and they are actually going to turn it around at least for a little bit. Dreamax, as they have equalized for the moment. 2 games with that Electro Ball. Where is your boosted auto? Do you have range? You don't.
Yeah, I mean, 2Games really wants this
KO.
They chase down the Maridon, but it will be Ranma kind of 1v2ing in a major way. They were the one to finally end the reign of terror of Kaduzera on a Bliss Assistance Buzzwole. They were going crazy in the backline, but finally Ranma sets up a Rock Tomb X-Scissor combo, and X-Scissor to get away. Okay, I like these techs. Able to escape away from this Snorlax, and that is Reggie's time to work. Level 12 on this Gengar.
Pretty huge. 12 on the Gengar on the Meowscarada. 13 though for Kaduzera on that Buzzwole that you said was just literally on fire on that top path. Crazy play so far. 173 for CACM now on the lead versus 110 for the side of Dreamax. That Solar Beam, although it looked like it was in the direction of that Reggie, it was so out of range, but it looked funny like they were trying to attempt again.
Yeah. All right, so game number 2, a very similar story to game number 1. However, CACM Esports who have the points lead this time around, but again, the objectives all falling in the favor of our orange side team. Dreamax Esports, though, keeping up in the scoreline and doing amazing in the levels. Level 13 Buzzwole, level 13 Darkrai is certainly scary to have to deal with, and the Mew, importantly, is on parity with the Maridon on the other side.
Very important, like you said, because you're going to quickly, if you are able, we're still a little bit away from the level 13 on the 2 attackers, as you mentioned, so you're not going to have that extra bit of power spike, but you still have this area in the middle. Look at the damage, though. That was a nasty lined up Hyper Beam by Duke Games there. They're going to continue pushing forward because Lucky's on the front line. Dunlux is going to be forced to get out of that and go back to base. Reggie, much like the same. And now Lucky is still in a position to maybe start potentially defending. No, they're going in, and they're really interested in just going for a lot of damage onto the defender. Do they have enough to finish? No.
But that's yet another Pokemon that needs to recall. They don't have normal healing support, so they have all the position around the Groudon, so if this is getting so scary for them.
Yeah, 50% on this Groudon Zoinks, and Dunlux is just trying to do as much damage as possible from very far away. Rubble Rouser only gets Kaduzera on the back, and now Frank is trying to find an angle here, but it's still the Meteor Storm goes in, not doing enough damage there for the side of CACM, but maybe it is. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. No, 2-for-1 for the side of CACM, as they are starting to equalize with only 3 members on each side.
There's still 2 Unite moves for CACM Esports to try to utilize. You got the Sai-Ai, and you got that Meowscarada maneuver. It can be so much damage, but it's actually going to be a top path flank for this Meowscarada. I don't know how much time they have left to play around this, but Dreamax going to relent on that Groudon damage.
Yeah, Kaala has to be very careful there, Frank, as well. Ooh. And there's a Darkrai that goes down, a very significant amount of damage on the side of Dreamax. Kaduzera is pushing that Crustle away, and now we see CACM recognizing that maybe they are already enough of a lead to actually not have to contest as much this Groudon. Nice poke, and we have even more happening on the board as Zoinks is making some sounds.
I was just very excited. It was a great goal zone stop, but they're going to actually add 2 to that as Dunlux is able to stop Lucky in just mere moments. Mew almost had a full score on that tier 1 on the bot side, but great cover by Reggie on the Gengar. Lucky doing everything they can to try to feed some scores in. Groudon is no longer an option at this point. It's all about backcaps, and CACM Esports, they have a thin lead, but so far they're holding on to it.
Yeah, they're trying to lure with Lucky more people to the top side, but Dunlux was just enough to defend there. With 170 points versus 110, CACM will take this game, making it a 1-1 in the semifinals.
All right, I mean, such incredible defensive play from Reggie's Gengar, the ultimate shield, if you will. Just such a great job of making sure that not a single target can make it onto that tier 1. These Groudon fights get so intense, and it feels like they get more intense if Groudon doesn't go down.
It does.
It all comes down to these crazy scores, but having those tier 1s available actually allows CACM Esports to have a unique advantage. You might think that it's easier to score in the tier 1s because they're closer to your teammate's side, but actually for CACM Esports, it allows them to show presence in the middle of the map around Groudon and still have a quick rotation towards those tier 1s to prevent scores. It's really, really nice for them to have an early game advantage to be able to defend a bit easier. So when situations like this come up, when things are down to the wire, they're able to rise to the occasion.
It definitely does, and it makes such a huge difference when and where the points have been allocated. If you destroy those outer goal zones, like you said, Zoinks, and the speed flux, it's just so powerful. And although we know that sometimes having the extra EXP from your goal zone, from your outer goal zone being destroyed is important, the numbers on the side of CACM was still very good. They were power on power, 13s, 14s. They were all good by the pressure that they were doing around the map regardless.
Yeah, there was some really cool tech. I feel like this was one of the first matches where it felt like the Miraidon electric terrain was actually an important factor against the Snorlaxions and the Darkrai Sleeps. Felt like we saw Reggie on this Gengar keep pathing towards that area of electric terrain and trying to prevent the sleep. But it's Ranma on the Crustle that's going to take our MVP. Again, a lot of that comes from the scoring factor in these matches, and there wasn't a whole lot of that. Again, a very thin margin in this matchup, and it's Crustle. 1 knockout, 3 feints, but 9 assists. We love to see that assist number up and up and up for your defenders and your supports.
Yeah, it's so good to see Crustle succeed. It's such a good Pokemon all around. Although you're most likely going to be always running the Rock Tomb and X Scissor, it's still reliable just as much as I say that the Snorlax is with your crowd control and just zoning out the enemy team. Like you mentioned, down to the wire up until that 6-minute mark when we saw more of those points being reigned by CACM, and they created this nice point in the game where they could afford to let the Groudon not be taken down and just defend.
And take a look at this heat map. I mean, Ranma's Crustle just living in that bottom side, just doing an incredible job making sure that nobody can get past them and get any of those scores. So impressive stuff from the Crustle, making sure that that bot side is defended, not only in the early game, but also in later moments during that match. Extremely impressive work from our Crustle player, and CACM Esports are back in this thing.
They definitely are. It's a 1-1. So it's basically a best of 3 now, as if we just started it. But it's just that exciting when we can see 2 teams facing each other and learning about their enemies, learning about their strategies, and trying to really understand what are the things that they need to be taken out of the picture, that they should be focusing, their targets and all that's involved. And when they were banning the Gengar, maybe they were right.
Yeah, I don't know if we'd see Gengar yet again, which makes me sad. I was loving to throw in a whole lot of Gengar commentary. You don't get too many opportunities for it, but I love when CACM gives me the chance, and maybe I love when Dreamax gives me the chance as well, dropping that ban. But like you said, I don't know if we're going to see another chance for that. I think Dreamax Esports might be returning to that Gengar ban. It feels impactful. It feels important. And, well, CACM Esports certainly thinks so when they have tied this series 1-1. We're in best of 5 territory. Again, if you were just tuning in and you were unaware, our semifinals, we love to go the distance because this one is one that matters. If you win this, you move on to Championship Sunday to compete for a chance to win an international title, and you automatically lock up a spot at the ACL Finals in person in Japan in March.
Ugh, so excited. That event is going to be amazing. We had that this year as well, and it was incredible. So having this time not only one representative from the LAIC Champions, we have 3 going to ACL Finals, and it's just going to be amazing. Whichever the teams that are playing right now go to the Grand Finals and pledge that ticket. Now, Dreamax, I believe that they had a solid strategy, and maybe when they decided, yes, Reggie is our focus, that's why we're taking out the Gengar. It's not just about taking off the Gengar off the board, it's about how they can adapt to actually mitigate the power that Reggie has across the map.
Yeah, you gotta slow it down in multiple ways. I completely agree, but here we go. We're getting into draft for game number 3. You can kind of call it about halfway or halfway to the halfway mark of this matchup if we go all the way, but Dreamax Esports will be banning the Mega Charizard X. Yet again, a very common ban, but I think we're expecting to see an uncommon one on the side of Dreamax with a Gengar maybe late in the ban phase.
It's very possible. When it showed up as the last ban, so it does make sense. CACM on this side, still focusing on the Suicune. We could see a Darkrai coming through, or even a Blaziken if CACM is still feeling worried about that. Zacian is the one banned here on the side of Dreamax, and that Blaziken I mentioned also on the side of CACM.
Yeah, these are important Pokemon, especially in this matchup. One of the reasons I love best of 5s, we start to see some things escalate, you know, interesting drafting decisions are a lot of fun in these longer series. We're gonna return to that Slowbro ban yet again. And of course, no Gengar being banned, so the potential for a last pick Gengar Reggie, again, it is available for CACM.
It is. On the side of Dreamax, those powerhouses that we have been seeing in the top half have been quite a priority. Buzzwole is the one, and we saw Kaduzeta perform really well on that one.
Yeah, I think the best part of the Dreamax Esports roster, potentially in tandem with that Blissey beside them at any given moment. And okay, Texas is going to return to the Psyduck yet again. I mean, we got to admit, those Psychic pulls from Texas have been amazing. So really impressive slowdown ability from that Pokemon. We are going to go back to the Urshifu well. Could see an Eldegoss swap up. I do like that from Dreamax as a powerful support Pokemon, especially in this tournament. Win rate through the roof, but most importantly, no Blissey to cleanse these poison damages from the Sludge Bomb.
Oh, yeah, that decision to go for the Eldegoss is quite interesting, isn't it?
We might see a lot of full heals on the side of Dreamax.
Yeah, you know what? It's quite necessary. You already have one equipped on the side of There's a Bone for that Urshifu. And, yeah, Gengar once again. And it's such a good setup. The Sludge Bomb with the Rock Tomb. You just trap people in the place, and the Sludge Bomb just takes all of that area. And it's perfect. Just get your hexes one on top of the other. But on the side of Dreamax as well, the Snorlax does provide quite a bit of that crowd control. A very similar composition here for CACM to the previous game, going for the Meowscarada plus the Gengar.
All right, so Frank returning to this Pokemon. It was really fun to watch. I felt like, I was focusing a lot on the Gengar. I'm going to fully admit that to be the case. However, it was fun to see what this Pokemon could do. It does have a decent matchup into Buzzwole. Of course, utilizing some of those double team stuns to try to escape the crowd control from the Buzzwole is a really cool option that Frank could try to utilize.
Yeah, Double Team is a very interesting ability. It's kind of similar in some way to your illusion on Zoroark as well, as when the split second when you change into somebody else, in this case for the Meowscarada, your clone, it does give you that little invincibility frame, as you could call it. And it's nice and interesting because you could dodge a split moment of a heavy slam, of a power nap, so things like that, or even, I don't know if it does cancel it some way if Buzzwole tries to grab you.
Yeah, you can avoid it a few times, especially if you change right before you get the pickup situation. It can be a big one, but all right, so we are getting set up for game number 3. And I was thinking maybe with no Blissey, we see a wave of full heal equips from Dreamax Esports. It stayed the same. Only Urshifu will be equipped with the full heal. So let's see what the Gengar impact of the Urshifu impact will be in game number 3. Dreamax versus CACM.
Dreamax now on the purple side. Well, actually, for 3 games, these teams have been on the exact same sides on this series. And like you mentioned, maybe Dreamax is just feeling that comfortable and that confident to face that Gengar. Top side, a lot of action already. Frank has to use the eject button away now. Texas is in a tough position, just trying to get some damage in, but might pay it. Going to the Pokemon Center, no, back to pad, they are okay.
All right, and what I was calling out before, maybe Lucky should be trying to impact the early game, and it is true. Snorlax Invade will not take away the blue buff, but will steal a ball toy. So Reggie's path to that Haunter will be slowed down just a little bit. Might not even get it off this Escavalier. And Lucky not quite done yet, but Ranma also there to protect their own team's central area Pokemon. This will be a Ghastly attempting to rotate into the top side of the map.
It's just so cute with the helmet. It's just a floating helmet. It's amazing.
Yeah, they changed Holloware. That's crazy.
It is.
We're Astronaut Gengar going into game 3.
Now.
Wow, changing Holloware mid-match is a bold choice, but I gotta admit, they got some great Holloware, so I kind of like the shakeup.
Super great collection now. Buzzwole also having to use their eject button to get away. Now Frank doesn't have it themselves, and they're gonna go down, so no Sprigatito for this fight, as now Dreamax has the numbers advantage, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade thus far, as they are going to keep on pushing. 2 KO streak goes to Caduzeira. And they, no, actually, to Deusebon, and they keep on pushing, make it a 3. Rama could be the next one here, just trying to potentially escape, and it's a 4 KO streak on 8 minutes, hello?
Yeah, what is a flux zone to an Urshifu, you know, at this point in the game? Reggie actually tries to go back towards that tier 1 to try to prolong this defense. A bit of a tough endeavor. They're gonna immediately get knocked out, and this Urshifu, thanks to such an early game lead on its opposition central area Pokemon, is just crushing it. Already at level 6, very close to that level 7, and they got a host of buffs to work with.
Looking really good on the levels, as you mentioned. Dreamax now taking quite a lot of advantage in the central area as well to start doing that. Reggie, Drago, now Dunlux is maybe going to try to get some poke, maybe a steal. Reggie's there trying to get that sludge bomb. It's still going to be Dreamax that takes it after initiating it themselves.
All right, Do Games Mew finally secures one of the Reggies with this special attack damage. I think Electro Ball this time around. No Solar Beam secure, but finally a Reggie Drago goes in the way of Dreamax Esports. Could be signs of things to come, as their early game has certainly been a lot better than CACM Esports. We got 2 Pokemon kind of stuck at that second stage evolution. Frank at the Florigado, and of course Reggie on the Haunter. Another big push here in the bottom side.
Ooh, very nice Rock Tomb there, but they really didn't collapse or anything. Yeah, I agree. But
almost a big push. I thought it was going to be a big push.
It did look like one. I do assume that. I do agree. 6 seconds for the bottom Reggie here. Reggie Alecki in this case, when we have much more numbers on CACM here. They have started. Rama is very low on HP. Reggie still focusing here on this side of Reggie Alecki. Do Games is on that Mystical Mirage and up into the air. It's still CACM who takes it. And although you had Caduzeira trying to get that damage dealer away with that Super Soul Slam, it was not really possible. Now trying to chase it back, but that's your 6th member. That's a Reggie Alecki stunning the rest of Dreamax, and they're going to really have to try to retreat in this situation. What a psychic pull, Texas.
Unbelievable. You can see both Dunlux and Frank wanted that knockout so bad. They're really close to their big power spikes, around close to that level 9, and they know if they knock out that level 9 Urshifu, they will get that much closer. But all enabled by Texas's side up. Really impressive play of that max range pull, and they get it just in time for Dunlux to secure the knockout.
Looking really good on the top side, though. CACM has some presence, while the rest of Dreamax is just trying to reconvene. Although Caduzeira did just attack the Reggie Steel, pushing it to the side, so getting a little bit away from the side of CACM. Reggie's still there. They have level 9, so Phantom Ambush is available. They're getting blocked onto the wall. Reggie still goes to the back line with that Sludge Bomb and the Hex, but they're going to get taken down immediately with that damage from the Mew. Caduzeira with a Focus Band is still standing. That's an Electro Ball into Texas. What a nice heavy slam on the team of CACM. 2 KO streak going to the Mew, and now they can keep on pushing. Do Games has the priority of numbers. They are going to go again, but there's the Urshifu going down.
All right, Power Nap utilized instead of the block to try to push the back. That means Frank can go all in on the offense. Big amounts of damage, but there it is. 2 Games with the Solar Beam secure on the Registeel from range. Now they got a little bit more damage to work with, but CACM Esports is not deterred. They want to try to push onto this tier 1, but Reggie gonna have to use that Phantom Ambush just to escape. Gengar going for a swim outside of the range of battle.
Well, we were so worried about Reggie, we were so worried about this Gengar and the level 9 power spike, and they use it defensively. That's just how much Dreamax played confidently in that fight, and the way they just locked down onto that Gengar, really nicely done overall. Looking at bot side here, Reggie LAIC already spawned. That's how long the top side fight really lasted for. What a lovely heavy slam again with the eject button, and Dreamax will take the Reggie LAIC. That does keep on pushing. Side duck will go down. Rama trying to escape here. Another heavy slam. Reggie's on the back line, but they are pretty much alone. There's a Rebel Rouser. Nice buddy barrier there that gets activated, and the stun as well. Now they're keeping on pushing, but Rama might be in trouble. There's the block. Plenty of shields. Reggie still trying to do something about this, but they use their ability to get away.
Yeah, Reggie just really wanting to add a couple of KOs to their name, even just to stack up some of these items they're utilizing. But at the moment, Reggie LAIC will have to get knocked out just the old-fashioned way, right in front of your tier 1. How good has Lucky Snorlax been in this game number 3? It's ridiculous. Incredible heavy slam engages, great block enables, and then sometimes just relying on the Power Nap Unite move to not only give them a defensive boost, but also to block in enemy targets. You are immovable and impassable while utilizing that Power Nap, and Lucky seems to know that better than anyone.
They definitely do, and the shielding that you get from the block every single time has been just enough to block out enough damage from Dunlux, and especially from Reggie, because as soon as you go in with your Hex, there's a block on your face. This time it was on cooldown, so he was not going to defend that Elder Goss. They're still pushing quite a bit, CACM. There's the Meteor Storm, maybe going to take those upon down. It doesn't. They're going to score quite a bit here on the bot side with that Snorlax trying to push them away. There's a bone on the Shifu going in, take some good damage, and now the backline is completely devoid of defenses, and it's almost a 3 KO streak for Shifu.
Yeah, CACM will break the goal zone, but yet again, Lucky with a huge block play, knocking off multiple targets away from that goal zone, preventing anybody from getting big scores, and of course enabling Dreamax to have a great team fight win where they force CACM into an awkward position. They are going to get some more scores into the top side, though. This Latin America North team with this double speedster composition, they're just scrappy. They're going to take a loss in one spot. They're going to try to find value in another at any given moment. A top side Reggie, maybe not contested. Meowscarada having a lot of damage, more so in the burst department, not as strong at ripping, unless you're going with that, of course, the Night Slash build.
I used to like that one quite a lot in solo queue, but Dreamax does like taking the objective as well, because they rip it really fast, and we have been seeing that from Brazil so much today, them and Force team as well. Now here on the bot side, we're getting into central area. 10 seconds for, I was gonna say Rayquaza, 10 seconds for that Groudon with nice Rock Tomb set up by Rama. This could be the start of something. There's the heavy slam. Now Rama is trying to get the Rebel Rouser on everybody. There's a Mystical Mirage, they're starting to rip, and there's a Groudon going really low on health. There's a Sai, and who gets it at the end? It's gonna be CACM who does it, but it's stolen back just by Dreamax, and that is a Shifu just trying to even get more value out of this. Look at the rapid strikes, it's insane!
That's
30 hits, 2 KO streak, and just absolutely dominating. God is good.
1v3 in that situation. That is brilliant. Unreal from this Urshifu. Now, they do have the buff. They have the lead. What a position for Dreamax Esports to be in. CACM Esports, though, likely will have at least one buff left to work with on their team. I don't believe they were all knocked out. We definitely had some just normal recall to bases to try to rally. So CACM Esports, if they want to try to put this match in their favor, they are going to need to have a big team fight push. But you also cannot leave these goal zones undefended either. These are some tough decisions they're going to have to make. Okay, we got the above view. Texas, Ranma, and Frank all have the Groudon buff still. They're going to try to capitalize, get some points in. A lot of points in pocket. Texas with a quicker one, though. You could get a fast score if you got multiple players on that same goal zone. And this 26, that's all they need to take the lead.
It's close. Like you say, the amount of points is just so easy to flip. That 26 turning to however much that is mathematics. I am not doing that right now.
It's double 26.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, using the letters instead of the numbers, I love it. Yeah. Now we're keeping on pushing here. Lucky is on the pad. We have a Shifu as well, just waiting to go, and jump pad too. They're going in. You have your Thunderstorm. No, you don't. You're actually going for the damage solely on your charge beam, as the defense from Dreamax is still working out quite a bit. No, at the end, it is the Hex from Reggie that does it, 379 to 229, and Dreamax does not succeed on that defend. CACM does take the win on that flip on Groudon flip, and then back.
Yeah, unbelievable. A back and forth affair, and it is going to result in CACM Esports in a game win, now leading the series 2-1. I mean, some heroics from the Urshifu in that exchange to try to take a couple of buffs, remove them from the opposite side. But of course, you have multiple targets. They're able to Miraidon hack that enemy goal zone, prevent that extra heal, outlast that Urshifu Unite move that was back up again onto that tier 2, and of course, get some major scores. Reggie's Gengar, again, an important damage focus on that goal zone, but I think it was the Miraidon being a major damage focus, both on the Groudon fight and of course that final push onto the tier 2.
It really was, and just the fact that Reggie was just so much of a target on his back kind of player that you had Dunlux just getting that damage from the back, and sometimes it was just like unperceived from the side of Dreamax because they were so worried about the Gengar jumping on their face. This play was so good, though I have to say this Urshifu play from Deusebon was absolutely incredible. But again, like you mentioned, the electricity there from the passive just doing so much work on the pad and accumulated on top of each other. Everybody just stacked up.
Yeah.
It is going to be Reggie, your MVP. They got to give it to Dunlux as well.
Yeah, snap a photo, everybody. This might be the only time we see Gengar MVPs here, unless CACM Esports can play on our championship Sunday, potentially.
And then?
But 76,000 damage done for this Pokemon. 5 knockouts, 6 faints. Not the stat line you love to see, but it's okay. It's a win.
It worked. It worked. Well, it was good for Dreamax, and the crowd's going crazy outside because this best of 5 is truly on fire between Brazil and Latin America North, and that being CACM, right? And the fact again that we saw the Gengar still being that impactful, although they were knocked out this many times, considering they are one of the heaviest damage dealers. You have the Meowscarada too, so it kind of feels like when you have a double speedster composition like that, when you're so melee like you are, it will happen. You're gonna get knocked down more times.
Right. Yeah, we talked about it. Sometimes it's just an engaged Pokemon, and so you're happy with an even result across the board. As long as you're getting as many knockouts as you are faints. So Reggie is a -1 ratio, but that's all right. They're still able to put this one away. 100 score. That means no scores until the Hundo Burger, but hey, that's when it counts the best. So impressive stuff. You can see the heat map very different from the last game, having to spend a lot more time in their own central area. I mean, shout-outs to Dreamax, I think, for finding a way to shut this Pokemon down for the majority of the match. Lucky on that central area, Invade and Snorlax was so important, and of course, Dust Bomb on that Urshifu. Just having great answers throughout the game. That little highlight reel we saw in the replay package, by the way, they knocked out a Miraidon right before that as well. So also getting
it was even longer.
Even more KOs on top of it. So impressive stuff here from CACM Esports to close out a very close match. Maybe the closest one of our best of 3 so far.
Yeah, like it is the closest one, I would agree.
Our best of 5 so far. It was a mini best of 3, I like to call it. Yeah,
I know.
And now we're going to expand to a best of 5.
Yeah, we're definitely expanding here because we have basically a match point for CACM. It's either Dreamax takes this to a game 5 or it's game over for Dreamax in the tournament. And CACM just punches that ticket to the grand finals. But I believe that there's something about this strategy here that Dreamax might agree with me in the way that they didn't quite make a mistake on draft. They didn't quite make a mistake on how they conducted their pushes. But they need to be very aware of being stacked up close to each other, because the damage that was coming from Dunlux and from Reggie on both the Hex and the Charge Beam was too much to handle.
And I really think you got to consider that Blissey pick. pick again in this draft. You had it in that first game, where the first time you went up against the Gengar, but still, I feel like having an access to a cleanse would just be so impactful into this Gengar pick that CACM likes to employ. Of course, Dreamax, you could also just go back to Old Reliable. Your one game win in this set was well, maybe not thanks to, but had a Gengar ban in it, and Dreamax is going to say, enough is enough. You're on match point. No more Gengar.
Exactly, and I feel like that's not just respectful, but also just wise and appropriate.
Yeah.
Everything is on the line. There's no doubt whatsoever about it. So you gotta treat it as absolutely crucial as you would a championship Sunday. So looking at this pick here for Dreamax, we already don't have that Blaziken, so we might see a Zacian, yes, as it is being hovered as we speak and confirmed as the purple pick 1.
All right, well, Darkrai still available in this draft and has been passed up by Dreamax Esports. Of course, Zacian's such an incredible Pokemon. And CACM Esports, I'm not remembering, maybe Frank playing that Pokemon in previous games, but I don't know how much Darkrai experience they have. But they might be actually passing it up this time around. It is going to be a Psyduck pick, and Ranma wants to ensure the Crustle onto their side. It's been so important. I don't think I even got to mention it. In that final scoring push, the Buddy Barrier Crustle, I mean, there was multiple times in that match that Buddy Barrier Crustle was important, but it felt like that was the main reason they were able to survive on that enemy goal zone. But all right, Dreamax Esports with a ban on Gengar, and now a steal of both, of course, of the Miraidon pick and a return to the Snorlax.
Exactly. I feel like this is a very good choice because Dunlux was doing really well in this Pokemon, and on its own, Miraidon is that good, and you can trust that Dreamax is going to perform well as they need to. On the side of CACM, they lock in both the Speedsters, not the same as last time, but it is going to be the Meowscarada and the Scyther, the specialty there for Reggie, much like that Gengar.
All right, and now we might return to the Blissey, which is interesting, but it will pair, of course, with a few Pokemon here. Zacian and Urshifu are both going to love having access to a Bliss assistance in this game. Dunlux, not having access to Miraidon, is going to go with a different electric-type Pokemon, and that Alolan Raichu is going to be locked in. This Pokemon has been extremely strong in a lot of moments, and it feels like these two electric-type Pokemon have just impressive duels to the bottom path every time.
Agreed. And I'm actually looking at this draft for Dreamax Zoinks, and I'm thinking that personally, now that we're getting into very serious territory, right? I gotta be very clear and like honest. I think personally that Dreamax has the better draft on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it feels correct, right? When you have something like a Meowscarada and a Scyther and maybe even a Psyduck, like these pocket picks, whereas maybe they don't scream power pick or dominant meta Pokemon. But I don't know, with the way CACM Esports has been playing with these comfort picks, you just, in these scenarios, when we get this late in the tournament, I just start questioning everything.
Yeah, I get that. I totally get it. But what I'm like most worried about is not even the double speedster. It's the fact that they don't have any healers. They only have the engage ability and disengage ability from that Psyduck and the Crustle. And of course, yes, we saw the Buddy Barrier being clutch many times on that Crustle. But still, on the side of Dreamax, not only having a supporter that heals on the Blissey, it is a Blissey. So we're getting into match point. CACM is 2-1 up in this series against Dreamax. Could potentially get their ticket to Championship Sunday on our semifinals. There, Skyrunes is on your board.
All right, Dreamax Esports playing for their tournament lives right now. Do not want to fall away, and they want a chance at Championship Sunday. Texas, on a bit of a journey here in the early game, is actually headed into the opposite side of the map and is starting to poke at our red buff. That poor Kubfu having a tough time in the early game, of course. If Sada could steal one of those buffs, they're going to be feeling fantastic. Kubfu on the other side, not going to like the results of that one. And Ranma, going to be taking one of those wild Pokemon so close to that Crustle evolution, but still, do not doubt the Rock Slide. That's done his legendary, especially in the early game. Wow, 3-on-3 fight for just one top Bunnelby, but still, I mean, some of these fights are so important in the early game.
It is. Miraidon, though, is making a rotation here with Do Games and Rama as well, as they are going to take some damage. Reggie has to be careful. They have double buffs, so they could easily take down Kaduzera, who dashes over the wall, and they're going to be okay for the moment. Now CACM takes the Swablu's Altaria, but Rama is in a terrible position, haven't yet evolved. And now Dreamax on 4 members, still taking the slash and dash from Reggie, but don't really go down.
Good patience, Reggie. You're a better player than I landed that double hit. I see those HP bars. I'm clicking the button to go in. Of course, I think everybody watching, and of course these top-level players know if I did that, I would be KO'd. So,
exactly.
Yeah, some really...
But we do it anyway.
Yeah, you got to be hesitant in those situations. And of course, in a series as tight and as intense as this, you got to be making perfect decisions as often as you can. Dunlux and New Game's having a bit of an electrical dance. And in the end, that is a fatal tango.
It really is. Alolan Raichu goes back to base. And now, excuse me, they should be so disappointed that Reggie didn't finish them off. Now, another time where Katazera ends up still standing. Dunlux is now going to fight them in the bush with that Electro Ball. And it's still Dreamax who comes out on top on that fight.
Oh, these thin margins are just so tough to deal with. You were talking about there's no healing supports on the side of CACM, right? And in these dive compositions, oftentimes we don't build towards those healing supports because you literally don't have time. If you're going to initiate these team fights, Meowscarada and Scyther, if they don't get the KOs and end the team fight immediately, it might just be over anyways. You don't even have the chance to heal those weaker HP targets. Psyduck, on the other hand, can really set up some of these fights and give you a better chance. Well, here we go. Ranma on a 1v3 defense.
Oh, interesting here. Dreamax is trying to at least get some points here. They don't have that much. They have the 30 on Dozebo, but on the side of CACM, they did a great push on a 4-person gank to the top side, got a 2 KO streak on Reggie, and they got to position themselves here for the bot side as it has just spawned. Reggie like him 50%. There's that bone. Will zone them out as Dual Game still has that charge beam to get it confirmed. It's still going to be Deus Bomb who guarantees it for Dreamax. Texas is in a terrible position. That Psyduck is not going to survive as it is going to be a 2-for-1 trade at the moment. Reggie goes to the back line. Kazazeta will get taken down. The Green Illusion Dive is just doing so much damage. And Reggie still chasing out for that Miraidon. Will go for the goal instead. And CACM destroyed that fight.
Definition of 1 HP in a dream is this entire series. Like, Reggie's setting up such an amazing play with that Green Illusion dive. That Urshifu is within inches of getting the KO on Scyther. Reggie says, I'll actually just bounce over to the other side of the battlefield and actually get a KO for my troubles. I mean, amazing mastery of the speedster-style Pokemon and such a fun player to watch. I just gotta say, I love watching Reggie play this game.
Oh yeah, I love watching Reggie play this Pokemon as well. The Gengar is great, but the Scyther really just hits different. And there's something about the Latam teams and the Scyther picks that just works out so incredibly well. Now we're on the top side with that Regice spawned as a 4v3 for the moment, as they're still waiting for a Shifu and the Scyther to join the fight already. Reggie is there, poking out quite a bit. Frank throws in that clone. They're going to go back to the berry themselves. Lucky gets a nice heavy slam. They're going to the back. Reggie will slice and dice once again, trying to get on top of that Miraidon. The Meteor Storm goes in as well, but it looks like CACM is just on all corners of Dreamax, and there's no way for them to escape.
And yet another fight where Texas both sets up the fight and finishes the fight. That Psychic pulling in the Snorlax is a huge play, even despite a pretty impressive yawn defense by Lucky. But immediately after that, the Sai, that damage reduction Unite move into anybody in that aura is so important for a few of these Pokemon. Again, on slivers of HP, but still CACM Esports find a way to close it out thanks to that incredible Psyduck support.
And looking good for them here into a rotation for the bottom Reggie. The Reggie Lucky that was secured by Dreamax, but not really utilized by them at all because CACM turned the fight back around. It is going to be uncontestedly taken by CACM themselves in this push, and they are powerful enough to even potentially go for a push on this bot tier 2. Reggie has a 50.
Yeah, that's very true. So also they're going to be able to do this because of the vision that they just had. And they might have lost track of Urshifu and Snorlax a moment ago, but they knew at least a couple players were on the top side or even defending on bot. We got that split push going on for CACM Esports, and that's a 40-point dunk into a 6-point goal zone.
Ooh, and if with 4 minutes, 244 versus 86, there's a very healthy lead. There's a Rock Tomb here onto Lucky, who just circumvents around the wall here in the central area. It is 10 seconds for Reggie Drago, and it's all up on CACMs.
What a homecoming for Reggie Drago. That's a lot of electro
I want to see the
balls.
damage. Hold on. I'm very excited about it.
Welcome to Face Ruins, Reggie Drago. You're already at half
30%.
HP. That's just what goes on with these minefields that Don Lux can set up with the Alolan Raichu. It certainly is a scary thing. Maybe you don't have stored power burn damage on some of these objectives, but who needs it when you really set up a welcome party?
Yes you do. And it's really interesting when that happens. If you can do it with the enemy Pokemon, it's even more satisfying. But
sure.
so far it hasn't happened, and that is okay. Dreamax is still at this point with equal numbers of level in regards to that, but Reggie still really shining all across the match.
Yeah, level 14 has been really impressive. We've seen some clutch full heals from that player as well. Frank's clone just doing a little bit of work, getting visioned, of course, maybe thinking Dreamax has to bait out a couple of cooldowns at any given moment. Huge Rock Tomb steal, but Lucky's on the engage.
Ooh, on the engage and back to this joy as the side of CACM has full control here on the top Reg Ice. Dozabone gets a nice dodge on their sidekick, and Dreamax very smartly get away from this. This is not your fight right now.
Yeah, they win that fight 4v4 essentially. It was since Snorlax goes down so early in that one, and the entire time, guess where Reggie is? Scoring in that bottom side. One of the most important cases of it though, because Reggie Alecki is spawned in 30 seconds for CACM to try to knock out this Pokemon and send it all the way to that home goal zone. Just truly a nightmare scenario for Dreamax Esports to deal with, but they gotta take their time, they gotta get their levels, they gotta focus on farming. Reggie Alecki though, always just a haunting presence in this bottom path.
And it is a dream come true if that Reggie Alecki does hit home goal for CACM, because that would be just a fine way to end a best of 5. As the Reggie Alecki still journeying on the bot side, we have central area here. X-Scissor from Rama goes in. Plenty of damage that the defender takes, and now getting a nice knock-up. Maybe that Snorlax is going to go down, but it doesn't. Now on the other side, Kaduzera is getting chased by Reggie. Reggie does take them down, and that's going to be a takedown from Dreamax on the Groudon.
Yeah, Zacian gets the final secure. I believe Urshifu just jumped right into the pit, and Blitz Assistance right on top of them. Groudon buff going to be kept in Kaduzera's hands. That is a Reggie Alecki in that home goal zone, though, so the scores can turn around, and Psyduck will be knocked out before they are able to deposit their points. So they are going to respawn. Dreamax does have some Groudon buffs to work with, but they got a lot of ground to make up, so.
They definitely do. They need to sprint, they need to run. They're not speedsters, but they need to get their 4 points on this goal zone. That's 50 onto Lucky. They have a shield as well. They're going to score. They're going to go for the 47 on the outer goal, 50 for the inner goal, as they're still pushing out here. Rama is on the spot, just trying to defend. Frank is there as well, but they know that maybe this 50 is going to go in, but they're just betting on the fact that this is still not going to be enough.
CACM is just playing this really defensively, but Dreamax still has a decent amount of points in pocket, specifically Kaduzera. They got a lot of cash to work with, and they're looking to buy one thing, a ticket to Japan. They need to get to these goal zones, though, and right now, all they're trying to do is put that Eos energy back in their pockets and threaten these big scores.
And the mighty defense that you can do with the Alolan Raichu and those Electro Balls on the pad, just defending against this push. Lucky is going to be the first one. They need to bait out that damage. They go win with the jump pad. Texas is there as well. Reggie is on the other side. They have a flank option. They're going in for the Meteor Storm. They're going to go down. Kaishola might be next as well. And CACM is performing a good defense, but maybe the amount of shooting on the side of Dreamax is just enough. There's a ball still standing with a blissful assistant onto them. They take one down. There's no Psyduck on this fight. Reggie will counter this back though, but it's still 3v3. They're going down on numbers. CACM, there's 10 seconds to go. 4 points to be scored. 50 for Dozabone. They do it!
Dozabone gets 50 points in. That Hundo Burger will be enough. Time is up. No points in the home goal zone, but it is unneeded. Dreamax Esports tied this series up at 2-2.
We're going to game 5!
I've never been so nervous. I've never been so nervous at the conclusion of a matchup. That was wild. Dreamax Esports hold on to this matchup. Incredible work. Yeah, there's a lot of communication going on between these players, but they understand they got the win. Jeez, what a close encounter. We're gonna have to take a look at that final score line just to be sure, of course, of everything, but I do believe we're about to head into a game number 5.
Breathe.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a moment of tension. Both teams, us Where is the record?
Yeah, no, we're going to take a look at the final replay just a little bit. This Reggie Alecki being one of the most impactful ones of all time. That is huge. These final scores, we can take a look at the scoreline right now, 507 to 380. But it's this Urshifu, again, picking up some major scores. And yeah, we got the final call. It is the Dreamax Esports having the points lead. It's what we thought with a couple of major scores here. Just unfortunately, Reggie and Dunlux being just outside of range to get that stop. It doesn't matter. Zamorn gonna take this one down, 566 to 507. Are you kidding me?
Player of the game, there's that ball on the Urshifu. 4-2-6 is your record. 50,000 damage dealt, 230 points scored, and literally the miracle maker of the Brazilian team Dreamax.
Yeah, there is one tiny pip of the purple team on that score graph. It is only at the very end. This tells the story of this matchup. CACM Esports won this match for 9 minutes and 50 seconds until Urshifu had a chance to get to work on that tier 2. That is just truly ridiculous conclusion.
Game 3 was like that for Dreamax. Dreamax had it up until the end, and then CACM brought it back.
Yeah.
So I wonder what the frick Game 5 is going to be like.
Yeah, this is going to be wild. I mean, okay, yeah, this is the point of that graph where scoring is so important. Of course, having that 50 points in pocket actually spends a little bit of time around that central area to pick up a few Eos Energy Orbs so they can have that full score. Whatever they can do to open up space on that goal zone, and it works. Both Dunlux and Reggie still being up, but just not being able to hit this Urshifu in time. That crowd on buff increasing that scoring speed. It makes an extremely tight margin, and neither of them having their cooldowns up at the exact moment they needed to gives just the perfect window for Dreamax Esports to strike.
And my take for Game 5 is the Blissey needs to go. It was basically what had Deus é Bom standing for so long.
Yeah, it was so impressive. We see buddy barriers, every piece of support you could possibly think. In fact, even the Groudon secure, right? It wasn't the Urshifu, they actually go down, but the Bliss assistance plus the Urshifu combo is what gets that Pokemon in knockout range in the first place, allows Zacian to just walk up and last hit secure with a mighty Unite move in that spot. Jeez, what a crazy game number 4 to push us to game number 5.
And that is only the first semifinals of the day. We still have another one to be played, and this one isn't yet finished. Zoinks! If we are feeling like this, can you imagine what the players are thinking?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of emotion there on stage, pop-offs and everything, of course, so everybody's going to just calm down here for a moment as we go into Game 5. Going to be a very intense conclusion to this set. It's been incredible so far to watch these two teams play two totally different styles. Dreamax playing pretty like what I like to call traditional or like lockdown Pokemon Unite. CACM Esports relying on these double speedster compositions to be the difference maker. Basically full-on dive comps. But, you know, when it comes down to it, it feels like this match was always fated to be a Game 5.
Yeah, it really was. I personally love calling these types of composition for Dreamax, like front-to-back composition, where you're just very straightforward with what you want to do. You have your backline doing range damage, you have your front line with great defenders, supports, and you just want to go front-to-back, very self-explanatory. Now, CACM, I feel like maybe this is the point where they need to switch something up. Maybe they have something up their sleeve that's not going to be the double speedster, or maybe they're just going to get the Blissey for themselves. It's a possibility.
Ooh, it's so scary to switch things up into a Game 5, but you might be right. For the first time in this match, it feels like finally the momentum has shifted away from you and back in the hands of Dreamax. I mean, Dreamax, this home team, having the crowd behind them and winning a match that extremely close. I mean, that is so much momentum. CACM is going to need to have a huge response if they could try to pull back anything in this matchup. Dreamax, on the other hand, sticking to some of the usual with these bans, Mega Lucario, Slowbro, with not be shocked if we see the Gengar in that third ban slot.
Exactly. Excuse me. And to be honest, I believe that that is the right call because
The
it
two
worked
games
on
they've
the
won.
four. Exactly. You won 2 games with that ban phase. You just repeat the same ban phase. The same thing for CACM. It has worked out so far. That Blaziken is really strong. And considering CACM is on the orange side, you don't want to let that slide for the side of Dreamax to potentially take it on the first purple pick.
Totally. Yeah, we'll see what this first pick ends up being. I think Zacian might be a Pokemon in tight contention, and Katazera is going to pick up that Pokemon. CACM Esports are going to have 2 options back-to-back, and this Psyduck is yet again going to return, but an early priority on the Miraidon this time around. So Dreamax Esports not going to have access to that attacker, which we talked about the success of Zacian in this draft, and Gengar in this draft, but Miraidon has also been an extremely successful Pokemon for both sides. Dawnlux putting that draft priority makes a ton of sense to me.
It's really good. I love that. If we have that Hooper plus the Zacian on the top side is one of the strongest early game laners that you could possibly have alongside potentially a Buzzwole. I even favor the Zacian in that matchup too.
Yeah, you might even try to pair the Urshifu and Hoopa into the central area at first just to try to prevent any kind of invasion scenarios.
Get a red buff
onto
maybe?
that Kung-Fu. We've seen Texas try to push into the other side, so maybe Hoopa might need to be there for the defense. CACM Esports really just going back to a lot of what has worked for them in this game so far in this best-of-5 set. The Scyther most likely going to be Reggie's final option in this lineup, seeing as Frank is returning to the Meowscarada, and you have the Psyduck there to enable some dives. But okay, Dreamax actually going to have a bit of a flex. And we're going to go with a Dodrio and potentially an Umbreon. Love this as a response to all those Crustle and Psyduck shields.
Yeah, it makes quite a lot of sense. That's amazing because we have been seeing, and again, Dreamax on the purple side, CACM on your orange, basically doesn't confuse us at all. They have been playing on the same side throughout the whole series. My point being, on the right side.
Notoriously, that's the worst for me, so I am very happy with these 2 teams.
Basically, yes, exactly. So on the side of CACM, notoriously, they had been just escaping the fights with almost 0, close to no HP whatsoever because of buddy barriers, because of extra shieldings, and that Moonlight Bronze on the Umbreon you mentioned is just going to be crucial.
Yeah, going to steal 50% of any available shields in the area of effect every time Umbreon has Unite move, and it can be pretty often. Umbreon, a Pokemon that will be wielding the experience share, but does have that evolution benefit, getting access to that Unite move at level 8. All that being said, out of all the evolutions who are normally pretty strong in the early game, Umbreon is actually the one of them, that one of the bunch that is considered to be a little bit weaker in the earlier stages of this match. And honestly, a lot of the Dreamax Pokemon, outside of course Zacian and maybe even the Dodrio.
Yeah, exactly. I really want to see what's going to be the strategy here for Dreamax, because as you mentioned, it's possible that we see the Dodrio plus the Hoopa going into central area, or even sending the Hoopa to try and invade a little bit, or just have some more information on how the enemy team is doing in the central area, considering that we once again have that double speedster. So it's CACM continuing the same strategy that in this last game, Dreamax has successfully read. So now for Dreamax, they just need to do it again.
All right, well, let's see what happens as we get into a decisive game number 5. A Championship Sunday spot on the line and a spot in the Asia Champions League Finals. This one game will decide. Dreamax on your purple team, CACM on your orange team.
And we have the Psyduck already going for an invade on the purple side of the map, with that Kung-Fu being very, very weak in the early game here for Deusebon. So they need to be very careful about how they go about taking these Pokemon down. The Psyduck with range, auto attacks, but now help. Kaishala comes in, gets a nice confusion there, but the damage is not going to be just enough. Push back. Deusebon gets some healing, I presume, from a focus band at that point, and Texas will just leave the enemy central for a moment because Reggie is going for backup.
Yeah, it's already there trying to take the KO, and it will find the knockout onto the Hoopa. Huge flank from the Reggie. From the Scyther on the Reggie, you get it. Anyway, Reggie is going to get one knockout, but now in danger. But it doesn't matter. Is able to take the 1v2. This Scyther so powerful. A lot of that set up by Texas's earlier damage, but already this Scyther is off to the races.
It's just CACM showing how much Latam is proficient on this Pokemon. But look at Kaduzera comes in from the back. There's the Dodrio getting the evolution as well for a brief second, becoming unstoppable. They're going to be able to escape. Nice healing that comes through there as well. Getting a berry. Now Kaishala still in a good position. To get an Astonish there.
And of course, the Urshifu has finally evolved, so we're out of the Kung Fu stage, and we have yet another damage threat for Dreamax Esports to utilize. That being said, it has been a bit of a parity matchup on the top side, as Capsule goes down. A 2 KO streak from Frank, as this Meowscarada gets on the board at 20 points into the top side. This Meowscarada starting to get real dangerous.
29 feels really good here for CACM early in the game. 68-13 is your total score at the moment. Around 8 minutes as the Reggie Jaguar has just spawned. And because of that presence, CACM quickly moves down to that objective, takes it for themselves, and could just easily rotate to bot side. Rock Tomb, very nicely done there by CACM. Rama, and they are going to be actually caught up here by Kaduzera. There's some damage coming from the distance here on that Miraidon. Kaduzera does survive, goes for the berry. Rama is going to pay for it, as the defender usually does.
Yeah, buys a little bit of time, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for Reggie. He has to burn the full heal just to walk away, and that might not be quick enough. The trio's there, but Reggie's going to take the KO. Actually, might want more, trying to utilize that combo play of the charge beam as well as the double hit. Can be that crazy hammer and anvil play, but Don Lux so far just playing the protector. Reggie, maybe the opposite of whatever a protector is.
Yeah, I would say so too. Now Rama takes the front line here, allowing for Texas and Nulux to have some space to take the wild Pokemon just about the Reggies spawning on the map. There you have the portal as well to get people from the bot side to the top side, as there's a 3v3 happening here in the, no, actually I got defeated by the by Frank's clone.
Yeah, thanks Frank, tricking the casters. We love that. All right, Reggie does take over to level 9. Green illusion dive available and ready, but it will just be a pretty easy goal zone break. Reggie Lecky will be spawning in on the top side of the map in this game number 5, and we'll be walking towards that tier 2. On the other side, Dreamax really wanting the experience on a couple of these Pokemon are actually going to favor that basement Reggie and instead get a Regice buff and team-wide EXP.
We'll see how that's going to help them in this next team fight, because it looks like CACM is very eager to go for this push with the Reggie Lecky. Oh, the damage is just insane. Now they're trying to push it back, but Duke Games gets obliterated immediately with the charge beam as well, as CACM just completely destroys the zone, the team.
Yeah, well, with this early game dominance, CACM Esports in the previous games have had a game of thin margins. This one, they all walk away with full HP bars. That fight was over before it even started when it comes to terms of Dreamax. Incredible dive work from CACM Esports, and of course, trusting that poke damage of the Miraidon. Texas able to walk away from this one, Sada kind of the expert at doing just that.
205 for CACM to 27 for Dreamax is your score right now. No EXP on the board. The yellow dots have been missing because right now CACM has full control over the map. Reggie's just that comfortable to go into enemy bases. Now Lucky in a potential difficult position, but they get sent to base and they're going to be okay.
Yeah, they're just going to walk out of it. We can see it on the mini-map, but even CACM can see it, so that there is no glowing light on that portal. We know no player is actually recalling back to join the team. Instead, doing it the old-fashioned way, just walking out of spawn. But at the moment, CACM Esports is trying to gather information. Texas does a great job of doing so and finds a half HP Kaduzera. Ranma with an attempt to trap them with that Rock Tomb, but, well, Dodrio is what I like to call slippery.
I was just going to say that. That's the word of Dodrio, and in my mind as well. Now here on the bot side with 20 seconds for this Reggie to spawn. Dunlux is just trying to do as much poke as possible. Now going on the top side, Reggie is caught between an illusion dive and a Hooper Anization, and now they're trying to just escape with the movement speed from that Unite move, and they're going to get taken down. Kaduzera even joining, but on the other side, there was a knockout that was taken there by the Crustal onto the Umbreon.
Okay, Urshifu and Zacian Unite moves down to knock out that Scyther, so I'm sure Reggie's saying, hey, it was worth it, it was worth it, it was worth it. The rest of the team can try to push in and utilize with those Unite moves being absent, but right now Dreamax have put up a pretty strong defensive barrier around this tier 1, and they're going to be rotating towards this Reggie Drago. That's going to be spawning in about 20 seconds. More points of just weakening this goal zone. Frank going to elect to destroy this tier number 1. Speedsters love the room to roam, and if you have a Hoopa on the other side, breaking those tier 1s feels even better.
It definitely does. You're denying that much mobility as well. Now there's a Hooper Unbound bringing the rest of Dreamax to the zone. Here on the bot side, there's a Rubber Rouser getting them incapacitated. There's a Bow still trying to do some damage there with the Urshifu. While on the back backside. Dunlux does finish 2 members there with the charge beam. There's a bomb, will go down, and CACM takes the Reggie steal.
Yeah, that's a big attack buff for the next 90 seconds. Will bring them right about to the final stretch, seeing as we're sitting at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Reggie Drago, which I thought was going to get a lot of attention as soon as it spawns, finally gets noticed, and Reggie is going to burn down this Reggie Drago. Reminder that Reggie Alecki is the Pokemon that is spawning in the top side, and it was Zacian to solo that Pokemon to break that tier 1. That's why we see Dreamax as the points, but wow, Reggie trying to force this fight again. The portal might make it a little tougher, and they baited out cooldowns.
Exactly. You're just trying to get those Unite moves away from the enemy team, especially around the 3-minute mark. It would be too close to the final stretch to even risk it. So if maybe you get it, maybe that's good. There's level 12 on that Scyther, so it's not even the highest in the lobby, which we usually have been seeing from Reggie. Instead, you have that 13 on the Meowscarada for Frank, and on the side of Dreamax, you have that 13 level Zacian as well.
Yeah, and let's be honest, I could talk about trying to bait out cooldowns all I want. At some point, Reggie is going to need to link up with this team and have a successful dive. These last 2 Central Area invades, 1v5, have just not been it. We're going to see that lineup be successful as CACM wants to close this thing out. On the other hand, Dreamax Esports have had a few chances to capitalize after a bit of a misstep from this Scyther. Maybe Dreamax can try to look for something similar yet again. Well, the Hoopa and the Umbreon only at level 10, about to hit their level 11s. Maybe more importantly, this Groudon's about to appear, at CACM are taking a very aggressive approach to this endgame. They do not want to give Dreamax an angle in towards this Groudon pit, but Zacian's able to walk in for free on the top side.
Double level 13s on both sides of the team. They're going in here. There's a Moonlight Prance as well, but CACM destroys that Umbreon. Now Katuzeta goes in with a Triple Trample, but it's getting incapacitated by that Meteor Storm. It's going to be the side of CACM who takes the Groudon.
Miraidon able to secure the last hit. Hoopa goes down to the Thunder. That damage enhanced Miraidon is doing so much electric type damage. Crustle will get the score, 84. Psyduck going to increase the lead as well. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Dreamax Esports' route to victory is a difficult one, and it looks like Texas, and it looks like Frank going back to the Pokemon Center. But Katazera exploded by this Meowscarada.
Yeah, there was a chance there for Dreamax to try to turn it back around, get that buff back, steal it from the opponents, but it's still quite a lot of points that they need to overcome. They're just trying to get some of them themselves without exposing themselves too much, just trying to get what is going to be their next step, but CACM is smart enough to know exactly where they need to position for defense.
Well, we've seen this situation before. I think it happened around 10 minutes ago, where we had Dreamax Esports in a tough spot, but able to come back. They don't have any Groudon buffs to work with, though, at the moment, but those can be taken away. We got Dreamax Esports approaching this tier 2. Ranma, Dawnlux in defensive position. Reggie and Texas away from their own base as they're attempting to score on the other side, but here comes Dreamax's push.
Okay, 4 on this person here, only 1, now 2 with the Lucky as well. There's the Hooper unbound, there's the damage that could come through with Dawnlux joining the fight as well, but there's no damage that can actually finish the members of CACM, and Dreamax is just trying so hard, but it's going to be Dawnlux who finishes them off. They're chasing out onto the Umbreon, and CACM with 16 seconds to go look to finish this in a Game 5 fashion.
CACM are able to secure the Groudon, successfully defend the pit, defend their goal zones, hold on to their series lead, and they will get a match win. 3-2. CACM are headed to Championship Sunday, and they are headed to Japan.
Latam North are your first grand finalists of 2026 Latin America International Championships Pokémon UNITE!
Such an intense best of 5 set between these two teams. So extremely close exchanges, last minute comebacks, Groudon secures, incredible dives. This has been an incredible series to watch, but CACM are your victors. Dreamax Esports will be playing in the series to determine the 3rd place winner. Will still have a chance at that Asia Champions League invite, but it's CACM who got the guarantee.
They do, and they're the first one to do that, so that is surely a boost in confidence. I have never doubted a double speedster composition not on the hands of these players.
Yeah, exactly. You just gotta trust these players, certainly. Reggie, you know, we talked about that Feaster Famine maybe showing up a little bit in this one, but what a game from Frank's Meowscarada in this matchup was so impressive. I loved a whole lot of those Pokemon choices. I didn't get to see the Gengar in the finals, but I got to see it in the set, and I'm certainly loving that. Frank, gonna be your MVP. 7 knockouts, 0 faints, by the way. That's how the speedsters do it.
Oh, yeah.
57,000 damage on that Pokemon as well.
And when you do it right, that is exactly how you do it. The amount of pressure that Frank was able to obtain at the same time as not feeling like they were super, wow, this is the player who's doing the most. No, they were just like sneakily, this is my damage.
Yeah.
Given the 60,000, was super flashy in the damage chart, but it's still exactly what they needed. And when you know that when a player has a flawless knockout feint assist, I'm gonna call it a KFA, if they have a perfect KFA like that, we know that they played exactly how they were supposed to, not exposing themselves too much, but knowing exactly how much they needed to be in the front line to get those finishes.
Yeah, and it feels like our score graph finally in one of these sets is just a standard victory, you know? A early game lead that just persists into a finale. Frank's heat map obviously playing that top path. We don't see speedster Pokemon defend that top path outside of maybe Dodrio too often, or an outside in use case of the Leafeon. But we do have an interview on stage with newly ACL qualified CACM Esports.
Hello, everybody. Snacks here alongside Texas CACM, going to the ACL and going to your grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday. The first question has to be, what is your energy level like after that big win?
Estoy muy emocionado, la verdad es que el público ha sido bastante bueno, la presión se siente bastante y a mí me gusta esta clase de escenarios, la verdad es que el nivel está bastante alto, a mí me gustó.
He's very excited, and the level that he's seeing during the matches is very awesome. He's really excited about it.
I have to ask, after game number 4, you guys were ahead and it came down to some crazy scores and the final seconds. What were the communication across the team like to make sure that you could bounce back and have a good performance in that final game?
La verdad es que en el juego 4 sabíamos que podíamos ganar, casi estábamos seguros de que iba a ser una victoria segura, nos equivocamos, focuseamos mal y pues se llevaron el objetivo y ellos pusharon de manera increíble, aún con eso no decaímos porque sabíamos que podíamos jugar, la verdad es que nos sentíamos muy cómodos y pues eso fue todo prácticamente.
They were thinking that the game 4 they were trying to gain. I think they thought that they were going to win, but it was a mistake, so they are aware of that and they were making it a big effort at the next one.
Well, look, it's great to leave those mistakes in the past and look forward to the future after a big Game 5 win. Going to go a little off script here, and I'm going to ask, what sort of product you put in your hair? It looks luxurious.
Yo no uso ningún producto, nada más uso mi shampoo y literal solito me lo hago así.
He's not using any product and just it's like natural hair like this.
Okay, well, consider me and color me incredibly jealous. Green with jealous rage right now. Beautiful hair. Last question. 2 more questions. I lied. I'm going to ask however many questions I want. I'm in control here. Okay, you have either Dignitas or Force Team on the horizon for tomorrow. Is there a preference in who you want to play, whether it's because you want a greater challenge or whether you think you have a good matchup? Whatever reason is fine.
La verdad es que por el bracket que llevamos me gustaría que fuera Force, son puro brasileño, pero Dignitas son mis amigos, quiero mucho a su grupo, Indivir también, y creo que Dignitas.
So it will be he wants Fordas, but Dignitas is their friend, so then he wants prefer their friends.
Okay, well, you know, friends tomorrow, potentially enemies. To wrap this whole thing up, and it's what we do every single time, of course, it's any shout-outs to the folks that are here supporting you and the people at home watching.
Quiero mandarle un saludo a toda mi familia. La verdad es que he visto cómo me han estado apoyando, a mi hermana y mamá, a mis tíos, a mi novia también. Besitos. A todos los espeguarcitos también, se llama Dubé. Y de verdad, muchas gracias a cada uno de los que se suma. Nosotros representamos a Latinoamérica Norte, a México desde siempre. Y la verdad es que me siento muy agradecido porque he visto todos los comentarios. Saludos a todos en casa.
So all his family and friends, her girlfriend and all his family. Also, there is one of his family that is named Ruben, same as him. And he said hi to everybody. He's very, very lovely to them.
Listen, he's in control now. I'm going to give him the mic right back. We're going to break, and he owns himself a new microphone. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, live in São Paulo, Brazil, and what a game we have for you. Force Gaming out of Brazil, Dignitas out of North America. Winner of this locks in their spot to ACL. I can tell you how this crowd is feeling, Doomsnacks. They want Force Gaming to win this big time, but I know that Dignitas has fans all over the world watching.
Yeah, and you know, there is a team specifically that knows what it means to have a crowd behind you, and that's actually this TTV team.
Yes.
When they were up against the world champions at the time, they were carried through a 9 or was it 10 full game bracket reset to end up taking down the crown, where you see the infamous TTV from Ender. I think Dig is a hair more difficult to do unless you know sign language, American Sign Language. I don't. Put that on screen later. We'll learn it and we'll start doing it if it's necessary.
Is this a G?
Yeah. Long story short, crowd matters in these LAN environments, and it can really fuel a team to success.
Yeah, no question. Luminosity here last year running into a top Brazilian team, TCG. In fact, a lot of members of that team are on Force.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, when they were playing well into TCG, you could hear a pin drop in this place, okay? And I'll tell you what you couldn't hear, anyone cheering.
Correct. I will say this forever, and Slash admitted to this when we were talking to them after that tournament. He said, I'm not sure we would have won in such a dominant fashion or at all if we would have had to play TCG at the end of Saturday, because not only did they have all the momentum, everyone that was in this arena, no matter what game they supported, we were the last thing going, and everybody had migrated over, and just seeing the Brazil stamp next to that TCG Esports name meant they had everyone behind them.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy in here in just a moment. When Dignitas does something good, you're going to hear us real well.
Yeah.
And when Force, almost at TCG because I'm remembering these players from last year, when Force does something well, this place is going to explode. They're already chanting, by the way, out there. I love these fans. I love Brazilian fans so much. They are so hyped. Every other region, can you please take notes?
Literally just yell. The note is yell and cheer. That's it.
I want to see it written down. Somebody write it down.
You hand it out as like a pamphlet on your way in, like, hey,
here you go.
Yell maybe.
Hey, Annie, I see. Here you go. Yell and cheer. Yell and cheer. There you go.
CACM Esports in an absolute slobber knocker, 3-2 against Dreamax. I mean, that game 4 was amazing. Into that game 5, what a bounce back, talking to Texas saying, look, we know we messed up, and our main goal was leave that behind us. We get another bite at the apple. Let's get it done this time around, and they did. Force Gaming Dignitas is where we are right now. We have the hometown heroes in Force Gaming trying to keep the Brazilian dreams alive of an LAIC championship. And across from them is the oldest old heads in NA, the formerly TTV, now Dignitas, with the young upstart Zealot looking to put a kibosh on the Brazilians' plans.
This is going to be such a good series. The question is, how good is Dignitas? Because they have looked pretty phenomenal throughout this tournament. I mean, they've taken down Peru. They had a great series just earlier coming into this. Force, on the other hand, had to dispatch TCG. I mean, what a tough one for this crowd, watching two of their top teams go head-to-head. But Force was able to make it happen, and now they are looking like the best team in Brazil. Is it enough?
Is it enough? Let's start talking about what we've seen so far through this tournament. You were just talking about Dignitas, so I'll stay on that topic right now.
Yeah.
And I'll stick with Otter, because that's who was on the screen before we switched over. Otter used to be like the support Mew of last year, right? Until other teams had to literally adjust to what they were doing. Right now, it feels like Otter is just gonna play Latias until you force him to do something else. That thing looks nasty.
Yeah, I don't even know if you really can force him to do too much else, because I feel like Otter is the kind of player that doesn't have a bad Pokemon. You know, if you're going to expose some piece of Dignitas, it feels like the piece you would expose is Zealot. Zealot's had a few really good looks and a few okay looks. You know, he's the least experienced out of the squad on stage. Some insane moments, but also it feels like a few of his picks were fine. And I would target someone who had some fine picks rather than Otter, which I think, honestly, you could put Otter on a Pokemon that just came out today and he'd do great.
Yeah, for example, I mean, you literally saw, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde in the last matchup, right? That Zacian felt in that game 2 felt almost irrelevant, whereas the Zarina from the game prior took over.
Here we go, starting with our
Zarina
first draft here.
I mean,
Zarina ban.
Makes sense.
I mean, this is what I would be trying to do if I was Force Gaming. I would be targeting the player I could target and trying to pick and ban around them, while also at the same time, of course, getting what you need. Looks like our first ban from Dignitas is going to be that Suicune. It's hard to fight against it. I mean, if I could, I would try to ban Suicune against any team I was playing, or pick it.
Without a doubt. Miraidon also just seems to be attacker, problem number 1, get it off the board, unless we were watching last match. In that case, it got tons of action. Blastoise being queued up feels a hair targeted here. We'll see if that's what's locked in, and it is. And you see those ban rates, 1%, 1%. That means they're just working off of specifically the information of the other team.
Yeah, you do not have a 1% Pokemon banned here in such an important game unless you are targeting a very specific player, which is what they're doing here. Blissey getting the ban, Slowbro getting the ban, and once again, the Megas just skating right through. Do either teams want to bring them into this match? They didn't look particularly amazing in a few of the games we watched with them today. However, I think Inder made some great points in his interview up on stage when he was talking about recognizing that, yeah, maybe in other environments in the ranked ladder, these things feel incredibly broken, but here in competitive, maybe they're 10% better, but that 10% can be massive.
Absolutely, right? And it's all about how you leverage those small percentage advantages wherever you can find them. Picked first, Mega Charizard. And Clefable, though, and I mean, this feels like, I already think this Clefable is going to be a problem. It's going to be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Inder target banned earlier over this Clefable. Clearly, they have a strategy around this that's looking pretty good. Blaziken being picked, more than a great pick, definitely feels like a pick and counter pick. You're stealing that away from the possibility of force here. Cannot wait to see what this Char does. We've seen mixed results from it, but wins and losses, obviously. On to the side of Dig, we're seeing Mamoswine. Zug's Mamo earlier was awesome. So good.
Every Ice Fang felt devastating. Now Force Gaming, if they're not paying attention, they still have the opportunity to give Toon Mimikyu, in which they can use that to trap a Mega Char, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are still solo isolating options on the side of Dig. Mega Lucario, kind of at the bottom tier here in the selection. We'll see where Toon goes. And Darkrai, we didn't even notice that Darkrai skated through, and a Darkrai gutter pick feels like a gift.
Wow, I mean, here's the crazy thing about Darkrai, right?
97% encounter rate. That's wild.
That is wild. Darkrai is, Lucario says 100%.
Yeah,
it's no longer 100%.
That's not true.
Stats team, how many bits per minute are we doing?
And
but this no longer says 100%.
Don't tell me it's 99 point some percent that rounds up to 100. That's BS. It is either 100 or it is less than that. Make it 99 at minimum. Thank you.
Totally agree. Stats don't work like that. Rounding is for cowards. It's the number that it is. By the way,
release the math tutorial video that you keep promising.
I'm working on it. It's a labor of love. It's going to take a while. It's $300, by the way, on the channel. Toon on Darkrai, skate through at the end. A great counter to something like this Mega Char. Now, it does have a full heal, but outside of that, you can shut this thing down in some really big ways. And that's like the disadvantage of Mega Charizard. It's unbelievably powerful, but it also gets roasted by crowd control.
It really, really does. But Force Gaming committing their first pick to a Mega Charizard, you have to think a team that's made it this far and is comfortable with letting it through at least has a plan if you're going to pick it or play against it.
Well, here we go. The first game of our semifinals between Force Gaming, your purple team, and Dignitas, your orange team. This is a best of 5, with the winner of this series guaranteeing their spot at ACL. Heading up to our top path right here, and the fight breaks out right away.
Great little freeze here. Kyluk has to just keep running, and they're trying to get a score on the backside, and the berries are actually kind of gone. They hadn't even, where they covered, they're covered. I thought thought they had already been picked up. Kyluk on the retreat here. Good job by Lel to at least grab someone's attention so they can make it back, because going down early would have felt awful.
Wow, nice secure there. Moving forward, once again, they're looking for
Nice.
another fight. Zugrug just so unbelievably aggressive here with Mamoswine early as we are trying to get some experience and steal it away. Ooh, so close. Falb now just kind of making their way to the top path, deciding the fight's not going to happen yet, and they're actually going to run right into Darkrai in the center.
Toon on the chase. Falb actually spacing very, very well. Alolan Raichu put to sleep, and now the shocks are coming through. Zugrug looking for the cover. Ender there for a Moonlight already. Tops them off and helps Toon try and get some experience. Falb does a decent job in the face of 2. Meanwhile, Kyluk goes down to the, I was going to say to the Fuzzy Roomba, Zugrug.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, but the Alolan Raichu picks up the KO. A double KO. KOs both head over to the side of Force Gaming as they are looking to fight on this goal zone. Otter, now level 4, able to push this back. They're pretty low on HP here, but a nice recovery there allows them to peel back. Soto, on the other hand, trying to steal away some of this experience from Toon.
Zugrug on the pursuit, going to keep eyes on Soto, and Ender is going to keep track of that as well, as they are wearing that McDonald's hollowware there that they put in the game for Clefable.
They did. They knew that's where Clefable would work, and now we see Lucario once again in some trouble right here. Zugrug trying to make something happen, dashing in, but not able to pick up the KO. Zealot going to try to steal this away with the Blaze Kick. They do. Mamoswine evolving in the bottom path right, or excuse me, in the top path right here, and now we have a fight.
Huge engage. Ice Fang right reposition. Falb is low. Falb has the eject button. The chase is on. They actually pivot back into Zugrug, who's going to get... No! They go through the wall to get away. Kyluk with a big punch. Repositions a bunch. Overheated charge up. Eject button. Bang! That gets 2. Zealot, you were wondering which version of this player would show up, and it looks like they're feeling themselves right now.
Beautiful stuff there from Zealot. You know, you have to decide. You have to be very careful as to when you use those eject buttons on your overheats because the cooldown is so long. But to pick up a double right there and allow your team to stack at will in that goal zone, extremely important.
Otter finally getting some support. We saw their heat map earlier, and they lived in this bottom path, and that's for a reason. Nothing worth changing now. Zugrug and Otter peeling back. They're both going to be left standing. One Dragon Pulse, making sure Otter's HP is recharged.
And here we go. They are ripping this Regice right here. Kind of seeing if anyone from Force wants to fight at it. We have Toon ready to turn around and try to stun them. They are moving forward. They're looking for Angel. They get the stun on them. Can they get the KO? No, they don't.
Angel Zine goes to sleep on that Mega Charizard. They're asleep again. Not quite ready are they to get knocked out, but they get one back the other way. Toon goes down. Ender is on this pad by themselves. Can't quite get the stack. Meanwhile, Regice has not been taken yet, and it was clutched out by Force because there just wasn't enough in the tank to get it.
Wow, I mean, Dignitas splitting on that fight did not work out for them. They didn't pick up the KOs. Toon was not able to finish them off, and because of that, they peel back to a team that didn't have great rip on the objective. Take it out from under them. Great fight there by Force on both fronts.
There's a difference between this game and other MOBAs, and that is when you make a mistake, you don't have a lot of runway to try and correct and get back on track. And is that one that is going to haunt Dignitas in the next 6 minutes?
Yeah, we're going to find out, right? Obviously, they're going to be looking for some big KOs. Charizard now level 10 right here. So the next time we see it fight, it could easily go Mega and cause some real damage.
I mean, great heavy slam, nice isolation on Otter. Then you see the Mega Charizard Unite goes out, and that's where you see the strength, right? There wasn't any CC to stop that Mega Char. They get an easy knockout. Aura Cannon, now Mega Lucario gets Darkrai back the other way. Ender goes for a follow me on pad just to get a stack in, and they say that's worth it. Heavy slam and a Mega Char sorts that out in short order. Zealot is getting chased by Lel and Kyluk, and finally the rest of Dignitas is here for the support.
And we have Force Gaming, I mean, just megaing all over the place here with Dignitas pushing towards this goal zone. Lucario still mega for a portion of this fight. They're trying to push them out. Here comes Toon on this Darkrai, seeing if they can get anyone put to sleep so they can pick up some big KOs. Charizard being aggressive once again, and now they're scoring in the top path. Beautiful overcap, 217, 142. Things are going great for Force here in game 1.
All off the back of that ill-advised split downstairs where they didn't quite get the goal zone. They didn't get the objective. They got knocked out all over the place, and now they find themselves, I wouldn't say way behind, but definitely behind.
Yeah, they're without question behind. They are still in this game in a big way. And Otter, you know, it's an interesting Pokemon because not only does it get more powerful with levels, but it gets more and more powerful the more fighting it does throughout the game. So some of these things are to be expected, but no question Dignitas is in trouble right now, and you're hoping that it gets better for them, because I don't know how they're going to win some of these fights as the match goes on when you have Megachar and Mega Lucario already careening towards level 13.
Exactly. They need Toon to get big. Toon has to catch up on these levels. Mega Charizard pops their Unite move again, and that's an easy knockout. That's what we're talking about. Their power on these Megas is gargantuan, and if the CC isn't there, or there's no team-coordinated effort to take them down, they get to run roughshod through your team. Now they're attacking this gold pad. The Aura Cannon just goes firing right, but it doesn't matter. They just want to hit that Mega Form to defend. Otter goes over the wall, and so does Razug. They're trying to push. Can we finally get an Ice Fang reposition, maybe into a Unite move? No, we can't.
Wow.
Zugrug's on the doorstep. Zugrug is gone. We're still trying to scrap here. Zealot's trying to make some magic happen, but only they can get is Lel. Charizard is down, Mega is down, Southtow is hanging out, and is this the beginning of the tides turning?
Yeah, this is what you're hoping for, right? What a fight from Dignitas there. They had to really carefully manage landing on the goal zone, but peeling away from it before they got burst down, and then moving in and out of the Fable's Moonlight. Such an impressive fight from Dig, and we've seen a lot of impressive team fights from them throughout their gaming here today. That was incredible. They are back online. They are within striking distance of Force, and they proved that they can win a fight. But they had a lot of things on their side too. The jump pads, the goal zones. We'll see what it's like when they're out in the open here.
Yep, I mean, they're fighting over the Swablu and Altaria. Nice Dark Fire engagement. Zugrug goes straight in, and we're now popping this off, blocking into the wall, and Zugrug goes down. Can they get a quality KO, though, for their efforts? Southtow with a clutch heavy slam, but Southtow goes down, and so does Mega Lucario.
And look at this here. I mean, at one point, Dignitas was able to break this this tier 2 goal zone. So this Reggie Alecki is going to start walking towards the home goal zone of Force Gaming, which is going to set up a few interesting plays for Dignitas. They can be really aggressive around this Groudon, or they can kind of walk with this, and we're going to see what they decide to do. Looks like they might get caught right here, as the fight could start immediately.
Zugrug gets isolated, has to eject button into their Unite move back towards the team. Charizard Unite is out, and we're starting to burn the side of Dignitas. Zug is already gone. Fob on the retreat. Toon is getting chased down. They're completely separated from the rest of Dig. They get into the tall bushes. They might be able to hide and reset. Force Gaming focuses back down on Groudon. Zealot steps up. So Otter and Ender are right there. They're trying to hide an overheat right onto Angelizine, and they are down. And now they can pivot back. Groudon's almost gone. They can't get in, but they can take these Groudon buffs away. Are they going to scrap through it? Trapped is Otter. Heavy slam down. They're gone. Toon is there to fight, though. They need to turn the tide immediately. They are getting more knockouts. Zug is gone. 3 players down. It is just Ender and Toon. Everything, the weight of the world of this first game is on their shoulders. And with Toon gone, this is all for naught.
Here we go. Fob looking to score right here. They are going to put the points in. This brings them to 317, but there's still a minute and 5 seconds left onto this home goal zone. Can they stop them from scoring? They barely miss it. No! Both go in. 200 points in the main, and now they are up 5-17, 302. They have to get these KOs, and they do. They pick up one. Can they pick up 2? They have to take Fob right here, and ideally give it to Zugrug. Someone needs it, but no, it goes to Otter. Only 1 buff to Dig.
Zealot might almost need to reset and go on the chase. They have a goal, tier 1 goal zone to work with. Zug is going to lead the charge here. They have their Unite move, which means they can trample into the backline and see what they can do. They go for the score. They're going to bait them out. There we go. We Charizard Unite, Mamoswine Unite. We're sitting on top of the pad. Great follow me there. Keeps them standing. Ice Fang doesn't land. Zugrug goes for the score in the back. Angel stops it. The points don't go in. We have a power nap on Pap.
15 seconds.
Down. They can do this if they can just get around this amazing storm. Huge Aura Cannon stops everyone. Can they get any points in?
They're wiping them off the map.
What an absolute hero play.
It's going to be a penta.
Oh my God. Dude, that Aura Cannon stopped 5 players from scoring. That was amazing.
What a moment. What a game 1. What a defense there from Force. Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
That was a great game.
Wow.
That was a great game.
I mean, between between Saoto
We're trying to
and
catch our
Tyler,
breath in here. We're not even
between
playing.
Saoto
We're screaming.
with the X speed block, just knocking around on everybody, keeping everybody from scoring. Angel that stepped on the back and barely stopped Zugrug from scoring. And then when every move was down, Snorlax had nothing left in the tank. 5 players are trying to score. You see this gargantuan Mega Lucario Unite move rip past the goal zone and stop all of them.
What an impressive fight there from
Holy,
Force.
dude.
And I do wonder if there was a reality where they have 2 of those Groudon buffs. It would have been really tricky to manage, right? You don't always get what you want. I know that they tried to get the other one, but if they had 2, could they have made a different push there? Well, one thing is for sure, Force Gaming looked incredible here in game number 1. Dignitas had some moments that were pretty decent, but this mega squad over here seemed to really give them trouble.
It did. With this Mega Charizard able to operate without a critical mass of CC to stop it, you can really see the type of work it can put in, right? On those 1v1 type fights, it almost seems automatic. Now, this is the first time that I've really felt Mega Lucario has looked good all weekend.
Oh man, it was so good. So good in some of these moments. Char had some great moments too, but they actually felt like they had some opportunities to shut Char down. And we can see Mega Lucario, the heat map there, this is where they were throughout that game. They spent so much time in that top path. That's what Lucario does. If this was year 1, it would look exactly like this, I want to say. Just hanging out there in the top path, dominating a lot of these fights. 8 knockouts, and more importantly, some knockouts when it really mattered.
I'm trying to think back here to maybe some key moments that really put Dig on the back foot.
Yeah.
Because this was back and forth, for sure.
I think it was one of those first catches. There was just an early catch where Dig went in for a fight, and you know, they had trouble with it.
Split push bot.
And then the split push bot. You know, they're trying to keep them away from the objective so they can get it, and also possibly pick up some KOs before these Mega Pokemon hit their Unite moves and become really difficult to fight.
Right.
They weren't able to get that done, and because of that, it actually put them quite a bit behind in the match, and it was hard for Dig to catch up.
For me, I will say, for all the amazing plays that we've seen Zugrug make on this Mamoswine, getting Saoto on the heavy slam and then block pin on the wall, forcing out the eject button and the Mamoswine Unite, it's just 2 resources that disappeared that what he had to use to try and save himself rather than facilitate an engagement maybe for Toon. And then everybody kind of scattered, right? Like the lights got flipped on, the roaches went everywhere. Toon found himself on the opposite side of the Groudon pit from everyone else. Now, he didn't get knocked out in that moment, but that was enough time for all of Force Team to come back and start working on Groudon, forcing Dignitas to play disjointed just to make sure that they have an opportunity, and it still wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, something that you mentioned in there that I think is really important to think about. Sometimes Pokemon doesn't go down, but the resources, as you were talking about them, expended to keep that Pokemon around, it makes it harder and harder for you to win another fight. Losing your eject button for positioning, losing your Unite move obviously is huge. So even though they weren't able to pick up that KO, they got a ton from their opponents there. And yeah, it made it difficult as things continue to go on. You'll see a lot of these top teams, you know, when they're fighting their opponents, they'll notice, oh, got their focus band, got their Unite move. Greninja won't have a Unite for at least another 90 seconds. These are all things that you're keeping track of as you're moving through the match, and especially things like an eject button that allows some huge plays and huge repositions. If you're able to get that away from your opponents just because they're in the wrong place at the wrong time, that is a win. And a lot of these mini wins stack up to be huge team fight wins that look like a huge burst of damage, but it's well orchestrated.
Absolutely. Dignitas down a game, but certainly not out in this moment. This is easy stuff for them to clean up. Why? How do we know this? Because we've watched them do it all weekend long. This is a strong and resolute team. Ender has confidence in the people around them. He's said it multiple times over. On the other side from Force Gaming, I was talking to Lal, and he feels the exact same way about his team.
Yeah.
He's like, we got second place last year, you know, some of the members on the team. We're looking for that first place. We have confidence in ourselves and our abilities, and we are finding ourselves on the doorstep of being in the grand finals yet again.
One thing that we're going to have to find out with Dignitas is, can they handle it when they start losing? Some teams can and some teams can't. As we've mentioned many times, these are seasoned players. They have done this before. They have come back from losing streaks before. These are all things that they've had to deal with. But, you know, some teams, when they're winning, they just win even more. Other teams, however, when they are losing, they lose even more. They can't bounce back as easy. But a lot of these players have been in the game for a long time, so I would expect they are able to handle a situation like this. And they're only down one game in a best of 5.
For sure. I'll tell you what, you know, when we duo queue and we're on a losing streak, we don't bounce back at all.
You and I?
That losing, yes. That losing
well, we
streak
say we're going to
continues.
play one more and then it's it. I don't even care what happens. We say a lot of that.
And then we lose.
And we lose and we go, all right, I'm going to bed.
So we don't have the tenacity to keep it up and get those wins in tough situations. These two teams absolutely do.
Yes, they do. Of course, you have to. To be a team at this level, you absolutely need to. But there is something tough about being on a winning streak all day, playing great all day, and then all of a sudden running into some real resistance, you know? Even the best of players can start to get a little tilted, especially if you're starting to feel like, man, I feel like I'm making all the right plays, and fill in the blank just didn't meet me in that moment. They really needed to, and they didn't meet me. A few of those, you know, and it really starts to wear on certain players' mental. And we'll see if that happens in this series.
If you know, I'm looking at Force Gaming, I'm looking at Dignitas here as we're getting our lobby set up for Game 2. What is TT? Wow, so used to saying TT.
Of course.
What is Dignitas thinking, right? They've been in this strategy where they haven't really feared the Megas, right? But now they just got walloped by both of them.
Yeah.
Do you have to reconsider your approach there?
You know, it might just be a little tricky to have dealt with both in the hands of really, really skilled players. I don't think the Char, once again, the Char was not bad. It had big moments too, but that Mega Luca felt actually a little more difficult for them to deal with. I don't know if maybe you give them one and not the other, but one thing that they do have to figure out is what to do when they're being drafted against this way, which is very specific, targeted bans. What do they do when they're running into bans like this? And how are they going to bring a composition here that can deal with Force Gaming, especially if they decide to give them some of these power picks?
Again, I'm reflecting back. I feel like the key against at least Mega Charizard for sure was a critical mass of crowd control.
Fully.
I think that was incredibly successful, you know, especially in the last match that Dig played, both when they played against it and played with it. You know, Toon was stymied a little bit by that crowd control, was finally able to knock some few things loose at the tail end of that game 2 to get them to this spot right here. But it seems like they didn't quite have enough of that.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing about it is, while that's a great answer for Mega Char, it's not a great answer for Mega Lucario.
Correct.
Mega Lucario has so much unstoppable in its kit that really isn't what you need to do to Mega Lucario. Mega Lucario is a little bit better if you're able to make sure that when it is fighting, it can't do damage to, you know, 4 of your teammates at once. It can't close combat the entire team, things like that. It doesn't get an objective low enough so that it can secure. That's kind of what you want to do to stop Lucario. However, Char, definitely the crowd control. So when you have both Megas on the other side, you are fighting a weird war on 2 fronts, essentially. And you've got to try to deal with both of them in different ways. Also, sometimes just when 2 Pokemon go Mega, it's just kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe the solution isn't find a solution that blankets both. It's at least eliminate one of them from the equation.
I think so.
And if I'm not mistaken, Zealot has been playing Mega Lucario this weekend, and obviously to some level of success, because Dignitas is currently in the top 4. Is that an option, right? You let the Megas through, but you make sure you're taking one.
Yeah, I think you definitely could, right? And then that way you have a really competent player on your side playing that Pokemon, and you don't have to deal with it on the other side. Darkrai has felt pretty good for Toon throughout this tournament, and it just felt like they couldn't get going fast enough in this game to really take advantage of how powerful that Pokemon can be. A lot of these speedsters, one of the things that is so powerful about them is how they are able to pick up some of these early KOs, and because they're able to pick up these early KOs, they get a little bit of a level lead. That little bit of a level lead lets them pick up some more KOs, which gives them a little bit of a level lead, and so on and so on and so on. One of the best things about them, this crazy burst damage sets up the opportunity to get further and further ahead. Well, when you're kind of on parity with your opponents, I do feel like every speedster, while not bad, feels fine. They feel fine. But when you're ahead, they feel amazing. And not getting ahead early, I think, was tough.
I'm just racking my brain right now. Force Gaming, I mean, they're clearly willing to take anything that is being presented to them, right?
Yeah.
If I'm Dig, I mean, the Hoopa looked amazing.
Yeah.
I believe it was banned out last game, which is why we didn't see it. Both Lel and Ender play a phenomenal Hoopa. That feels like just a nice piece for Dig. Force Gaming, I'm not going to say I'm at a loss, but it's going to be curious to see how Dignitas adjusts. It's clear that an adjustment needs to be made. Whether it's in execution or in the draft screen, I think it's a little bit of both, personally.
Of course.
And I'm not saying it's huge changes needed here. Minor adjustments to just bring a little bit more balance to what you're trying to, like you said, how many fronts you actually have to battle on.
Bring a little more balance to the Force. I'll see myself.
Did I say that?
No, I did.
Oh, that was terrible.
No, it wasn't terrible. You're talking about bringing balance. Dignitas has to figure a way to bring balance to the Force. Force Gaming. Terrible. It's the joke of the year, and the year just started.
It was anti-good. As we were taking a look, the Brazilian crowd excited to be on
the
camera.
Joke of the year. I don't know what even to say when it was the joke of the year.
Listen,
but
we haven't even gotten the bits per minute stat, so we don't even have like our current bit-related rate within which to compare it to.
Yeah, I just feel like when we get to the bit awards at the end of the year, and they're doing all the categories, you know, best ongoing bit, can of beans or cup of beans.
That's not winning.
That's not winning, but it will get nominated. People go, oh yeah,
the
bean thing. Boy, they did that, huh? You know, I just think the Force Gaming moment, bring balance to the Force. I do have a feeling that'll be nominated for Joke of the Year, but it is what it is. I obviously I don't control the nominations.
I'll tell you what. If it is on the nomination list for Joke of the Year, I definitely know you're pulling strings to make that happen.
Well, just because I fund the organization doesn't mean that they are biased towards me.
The UCS Joke Awards brought to you by the Content Cowboy.
Can you imagine? They're like, it's just this.
It's
this thing.
That doesn't seem that off the reservation for the type of stuff we do.
It's just this thing that one of our casters really cares about. So we just got to do it as basically a puff piece, so he's not a diva all year.
I mean, I objectively think it's less crazy than handing somebody a cup of beans on stage at an international championship.
It is pretty wild.
The whole cup of beans thing from beginning to end is new territory for us.
It is. We're breaking new ground out here. It's important. The work we do. A lot of people I don't often say this, but what we do is important. You know, like when they start to go, all right, we have to get, 10 people, we're going to put them in a spaceship, they're going to recolonize a planet or something like that. Who do we get? They go, well, first off, who did the cup of beans?
You remember the cup of beans?
Get those two guys. That's 2 spots we need on the spaceship. Then after that, doctor, engineer, things like that. Get the 2 beans guys first, because you don't just... That doesn't just happen, okay?
Oh, you mean the talking dog from the Bushes commercials? No.
You remember during LAIC when, for really no reason at all, they brought a cup of beans on stage?
And then it went on.
And on and on. Get them in the spaceship. Send them up to Mars.
And then it's a trap, and they're really just jettisoning us into the sun to make sure that we can't do more cup of beans related shenanigans, which, with all due respect, we don't like to just do stuff over and over again, right? We learned our lesson with the stairs. That was an entire year.
Yeah,
we wore that one out.
Look, I mean, if we're being honest, at some point, production would bring us around to new places we were and show us what stairs there were, and we had to be like,
okay,
all right, you know.
I will say though, we've been on this cup of beans thing for a while, and Garen gets in our ear and doesn't say stop or here's an update of what's going on. He goes, "You're going on camera."
Yeah, he says you're going on camera. You know,
and that's what you and I do.
I think in a moment like this, when we have a little downtime, I think there are some people. It might even be 3 tops that are interested in the
2 of us are us.
Yeah, there may be 1 viewer at home who goes, well, what do they really think about some of these ongoing bits? And now we're kind of giving it to you, you know? We're telling you we like it at first, and then halfway through the season, we're like, world's largest marble again? All right, how do we pay this off?
All right, I'm gonna throw a lasso. I'm gonna wrangle this back in. Production, can we maybe get the bracket on screen? We'll talk about this actual game that people are here
that would be great
to hear about. Is that possible?
Maybe. You are talking a kind of not to production. There it is.
You liar.
Beautiful.
So they've been able to hear us the entire time, is what I just learned.
Yeah, they kind of just do this thing where they pretend like they can't hear us. What we are seeing here.
Do you want to Tarantino this thing? Start from the end, go backwards?
Ooh, that would be fun. Yeah, it starts with CACM just right there in the grand finals. I bet you're wondering how we got here. All the way back to the start of our top 16. CACM Esports ran into Game Over Esports. That one was off main stage, so we didn't get to see it. But we did get to see them run into Mandakaru 2-0, a really impressive victory for them. Mandakaru also off stage got to run into Aegis Flames. This was a team that really set the world on fire at Worlds. Set the worlds on fire, I will say.
Well done.
That could be their for joke of the year. And they were able to get 1 game off Mandakaru, but it isn't the exact same squad that we saw at Worlds. Still has the Aegis Flames name, however. They move on. CACM takes them down. Now, as we start to look a little lower, Dreamax having a great game against Moom Esports and having to run into Nemesis from NA, taking them down in a really exciting 2-1 series. They run into CACM. Now, Dreamax took them to the limit, but they were...
Take it to the limit.
That might be Song of the Year. They were dispatched in this best of 5 in what an insane series.
Yeah.
3-2 in this best of 5. This is not the last we've seen of Dreamax, by the way.
No, it is
because they are still going to play after this matchup here for our 3-4 match. Because 3rd place in this tournament heads to ACL. I've talked a bit about the top of the bracket. Why don't you do the bottom of the bracket?
Of course, where we are right now, Force Gaming is up 1 game versus Dignitas. Let's rewind that back. Force Gaming 2-0 over Spinal on stage. Force Gaming 2-0 over 2Z Esports on stage. Phenomenal game. And they are now, again, as I mentioned, currently up 1. Infamous Gaming 2-0 against Renegade. Dignitas 2-0 against Peru Unite, your current world champions. Infamous Gaming goes down 2-0 to Dig, and now Dig again finds themselves down a game against Force, and I apologize, 2Z Esports 2-0 against Underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, this was quite a run for both of these squads, Force and Dig. Not really having too many problems, even though they ran into great teams. They've had an incredible run. Well, now Force Gaming is up 1 game on Dig. We are heading back into our draft here for game number 2. And we took a lot of time talking about some of our bits and classic moments, but we also spent a good amount of time talking about what was going to happen in this draft, because we have a lot of targeted bans that are being thrown at Dignitas, and we are going to see how they want to play it. They are going to ban the Clefable themselves, making Force decide how they want to play this, and it looks like they're going to get rid of the Suicune.
I think now's a great opportunity for Dig to lean into the Hoopa, right? You either make Force Gaming first pick it and you get a Mega back the other way and another strong pick, or you get that Hoopa. And it looks like we're eyeing up an option here. We'll see what Dig locks in.
Yeah.
Slowbro again. I mean, it's what they've been doing.
Yeah, when you know the player has an insane Slowbro and you don't want one of your carries to be locked down by it, I think that's a great call. But now, Force Gaming obviously can't take both Megas right off the rip. We're going to have to see if they take either one of them. They first picked Char previously, and they go for it again. Mega Charizard X to the side of Force Gaming. Dignitas now, with a strategy that we talked about, possibly going to steal away the Mega Lucario right now, and they do.
Yeah, and Miraidon as well. That encounter rate is incorrect for those of you keeping track at home for that Mega Lucario. Auto-grabbing Miraidon is terrific. Great pick. A little bit of a classic back-to-back here, Snorlax and Eldegoss, which means Zugrug and Ender have the opportunity to get that Mamoswine online, get themselves a Hoopa, make sure that they can take care of Toon and Otter and Zealot and get themselves a game to win here.
Here we go. Looks like we are getting the Latias and we are getting the Umbreon here. Force Gaming now with their final 2 picks. We have a lot of damage left to be picked here on the side of Force. Let's see what they go with. They are hovering the Blaziken. This is something I think that Dignitas tried to take away from them last game, but they decided, you know what, maybe the Mega Lucario was even scarier, and they bring a Lowland Raichu. Final pick over to Dignitas. How do they want to round out this squad? We're going to find out in just a moment here.
Well, the world is Toon's oyster, and they are currently, for just a split second, hovering Greedent, which had some signs of life earlier in this event itself. Mimikyu being hovered, and I really enjoy this pick.
You know, I even thought in game 1, before they grabbed Darkrai, I thought he might be grabbing Mimikyu
That's exactly
right there.
What I said. I was like, this seems like a great opportunity to just throw the blanket over the Mega Charizard and just stuff it down.
Yeah, I mean, a few nice things that you get when you make a play like that is not only are you possibly KOing the Mega Charizard if you've already done enough damage to it, right? You also are taking time when it is Mega'd away from it, because it is in its Mega form for a considerable amount of time, and this just limits that. As we can see, Ender now playing the Latias. They are still bringing this Pokemon into the game, but just in a different way. Otter now flexing over to the Miraidon. This has been an extremely popular Pokemon throughout the tournament, 74% encounter rate. Some teams banning it away from their opponents, other teams snapping it up the moment they have the opportunity to play it. And when our stats team finishes out with, you know, cataloging all of our jokes for Joke of the Year and figuring out bits per minute, they do need to handle the 100% on Lucario.
Yes, because it's wrong.
Because it's wrong. And there's one thing that we're never, and that's wrong.
Correct. I definitely haven't been calling Drop Kick Brassy Glide all day long.
Yeah.
Nobody did that.
You didn't do it.
I know I didn't. That's why I said I didn't do it.
I'm just agreeing with you. I got your back 100%. As we head into game number 2, Force Gaming, your purple team. Dignitas, your orange team. Force Gaming out of Brazil, up 1 game to Dignitas in our best of 5 semifinals.
Luke Lel up against Zealot and Ender in this top path. And again, you have to think the advantage in the early game goes to the side of Dig, but Force Gaming is scrapping incredibly well, and what a knockout that would be on Zealot early. They have to eject button to get back, and maybe Zealot feeling a little nervous. That first move just missed right there on the ball toy reposition. Fortunately, they still sealed it.
Yeah, still able to get it right there, but you saw the Meteor Mash just go a little bit wide, moving forward, trying to make this fight happen as Falb is already here in the top path, just seeing if they can do some damage. That red buff is really tricky to deal with on a Lowland Raichu. If they're a little overextended, they can pick up the KOs, and they are trying to peel back towards this goal zone and still get it, and they do.
Good
nice
secure.
Really nice secure for Dignitas.
That was incredibly relevant here. It prevented some evolutions on the side of Force, and it keeps Dignitas in the driver's seat right now because they were able to put their resources downstairs.
And look at this here, Toon just moving forward onto this goal zone right here. Massive KO. Charmeleon goes down. The points head into the goal zone. But the same thing happening up top. They're going to see if they can score, and it's really hard to push them off of this goal zone, and they do manage to get some huge points in.
Good little Dragon Pulse there to at least get Dragon Pulse ticks on 3 members of the opposing team. That's invaluable to the late stages of Ender's game plan. Zealot very low on HP. Ender doesn't have anything in the tank to help. Eject button gets that knockout, and that's a very good one for Luke to combust in.
Yeah, it was a tough moment moment right there for Inder. I think he was playing Resident Guard, so depending on the cooldown on it, he could have maybe gotten it a shield at some point, but it looks like it was already gone if that was the case. Nice fight here from Force Top, but also great fights from Dignitas bottom. And this Mimikyu from Toon has been an absolute monster today, as they may be heading back down to the bottom path here. Looks like they are. Soto moving in, trying to catch Otter right here. Ends up taking a little bit of a rest
Shadow
and lets
Sneak
Otter.
Look, that's great engagement there by Toon. Can't quite close the door, but immediately makes Force Gaming have to scatter back. What a shot.
Yeah, great moment right there. And that's what Mimikyu can do, right? Just kind of coming out of nowhere, using an insane amount of distance closing capabilities with that Shadow Sneak. And especially when you're throwing it over this tall grass and over some of these rocky outcroppings, it extends how long you can make it to an enemy. If you can set up a big play from far away, Toon can win a huge fight.
Shadow Sneak misses there, and Toon peels away, but it was just the presence of a Shadow Sneak existing in the area made all of Force Gaming go to their side of the map. So good pivot there as we have Mega Luca and Mimikyu rolling downstairs. Mega Luca going to be getting some of that experience.
Here we go. Toon is already at level 9 here at the 7-minute mark, so it's going to be very scary around this fight. Can rip Regice pretty easily, and it looks like Force understands that. They're not going to be able to do anything about it. Nice, clean, secure here for Dignitas.
Now they're looking to push because Toon's Unite move is online, and this is a great way to isolate big targets here. They're pushing forward as we have a big charge beam takes care of Fall. Mimikyu traps another one. Angel goes down, and now this goal zone belongs to Dig.
Great stuff for Dignitas. However, we do have Reggie Alecki walking into the Tier 2 goal zone here for Dignitas. No one from Force deciding to move up with it just yet. Possibly not enough Eos energy in the tank, so they're not able to really take advantage of that. 104 to 117, very close on the scoreboard, but this game looking quite a bit better for Dignitas, especially fight-wise. You look at the experience on their side, they are winning more of these engagements, but a huge factor has just entered this game. Charizard is now level 9, that's Mega Charizard X, and that Unite move is brutal.
It is indeed. Toon doesn't quite have their Unite move back, but they're going to be looking to poach Angel the moment they step up. Big block reposition on that, but they're caught in the mean look, and that's a great knockout, right? That one feels almost for free on Soto.
Yeah, it feels like a free knockout right there, and now if they decide to defend here without jump pads, they might be able to pick up some really big KOs. Zealot ended up megaing and fighting Charizard in the bottom path, uses its Mega Unite move. We're going to see if there's anything it can do. They're pushing back big time, right on Unite move, and now it looks like we have a member, Zugrug, stuck right here, and they may be going down too, deciding whether or not they want to move in. They hit the Shadow Sneak, but no, they don't move in with the first one. The Overheat picks up a KO, and now they're pushing back, double KO from Angel.
Fire Punch goes in, the rage continues. That's a quick knockout by Fall. And now Toon is trying to scrap here, but doesn't have a lot of support. Inder's gonna go down in a heartbeat. Now Toon just dealing with a small shield. Re-engages, gets one. Can they continue? Gets two? No, just one.
Yeah, got two. They actually did get the Charizard, but
nice. Okay.
With multiple members of Force Gaming, they were able to push them back. That really felt like both sides got a lot of KOs, and that is about it. Scoreline is almost the same here, 104 to 130. Everyone's kind of doing good. This is one of those matches where I don't think either side has a distinct advantage. Just great fights from both teams.
Oof. I mean, that Mimikyu Unite coming out when it did, you know, to at least get some value on their way out was critical, but well-leveraged Mega Charizard X Unite as well.
Yeah, when you get to Mega Charizard and you have that Tier 2 goal zone you're fighting on, you just set up some big moments right here. Toon looking for the play, deciding what they want to do, catches a Shadow Sneak, but sometimes you just use this to scare them, right? As you talked about. It's, I mean, because you don't know what's about to happen here. Inder getting caught right now from Char, but it doesn't look like they're deciding to go in. No, they do take to the sky.
Let's see what they can do from here. Angel's on the backside. Otter is there for the cover. They are ripped apart instantly. Cotton Cloud Crash lands, tops off the team of their HP. Salto is getting ripped apart by Toon. The meteors are crashing to Earth, and the damage is undeniable. As up front, Toon continues. The rage continues. Can they get another one on Soto, who puts up the block to get the shield? But I think that Toon wants another. Shadow Sneak goes in. KO streak of 2 for the Mimikyu.
Toon is absolutely cruising through this Force Gaming squad right here, but there are big plays made by Force. Nice eject button there from Zealot. Maybe taking the Mega Lucario was the way to go here. Who would have thought in our semifinals both teams would be letting Megas through and playing them against each other? The way a tournament really does start to form up meta-wise is very exciting.
It really is, and it really shows that these teams in coordinated play do have strategies to contend with these powerful Pokemon. Fob takes care of Ender, and there goes Zealot. Now Toon has to peel back because he's looking at 4 individuals, and they could put pressure on the Central if they want to. Instead, they just go with the safe Swablu and Altaria.
Yeah, I mean, Toon in this situation is just, you know, having to not engage, recognizing that there are too many factors on the side of Force Gaming. But if Dignitas can start something, set up, yeah, it's a nice little catch right there. Maridon definitely going down, and Ender making the correct decision, just peeling away from this. That would be essentially the same thing that would have happened to Toon if he engaged right there. They need to start chipping them a little bit so that you can pick up the KO dominoes. And another nice catch right here. It's obviously not going to be a huge factor. Ender will be back, but just caught out in that Groudon pit, and now they have incredible positioning right here. However, Dignitas has a huge buff, Reggie Steal, and if they can use that in this fight, if they can get a couple of KOs, it's going to be tough for Force to do anything about it.
Zugra, oh, Charizard Unite in the back line. They're trying to get on top of Zealot. Tons of damage going back.
They're looking to rip.
The rip has started. The focus isn't where it needs to be. Zugro gets back in the mix and is trying to draw everybody's attention. The meteors crash to Earth. Can Force Gaming secure? 3 players down despite it, and they still pick it up. Power nap in the middle, but they have an opportunity to grab this shield. Take a deep breath, Dig. You still got a heck of a chance right now. Up by a bazillion, 2 of the Groudon shields, and they're looking to score those hundo burgers.
Yeah, I like the play here from Force Gaming, but they gave up too much, right? They just gave up way too much in that fight, and Dignitas able to counter immediately, picking up 2 of these buffs here. And now they're so far ahead that I think they're deciding whether or not they even want to try to engage and score at all. They really don't need to, and they can defend pretty easily. Even if they give their tier 1 in the bottom path completely over to Force, there's no way they can catch up to them. There's no amount of points that they can put into that goal zone, right? They're up by over 200.
It still looks like they want to mount at least a minimal defense here on this T1. They've got Toon watching the T2 upstairs. Let's see how Force Game approaches this.
Yeah, I think this is just a moment where you need to buy time, right? Obviously, Force doesn't have much time, so they're going to move in for this engagement here pretty soon. A lot of them showing right now, so it's very clear what they're going to do. Moving in for this fight, starting to try to score. There is the charge beam. They have to move deeper to deal with Dignitas, and it looks like they're not able to. Big time eject button, they move in. Char in the air.
Char's in the air. Mega Lucario's there as well. Quickly takes care of the Mega counterpart. Salto is getting ripped apart here. Has to power nap in the back line. Zealot tries to make a move forward. Falb and Lel on low HP. Salto is getting ripped apart as well. The block serving platter is up. They are going to get some points in, but it is not enough. Let's see, they have to keep on pushing here. They're down by oodles.
Yeah, and the nice play there from Toon. As soon as they counted the players in the bottom path, they peeled off, scored in the tier 2, put them another 100 points ahead. There just aren't enough points that Force Gaming could score. We are going to bring this tied up here in our best of 5. 1 game, both teams.
Incredibly well done. I mean, I like what Force Gaming did. Tries to use the Mega Charizard as bait in the bottom right corner of your screen there. Good adjustment by Dignitas. The rip was happening, but it wasn't particularly quick, Cowboy.
Yeah, it seemed like, you know, they had Zugrug run up there, and I'm not sure how much they were able to do, but clearly they slowed them down enough to allow Dignitas to finish off the Charizard, make their way to the fight, and continue to attempt to KO them as quickly as they could. Even once they got Groudon, they were just able to clean up that final fight.
There's absolutely certain moments when you're a team like Dig that you say, listen, Groudon or not, we're looking for bodies here. And you know, those Meteor Storm, that wasn't to secure Groudon, that was just to put damage on Force Gaming. And that's actually where Otter came through and got a dig, trio, KO streak of 3 for Dignitas.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there for Dig. And now they're right back in this thing, holding each other's hands. Look, I mean, there's a lot of emotions going on up there. Sometimes when you and I are casting and it gets crazy in here, we'll hold each other's fists, we'll embrace each other. You know, it can be tough, it can be stressful.
Power of friendship, undeniable.
Power of friendship, which is huge. Taking a look here at our MVP, Toon. 11 knockouts, 1 time going down, 1 feint, 6 assists. I have to say, this got target bans earlier, and I know that they're clearly targeting Zealot right now, but Toon's Mimikyu is insane.
It's very strong. It's very, very good. Somebody had to pick up the mantle of trainer in NA now that he is playing mostly tank for Nemesis, and Toon felt very comfortable stepping to that role, and you can see that the respect that teams are giving them and banning the Mimikyu is well deserved.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see it here into this next game. Every single game will have a ripple effect throughout not only the tournament, of course, but especially this series right here. And you will find that sometimes the team that wins these especially longer best of fives often has outdrafted their opponents consistently. I wonder if Mimikyu is now on the chopping block.
It's definitely worth a consideration. I mean, at this point, you can't really take anything off of the map, right? You just gotta look at the strategy, look at the board, and make sure, as you mentioned, battle on the least amount of fronts possible. Don't have your attention split too many different ways. And I think Dignitas adjusted very well, given that the bans were almost identical. Not quite, but pretty close.
Here we have Toon. This is the player that you just saw, our player of the game, the MVP on Mimikyu. Give it a thumbs up. I think someone was asking about the Force joke, whether it would be in the joke of the year, and he said yes.
I disagree.
I think that's what he did. I can't lip read as well as I used to, obviously, for obvious reasons. But
what are those reasons?
It's obvious.
Well, if it's obvious, it should be
If
easy.
it's obvious, I don't need to say it, okay? I think it's so clear that I don't need to say. Everyone knows that it gets harder to lip read the more you cast. This is just...
That's true. Oh, perfect. That's what we do. On camera.
Producers just say, on camera. I mean, I don't know. Do whatever it is you're doing on camera. Force Gaming, Dignitas, 1-1 here, back into the draft. There it is. It's targeted. Serena, now Mimikyu, and I think they're right. You've got to take away these powerful weapons.
I agree. Clefable being on the chopping block makes a lot of sense to me too. Is a Blissey going to slide through here? Certainly the Megas don't seem to be getting any priority. Suicune, I mean, looked terrific, especially in the hands of Dignitas.
Yep.
So that makes a bunch of sense. And I doubt we're going to see a Tyranitar ban, so we're going to switch off that very quickly.
I mean, maybe in Zoink's dreams they're banning Tyranitar because it's actually useful, but we'll see. Force Gaming here now with their first pick. They've been going for Charizard. I could see them bringing Charizard back into this, but I mean, letting Zealot have that Mega Lucario was pretty scary.
It was indeed. And if you're trying to target down Zealot specifically, you don't just do it in the ban stage, you can do it in the pick stage, right? You
There's
deny
Char.
by proxy, but Mega Char, again, the strength, it just feels so hard to push away.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Back on over to Dignitas here, and they're going right back at
Why
it.
not?
I mean, yeah, why not? It was great for them. They're taking the Miraidon. They're taking the Mega Lucario. The question is, what do they want to do about this Mimikyu? What do they want to get Toon on? You get a Darkrai essentially for free here if you're Toon, which could be pretty nice.
Yeah, that's true, but also you probably get it at the end as well. It doesn't really seem like Force Gaming has much interest in it. Now, I do like Saotao hovering this Snorlax. I know they're prioritizing it very early, but those blocks have essentially been serving platters to their team. I mean, they've been isolating individuals on Dig over and over and over again, just pushing them into the squad and saying, here's another free knockout.
Let's see how they want to play this here for Dignitas. I think it's interesting seeing the Blissey. Umbreon obviously is a very solid counter, right? You're able to counter that Unite move in a big way if they decide to bring Umbreon into this game.
Yep.
And they do, and then they're also bringing the Eldegoss. So they're taking their defender, they're taking their support. Final two picks over to Force once again. They're going to be looking for that damage, and we'll see how they want to play it. Blaziken feels pretty good. No, but they are taking a Lucario here.
Yeah, regular Lucario, as we are calling it around the biz. And Alolan Raichu. I mean, Fall is incredibly comfortable here. I mean, they're like, I like what it's doing. I'm going to keep running it back. Toon on the selection, Toon on the button right now. And I'll tell you what, I would be interested to know what Dignitas is seeing on the other side to have gone from Hoopa is the best thing going to not even being on the radar anymore.
Wow,
oh, yes,
we've got ourselves a Gengar. Amazing. I mean, we actually saw Gengar have some incredible games earlier, too.
It looked awesome.
So here we go. Toon on the Gengar. We have the original recipe Lucario on the side of Force Gaming, and we have extra crispy for Dignitas. And it gets even crispier with Mega Char X on the side of Force Gaming. Both Megas, once again, making it here to our semifinals. The targeted bans are proving to be so much more impactful than the Megas, which which is crazy. They're letting Megas get through so you can target a Mimikyu.
The draft is being remade. I'm not too sure. It felt like a pretty normal textured draft. Maybe just at Toon is when it went out, or maybe the last 2 picks for Force. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
We'll find out together. But as that's being remade, Dignitas with almost the exact same type of setup here, right? Eldegoss over Latias, without a doubt. But if Gengar is truly the pick from Toon, is that better than dragging someone into the Nightmare Realm with that Darkrai and being able to isolate targets?
Well, that really is the question, right? I mean, is this more ideal? And we're going to find out, hopefully. I would love to see that Gengar, but it's also possible they just ran into a game issue. They were in the Speedster section. They weren't able to make it over to Darkrai. We will see what they want to bring into this game. Most of the draft, I have to assume, is going to be 100% identical. I don't know exactly where the issue occurred, but as you mentioned, it looked pretty reasonable from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, like you said, original recipe Lucario. I mean, Fob has played Alolan Raichu every single game so far, and they played a ton of it throughout the weekend, so I don't think that's where maybe something went wrong. Original recipe Lucario, maybe, but then again, it's still not awful, right? I mean, there's tons of players still playing that to success. The Gengar feels off, but after the last set we watched, CACM, they made it look like an all-star, so even, like we said, even that seemed like, okay, yeah, sure.
Well, you know, also, if you do kind of compare it to something like Mimikyu, they both have a somewhat similar play pattern. You know, if you're thinking about something like Dream Eater Gengar, the Shadow Sneak and Dream Eater operate very similarly, and then if you pick up a KO with it, you are chaining those KOs, so they actually have a lot of similar vibes to them, but we will see if that is exactly what Toon wanted or not as we get ready for this next game, as we have our draft being remade for our players on stage. These moments, I always wonder, you know, is this a nice moment where you kind of get to convene with the team a little bit and figure out what you want to do? Is this a nice moment to sort of center yourself? Or is this, you know, when you're playing good, you're being put on ice and you're just kind of coming down from the high of winning that last match more and more and more until you kind of hit a baseline that you wish you didn't return to, basically?
I think Dignitas would rather be playing right now.
I agree. Yeah.
I think Force Gaming, maybe for them, it's dependent on the previous game. I don't think Force Gaming was far off, but maybe this additional time to crack the code or figure out what their actual next steps need to be, at least in execution, right? We don't know when the draft went sideways, so they're priced into pretty much everything that they've locked in my opinion. So maybe for them, it's like, okay, well, how do we execute against what we've seen? Because now they've kind of exposed a little bit what they're doing, and part of that, I believe, has to remain the same. So now Force gets to develop this a little bit more and a little bit more. Dig, on the other hand, they're like, well, we just tipped our hand. That's the advantage of drafting in that second spot, is you get more reactionary selections. Well, now, those have been exposed. So Dig would want to be playing right now. I think Force Gaming is happy to have an extra moment or two to chat about what's going on.
While we wait for our draft game to be remade here and possibly these teams to kind of figure out what they want to do heading into it, we're going to take a look at some of our predictions before this tournament started right here. Highest encounter rate. So
which is true.
Jake Sprague, which is my caster name, government name Spraggles, it picked Mega Charizard X. Now,
can we go back
blew
to the other
past
thing?
that.
Yeah, can we go back to the other thing?
I mean, all right, here we are.
And we know this is wrong.
Yeah, now because you're just making us upset. And we're back to it. All right, go ahead, Kirk.
Most banned Pokemon, Mega Charizard. I don't know if that's true or not, but Josh, poor Josh Hebert. Why don't we have our tags
And
there?
they're bouncing around a ban rate here.
So everybody was correct. Old Zoink's on a different galaxy.
And here we have the top ban rate, Mega Char X. It did get the top ban rate right here. It also has the top encounter rate. I'm not going to let this go.
Neither am I.
I don't understand how
ridiculous.
something that isn't 100% is at 100%. Hey, you might actually crush it here.
I think I might have gotten this one right.
Did he get it? Top win rate. He picked Zacian. What do we have
Show
it as?
me Zacian.
Oh! Big wins for you, my friend. Huge.
Listen, sometimes Megamind pulls through for the squad. And honestly, if I was on the stats team, I know what I would be doing, which is correcting the misinformation that we've been broadcasting over and over and over again, knowing full well that Mega Charizard has the highest encounter rate, making every single one of your casters correct.
I'll tell you this right now. If they don't correct it, I'm never trusting a heat map again.
Bang.
Because if you can't get something that wasn't here 100% of the time, down from 100%, how do I even know your heat maps are accurate? I don't.
To be fair, what if the heat maps were just like Icarus, like you, on the pad?
Just illustrating something like this.
Just scribbling wherever they want.
Show me the heat maps. Show me how they're made. Back into our draft right here between Force Gaming and Dignitas. We're going to see a lot of the same stuff up top, and then at some point, Doopsnax, we are going to see where this kind of broke down and what that looks like. I believe at least half of our draft is going to be exactly the same as our players are locking in. We did see a moment where Zugrug possibly was having the issue, so maybe it was around the Umbreon pick.
Yeah, which, you know, would mean the last two picks, Falb, Alolan Raichu, they're not giving anything away. They've been doing that every single time. Original Recipe Lucario, you know, might have been the flex there. And then Toon, who knows if that Gengar was right or not. We will all find out together. But based on the bands being the exact same, Megachar being selected first, we will see exactly where this fell apart.
Here we go. We are once again going to see the Miraidon and Mega Lucario, I have to assume, on the side of Dignitas. As they are getting ready for the next few picks. Yes, we do. Now back on over to Force Gaming.
Which was what, Snorlax and Blissey, right?
Yep.
Okay. See Lel lock that in.
And there we go. And now we're going to see kind of where this broke down. Over to Zugrug and Ender here. Oh! Toon wanted to take Alolan Raichu, so Toon was not the one who did not connect. Now the Gengar makes a lot more sense.
Correct. So that means that Falb doesn't get their preferred pick, and Ender at this point is fine with any supporter. If they get, I mean, Hoopa feels great here as well. I mean, Latias could do some work. Original Recipe Lucario was accurate, but Falb did pivot to the Empoleon earlier yesterday.
Yeah.
And it looked very solid.
I like it. I think it's looked really, really great. He's the only player playing it, and Ender is going with the Wigglytuff. Man, encounter rate of 1%. Fun fact, 1%, the exact number that's wrong on Mega Lucario's encounter rate.
Perfect, you did it. That's the reason that you are doing the math master class.
I speak truth to power, and I cast Pokemon UNITE, and I refuse to stop doing either one.
I refuse to let this 100% slide.
It's gonna make me bad.
Because it's on screen right now, and in this match, we watched it not be true.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. It's just an egregious error. It's just, you know, if people at home in the chat are going, you know, this is absurd, this is outrageous, I demand a recount, things like that, I would fully support them. Fully reasonable reaction. If someone goes, if someone in the chat says, I'm never watching Pokemon UNITE, I will never watch the championship series again because I know it has zero integrity, what am I supposed to say? I can't argue with them. That's me in the chat.
Exactly.
That's one of my burners in the chat.
Spraggles 2.0.
Spraggles fan. Spraggles fan 2019. This is not fair. By the way, joke of the year. Here we go. Force Gaming versus Dignitas, all tied up in our semifinals. Force Gaming, your purple team out of Brazil. Dignitas, your orange team out of North America as we head into game number 3, Doopsnax.
Kai Lukalel going up top. We've seen this on repeat in these last 2 games, contending with Ender and Zealot. Fine, rounded down. Mega Lucario has a 99% encounter rate. Finally, it is correct.
Did they round it down? Hopefully they rounded it down. As we were taking a look here, nice big meteor match both ways, and it looks like that was secured possibly by Lel on the side of Force Gaming.
Carrying a lot of AO's energy right now for the early stages, and Blissey honestly has a great secure.
Yeah, Blissey has incredible secure. Nice big fight right here. Lel in a little bit of trouble, but they've gotten a ton of this experience. And Zealot goes down. They don't even need the help of Falb.
Falb rolls up just to see that all the work's been completed. Let's see what they do at the 9-minute mark. Are they going to scramble to score? Perhaps. Toon, Otter, and Zug trying to get some of that equity back in the bottom path here, as quickly based and upstairs is that Raichu.
Yeah, here we go. Into the top path. Zugrug moving up here as well. Ender trying to stop them. We have Kyluk just moving through the entirety of the enemy team there with that extreme speed, picking up a KO, moving right back in, maybe getting actually a little too confident here, and they could be going down. No, they peel away from it. Falb almost punishing Otter.
Going straight in, but actually they get one back the other way. Otter on this Alolan Raichu. Lel, Kyluk scrambling a little bit. Zealot needs to get this level up. Finally level 5 ready to go.
You know, I gotta say, I didn't expect to see Otter on the Alolan Raichu and Toon on the Miraidon just because of how the draft went. I actually didn't see them switch those Pokemon, so that's going to be interesting to see because we've seen Otter on, of course, Raichu and Miraidon. I don't know if I've seen Toon on Miraidon in this tournament.
Is this to assume that there might be an Electro Drift Miraidon, or are we still just Charge Beam and, you know, just rocking and fire and going to work?
Yeah, it's a great question here as Zealot picks up a KO. Soto in some trouble right here. They are going to bed, but you know what? They were going to bed anyway, Ender, so it didn't really benefit you. Otter right now, level 8, as they're pushing up towards this fight. Highest level on the map, gonna try to assert some influence around this Reggie Drago.
Zugrug chasing Kyluk because they are playing mean look Umbreon Spraggles, and that's gonna be a great way to trap some of these players on Force Gaming. What's important is how Dig follows up on clutch mean looks.
Now, one thing I wonder is how is Dignitas going to deal with this Empoleon? One of the ways, of course, you can deal with it is if you can decide to fight it when it's not in that whirlpool that it's able to create there from its Hydro Cannon, it's going to lose a lot of its survivability as they're moving in. Once again, Kyluk just trying to take some KOs right here, and Blissey picks up one.
I mean, nice engagement by Soto as well to just get that pop of stun. Now they're isolating Ender, eject through to try and save the rest of the team. KO streak of 2 with the Empoleon finally online. Toon was actually the first player to go down in that exchange, and not long for this world is poor Ender.
And here we go. They do have the charge beam, seeing if they can get something. Falb goes down. What a massive pickup. Even if Toon goes down in that moment, taking that level 9 there was so worth it.
It was incredible. KO streak of 2 for Angelzine as they use their Char Unite. They want this goal zone gone. Fire Punch comes through. Pressure is on Otter right now. Nice little sleep though, and now the Mega Charizard's in danger, forcing out the Bliss Assistance. Angel goes in. Fire Punch gets the knockout with the follow-up. Ender's sitting right there. Zugrug and Ender are battling. The mean look is down. The Charge Beam is online, and Lel has to run away.
And while this has been happening, we have the secure in the top path from Dignitas, the Mega Lucario able to get that objective. That fight really going back and forth here. A ton of experience trading between these two teams. But at the end of it, it looks like it's a bit of a wash. Nice goal zone broken in the bottom path, though, for Force Gaming.
Oh, Moonlight Prance to try and get through this block, but it's just too stout. Zugrug going to peel around. There's a Regieleki to contend with who they want. No, they want the Charge Beam in, and Zugrug's looking for an opportunity to trap somebody. Decides to peel back with Toon and contend with this Regieleki.
Yeah, and now we have Zealot is actually in a scary position here in the top path because we have multiple members of Force Gaming that could start to move that way. They do peel back towards their side of the map. Soto trying to push the enemy team around, and of course you can't put them to sleep when they're blocking. They are unstoppable in that moment. Big time power nap, and here comes Falb with the Unite move. They are diving onto Otter. They're looking for this KO. Charizard up into the air. It's Mega Charizard times. They're looking for that 1-2 punch, quite literally with the Fire Punch. And no, they are put to sleep here for a moment. Nice big full heal though, so they don't actually go to bed, but they are still going to get KO'd.
Angel on the razor's edge. They finally go down. Ender is going to keep pushing with the team with an HP bar that is pretty much non-existent. Falb getting some value up top as they're trying to close this goal zone downstairs. And if there's one thing I've noticed, Mega Lucario is out. A good close combat can do a lot of damage here. Soto has the block. They have to peel back. Charge Beam Miraidon laying in tons of damage. Zugrug peels. Straight back in is the action. And now Toon is looking for the next opportunity for a big Charge Beam. Zealot going for a score. 35 doesn't quite make it. Otter finally shows up, and we've got a Charge Beam on Angel. Zealot with the engage gets the knockout, and now 2 players down for Force. They want some more. The Bliss Assistance is being carried by Falb, and they are able to take care of that Alolan Raichu. Zealot continues. Kyluke is running away, and Original Recipe Lucario is going to E-speed through the Swablu and Altaria as the close combat is going to try and get Kyluke. Now they're in the trap. A power-up punch and follow-up could do some good work, but no, they decide not to commit.
Ooh, what a brawl between these two teams. It feels so evenly matched. Now look at the scoreboard here, 172, 176. Almost nothing separating these two squads. Level-wise, they're also very, very close on all fronts. As Char back up into the air, big-time Unite move from the Wiggly, trying to make sure that they can keep their team alive. Angel does go down here in this fight, and we have the Miraidon with the secure on the Reggie steal.
Toon provided just enough space to get the charge beam on the back target while the rest of the team was fighting right in front of the Thunder is on the chase. We've got the block shield up. Zugrug traps Lel. That's the knockout they're looking for. Here comes Original Recipe Lucario. Getting a knockout on Alolan Raichu, getting a knockout on Ender. Two-piece right there.
Beautiful stuff, taking the wind out of their sails. While all this is happening, Mega Lucario all by themselves, securing the bottom objective. Lucario, especially with that close combat power-up punch, can just rip through some of these objective Pokemon. And now it's something that Force Gaming has to deal with. It isn't going to be a huge factor, but it's a time waster. It's something they need to deal with while multiple members of Dignitas can decide how they want to fight. Nice secures right here, just getting rid of that immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Zealot hiding out in the tall grass to make sure that really Force Gaming has no opportunity to blink before those are taken care of. Heavy slam there. Looks like we're going to fight. Charge beam is fully ready to go, and it has a lot of prime targets there. Burn down to the Swablu and Altaria. We'll see if they engage. Falb is on the backside. We got a Whirlpool down.
Yeah, and here we go. About 30 seconds now until we have Groudon hit the map, and these two teams are only separated by 10 points. Force Gaming's had some great fights. Dignitas has had some great fights. I think this is looking better for Dignitas than Game 1, and I think this is looking, I mean, just extremely close. Both of these teams are having huge moments. It's really going to depend on how some of these catches go. Do they decide to take out Falb and try to fight them in the Whirlpool? Can they move around it? Can they shut down this Char? We see them actually moving across the map looking for them, but both of these teams kind of trying to flank each other. Here comes the Snorlax, not able to set up the fight. They do have the mean look, and they decide to put down some damage. Kyluke moving in, and they're in a lot of trouble, Doomsnacks.
They're trying to E-speed out, but on the backside, we've got a block and engaged by the Empoleon, splitting Otter out, who's forced to use their Unite move. The Meteor Storm is down, but it's not really hitting anybody. Salto, oh, it clips the Empoleon. That's a big pickup. Power Nap right there into the Zugrug Unite move. Bliss assistance to grab the shield. Mega Charizard is up in the skies. Let's see what they can do. It's 2 players down on Force Gaming. Make it 4. Dignitas is seeing the finish line right now. Salto has to peel away, and Dignitas has to peel the health off that Groudon.
What a beautiful fight there from Dignitas, and this is some of what we've seen from them today, right? Just impeccable team fights where they are actually able to win, even though it seems like all of their members are just a couple of hits away from being KO'd. They're going to put an easy 100 points in here. We're going to see who they decide to give that to, and it is Otter. Makes sense. It's got a lot of damage that you want to be focusing on, not focusing on scoring.
Yes, exactly right. They're actually content with that score, and they're peeling back. They are aware they have a T1 goal zone that is, if it's broken, is going to shrink, just absolutely shrink this lead right now, right?
Yes.
That Hundo Burger was quality, but it might not be enough. So they're starting to turtle up.
I think it's time to possibly send someone to look for a counter score, because even if they break this goal, a counter score means they're still ahead in this moment. They are moving in. Soto possibly trying to start the fight. We're looking for the charge beam. The charge beam is out. Here comes Mega Char, but they are not able to take it up into the air yet. It looks like Mega Char is going to go down, and they know.
Oh, Falb steps up, and they're going to pick up that. Mega Charizard does go down. There's still an opportunity here. Another great heavy slam. 3 players from Force Gaming.
Wow.
It's just too much. They gave up 1 shield, 1 Groudon buff, but that is well worth its weight in gold when you get 4 KOs the other way for it.
And here we go. Dignitas taking game number 3. It looks like that first draft really tripped them up, but they were able to come back in a big way in game 2 and 3. I think the biggest factor is sending the Mega Lucario over to Zealot. It seems like he's doing great on this. I actually thought he had a kind of a rocky start to the day with Mega Lucario, you know, especially compared to the Serena games that we saw, but looking great on it now.
Yeah, I mean, feeling it, we've seen some very critical early game secures despite being kind of bullied a little bit, right? Able to get a good meteor mash in and just clip the corner of, you know, your Bunnelbees, your Ball Toys, getting just the experience they need to keep pace and then help take over the game for the squad at the very end.
Some big moments from this match right here. We have Mega Charizard X going down in this fight. And this was a huge fight at that tier 1 goal zone. We have Kyluk looking to make something happen. Back to our Rayquaza pit, however, and this was just an absolute meat grinder. But look at that Lucario, able to make it out using close combat to heal itself up.
Now we have the final defense. Standing is Dignitas. They did lose one member and give up one Groudon buff, but it was enough to seal the deal here. 87,000 damage from Otter, 9 knockouts. Great work by the Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, you know, even though it did go down 6 times, I would say it was tough for Force Gaming to actually get there and make those happen. They had to commit a lot to get all the way to the back line and deal with Otter. Otter able to put out some serious damage for the team. 9 knockouts, by the way, on Toon as well, running the Miraidon here. 8 knockouts on Zealot.
Yeah, most importantly for me, though, I'm looking at Zealot. 1 feint, only got knocked out once, which is way different than some of the other games we've seen. And that was important and definitely a difference maker.
Here we go. We see Blissey, you know, pretty decent healing, 70,000, but almost the same amount here on the Umbreon. 67% of the team's healing and 61,000 healing for the side of Dignitas. And now Dignitas 1 game away from securing their spot to ACL, Snacks.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, just a miraculous moment for them if they're able to take this win here in Game 4 of these semifinals. Force Gaming, though, with the power of the fans and the crowd and the region behind them, are looking to even this thing up in an absolute showdown, just like their Brazilian counterparts were able to do earlier, and then change the script by winning that Game 5.
We can take a look at the heat map right here that a lot of us know is now
fake, unfortunately.
We believe it is fake. There are a lot of heat map truthers out there. And I understand where they're coming from, of course, because while these stats are incredible, and I do love all of these new stats, we also have to question them when we know that some of them are clearly manipulated for nefarious means.
Without a doubt. I mean, there is nothing positive coming from lying to our wonderful fans that are tuning in here to watch great games of Pokemon Unite. They deserve better.
They deserve better, and I'll tell you what, I love more than anything of the fans.
Same. They're
love
terrific.
them more than anything.
Do you think they like us as much as we love them?
I think there's a
love-hate,
probably a strong contingent that could do with less of us. I think there's a strong, they're a group of people who love the heat map and don't question it at all, even though where did it come from? Just came out of nowhere.
Right.
They love the heat map, and they're frankly sick and tired of someone trying to fight the system. You know?
Yep. I agree. I agree. Otter, great game there on that Alolan Raichu. I think the move of taking it out of Falb's hands and saying, play something else, figure it out.
Agreed.
And the difference between actually Falb, Alolan Raichu, and what Empoleon does feels kind of night and day, but the dynamic of the team that they build around it has to change now, because they went through the draft assuming they were going to get a Alolan Raichu. It goes away, and I can't say that I'm not saying the Empoleon looked terrible. It had definitely some moments to shine, but they're not building their team to have an Empoleon up front. They're kind of building their team to have a little Raichu in the back.
Yeah, that is one of the tricky things, right? Empoleon has some really exciting moments, and I like watching Force Gaming play this Pokemon, but you're absolutely right. It's fully a different role. It's attacker and all-rounder, but it also slots into the game completely differently. It is nice to have Hydro Cannon. It's great to have that range, like damage and stun. There are some similarities, but one of them is going to move in and start brawling, and the other one is going to sort of kite around the battlefield looking to deal damage. And we're going to see if they do need to sort of change their draft if they want to bring that Pokemon into this next battle. Right now, their backs against the wall. You know, they were able to take game 1, but Dignitas is coming back here 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the lesson learned was clearly don't give them both Megas.
Yep.
And after that, I think they're doing pretty well.
I agree. Yeah, I think after that, they're doing solid. Dignitas had a really rocky game 1, a much more solid game 2 and 3. But without question, both of these squads are, I mean, it's neck and neck in all of these fights, in all of these moments. The score was just 10 between these two teams, and every battle was an absolute slugfest with one side barely making it out better than the other.
We're taking a look. Dignitas has died because we haven't seen a lot of variance from Force Gaming specifically. While we've seen a lot of adjustments on the fly by Dignitas.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to do. I mean, I personally really like their strategy of target banning members of Dignitas and target banning certain Pokemon that they just either don't play or don't want to see the other side play, because of course if they play them they could take them for themselves, right? I love their strategy, but they have sort of walked into this draft situation where Dignitas is getting Mega Lucario, Force Gaming is not, and they are having to rely on Mega Charizard, which, you know, when you have a coordinated squad looking to fight Mega Char, it does feel like it's a lot worse than when you have no coordination in your solo, duo, trio queue games.
If you let Mega Char through as Force Gaming, right, assuming they're still going to be first pick, does Dig immediately snatch it up?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? I think they might. I think they believe in it, but they may believe in Mega Lucario more, and they may have, you know, it's tough. You have to try to prioritize which player needs a Pokemon more, and you may need Mega Lucario on Zealot more than you generally need Mega Charizard.
That's fair. If you pick up Mega Charizard, it's almost exclusively going in Toon's hands, right?
You'd assume, yeah.
Like Toon's flexibility is in the Pokemon they play, but not the role that they fill on the map.
Right.
Whereas Ender, Zug, and Otter have all rotated to do different things that we've seen just today. So with that being said, I think Mega Char would end up in the hands of Toon, but is it worth that investment? Because we saw them play it, and it didn't look great until the last 90 seconds.
Here we go. Force Gaming is going to have the first pick here. Dignitas will have the second pick. And since Force lost that last match, Doopstacks, for everyone at home, they may not know this, they are allowed to pick which they want, either first pick and ban or, you know, the second two picks right there. A lot of teams would take first pick. That's very, very common. But there are some teams that know how to kind of draft their opponents into a situation where sort of the 1-2 from the orange side is actually a little stronger. They are going to ban this Charizard, which puts Dignitas in a tough spot. They may have to ban Mega Lucario here.
Yeah, exactly right. Dignitas is one of the teams that prefers to be second. They lost that first game and they put themselves in that second position.
Interesting. They are banning the Leafeon. This allows Force to take Mega Luca, but it opens up Zarina for the side of Dignitas.
Okay.
And that's exactly what they're doing, it looks like.
Yeah, no pause. And finally, the encounter rate went down to 99%, thank goodness.
Oh, Spreggles fan 2019 in the chat says he's back. He loves the game now.
Perfect. Well
he
done.
believes in the heat map. The world's healing.
We saved
another burner account.
Zugrug, hovering Snorlax, really going to see what else Salto can bring to the map. And Ender picking up Hoopa. Now we might start seeing Latias. Now we might start seeing Darkrai. Now we might start seeing Mimikyu. Like, there is, like, the world is Toon's oyster right now, but not if Falb grabs Mimikyu first.
Yeah, I mean, these are really interesting picks. Possibly taking the Mimikyu away, and they do. So they don't have Zarina picked yet. It looks like at this point they won't need to, but they're going to grab it here in this fourth position. Toon now has to make a decision as to what Pokemon he wants to play. I know his pool is very, very deep, so we'll see what he wants to bring out. Darkrai, of course, still an option, but the Mimikyu and Mega Lucario, two Pokemon I think Dignitas would like to be playing right now, are taken.
Salto picking up the duck here, gonna use that as a pseudo tank, as they have both original recipe and spicy versions of Lucario.
Toon now moving through the roster.
I like talent. I mean, Hoopa with Latias, Zarina, and even a Alolan Raichu is just vicious.
All right, well, we have a Alolan Raichu. I think Otter is going to stick on this Latias here. That's what I'd have to assume, and Toon is now going to take the Alolan Raichu. It's nice that both of these players have a lot of these sort of attackers here in their pool, but no, Toon is on Latias. I cast or cursed it immediately. Wow.
We did have somebody open the door, and it was from our stats team, and the sign just said 100% with an underline, and that's just false.
Yeah, it's also, I'll say the energy that gave was full on creep.
Yeah,
that was just creepy.
The door was open, what, 5 inches?
Yeah.
And just a phone and a head poked in with 100% underlined. Not a fan of that.
We're in here trying to do our job. We're juggling multiple bits. And now all of a sudden, I have production coming in here trying to let me know that something that isn't 100% is 100%. They're gaslighting us.
Just like I do in my interviews.
It's just like you do in your interviews.
Full circle, we did it.
People like it.
Well,
people like a little Doob Snacks gaslighting up there on the big stage. They love it.
Well, I don't think that's true. Force Gaming, Dignitas, finally, I don't want to say finally with some fresh looks. That's what I was going to say, but that's not what I mean. I'm excited to see how these teams have materialized right now, given the information they have.
Force Gaming, your purple team. Dignitas, your orange team. Dig 1 game away from making it to your grand finals, but more importantly, 1 game away from securing that invite to ACL. Force Gaming needs to win 2 in a row here.
Inder going on the invade. Hoopa terrific at doing this with that Pirate Hollowware. Falb working through their central area, and here comes Lel for the support.
Yeah, Lel coming down here, just going to bully Inder a little bit. Inder right now probably knows they're going down in this moment, but they want to continue to put pressure onto this Mimikyu, try to slow them down, see if they can stop them from getting their 5, and at least annoy them enough. Falb now having to peel back right here. Inder making it out unscathed.
One of the benefits of doing that is Kyluk has a lot on their plate and can't quite register when that support player is going to rotate back. So you do have an opportunity that's presented there. Falb on the heavy chase, gets the knockout. Now it's just Toon sitting on pad.
Yeah, Toon's in some trouble right here, obviously. These points are going to go in the top path, trying to stop Falb for as long as they possibly can, but now they're going to move over towards this experience. With extreme speed, Lucario, it is gone in an instant as they continue to rip through these Natus. Kyluk already level 5, heading towards level 6. Falb doing pretty well. Also, on the side of Dignitas, we do not have some impressive level.
No, they're struggling already, right? I mean, leaving Toon alone with a good rotation by Force Gaming leaves Toon a bit underleveled from where they would be compared to literally the Eldegoss across from them for just a moment, as Kyluk is really far ahead, almost level 6.
Here we go. Angel now, level 5 in the bottom path. They have that power-up punch online for Lucario. Try to put some damage onto Zugrug here, but Otter is level 5. They have stored power. They're looking to fight, but here comes multiple members of Dig.
All right, that headache kicks off, stuns Otter into the wall. Inder, good running cover with this Hoopa, and it is going to be the Trick Hoopa. They get a knockout on the Duck, and now we've got the Trick Room sitting on pad. The pressure is there. They're looking for fights. A little bit of a combo here as Zealot needs to drop kick their way in and then right back out. 1 player down, and that's enough for Zealot to bail.
Yeah, Zealot is going to have to try to defend this goal zone if they push on it. Zugrug is also here, so I could imagine them leaving. Falb running the Trick Room is pretty exciting, especially because Latias and Alolan Raichu are not going to be able to deal great damage into them from afar. This, it just negates so much range damage when you're outside the confines of that Trick Room.
They're really putting the pressure on Zealot to take care of this Mimikyu, right? With the isolating Unite move and those stomps. Zugrug kind of getting eviscerated by a Falb here, and that's enough for another knockout. Trick Room is down, forcing Zealot to step up and step in. Ender's on the backside, Barry to Zealot, and this goal zone belongs to Force.
Yeah, and here we go. They're just like slowly scoring in it, getting it as low as they possibly can, and then they can get a huge overcap in the bottom path. 134 to 26 already. Things are going great for Force here in game number 4. And again, they need it, Dupe Snacks. They have to win this.
Yeah, I mean, Falb immediately seeing Zugrug says, I'll put the pressure to make them leave so I can guarantee our team this basement. Reggie, meanwhile, Dignitas overcommitting to the Regieleki and secure it pretty easily. Kyluk on the flank, Inder knows where they are. The chase is on, the engage is on Inder. Uses that to get straight into the backside. Eldegoss goes down. The pressure continues. Zealot's on the chase. Kyluk going back to their Bone Rush club, and now they're taken to the skies, and they're trying to stomp them down. Kyluk's still surviving out here, but at least the Regieleki hits.
And here we go. They're going to decide how they want to score this. Beautiful 1 in that goal zone right there. 10 seconds left that they can move in. Falb is here to possibly try to stop it. Toon with 23 points. They may have to just back away from this goal zone.
Nice little trick Phantom Force to get Toon out of danger there, and that's going to be the recipe for success for Dig. How cheeky can they go in and out to these different engagements while simultaneously protecting themselves. Zealot is in the trick room, and so was Toon there for a minute. They're caught for a moment, and now they're back out. Heavy slam by Zug creates space, and we're still trying to fight. Now peeling back towards pad is Dignitas. Zealot wants more action in this trick room as the headaches are popping. That is a sigh-yi-yi out of the side duck here, and Zealot in the trick room, forces out the Aura Cannon from Original Recipe Lucario, and now they're in the little trap. Mimikyu Unite is out by fall, but Zealot is still standing. The sustain on Zarina is immaculate.
Yeah, this fight is still going on. Ender peeling back and forth, trying to make sure that they can trick their allies right here. Toon moving forward, but no, it is Fall that starts picking up the KOs. A double KO for Force Gaming as they move towards this goal zone. Big time Unite move from Mega Lucario, and that's a triple KO for Mimikyu.
Listen, I think Force Gaming cracked the code. They're figuring out that the key to success for Dignitas is getting down Ender. It's not fighting up front with Zarina. It's not dealing with the Alolan Raichu. It is getting Ender knocked out, so those Trick Phantom Forces in combination with Dragon Cheer are giving infinite shields to everybody all the time. Once Ender fell, the other players were very easy to pick apart.
Yeah, I mean, once the support goes down, it was a lot easier here as we have Zarina. Massive pick by the side of Dignitas. That was great. They know they don't have Unite moves on the side of Force Gaming here, so they can look for this Regirock. By the way, Mimikyu already level 12 here for the side of Force Gaming. Regirock goes down, and now the question is, are they going to try to push here? Fall is going to try to stop them. Hoopa Unite move back the other way. Otter goes down.
Trick right back through to save two players there as Zealot looks for some stomp. And now they're able to take care of Lucario, but they have to start scrambling away. How are they going to deal with this now? The Alolan Raichu Unite is down. Can they get some knockouts here? They're starting to find a couple. Fall puts somebody under the sheets, but now they find themselves getting woken up in a rough way. The trick room is there, and that is a solo Zarina Unite to guarantee the KO.
Yeah, I mean, a big Unite on the highest level Pokemon on the other team. You could absolutely see it here. Kailuk deciding whether or not they want to fight here. Soto also moving in towards this goal zone. Lel here takes to the sky. We have the Unite move from Lucario. We have Mega Lucario also joining the fight.
Stomped down is that Lucario. Mega Lucario is here. Their Unite move is out. The close combat isn't enough. They're KO'd. And now they're smothering Soto as well. Lel is split away from their defender, and Lel is in the middle of a meat grinder called Dignitas. And now this tier 1 goal zone is going to be attacked by Dig.
Yeah, beautiful fights here from Dig, and what an overcap. Bringing them within 2 points. 238, 236. These games are so unbelievably close between these two squads, and Force is going to need to make it a little better for themselves, because if they're not able to put another point on the board, they are going to be heading to the 3rd, 4th place tiebreaker match, and that will be their last chance at ACL. They need this game. A minute until Groudon, and everything is on the line for Force.
Close game indeed. Close game indeed. Zealot goes straight in, but they've got that Trick Phantom Force to save them. Trop kick going in, right back out. Nice little surf there to separate. A stomp, and Zealot Trop kicks away again. Ender Phantom Force is through.
Whoa.
Big stun right in the middle. Tries to block people back, but Force Gaming just escaping. Right back in is Zealot. Zugrug is there. Trick Room is down. We're putting in some damage here. Power Nap out of Zugrug on the 2-minute 30-second mark. And now we're trying to block into the wall. They've got Soto isolated. There's a Lucario down already. It's not the Mega version, though.
And here we go. Regice is being ripped apart by Dignitas. It might start leashing right here. They're going to hope they can get it beforehand, and they do. 2 minutes, 14 seconds on the clock. Groudon is now spawning here in 10 seconds. Force Gaming is respawning and making their way to this fight. We have a Unite move down for the Alolan Raichu and for the Snorlax right here. Zug moves in. Big time block. They're looking for the Psyduck. Psyduck Unite move.
Trick Room is right down. We're going to have to battle in it. Tons of damage. Isolated is Lel. Zealot got the wrong target. We're going to have to see how they recover from that. The rings are unbound. We got to get some stuns. We're moving back forward. Otter is split. We just saw the Aura Cannon rip through, and Kailuk gets a knockout here. One player down on each side. Groudon's at half HP. Ender's getting shredded, so is Zealot. Toon on the backside gets hit up and knocked by this Zugrug. And now they're pivoting back. Ender goes down. 2 players on each side. Falb is trying to sustain. The big block shield is too much. Southtow with this Psyduck puts the surf down. They're trying to buy some time for their team to come back. Kailuk sees Zugrug. Zealot peels to the middle. Toon is on the chase. Southtow is trying to get away. The rest of Force Gaming steps up, and Dignitas leaves the Groudon alone.
1 minute, 15 seconds, and still 2 points separate these teams. Force Gaming is up by 2. Groudon no longer being hit. Dignitas looking to possibly start this or at least peel them into this fight. 2 members of Force Gaming coming from the top path. Soto being pushed out. Falba's back in the fight. They're ready to try to take an engagement here. Angel moving around. They have the Mega Lucario Unite move. They're looking for Toon. Toon is at half here. Groudon is not yet at half. They're moving in with the Mega.
Alolan Raichu's there with the Sword Power. Otter is low. Is Otter going to go down? Not quite yet. Groudon's at half. We're going for the full rip here. Sato with the Surf Level in the middle. And it's Solve. It's Bulb. It's Bulb. Taking it down in the face of Dig. They pulled this one from the brink of disaster. And now they're trying to leverage these Groudon buffs. Angel is stopped. Crash landing on top is the rest of Dignitas. If they can poach this Groudon shield, they're in good shape. Currently, Dignitas up by 60 points. No, now they're down by a whole bunch, a whole bucket load. 108 points separate these squads with 10 seconds.
Wow, amazing fight there from Force Gaming, coming right back in, scoring in the main goal zone, tying this thing up in our best of 5, and we are heading to a game 5. You wouldn't want it any other way. Force Gaming 2, Dignitas 2. One final game between these two titans.
Man, why ban Mimikyu when you can just take it? Bulb was humming, brother. That Mimikyu was electric, was finding all the right targets, finding big moments, shutting it down, showing that, sure, you can have a Alolan Raichu. I got other tricks in my bag, and Mimikyu seems to be the right one.
Yeah, that was great for Force, and I love watching this evolve throughout this series, you know? Force Gaming had the answer early, Dignitas then countering it, and now Force Gaming right back was saying, all right, we kind of get what's going on here. We're not going to ban it away. We're taking the Mimikyu, and look how potent it was in game number 4.
Absolutely incredible. It was crazy to think that just moments ago before this this match started, you know, collectively, you and I were talking, man, a lot of 2-0s today. Yep. And now we have 2 semifinals that are going to game 5 back-to-back, just showing how robust the skill level of these players are and that anything can happen here in the UCS.
So exciting, and I know this crowd is excited. I can tell you, when that fight wasn't going well, start a Groudon there for Force Gaming, it was silent around us. You could feel it. The air was being sucked out of the room, and then all of a sudden Force Gaming is coming back here. 10 knockouts, only going down 2 times, 2 assists, player of the game, Bulb on the Mimikyu. Now what do you do, Dignitas? I mean, this is just, it's so back and forth with these 2 squads. Do they ban out the Mimikyu so that it can't be picked away from them?
Well, I think pick priorities change now, right? I don't think Mega Lucario seems to be like a pretty robust choice for both these teams.
It seems really good.
I really like the uniqueness of having 2 Lucarios leveraging both movesets because they operate so differently from each other. It's, again, battling on different fronts, asking different questions, forcing you to stress your resources in different ways. And when you can't just eye it down right here and you have to split your attention, both of those opportunities rise for those players, especially of this caliber.
And take a look at this. We have the heat map here from the Mimikyu. Recently found out this thing is very accurate. Oh yeah, fake, I forgot it's fake. Heat map right here where you can see where they spent most of their time. Unlike the Shadow Sneak version, you can see they don't get the opportunity to spend as much of their match in the enemy central area here. Trick Room, though, felt like it was quite powerful for Force, especially, you know, trying to deal with Latias and the Raichu.
The Raichu is the biggest question mark to me. When Force Gaming had it, they unfortunately lost some games. Dignitas now has it. They're losing some games.
Yep.
I'm not saying it's not a playmaker or a showstopper, but it hasn't stopped this show yet.
I think one thing to also recognize is these matches and these fights are so close.
They are.
You know? And you could say, you know, a pick here or there, a plan here or there. There are some very small moments that can change the outcome of some of these engagements. And I'm not shocked to see these 2 teams heading to Game 5 because they have felt the entire time like very on par skill-wise. This is such a great matchup here in our semifinals.
Something else to consider right now. Between these two teams, they have gone to game number 5. We know we have the 3rd, 4th place decider after this, which is also a best of 5.
Yeah.
And you have to think that exhaustion is going to start kicking in.
Of course.
These are complicated games, both physical, mental stress coming through right here. Are they going to be as sharp? Either team that falls down, because you're going to have to focus back up. You want to win that match, that subsequent match here. It's like a second chance at life as the ACL is considered. Force Gaming and Dignitas, 1 10-minute game of Pokémon UNITE away from locking their spot into ACL, punching their ticket into the grand finals on Championship Sunday, and the other team has to buckle up and do it all over again to earn that ACL prize.
I mean, you make a great point. For so many reasons, you want to shut this down right now.
Correct.
You need to end this. I don't know what their strategy is as they have to head into another series here, but I know neither of these teams want to do that. And now Dignitas, after losing that last game, have decided to move over to first pick. The question is, how are they going to play this draft? Force Gaming is going mega ban back to back, and now we're seeing Dignitas ban the Mimikyu. Final ban from Dig. I'm interested to see what it is. They decided to target ban that Leafeon. Force Gaming now, I'm wondering if they're going after Zealot, if they're going after Toon. And no, they're just going after the powerhouse that is Suicune.
Yeah, Force Gaming, they're on the backside. They don't want to first pick Mega on the other side of the map at all. So they went ahead and got rid of that. Dignitas might just take away this Snorlax. No, they go to Miraidon, which is a great pick. It's worked out phenomenal for them.
I think this Miraidon is amazing. Charge Beam Miraidon just seems incredibly good in this meta. There are a lot of teams that kind of want to brawl at medium range, and this thing has incredible long-range capability and that curse item. It provides so much unseen value. It's crazy.
It really does. Blaziken selected by Falb, a very reasonable choice here, and Dignitas has to see where they go next. Zugrug quickly gets to Umbreon, which I think is a fairly safe pick, and don't forget, Blissey is still on the table, and I'd have to think that Lel is either going to go to that or Eldegoss.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here. They want to take the Hoopa away as an option, right? Because they had the opportunity to grab this arena right there, and they did not do it. Angel now grabbing the Alolan Raichu, and we have the Zacian for Kyluk. Couple of last picks right here. Real believers in the Latias on the side of Dignitas, and I'm with them. I think this thing is incredible, and no shocker to see Zealot on Zarina. I think it's their best Pokemon that they've played the entire tournament.
I agree. Lel gets their option of Blissey here. The only real choice would be Eldegoss if they want to go in that direction, and they do. We got to tune in a little bit. Dignitas switches stuff around after they draft. Force Gaming really kind of keeps it as is. So is Toon going to stay on this Latias, and is Otter going to stay on the Miraidon? Because those two specific Pokemon have switched between these two players.
Yeah, they definitely have. We're going to see what they want to do right here. Obviously, Ender and Zugrug should be staying exactly where they are. I can't imagine anyone's taken this arena away from Zealot. But so far, we do not have a switch. We have Latias in the hands of Toon, and we have Miraidon in the hands of Otter. The damage from both of these squads, it's interesting because they both have some pretty good secure options, definitely better on the side of Force Gaming with Overheat, and they both have some solid ranged damage. So they have multiple ways to chip away at their opponents and sort of finish things out. Zarina on one side, Blaze on the other.
The encounter rate of Latias is so surprisingly low to me. Especially just how strong, and after those buffs it got, I feel like it's certainly being underrepresented. And Dignitas, one of the only teams we've really seen kind of repeatedly choose it when it's available and make sure that we can get something positive here out of it. So we'll see. Looks like Toon's going to be carrying this Latias, and we're going to go from there. Game number 5, baby.
Boy, it all comes down to this, everyone. Dignitas, your purple team. Force Gaming, your orange team. Game 5 of our semifinals. The winner will be heading to ACL to represent the West. The loser will have one more shot in the 3rd, 4th qualifier, but as we've talked about, Doobsnacks, I don't know, you've just been through an absolute gauntlet here. It is going to be tough to do it all again. You want the win now.
Toon gonna have to work up, get these Latias stacks early, as Hoopa is going to support that Snorlax invade. So Force Gaming throwing a couple new tricks at Dignitas to see how they adjust.
Yeah, we're gonna see what they're able to do right here. Inder peeling down. We have Zealot here in this central area, a Pokemon that it's easy to punish. However, they do get a quick evolution, and yes, they do go down. Big plays. Inder's in trouble as well, trying to peel away from this. We have the power nap from Snorlax moving in. No!
Nice.
They take him down. Rest, I should say. I apologize. Apologize to everyone. First time I was wrong.
Great, yeah, first time ever. Never again. Rest was a great little move there. I believe an eject button was expended. Perhaps a follow-up tackle is what closed that knockout out. Regardless, Force Gaming taking the lead early. Fob level 6 already, man.
Incredible start from Force, level 4 on the Zarina, and you know, that's what happens. You recognize a Pokemon is weak, and you are going to try to exploit that. It's the same thing teams do when they head on in and try to invade Urshifu, right? They just know that this thing is terrible for a long time. If Zarina doesn't get 6, it is not a good Pokemon at all. Once it does, in the hands of a skilled player, it's one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, that's Steenie going to go straight back and work on those ball toys in the central area for Dig, as Toon is just trying to get more and more of these stacks. Inder just letting Toon literally do all the work here, because for the wild Pokemon, they have to get that knockout.
That's right. You got to get that last hit on the wild Pokemon when you're playing Latios or Latias. That way you can charge up your Aeon stacks. Heading to the center here, 4 members of Force Gaming looking at this Reggie Drago, and we don't have a great setup here from Dignitas for a secure.
No, I mean, Charge Beam gives a valiant effort here, but it's pretty easy for Fob to make sure they line that up for Force Gaming. Dignitas says, okay, look, we threw what we could safely at it, didn't fall our way, no big deal, we move on. Ender level 5, Kyluk low on HP. This might be a decent catch for Zealot, who is trying to get something going. Level 7, double stomp on Fob. This is an opportunity, overheats the wrong way, and that's a huge knockout for Zealot right now. That is a huge knockout for Zealot. I know that second one feels good as well, but taking care of those 2 characters was gigantic.
Look at this here, just trying to get as much of this Eos energy. Unfortunately, Zarina actually picked up some of it when they went up to score right there. They kind of had it all set so they could get a bunch of stacks into that top path. But still, we have the Zarina online for Dignitas, and things are getting much, much better for them after a very rocky start. We have Zugrug just being pushed around by Soto here. Reggie Steele being chipped up. The secure advantage is absolutely on the side of Force Gaming, and there you go, overheat, bang.
Yeah, good spacing by Soto to make sure Otter can't throw a charge beam and take that basement Reggie away. Otter does go down after a big block, and this is an opportunity for Force Gaming to find some purchase. Nice Unite move on Fob. Follow-up stomp rings true, as that's a great knockout for them. The pressure is on, and Zealot is working back to front now because that drop kick maneuverability is just so strong. And Kyluk now goes down. Another quality knockout by Zealot.
Beautiful stuff here from Zealot. Already level 10. They tried to hold him down, and it didn't work. Highest level in the match, and absolutely skating on Force Gaming right now. 80-34. Another fight here in the center. We, of course, have Falb with this Blaziken. Big-time overheat. Looks like it was able to secure a lot of that. No, they move back in for another fight.
Dragon Pulse is there. We're trying to move forward. Zealot gets spaced again by Southout. Toon is getting chased. A Dragon Pulse does not give them enough to make it out of that exchange. Kyluk fighting for more experience as Force Gaming is fighting to shatter a goal zone.
Great job there from Force Gaming. They used that Unite move on Raichu, and it was just really difficult for Dignitas to do too much right there. I think Dig made a great call to peel away from that as well. Just send Zarina into the center, start getting some experience. Reggie Alecki now walking towards their tier 2, but a nice big overcap here, 179-106. The question is, are they going to be able to stop this in the top path? They don't yet have that Hoopa Unite move.
Forcing out the power nap, Otter actually backs away. Sauto's gonna grab the berry, and Otter wants to help play some defense on this Reggie Alecki. Where's Force gonna go?
Wow, I'm kind of shocked. I thought Force was gonna push right there, but maybe they just thought it was too much. Instead, deciding to head through the central area here of Dignitas and see what they can steal and possibly assault this tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path. We've got another objective here in 10 seconds. Falb would love to be here when its HP is low.
Zealot is just looking for its next target. Heavy heavy slam by Salto is enough for Zealot to focus on the basement Reggie. All of a sudden, Zugrug's in the back line. They're putting pressure. Charge beam on that block, right into the middle. Another great Unite move by Zealot's going to purchase a knockout. Now they're putting the pressure. The Meteor Storm is landing, and they're using that to keep pushing forward. Charge beam is sitting right on top of the pad, and Falb is low on HP. But finally, this arena goes down. A great move by Force Gaming to retreat. But now the rings are unbound. We're getting some stuns, at least a little bit.
And here we go. Dignitas has to peel back right here. They weren't able to get some of the big KOs they were looking for, but they did push them back to that tier 2 goal zone, 179-106. Reggie Steele now possibly in the hands of Dignitas. Force Gaming was obviously in a good position for it earlier, and we have the Zarina on the side of Dignitas just getting as much experience as they can. Already level 12, which is very, very solid, but the higher level, the better, especially for that delete button of a Unite move.
Zugrug goes straight in towards it. You can already hear the fans starting to cheer. Heavy slam by Salto. Eject button by Otter is out. Kyluk is on the chase. Going right back into it. They're not stopping. Zugrug is trying to sustain this team. Power nap on the pad, and Dignitas has to bail. Zugrug low on HP, still looking to scrap. Toon on the backside, getting these Dragon Pulses in. Finally, Zug picks up a KO. Ender's looking at this team, and the big charge beam is putting in a ton of damage. Zealot wants Lel. They get them. Angel looks like to be the next target. They can't close the gap. Trop kick back towards Falb. Let's take that one instead with the help of Otter.
What a fight there. There was a moment from Dignitas that I loved so much. I mean, Otter was in so much trouble, but using the trick Phantom Force and peeling back behind the goal zone to get them out of it. Crazy plays. 219, 119. Even if Force Gaming scores a full pocket at Groudon, they will be behind. We're going to see if they can score early in that tier 1. Reggie Alecki being eyed by both teams here.
Zealot going straight in with the Trop kick, and that's great mobility for them. Ender, Trick, Phantom Force coming back through. Reggie Alecki ripped, and it's pretty much given for free. I don't think they're going to let it hit, as everybody on Dignitas is basing. Force Gaming can take care of it. They just let it go in?
Yeah, I think they already know they're behind, and they're not even worried about it. Zug is just going to break this goal with a very small break. This is just going to help Dignitas have better positioning around this Groudon pit, and Force Gaming recognized they weren't going to be able to get a huge cap here without them kind of losing something for it. Now we have 10 seconds until Groudon. This fight has not started yet, but Dignitas is getting extremely aggressive before it hits the map.
Right in the back line with the Trop kick. They want some targets. The Meteor Storm is landing on all of Force Gaming. Tons of damage. Angel over the wall, and now the charge beams are out. We're looking at Soto. Zugrug and Toon have eyed them down, forcing out the block to get the shield, but all of Force Gaming has been bullied out. We are now rings unbound. Groudon is being worked on. Force Gaming trying to find their
Wow!
huge stuns, knocked out follow-up. Falb is on the verge of getting knocked out. Toon gets it done. Groudon is still low. Angel is there. They have the heavy slam opportunity. Zealot takes care of the trash. And now it's just Dignitas with their future in their hands, and Force Gaming and Brazil's dreams hang in the balance.
Force Gaming is now going to have to try to defend here as they move down to this bottom pad. They stopped them from scoring, but no, one's still able to get in, and now we have Kyluk having to peel away from this fight and head towards their center goal zone. Dignitas knows they are ahead, 334 to 119, but there is a minute 10 seconds on the clock. If they can get a Groudon buff, they can change their future. Otherwise, they are heading down to our third, fourth place match.
They're looking to scrap here. This is the fight Force Gaming has to take, but they're losing members quickly already. Falb is trying to do what they can, but it's not enough. Zealot is level 15, and this arena is truly carrying the crown here in the face of Force Gaming. Dignitas is eyeing up Championship Sunday. Dignitas is eyeing up ACL. Dignitas is eyeing up Force Gaming, and Dignitas is going to win this game.
That's right, 638, 658, 119. Dignitas scoring in the home goal zone, and they know that they have done it. The 30 seconds on the clock are not enough. Force could not stop them in that fight. What an aggressive fight there from Dignitas. They moved in, they took the fight as quickly as they could. They caught Force Gaming when they weren't able to respond to them, and they take the win here in game number 5. Force Gaming is going to have one more shot at ACL, and it's going to come in another best-of-5 series.
What a game, what a bounce back setup by Dignitas. I mean, the first 2 minutes of this game belonged to Force Gaming. Dignitas keeping their composure.
Yeah.
Building on that, right? Getting Zealot online. Getting those 2 knockouts in the top path. those were critical knockouts. That was the Zacian, that was the Blaziken, both going down.
And you can see the audience here. Obviously, this was an incredible battle, but this is the hometown crowd for these Brazilian squads. And I know they're gutted seeing them lose there at Groudon. It was such a great game from both of these squads. It did feel like a strong Dignitas game. It felt like they had figured out this draft a little bit, and them getting first pick was actually a huge game changer.
It really was. You have to tip the cap to Dignitas. They did not remain stagnant. They didn't just rinse, repeat the same thing that's working over and over again. Even after a win, they would switch stuff up. They would look for more opportunities to get more of those percentage points that we're talking about. Because at this level, every single one of those percentage points means the difference between a win and a loss, and they crafted themselves one heck of a lineup here in this Game 5.
Amazing series between these two squads. Unfortunately for Brazil, both Brazilian teams knocked down to the third, fourth place qualifier. So they do get a team from Brazil heading to ACL, and they have two amazing options, but they do not get two squads. As we take a look at our player of the game, Zealot. Zealot's got a few looks that are just incredible, and one of them is this Serena.
It's head and shoulders above everything else we've seen out of Zealot. Not that those other things are bad. I think the Mega Lucario is also there as well. I think the Zacian, they'd like to, that used to be one of their best, but it's kind of falling to the wayside to these two Pokemon specifically. And as we take a look at the stats here in this game, it is very unsurprising why they were the MVP. And that drop, kick, stomp combo, shades of years past, rearing its ugly head, because it is ugly when you're beating somebody down that bad.
Yeah, without question, just like the power of friendship. And there we have it. Dignitas 766 to 119 from Force Gaming. I mean, a monstrous series between these two squads. What a best of 5. The heat map is all over the place. It's looking like a hurricane for sure when Zealot is on the board with that Serena.
Hurricane Zealot, you just named it, and that's exactly what that was, causing devastation here in Brazil, and especially at the expense of Force Gaming. That being said, what a run by Force Gaming.
Yes.
But that run is actually not over, because now, like we said, they need to take a break. They need to focus, they need to reset, and they need to get ready for their ACL qualifying best of 5.
Yeah, we actually do know 2 teams that are already heading to ACL, and they have a lot to prove in the grand finals. Of course, tomorrow for Championship Sunday. They've already secured one of the biggest prizes in all of Unite, which is a trip to that tournament to represent their regions, which is incredible. And like we've said before, we got one more game coming up soon, but CACM Esports, Dignitas, they are going to be playing bright and early here in Brazil on Championship Sunday. Both of them going to the limit against these Brazilian teams, taking down Dreamax 3-2 and Dignitas taking down Force Gaming 3-2. We talked earlier, oh, look at all these 2-0s. Every single one of these matches is going fast. But then when it came to the best of the best, the cream of the crop, the top teams in this tournament, these games were these teams were so close.
Yeah.
The difference between them, razor thin. Amazing best of 5 series, and they really went the distance, both of them.
They delivered, not only for us in the booth, for the people watching at home, for the folks here. I mean, all of these players need to hold their head up, 1, because they still got more work to do, regardless of where you fell in those semifinals, and 2, because they are putting together some amazing games with some amazing skills and some amazing plays. We've got an interview ready for you on the stage, which is right over there.
The stage is over there.
It's over
Just
there.
so you know where the stage is compared to us. Take it away!
We have the interview with the final grand finalists of LAIC Pokémon UNITE, Team Dignitas! Come on, guys, be cautious. Let's go. They played really well. It was a Game 5. It was a very hard series altogether. But I need to talk to you first, Oda. It is not your first time as a grand finalist for LAIC last year. A LAIC champion with Luminosity Gaming. How are you feeling getting into tomorrow? And how has this been compared to last year?
I'm feeling really good. Happy to be making it back to Japan. I don't know. Probably the same as last year, a little
Same.
scarier. Obviously, we went undefeated going into Grands. This time, we almost didn't make it. We were down 2 games pretty early in the set. I'm just sorry I keep having to be the one knocking out the last Brazil team every time. I apologize. My bad.
No, you guys really did great, really good job, and it was a tough match. It was a game 5 series, and up to the wire, up to the last few moments. Now, in this squad, you guys have been playing TTV, then Dignitas, and we have a squad with Zealot being a new player, and also having 2 teammates that were playing in Europe. So would you like to give it to Toon instead of yourself, Inda? All right, so we had these 2 players that were playing in Europe with Nouns Esports in the last season, coming to NA now and just making a splash. Do you think that it was a big difference for yourself with Team Synergy? How has it been to start the season with an in-person tournament and your new squad?
I mean, we did well. I felt like, I don't know, even in EU, like, I just felt like my teammates kept throwing. But it was fine. Yeah, I'm happy.
You're happy? That's good.
A little bit.
It's good to be happy. It's good to be happy because, as you said, not just grand finalists, but checking in that ticket into Yokohama, Japan. I do want to talk about specifically as well now about the change in role. So I'm going to go back to Otto if you don't mind. So from last year, you playing more as a supporter and now this year as an attacker. Do you feel more confident?
I don't know. Support was really broken. Honestly, attacker's in a good spot right now, but support had a lot of agency last year. I think the thing that, pushes me to really love attacker right now is I just love Alolan Raichu. I think both sets of it are, the most fun thing and probably half the reason I'm playing this year.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized that I kind of could have coordinated this better because I also have another question for Toon in regards to that Latias pick. How has it been? Hello. How has it been playing with this Pokemon in a more damage-focused kind of role?
Which Pokemon?
Latias.
Oh, Latias? I mean, Latias is just OP.
Okay, cool.
It's like a support mon, and then as soon as you get 100 stacks on your Dragon Pulse, you just one-shot everybody. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, stacking is fun. We'll keep the microphone there for the moment. So, Zealot, if you could talk to us as well. So, how has it been playing with the squad that has players that includes teammates, former teammates, and people that have quite a lot of experience in international stage? Are you nervous or even more confident that you're now a grand finalist?
I'm super nervous.
Oh my goodness.
No, they're great. They're carrying me through it. And there's my support in real life.
Can put it a little closer, yeah?
And in the game.
Sorry, what was that?
And there's my support both in and out of the game.
Oh, that's so wonderful. All right, we have this lovely team going into Championship Sunday. One last round of applause for Team Dignitas, our grand finalists of LAIC Pokémon UNITE!
#DigWin.
Well, congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much. We're going to be going into a short-ish, maybe a little bit longer break while we get things ready for our 3rd, 4th place tiebreaker. So don't go anywhere. Saturday of LAIC is not done.
welcome everyone to our third place match here at LAIC, the Battle of Brazil. One final spot for the Asia Champions League is up for grabs, and no matter what, it's going to this region, but it's only going to one team.
It feels like one of those moments that you're happy that it goes to Brazil either way, but you're also confused.
And sorry to cut you off, but it's an important part for every Pokemon Unite caster. It's going to be huge for you. You've done LAC 2 times now. You get to select your mustache.
My mustache? No way!
Yeah, this is huge. This happens for every Pokemon Unite commentator. It's time for you, so if you may choose your mustache.
Thank you. This is such an honor. Thank you so much. Yes, I know. Thank you so much. Speech. Okay, I gotta give the speech with the mustache on, right?
Okay,
I would say so.
All right. Well, we'll give you time to do. Yeah, you can work that out.
Right.
While our teams are getting set
give
on
us
stage.
your opinion as well.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, please vote in chat which mustache shape you think that Soph should wield going into this third place match. And Smarty, the Rogue. I don't know if everybody can read the names at home.
The Smarty, the Rogue, the Scoundrel, the Casanova, very Latino.
Hello.
The Body Boy, and the Bandit.
All right. Well, chat, look forward to at some point when we come back on camera again for Soph to be having a mustache on at some point during this matchup. It's going to be very fun, but I mean the match itself, this one is going to be amazing. So we are headed into a best of 5, and truly the stakes have never been higher before in a third place match.
No. Absolutely not. It's the first time unprecedented that we have such a huge prize for the third place. You always have the prize pool money that goes to third and fourth, but there's no tiebreaker. There's no this match that we're going to have right now, between Brazil, to decide which of the 2 Brazilian teams will go to Asia Champions League finals.
We've been talking a lot about in-region rivalries and how those are going to develop going into the regional league format of the Unite Championship Series. And what a way to start off a series like this with a huge prize on the line. And we're already starting off draft. Dreamax are not going to be allowing those Mega Evolution Pokemon into this game. Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard are going to be the straightforward bans for number 1 and number 2.
Exactly. And we have one of the teams here that has just played, I don't know, 10 minutes ago,
10 minutes ago,
Yep, it's pretty soon. So they're either warmed up or they're worn out.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that's going to affect the team. As we have completed the band phase, not the first round of band, there's only one round.
Yeah, and I was actually really curious. You got to be up there on stage, obviously talking to some of the players of the winners, but you got to see, the results after that matchup. How are the player vibes on stage? Do you think they're gonna be able to bounce back Force Gaming and kind of focus up for this game 5?
I feel like the dedication and determination plus passion that Brazil has just really allows them to keep it going.
Okay.
But at the same time, it did feel like they were shaken, which honestly is generally human.
Yeah,
and that's where that's where we are. So right now, draft, we know that Suicune is that powerful, but so is that Darkrai. We've seen so much of Blissey as well that really, really helped Force Gaming in the previous games. So in this case, they're forced to get the Clefable as the healing supporter option instead.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to seeing, well, we don't have a Blaziken available here, neither the Zacian, which are the very strong, a lot of all-rounders that we actually have on the screen, plus the Miraidon, right?
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon with purple backgrounds tend to be doing quite well. In Pokemon United, specifically this tournament, a lot of top path Pokemon up for contests. But you mentioned, they're not allowed for this game, but I think in this best of 5 series, there's a very good chance that we see either Zacian or the Mega Lucario come out. But Pokemon that feels like we haven't seen in quite some time, the Leafeon is going to be picked up by Angel from Force Gaming. Such an incredible player on that squad, and a major reason they have made it this far in the tournament. Dreamax Esports hovering a Pokemon that was so influential in getting Force Gaming to force that game 5, a Mimikyu.
Exactly, and it was so well utilized as well with that Trick Room and the Shadow Claw that you have been mentioning all throughout the day, that you wish had more of that encounter rate and pick rate, but it's okay. We have this, to me, the most important match of all. So I feel like the Mimikyu being here is a good feeling for yourself, Zoinks. And I'd like to point out as well the fact that Force Gaming does pick the Alolan Raichu. Of course, it is very strong, but it was one of the Pokemon chosen by the side of Dignitas when they were playing this last series as a very viable and strong option.
Yeah.
So they're trying to say, okay, we can do it as well, and we can definitely show that we can be the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time to show it. You got a big series in front of you. What a way to start if you could start off 1-0. Follow on this Alolan Raichu, by the way, has been one of my favorite players to pick it up because they do play a very unique moveset, using that stored power to enhance their auto attacks, but actually pairing it with the Thunderbolt as the other move, normally used to kind of explode those Electro Balls for early mind damage. Instead, just having an auto attack option and a last hit secure option.
Yeah, it's really good when we see those versatile Pokemon coming to Thea Sky Ruins, as this is your last series of Day 2 of Pokémon Unite on Latin America International Championships 2026. It is a pleasure to be doing this with you, Zoinks.
Oh, yeah, I feel exactly the same. So, you know, don't cry because it's almost over. Cheer because we are headed into game number 1 between Force Gaming and Dreamax. Let's see who gets that trip to Japan. Brazil's gonna be repping it.
Yes, Brazil are repping it regardless, and we're very happy. I am very happy and biased to see that, but it's going to be only either one of these teams. Here on, go on.
Yeah, no, I just completely agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up there, but Lucky on this experience share Crustle, I'm very excited for. It feels like the last match that you and I were casting together, Lucky Snorlax was a Pokemon I just could not stop talking about. But now we are going to be switching to a different defender, but a defender that has been absolutely crushing it in today's tournament. Day 2 has felt like a Crustle day for sure. But here we go, 3 players of both teams rotating towards that top side, but Katazera getting the secure on that mid objective, and as well as the Natus on the bottom side.
Only missing a couple of wild Pokemon for Leo to become that Clefable, as we have 4 members of Dreamax converging here to the top Altaria as they're gonna go in. The games doesn't quite commit, and then now they do, because the damage of Deus Ex on the Darkrai is just strong from the early game and every single stage of the game.
Yeah, those latent auto attacks, those boosted auto attacks are so scary to deal with. Currently, Deus Ex does not have access to Nasty Plot at the moment, but still, Dark Void is, you know, scary enough to try to contend with. Again, those Min-Natus becoming more and more important as we just are getting to the elite level talent in this LAIC tournament. It feels like any Pokemon on the entire map. It used to be we just talk about the pathing phase being a contest for even normal wild Pokemon, but now we got Natu spawning in the middle, Reggie Drago about to spawn in 10 seconds. There are so many prized objectives for these teams to be rotating towards, and currently Dreamax is holding down the lead there.
Force Gaming, though, with 3 members versus 2 here on the top side. Kadzed has to go for the berry. Kaishala using that eject button to get away, and a couple of scores coming through for Force Gaming. Now the help from Deus Ex on Dreamax. Also there, Dreamax has to flash over the wall, and now they are trying to get at least one, and they do with that eject button back onto the pad, and they're going to be healthy enough. Now the numbers advantage for the side of Dreamax is huge, and they take 2.
And yet another move choice for Mimikyu being shown here. Katazera actually going with the Play Rough Mimikyu. So that quick little dash attaches to an enemy Pokemon and actually is invincible during that attack animation. It's usually used as an option into Leafeon to avoid those big bursts of damage. You can immediately just jump on top of the Leafeon when they try to return and jump on top of you.
And it's interesting as well, because every time I see Play Rough, I think it's Play With Me, and every time I see Play With Me, I think it's Play Rough. They are very similar, but we know that these players do not confuse that. It's just your cursor on your screen. That's all right.
Yeah, they press the right buttons. We say the wrong things. You know,
it happens.
We all have our job.
Yeah, we do. You know, I'm not there. I'm just right here. I'm on the back. I'm on the backstage, and that's where we belong. Force Gaming is gonna get stuck here on the Rock Tomb by Lucky, still pushing out, and they're gonna take down 2 members already. Dreamax feeling very comfortable here, but Falb using that Unite move as well on this Alolan Raichu. Might be able to claim all 3 of them over the wall. Oh, and the reset is just in time.
All right, very smart play from Lucky, understanding that Blissey Bite
very
able to
lucky.
buy a little bit of time, exactly, and is able to hide in that tall grass and just recall. Falb not knowing exactly where they are, and when all you have is your auto attacks to work with, there's nothing you can just throw in that area. You need to have vision on an enemy Pokemon for your auto attacks to be able to hit them.
Reggie Drago still roaming around the central area. Your games doesn't hit that side shock, so it doesn't actually activate it. It's Lel instead that's closer to the objective that does drag some aggro out of that. Ooh, it doesn't really connect on that Rock Tomb from Lucky, but still pushing out Force Gaming out of the central area.
Yeah, Soto maybe in a dangerous spot. They do have Lel beside them, but that is a lot of stuns onto this Pokemon. Put to sleep, a lot of Darkrai damage, but Soto still walking away. Leaf Field trying to back them up. Blitz assistance into the back line.
Looking good here for Dreamax as they have quite a lot of HP on those bars. They're going to take yet another one, and that becomes actually a 4 knockouts. The only person that wasn't participating on that fight was Kiluk.
Yeah, wow, it feels bad to be left out in that situation, but I think you're okay.
Yes.
Your team is going to take a big team fight win like that one. And of course, not only are you going to break that goal zone, that means you got a safe shot at Reggie Drago as well. Score speed buff going to be increased, and for Dreamax Esports, I think the thing they're most excited about is actually their defense. These goal zones holding strong, full tier 1s available, and only 32 points allowed from Force Gaming so far.
And Dreamax accumulated so far 228, which is quite a lead in half the match, even before that, because we just reached the 5-minute mark. With a big rotation from Force Gaming here, going to the bot side, although there are no objectives on the board, they're just trying to gauge where the enemy team is to try and make a good read of what's going to be the next step.
Yeah, a little sneaky score from Gunazera in the backside. They do have that player up, but there we go, yet another catch. Eject button going to be so important. I feel like we've already had a few dodge over walls with those eject buttons.
The long-range eject buttons are so satisfying. I love them a lot. There's a Reggie at the top side, but let's talk about it in a little bit because there's a moment almost taken down, and they force out that Blissey. No, he doesn't actually force out the Blissful Assistance. Just quite a bit of shielding that comes out here from this build with the Helping Hand and the Safeguard, and that's why you had the shielding.
Yeah, honestly, impressive patience to not utilize that Unite move, instead just use that Safeguard. However, if you are running the Safeguard option, they don't have that healing as much with the Soft Boiled, so they're not going to be able to get to that Regieleki in time to try to contend.
Ooh, okay, Hydro Typhoon to get them knocked up into the air. Maybe Force Gaming could do more here because that Regieleki just hit the pad. Now, Lel is dropping really, really low, and Dreamax is actually cleaning the floor with Force Gaming.
Wow, that's one way to defend the goal zone. Just knock out every available scorer on the opposite side. Regieleki does land, but ultimately that's only 20 points to Force Gaming's tally, and Dreamax are going to match that and then some into the tier 2 on the top side. So both scores on top and bottom now for Dreamax, but a little bit of counter scoring for Force Gaming on the bottom side.
It's an interesting rotation that we saw there for Force Gaming and how they were really treating that fight because they got the objective, maybe got a little lost in how they were going to play against Dreamax in that precise scenario. But here on the bot side, Dreamax taking the opportunity because they are on top, on control on the map to take down this Regis.
Yeah, Dreamax kind of have that flexibility right now with the level lead that they don't need to 5-player all in on some of these objectives in the team fights, which is a huge opportunity for them to defend both sides of the map. They can actually dedicate 4 players to some of these objectives and actually trust one of the either defender or maybe even the top path Pokemon to defend some of these goals.
Oh, Soto almost taken down, and instead it's going to be Force Gaming with a knockout for the Alolan Raichu. But Dreamax is okay for the moment. No yellow dots on the board, just spawning as we speak, so they don't actually lose that much.
Yeah, they don't lose too much. I mean, Mimikyu going down, a little scary, but great punish from Force Gaming, honestly. And with that, Falb's levels looking fantastic. Level 14 on this Alolan Raichu. Despite such a devastating score deficit, they really got their hyper carry in a great position for this upcoming Groudon fight.
And it really shows that Force Gaming is doing very well in the farming department because those levels can only come from 1 or 2 options. Now Dreamax trying to get the other option, which is knockout. Almost taking down Lel. There's that Hydro Typhoon to get lucky into the air. The Rumble Rounder with the eject button is absolutely insane, but Dreamax still is going to be taken down. Force Gaming with a very mighty force. I didn't mean that, but still continuing to push here with the 4 members against 3. The Psychic Solaire just to get Dreamax away and not continue this fight for the moment. There's a Shadow Sneak that connected, just like you said. I saw your face.
Yeah, but great counterplay from Soto, just throwing the Whirlpool down and standing on top of it. Says, yeah, go ahead, chase that Shadow Sneak. You're just going to be frozen immediately. Force Gaming going to take the aggressive play on Groudon, and already another fight.
Oh, that's Lucky in the front line, already on 40% HP. Doesn't bode well for Dreamax, but maybe a good rock jump, but now it's a waffle, and the Emerald 2 step from Angel is insane. insane!
Absolutely disgusting play from Salto. Back-to-back plays against Helly Truth, and Angel puts together a KO streak of 3. Groudon's at about half, and Lucky is so extremely low. That Espeon's up, but they're just playing defense right now. Gonna try to stop some of these scoring attempts. They have a 200-point lead. 2 scores for Force Gaming will give them that lead by 1 point, sitting at 92.
I am baffled by that Whirlpool. I was already baffled by the Rebel Rouser with the eject button, but that was just perfect. 3 members on that Whirlpool, the Frozen, and just how much Force Gaming got out of it.
Yeah, and now the question is, does Force Gaming know they have a lead? And how dangerous
It's
do they
one
play this
point
offense?
I just noticed.
Another big freeze with the Mimikyu Unite move. They're gonna try to force this one, and that's a Groudon buff gone.
Okay, there's that Bowen, very low HP. It's a 1-for-1. They're actually going to the Shadow Realm, but there's a bomb still standing. Now Dreamax is going to try to keep on chasing onto Soka. They managed to do so. There's still 30 seconds on the board. Kiluk is the only member standing, and they actually managed to go back to base. They're going to go into the pad, and they're going to straight for the tier 1.
And Fable was able to get a back cap as well, so they're sitting at 392. Dreamax gonna need multiple scores at this point. Twisborn already under half HP. They got the ground on buff with a Blastoise. It's gonna take care of them. Amazing defense from this defender.
392, 387. There's still a couple of points that Mimikyu is trying to get on this goal zone. That 6 could turn into 12, could turn into 14. I don't know how many. And there's another 2 from the Crystal. I don't know what the score is.
This is going to be so extremely close, but that 14 points from Mimikyu might be the difference maker. We'll have to wait to see how these players react between these 2 score lines. And I think currently, Dreamax Esports pretty pumped with that one, as 403 to 392 gets Dreamax their first game win in this series.
That is absolutely insane.
That was game 1.
That was game 1. I mean, we got some chairs here. We might as well just make use of them because this is just so intense to begin with. And I cannot believe that Mimikyu going to the top side, getting even more AOS energy, going for the 40, getting even more 6, 7, and that 2 as well that came from the Crystal. It just adds up so much.
Unbelievable work. I mean, Mimikyu picking up just a couple of points at that mad dash. A Alolan Raichu Unite move onto that goal zone, hoping those passive ticks of damage would happen in time to block. But the goal speed increase is just too much to deal with. Mimikyu able to put it down, and what a counterpunch. This was one of the most difficult parts of the match, in my opinion, is Force Gaming not knowing they had the lead. It was only a 1-point lead, but in that situation, they felt like they had to still be aggressive, still be on the enemy side of the map, try to push for scores, and Dreamax able to counterpunch in such a brilliant way. Mimikyu with the MVP, this time with the Play Rough and Shadow Sneak build.
Very interesting to see this build getting used, as we had been mentioning before. The fact that Trick Room is effective, the fact that Shadow Sneak, the fact that Play Rough is effective. 8, 3, and 0 is your KFA. I'm gonna try to stick so many of these acronyms into Unite. It's gonna be just built into your brain.
Hey, that's fine. I'll take it, because Zera is gonna be the one leading the charge for that on this Mimikyu. What a crazy scoreline, truly. I mean, Groudon being knocked out for one team, and of course Dreamax, the defending team against those buffs, able to steal, and not only that, get the counter scores to barely pull ahead. Look how close that is to the end timer. Mimikyu scoring with maybe 3 seconds left in total on that one, and that is just, I mean, it's true cinema, and we're having it in game 1 again. Look at that scoring graph. That's what you want to see.
Look at this graph is where we are right now. And honestly, I feel like this is, wow.
We're going to karaoke after this. We're just practicing.
Absolutely, yes. That's what we're doing. And yeah, I have a thick mustache.
I just did up. It's not fake. It is real.
It is very real.
Of course, yes, it is. You know what you've earned is casting multiple international championships now. So
yeah, exactly. You know, you just grow a mustache when you do enough esports.
Exactly right. All right, folks, we are going to be getting ready for game number 2. I mean, I'm already out of breath. Again, this game 1 being that intense is brilliant. And this is the one she chose, folks.
Yes, it's the Casanova.
Like, of course.
If you picked it, good job.
Yeah, was it really an option? I mean, it screamed to you, and it fits wonderfully.
Thank you so much.
Work.
Yours as well.
Oh,
it's a very good
so
mustache.
much. Yeah, we'll see how long it lasts. But all right, we are headed.
I'm just gonna like rip and get a bruise.
I might take another look at those those options as well. We'll see what happens. But
Maybe you use one as eyebrow.
Oh, yeah.
Like a unibrow.
I hope you guys are enjoying this third place match. We're going to use a lot of props.
That's difficult to remove, I gotta say, like the actual plaster behind it. Anyways, right, game 2 is going to be on the way pretty soon. Force Gaming versus Dreamax.
I like that. I like those call to action from Fall. You can see on the player count down 0-1.
He's
but
on.
Still
He's
making
locked
sure
in.
the team knows we got some energy. All
We
right?
do.
We may have lost that best of 5. We may have lost this game number 1. But I think you would be the most foolish person in the venue if you were counting out Force Gaming.
Exactly, and it was so close. It was insanely close at the point that they almost flipped it. But Dreamax, dedication, saying we know we need every single AOS energy that we can get.
I mean, just being able to take advantage of the confusion of those final moments. Who knows where the score is at? Just really, really important moments. And, well, that's what great teams rise to. Finding the perfect way to execute when who knows what's going to happen. But, all right, Force Gaming will be banning away the Miraidon as well as that Urshifu. Just such a terrifying threat from Dwesterborn. I mean, seriously, like winning games in game-winning moments on that Pokemon in multiple matches during our single elimination bracket.
Yeah, I'm thinking a Zacian or either a Blaziken for this next ban here for Dreamax. We know that every team in Brazil ever plays the Blaziken, and we do it pretty well, but we're looking at supporter here. Instead will be a Darkrai, also a great option.
Interesting. I mean, that Darkrai was pretty impactful. Obviously, it was on Dreamax, but maybe Dreamax worried that Force Gaming is going to consider that an early pick, but it's also letting us know we have a new central area threat going to be coming out for Do Games. So, or Catazero, or, you know, whoever wants to flip around. Who wants to play what?
We're just versatile like that. Suicune is going to be the P1 of Force Gaming, as this Pokemon is just as reliable as it can be, and it can never show the enemy what your strategy is because it can fit on any composition.
But guess what that relieves? Old reliable Catazero on the Blaziken. 75 encounter rate for a reason. Such a powerful Pokemon. And again, it feels like kind of the banner holder of this Brazil region.
It is. And these two teams, they could feel, and they do feel like that as well. And this is the opportunity for one of them to get to Asia Champions League. That Zacian we mentioned is going to be the next pick alongside that Clefable. That was indeed hovered, but not going to be, well, actually, will be the pick in this case.
Yeah, I'm curious, with Miraidon out of this draft thanks to the banning phase of Force Gaming, what kind of Pokemon Dreamax wants to play in that attacker role? Often that's the Pokemon that will use that anti-heal option of the Cursed Incense, and with Miraidon kind of being the best user of that Pokemon, it's an interesting choice. They're not going to make it yet, though. Lucky's going to lock down that Crustle, which looked fantastic. And I was going to say, one of those options is Alolan Raichu, but Force Gaming going to pick that one up as well, and Falb's turn on the Mimikyu.
I feel like it's getting narrowed down to potentially a Mew here, because if we're talking about that long range, it suits the category really well with a lot of damage with the solar beams, but they already have an option for secure with the Blaziken, so they stack up on it if they choose to go for a Psyshock on this Espeon.
Okay, yeah, and having access to that Psychic Solaire Unite move, it can be a decent option. It's like a slightly less hang time version of the Blastoise Unite move, but Blastoise not being picked in this draft, obviously. Espeon maybe giving you the attacker role as well as a large area of effect crowd control Unite move to make sure that no one's going to interfere with your Blaziken while they're trying to get some big secures, not only on Groudon, but with some other objectives throughout the game.
Exactly. And now the only person that is running that Cursed Incense you mentioned is the Eldegoss on the side of Dreamax. While on the side of Force Gaming, you have Angel with the item on the Alolan Raichu, which is very common.
Yeah, especially for auto attackers, right? If anybody doesn't know, Cursed Incense actually doing more anti-heal if it's from an auto attack, and then abilities doing a little bit less there. So you can see why Eldegoss is there, but all right, folks, we are going to be headed into game number 2 in this Battle of Brazil third place match. Only one of these teams will qualify for the Asia Champions League in-person final. And of course, it's going to be happening here on the Thea Skyroom Groudon edition. Ooh, maybe a little teaser of what's to come with that rain. But here we go. Let's get into game number 2.
It is Force Gaming on your purple side, Dreamax on your orange, as we get on the way with a series that started off very heated up and very close up into the final minute.
Of course, yeah, the action is non-stop with these two teams. They want to take some early fights, and already we see Katazera and Cluck having a fantastic little battle of melee on the top side. Axela is able to make it back to that goal zone, but not without maybe considering some things.
They definitely consider, but Gossifla still very weak compared to what you can get with the Elder Goss. Now, there's a bonus there as well, and with the numbers advantage, especially with the Leafeon on your side, Force Gaming has to be very careful.
Yeah, they know they have the timing advantage. Only taking the red buff means that their clear is going to be way faster than Falb, since they never even went to the bottom side of their central area. It allows them to play really aggressive on the opposite side of the path, take the enemy wild Pokemon on the opposite side of the path, and know that the Mimikyu won't be a threat quite yet.
Exactly, and they can just stay here on the top side. A couple of experience is still missing on the both supporters as they go in here, and it's a double level up on either side of the team, but it's one takedown for this push of 4 people on the side of Dreamax.
Yeah, and Dreamax the only one to make that 4-player push. I think a lot of this tournament, we have been seeing the attackers kind of matching each other on that top pass slide, but I think with Dreamax's early game advantage, even though they just had a torch check until moments ago, they knew they were probably going to be winning a lot of this fight, but now it's Angel's turn to roam towards the top side and try to give some ranged backup for the squad.
Exactly, and because you have that cursed instance as well, as soon as the Elder Goss is online, we know that Kaishala will be denied a certain amount of that healing. And although they do secure at least one knockout there, Force Gaming on the top side, they don't overcommit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call. However, they might actually get benefit from that as they try to push to the enemy side, but that Blaziken buffed healing absolutely popping off, getting that blaze damage onto the opposing side, burning their enemies, and then just getting a little bit of HP regain as they do the damage to the opposite team.
Oh, Lel, gotta be careful there. You know, you have Moonlight, but still it's a 2v1, and it's a speedster against a supporter. The neutralization is right there, so they should be all right. But as you mentioned there, the Blaziken just basically 1v1ing, but still doing really well there. Force Gaming to at least take that one into a 1-on-1 fashion. Now, Lucky caught up in that Whirlpool. There's the trick room that comes from Fab, so differently from what we had in the last game. They're still going to continue pushing here, but Soto has to be careful.
Yeah, reducing that Espeon Psyshock damage will be really nice for Falb to play around. Any kind of range damage from the outside of Trick Room gets reduced by just a ton. So being able to be a little more defensive on the Mimikyu, but also chase down some of these targets. One of my favorite things about Trick Room is the multiple dashes you get, just activating Razor Claw every time.
Yeah, and you're activating it right now, taking that Leafeon down. Kaishala is going to get chased by Kiluki, and it's confirmed by Dization indeed. Now, you're going in already, Fab, with that Unite move, using the Play With Me to get a double KO on that Blaziken.
Great time to force that push, right? Blaziken just shy at that level 8 when they have access to their stance changes. You know they're going to have to be a little more stationary with the kicking moveset, and that's a perfect time for Falb to take the advantage.
Ooh, and nicely done there by Force. What a lovely Rock Tomb plus the X's. Now Soto is almost taken down, but the amount of healing that they can get from the Moonlight is huge. It's still 4v4, but Angel has arrived. The Blaziken is on the other side of the map, so the advantage is for Force Gaming, and they take that Crustle down.
Yeah, Lucky gets called out by that follow me from Lel and actually keeps them in place, and without your main defender, it's going to be very difficult to try to defend this goal zone. We're not looking at a huge overdunk, but we are going to clear a little bit of room as that tier 1 shatters and Force Gaming off to a really hot start.
207 to 86 for Force Gaming, as they have dominated the map pretty well in the last 2 minutes, and now they're using that advantage to get even more control around the map. Going here to the bot side onto Kaduzera. It's a 1v4, and there's no place for a Blaziken to be.
And when you have these early game leads, oftentimes players trying to play from behind are kind of forced into making disadvantageous pushes. Blaziken just really needing to get some scores, has to split push, can't try to take the wild Pokemon experience that the rest of their team are taking, and in that situation, you might get those scores, but you are probably going to go down, and it feels like at that point just feeding the beast that is Falb.
yeah, he really is. But we're seeing that come as well from exactly that Alolan Raichu as well on Angel. Lel was caught off guard here trying to get some information in the enemy central, and we'll see this Whirlpool getting a lot of value with this freeze onto 2 members of Dreamax as they take them down.
Maybe Lel goes down there, but what scouting mission if it translates into 2 KOs streak. Ghostborn going to be pulled back in. Incredible work by Angel, landing that Psychic and doing a ton of damage to follow up.
Soto with so much value on the Suicune every single time. And even the damage that comes from the Suicune alone, it's just quite a bit. That's why it's just so powerful and prioritized at the moment.
I feel like when we talk about top-tier Suicune players, we're very often talking about how their Unite move timings have been, but Saotao doing just incredible work even with the standard Whirlpool moveset. That's a tough spot to be in though, 1v4, and let's see what Dreamax can do here.
Oh, overheat, and they do steal it. Dreamax is going to be able to take Reggie and Lecky as they keep on pushing forward with the Emerald 2-step as well. So it's a 5v2. Leo just trying to get some of that space away from that tier 1, but they're not able to do so. Reggie and Lecky is coming. It will go into the score. That's the X-Scissor to push Force Gaming away as well. Interrupt Tomb to stop their retreat. Now Lucky taking some damage from Angel here, just at least trying to get one knockout into their own favor. But Dreamax definitely coming out on top of this one. Maybe 2 games might pay for it. No, they're all right. They use the AJ button.
It was a scary spot though. You're right. I mean, an ambitious push. You are pushing into a Regirock buffed Suicune, so that extra defense is going to hurt when Espion's trying to land these big bursts of damage when Suicune already pretty specially tanky. They're gonna rotate back again. Just Dreamax finally having a way to come back in this match a little bit thanks to that Reggie Lucky push, but still trailing in a lot of important metrics, first of which, of course, is that experience. They need to return and farm, and that gives Force Gaming so much map position. Already, I feel like once or twice, this ambush here in the bottom right L bush has been fantastic for Force Gaming. It looks like they're trying to set it up yet again.
Yeah, they do, but Dreamax has spotted them using that Focus Blast there by Kaduzeta to show that they are very much aware of that ambush. But there's a flank coming from Soto and Angel as well. Now Fab is going in with that Trick Room as well. A lot of damage that they can apply. Leo has to use that Follow Me away from the fight as they're still chasing it. Trick Room onto Lucky. There's quite a lot that the Mimic you can do when you're low HP. And they are going to keep on chasing. Fab takes one, and there's another one for Angel on that Alolan Raichu. It's going to be a full team wipe for Force Gaming.
All right, well, just for a moment, Dreamax thought they could see the light at the end of the tunnel with that Regieleki push, and Force Gaming sets up yet another ambush in a very similar spot, but this time, Fulb actually rotating around the top side and into the corridor on the enemy side of the central area. Regieleki is going to be spawning in, and Dreamax has spawned in time to try to contest this one.
There's a lot of pressure here that could be applied by Dreamax, but that Whirlpool really helped to go Rubber Rouser, sunning 2 members here as well. The Emerald 2-step, he's going to get stopped in his tracks by that Whirlpool, and the amount of damage that the Suicune is doing is just absolutely great for the side of Force Gaming, although Dreamax does still confirm that Regieleki, the chase is still going. Cotton Cloud Crash from Kaishala, healing quite a bit on the side of Dreamax, as Force Gaming is still trying to find at least one knockout. They do onto the Blaziken, chasing out on Deozepo as well. Kaishala does survive, but it's not going to be the same fate for the Blaziken.
Perfect trap by Saotao, by the way, putting the Whirlpool on one side and actually electing to use the Ice Beam on the other, making sure you just had no escape pincer maneuver. Fantastic work. Force Gaming going to have the points advantage as well as positioning around this Groudon. Dreamax with only 3 players on the outside looking in, not where they want to be right now.
Absolutely not, and Soto has that Whirlpool just to get them away. It's gripped. It's Groudon off the board on the hands of Force Gaming as they can keep going for more overdunks.
Yeah, Force Gaming again in another position where they do have the lead, but they are going to try to push and score. Dreamax Gaming only have 4 players of their roster healthy and up, but they do have a Leafy on Unite move to try to work and try to burst down one of these targets.
All right, with 1 member down already for Dreamax and Fab going into the back line. This is Force Gaming's to take 420 to 174 as they keep on pushing. Yet another player goes down on the side of Dreamax, and there's more goals to be scored from Force Gaming. They managed to get all of them in. Take it as dunk.
Yeah, Force Gaming, I mean, maybe a scary situation sometimes when you already have the lead, you're pushing towards that home goal zone, but in this situation, 750 points, we might go for one more final fight. Trick Room from the Mimikyu is just adding stats to Force Gaming's tally, and we are going to be going to a tied situation in this best of 5.
1-1 is the record, 848 to 174, just insurmountable at this point for Dreamax. And we gotta give props to Force Gaming for nailing ambushes.
Yeah, oh seriously, so many perfect planned setups, so much so that Dreamax started knowing exactly where they were. You called it out, a focus blast into a tall grass where they just knew where they would be. Same with a pollen puff from the Eldegoss, always trying to call these plays out, but it simply didn't matter. Force Game's early game advantage meant that they could push through even if the enemy had a read on them. And with, like I said, a 1-1 situation when everything is on the line.
There's still 2 matches to be played at least on this best of 5. We're going to game 4. Absolutely, we go to game 5 as we had just seen with Force Gaming and Dignitas.
And this is so pivotal for Force Gaming at this moment, losing a really tough best of 5 into a first game loss. Finally, you understand, okay, we can win. We know we are capable of doing so. Of course, these teams know it, but it's nice to have a little bit of confirmation on the scoreboard. So Force Gaming finally having a bit of momentum. Dreamax having some nice moments in that match, but I gotta be honest, that felt like Force Gaming kind of start to finish.
It was. It really was. I totally agree, Zoinks, and all of it personally came from that early game control that they were able to ascertain straight into that central area control. Angel with 120,000 damage dealt, your 6-digit number is your player of the game.
Yeah, 12 knocks as well, going with this stored power psychic build. It's so incredibly strong. And when you're just hitting so many of these targets, again with that cursed incense damage, you get into these big bursts of special attack. It is very, very difficult to deal with. I mean, evidenced by Angel having such a phenomenal matchup here. Amazing damage for the Alolan Raichu, of course. Mimikyu doing 75,000 damage. How about Forcelales with 63,000 damage in the healing department as well?
Yup, it's just that good. Both when we don't have the Blissey, you gotta, or the Hooper, you gotta have Clefable, you gotta have your Elder Gosses. Now, having a look at this graph here, it shows how we mentioned Dreamax a little bit behind on these rotations, leaving them around 100 points in regards to Force Gaming being in the lead. That just gets increased when you get to the 8-minute mark, that final stretch, and then as soon as you manage to take that buff, you just go for the scores, and it's just quite a bit that they scored, 864.
And looking at that graph, that stat distribution graph we have for Alolan Raichu, you absolutely love to see that damage taken part of the graph just minimized completely. Not in the realm of danger. Whenever they are, they take only 20,000 damage, or just shy of that margin. And for an Alolan Raichu, that's totally fine. They're going to be handling it, averaging about 1470 experience per minute. That's around middle of the pack for this Pokemon. But again, when you're getting all these knockouts onto enemy Pokemon, you're not as worried about making sure to clear your own wild Pokemon.
Yeah, with a stat as well of 1.2 KOs a minute, which is fairly impressive as well. So we know just how much this Pokemon is powerful, but on the hands of a player like Angel, it just really makes a difference. Although we have been seeing flashy plays, really good, reliable plays from Blazikens all around, this time it was not the case. And this Raichu just really looking good.
Yeah, it's a fantastic pick. I would not be surprised to see it more in this draft as we get into games 3, into game 4. I mean, it's been a powerful pick for this tournament metagame, but it feels like both of these teams really relying on that huge damage from the Alolan Raichu in a lot of major situations. So I can see more of that Pokemon, but maybe the Miraidon starts to fall out of the banning phase for some of these Pokemon, for some of these teams. I don't know, though. I don't know if I would exactly give that suggestion because of how important that Pokemon has been on day 2.
It really has. I'm interested to see if Brazil's going to play some of Zacian, because I don't feel like it has been going through the draft quite a bit. So most of the times it is getting banned.
Yeah.
But we have a swap side with Force Gaming now on the orange, and Dreamax choosing to be the first pick, taking that P1, now focusing on the Mimikyu as their first ban, considering just how well Falb has been doing.
Yeah, I'm really curious on a lot of those top pack Pokemon. Maybe we see some flexible in the bans, like maybe Blaziken receives another one in this situation, but Pokemon like Buzzwole has not been seeing the light of day for quite some time, especially in this set, so we might have that to be considered, or even standard Lucario or Mega Lucario, however the latter being banned quite often. Dreamax Esports are going to be banning away Falb's Mimikyu, though. They both got a chance on the Mimikyu, 100% win rate in this third place match, by the way.
Yes.
But it will be banned in this next stage.
Yeah, that's why you win in the prediction department, right, Zoinks, with the 100% Mimikyu?
Full of rage, I believe I said to I said
Yes,
on
yes,
camera.
you did, you
but
did.
That is okay. Yeah, can we start the metric for win rate just at the start of this match?
Yeah,
Because
we
if
can do
that's the case, I'm laughing all the way to the bank. I
I feel like that's as real as my mustache right now. Now, Force Gaming finishing that bend phase with that Suicune. Very good Pokemon on the hands of Force Gaming themselves, but also for Dreamax. It's going to be the first pick, the Darkrai, that we know just so well in all stages of the game, while Force Gaming will choose that Blaziken and the Zacian, which I mentioned.
Yeah, that's interesting. Force Gaming actually electing to ban the Suicune. I don't know if we've ever seen Lucky rotate onto that Pokemon throughout the tournament, but maybe just deciding, you know what, we don't want to risk them first picking it in these situations. We are going to make sure it is banned away. That Darkrai is going to show its face again. Obviously, such a terrifying Pokemon in terms of encounter rate in our events at an 83%. And Umbreon Eldegoss, that is going to be a lot of chances at HP recovery for Dreamax to work with in this game.
Definitely is, and if you think about it, it's a very good choice to consider the Snorlax. Well, actually, if they 1, 2, 3, 4. So the Snorlax was actually picked after the Umbreon. So we got to think about the amount of shielding that's going to be denied by that Moonlight Bronze. That is usually what you can rely on quite a bit with that Buddy Barrier as well on the Snorlax. But they're going to have to play around it. They're still very confident by choosing that Blissey that they are going to be very well sustained.
Yeah.
While Dreamax now chooses 2 evolutions, the Espeon and the Leafeon.
All right, that might help out your early game. But yeah, great point about that Umbreon interaction with 2 Pokemon that rely on shields quite a bit in that Blissey and Snorlax. I think when you're looking at counterplay, it's just going to be Saoto and Lel needing to communicate a lot about who is using their Unite move and when. The worst case scenario is you overlap them and Umbreon just has the absolute best day they've ever had in their life. You do not want to give Lucky that opportunity. You want to make sure you're using those in some kind of tandem fashion. Kadazera on this Leafeon, again, a Pokemon that has been interesting in the stat department for this LAIC tournament, but I mean, historically, it's hard to deny the impact of this Pokemon. Leafeon, a world champion for sure. When Peru was able to pull it off, and Angel on this Alolan Raichu. Again, let's see if they can put on a light show like they did in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see, because as we have on our screen, it's a 1-1 best of 5 score at the moment. Force Gaming taking the last victory, and looking pretty convincing at that. But Dreamax didn't look out of the equation whatsoever either as we get into this game 3. I just love these shots of Thea Sky Runes. They are beautiful. Our game is really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes me nostalgic for a game I can play right now. I don't know why. I really do love Thea Sky Runes. We know these players do. Let's get into it. Game number 3, this Battle of Brazil 3rd place match. Dreamax now going to be your purple team. Force Gaming on the orange team.
All right, looking to have a potential invade there from Snorlax on the side of Force Gaming, just trying to stall and annoy a little bit on the Darkrai. Do they steal it? They actually do. Oh, wow.
Already 6 points in pocket and a blue buff to work with. Saoto actually going to be trying to take both the blue and red buffs away. Does not have the best way to burn down this Pokemon, but again, tackle secure is so difficult to out-secure at this moment. That's why we see Koxala actually trying to go in for the support. Saoto looking for this one, and they take it.
Wow, that's crazy. Going for a quick nap here, but they are probably going to go down trying to escape. But there's still quite a lot of damage they were able to apply with Kaduzera coming here. It's at least another assist for the side of Dreamax as they get their buffs back.
Yeah, you see Falb on this Blaziken actually looking to say maybe they could head to the enemy central area as well. But Saoto going down, I think, just moments before that would have been a good timing for that double flank. But Falb is going to be moving into the bottom path, dunking in 17 points. Very close to that Blaziken evolution. But Dreamax, they're elsewhere. They're pushing heavy into this top side. Do not want to allow Force Gaming to get this Zacian too out of control in terms of levels.
And Dreamax knows how valuable it is to get those early scores and guarantee that you're going to be at least in a sort of comfy-ish position when you get into the mid to late game. You don't want to be that much behind because Force Gaming can be relentless around the Groudon fights. Now a good tackle here from Soto, taking damage onto Lucky. Now over the wall into a Wolf Trap is Deus Ex Bow as they go down.
Yeah, Force Gaming successfully defend their own central area. Dreamax saw those early invades, wanted the quick revenge, go in with multiple Pokemon. Only lose one on the retreat, but still are pushed away by Force Gaming. Great read on where the enemy enemy team is moving. Good communication, of course, great coordination to shut it down.
And Force Gaming has the possibility to just go for Reggie Drago as we speak, and yet exactly they do. Caught in a mean look here, Soto takes quite a lot of damage from that side shock as they go in, popping out passives there on the evolutions. Angel slowed down by that boosted auto on the Espeon, but still going to survive. Now Leo chasing out this Leafeon, just trying to get some stacks. Might have been a little too greedy, Leo.
All right, Katazera is able to defend the enemy goal zone, I guess, in that situation. Able to get a couple of scores and steal both berries. However, the Zacian showing back up is a scary spot to be. Never mind. Leafeon Unite move available at level 8, and it's going to be well taken care of as they knock out the Zacian.
And MO2 step is just so good, especially at this point. With I would say it's a big power spike, right? Because it's as soon as you get it, especially when your enemies are behind, it just feels like extra damage. Now, with a 3v3 rotation here to the bot side, as the Reggies are spawning, we know that both of these teams could have a good shot at taking it.
And I love when players have the early game advantage, have early access to Unite moves, and they use it as quick as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Because they have a chance to farm up yet another one before a Pokemon like Alolan Raichu or even the Zacian actually have access to their Unite move, and they can match yet again. So basically having a +1 advantage.
Looking here for this Regirock fight is a 4v3, but still caught in a mean look here on that Snorlax. There's the help, but it's still going to be Dreamax who takes this one with that side shock. Now, the Alolan Raichu ult is on the board. It's 4v3 as the numbers on those health bars are going down for Force Gaming, and it feels like Dreamax is feeling really confident about this. Not just the objective, they might as well just take Angel as well and make this a 4 takedown as they chase it onto the Berry Darkrai. No, not going to take that Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, not quite in time. Always scary to see that Darkrai in a situation like that, but going to be able to just avoid it. Gluck is going to come down to the bottom side as that play rough Unite move to try to take one. You know, mostly using for Unstoppable, but they're still trapped in that mean look. Force Gaming getting a KO streak of 2 here.
So much damage that was dealt to Force Gaming right now. They're very low in HP. If there was a connection there with the side beam, there could have been so much more connection of DPS onto those Pokemon on the side of Force Gaming.
Yeah, Games has been excellent on this Espeon overall, though, in this match. I think playing around the enemy Blaziken extremely well. Of course, that overheat is a ton of damage, but it is rather predictable damage. We're seeing Espeon kind of kite out towards the sides of some of these team fights, making sure they're still within the team fight, but as far out of danger as possible. Love to see that from these attackers. And, you know, Katazera trying to take that attacking role as well in this Leafeon, always pestering the enemy side. Lel still at level 8, has access to their Unite move, looking to find someone to utilize it on.
They definitely are, as the light's going out, and I guess Darkrai just ulted us because we are going to the top side for a fight for the Reggie and Lucky. They're straight onto there's a bomb, but they're not able to survive as the 4 players, or actually 5 of Force Gaming, they are in a good position to keep on going. That's a Bliss Assistance, just trying to get them in a good position to survive this one. Angel Zone is the counter, and the Kazatheta will take them down, but they're straight into Force Gaming as well, who have taken the Reggie and Lucky themselves straight for Kaishala too, as now Games is trying to decide, do I go to help? Do I defend the Reggie? Like Kaishala goes down as Force Gaming continues a push.
All right, they're going to remove that Eldegoss and try to push down towards that tier 2 in time. Over the Umbreon is going to rally and try to defend that goal zone. They can see it in our picture-in-picture. Is able to slow them down at their minimum. So currently, Dreamax Gaming defend the top goal zone successfully, and now it's time to try to stop the bottom.
Indeed, but Katazeta is low on health. Eldegoss trying to do their best to get their health back up, but Lucky too, that front line is a little bit in jeopardy. Now Felb is on the back line themselves. They're going to get taken down by the side of Dreamax as they're still pushing. Now Unstoppable. Soto with that block, but is still separated from the team. Leo gets taken down, and it's 2 knockouts for Dreamax.
It's just got to be so frustrating for Force Gaming. It feels like you get this advantage, and then any kind of capitalization after it is just out of reach. It's so difficult for Force Gaming to get these objectives and then turn it into anything else. Dreamax, on the other hand, feeling very confident about what they got going on, as they have been able to take multiple objectives, increase this school lane up to 174, and just dominate this early to mid game. But there you go. There's a Reggie Drago steal for Sauto and the Snorlax.
And also, this is the perfect moment to use that last bit of Eos energy, or actually your effort gauge, or your Eos gauge, or ult gauge. I forgot everything. Basically, that was a good time to use your Ignite moves. That's what I was going to say.
Exactly.
Because it's a 30-minute mark and you still have enough time to go back into the final stretch with your ult available.
Yeah, just so you know,
I finally got it.
Yeah, just so you know, I agreed with everything you said, from the start to the finish.
Oh, I love you. Thank you.
No problem. Reggie about to spawn in yet again. Can this be the one that Force Gaming force out? And it looks like not going to be happening. Instead, just trying to play this one safe. You got 45 seconds until that Groudon spawns in. Now it's going to be their time to farm up a little bit more in the level department. Ololan Raichu at 13, missing their Unite move, but they got plenty of time to try to get that one back. Looks like Angel actually going to be on defense department, making sure that Reggie push is not accompanied by multiple members of Dreamax Esports.
There's a bomb right now trying to stack as much of those buffs as possible as we see Force Gaming getting a very good position in this push. Just the entrance. Nobody's going to fall for that overheat, though. Very nicely done by Dreamax. Lucky on 50% HP. That's your defender for Dreamax, so that could be very dangerous.
All right, here comes Groudon. Southtown, the first one to start this thing off.
Looking good for Force Gaming. A lot of good numbers on those health bars. There's a Midnight Bronze as well that goes in. They're going low on health now, Force Gaming, as the damage comes through from Dreamax. But as soon as you reach the Groudon wall, it becomes a Force Gaming just Coliseum, and they take it.
Yeah, they're feeling fantastic in that Coliseum they built up. They obviously have to get a few scores in, but there's a full team wipe on the other side. Dreamax goes down, and Force Gaming feeling that they're continuing this momentum after that Game 2 win.
473 is the current record, 194 for Dreamax. Force Gaming after taking that Groudon, having built a very good lead of around 300 points, which is, to be honest, still surmountable.
Yeah, amazing work from Force Gaming. They actually played this hyper-aggressive endgame. Soto in the enemy central area tall grass, trying to set up for these really cool ambush plays. And again, that feels like such an amazing part of Force Gaming's strategy. Hide out in the tall grass and just jump on top of Dreamax all at once.
We'll see if Dreamax can have a response here. There's another overheat on that tall grass you mentioned as well. Damage on the board. Lucky could get taken down here immediately with that Raichu Unite move, but they get obliterated, and that is just the power of this Pokémon. Just electricity connecting them over their heads, and it's a full ace for Force Gaming as they're 40 seconds from sealing this win.
Yeah, why not? A little 4 KO streak for Ololan Raichu to end this thing. We have 30 seconds left on the clock, and at this point, Force Gaming just trying to help out their overall stats for the match, as we are going to be going into game number 4, and Force Gaming are going to be the ones leading. Not only that, they have put themselves in match point position in our third place match. Just so close, they can taste it to that trip all the way to Japan.
Yeah, they're already tasting the sushi, the ramen, they're tasting everything that's good that you can eat in that lovely country. And man, does it feel good to know that you're a Force Gaming fan on match point, does it? Because I am sure it does for everybody that's rooting for this team. But also, we know how much Dreamax was really trying in this game.
Yeah, again, they had some moments at Force Gaming having, going into that final fight with a deficit. Dreamax Esports really just controlling a lot of this match, but Force Gaming taking their advantages where they can get it. Fall with a Blissey to back them up around that Groudon is just so scary. Even just pressing the stance change is a scary amount of damage. So Blaziken, like you mentioned, so creating that Coliseum in that Groudon pit. And, well, yeah, Force Gaming, the headliners in that final fight.
And honestly, well, here we go. It's the MVP, most valuable player. 9 knockouts, 5 feints, 5 assists. Very brawly player on 89,000 damage.
Yeah, going down a few times. I mean, telling the story again of that early game that Dreamax was able to dominate. Fall going down quite a few times. Uniquely, always bringing this Blaziken into the central area. We don't see that too often from a lot of players, but Fall bringing really unique picks in there, even if they're a common pick in the tournament, kind of role swapping them in some of these situations, and it allows you to get a couple of really powerful melee Pokemon. So Force Gaming showcasing they can rely on some range damage when Angel really turns it up, but they also have a chance to get down and dirty and get into some of these brawl fights with the Blaziken or Pokemon like Zacian.
And on top of that, you mentioned Alolan Raichu, just how much they were doing with those Unite moves. And it kind of felt like all of the times they used that Unite move as well, Mimikyu was so well placed that it felt like every single player on the side of Dreamax was right there, taking that ticking damage, taking those electric shards, and just really setting it up for those finishes with the overheat on that Blaziken for Falb that we just saw.
Yeah.
Do we have a side swap? Yes, we actually do.
Okay, interesting. So Force Gaming going to be in that first pick position, I believe, or orange. I'm not sure. We'll see what ends up happening.
It is. The colors, like the place is different, but the colors are switched.
Okay. I think I follow it. Either way, you can see
Can
here,
we follow it?
pumping the team up. They're pumping themselves up. They're pointing themselves to like, you used my Unite move 52 times. Did you all see that? My Blaziken went crazy.
Yeah, heck yeah. That's how the Blazikens go here in Brazil. It's just how we're built.
Yeah, it's my favorite stat when Blaziken just gets to pump that one up. It's so fantastic. We'll see what they end up playing in this next game. Falb has just been putting on an amazing, spectacular show, specifically around their Pokemon pool. Empoleon, Pikachu, Blaziken, Mimikyu. I mean, what can't this player play at this point in time? It's going to be a really difficult spot for Dreamax as they try to read that. They're going into this draft first pick and already leading off with the Mimikyu.
Exactly, just that powerful that we know that they can be. But now Dreamax with that very tough position of having to win this match or get out of the tournament. Well, actually, they're as far as they can be because this is a 3rd to 4th tiebreaker.
Well,
but anyways, they're out of Japan, my point being.
Exactly, yeah. That main prize that these two teams are playing for right now. Not only a chance to play against some of the best competition in the world, but at this point, you are going to be the sole representative for your region at an international tournament. That means so much to these players, and Dreamax and Force Gaming are currently battling over that exact mantle.
They are, and Force Gaming having finished that bend phase, Suicune, Miraidon, and the Mega Charizard X, while Dreamax chooses that Mimikyu, Clefable, and Blaziken. Kind of feel like Dreamax a little more focused on what the meta has been in Brazil, and in particular what Force Gaming has been playing, while Force Gaming themselves actually choosing more of those heavy hitters and just very good, powerful Pokemon.
Yeah, one of the best in the biz in terms of heavy hitting will be that Mega Lucario, which does slip through the ban phase. It means Katazera is able to first pick that Pokemon. Clefable being the ban of choice for Dreamax is interesting. It means we do have a few very powerful support picks, but Dreamax has been favoring the Blissey in a lot of these situations. Force Gaming, I mean, this is likely going to mean Lel is going towards that Eldegoss. It's just such an iconic pick for them. Feels like a lock.
It definitely is. I would be very excited to see the Empoleon again coming for Falb, but they do change here, so Angel will be on the Alolan Raichu once again. And on the side of Dreamax, as you have been mentioning as well, the Blissey, just a very good choice that is always on the catalog of Dreamax, especially during LAIC. And honestly, Blissey on everybody's pages since day one of this game. But the next few picks have been the Urshifu, Darkrai, heavy damage, and I don't feel like we've seen Darkrai picked this late in the draft.
Yeah, no, seriously. I was actually just going to mention that, so because Alolan Raichu priority, it's one of those situations where just Angel's hot on this Alolan Raichu right now. You know what I mean? Yeah. Do not take that player off this Pokemon. It's just too good of a matchup. Allow Angel to get to work, even if it means we're giving over power Pokemon like Darkrai, like Mega Lucario in this draft to the other side. But who knows? Force Gaming have the advantage in this situation. You know, you got a little bit of room to experiment. I wouldn't take that too far. But Force Gaming are going to end this draft with an Empoleon. Cursed Incense on that Pokemon as well, so now going to have 2 anti-heal options. Kexola on this Blissey is going to have a bit more difficult of a time getting some of these heals in.
And as you mentioned, the Cursed Incense as well, we don't have any cut healing on the side of Dreamax, so we know that the numbers for healing on the side of Force Gaming with that, I was going to say Empoleon, with the Eldegoss, another Pokemon that starts with E, so the Eldegoss is definitely going to help a lot on their teams and their squad. So Force Gaming, I am very eager to see how Falb is going to be playing, and especially Angel on the Alolan Raichu, considering how we've seen them perform, especially in lane as well, just being very stable and not giving any priority away. I feel like that's really the foundation of why we have been seeing this team really get to mid-game in a good position.
It's been such a foundational part of their match, but here we go. So this Battle of Brazil is currently in match point favor to Force Gaming. They're going to be on your orange side. Dreamax backs against the wall, need to win 2 games in a row and be perfect if they want to go to ACL, and they're going to be on your purple side.
Well, the definition of perfect might just be Mega Lucario and Mega Charizard X. One not in this game, the other is, and it's just right there on Kaduzeda's hands on this top side of the map. Both of them very good here in the top half, but Kiluk will definitely take the upper hand, being a Zacian in this path.
Wow, one of these rare cases where an Urshifu is going to be picked central area and actually be left alone. So Kung-Fu going to have a safe time to be able to farm up. Soto on this Snorlax, a very solid invade Pokemon, is actually not going to take that path. Instead, just try to level up this Pikachu a little bit.
And interesting that we do have a Pikachu to begin with. Yeah. All right. So we have the Alolan Raichu, we have the Pikachu, so a lot of electricity on the board, and it could make this an interesting AoE mess of a team fight game. Now, on the side of Dreamax, they pull the Altaria Swablues to their side of the map, and they guarantee that AO synergy.
Yeah, not too much offense at this point. We do get to points in some of these matches, these major matches, third place match, the grand final, semifinals, where teams who were being aggressive just moments ago, even in those early moments, you start to be really careful. All of a sudden, one mistake could mean your chances at traveling to an international tournament and representing your region are all of a sudden just disappearing.
I feel very silly because I totally forgot that you need the Pikachu for the Raichu.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just thinking about the logic of regular Pikachu, which you don't evolve. So here we are.
Absolutely, I completely agree.
You only have one Pokemon of electricity on that side. On any side. So, anyways, getting into Reggie Drago, it's going to be full priority for Force Gaming, as Games is just getting a little bit of vision, but not enough time for them to actually try and contest.
Yeah, Urshifu having a little bit slower of a clear at this point, but they are going to be trying to push right into the enemy team. Dustborn trying to chase down Lel, but Lel splitting away from the rest of their team, making sure that the damage carries aren't the one in danger, and instead it's their EXP share Eldegoss. Great pathing from this LD.
Agreed, and a great shout Zoinks there, and especially because they used their speed, guaranteeing that they were going to get away and help out their damage dealers. Now waiting 25 seconds for the Reggies to spawn as well. There's a lot of tension being created here. Whirlpool wants to go to Zeta. They push it back with the Lucario ability in a 3v3. Still looking very dangerous as Lucario had to go back and get those berries. Now you have the damage coming from Falb that connects onto Deusebon while being chased by Kiluk. They're still not going to overcommit.
Wow, yeah, I felt like finally Falb was done with being passive and really wanted to change the scope of this game. But even then, you got Pokemon and or players like Lel telling everybody, you know what, hold off. We don't have the resources we need to win this team fight quite yet. But Soto could be trying to defend this goal zone. Support defender gone as this tier 1 is about to be scored on by Dreamax.
3 KO streak to the hands of Dreamax as Dual Games just playing exquisitely well on the Darkrai all throughout LAIC round. And right now, they need to see Force Gaming an opening to go to the top side, but Dreamax will quickly finish this Red Ice as well, while their teammates are pathing towards top.
Yeah, Dreamax currently have the level advantage and this early game advantage. However, this Empoleon Unite move is going to be ready to Sovereign Slide, I believe is the title for that one. Falb is going to be really scary in this situation, especially because Lucario and Urshifu are a tremendous amount of damage for Dreamax. They got to play up close and personal, and here goes Falb.
All right, there's a huge trap here coming out on the top side. There's the damage that can be done by Falb on this Empoleon, but instead it's Dreamax who actually goes up and separates the squads. Soto not even going to be close to Falb in this point. Kaduzeta just chases them out while Deusebon is on the enemy speed flux, and they are chasing Kiluk out. Soto takes damage there and tries to push them out, being the defender for the side of Force Gaming. Gets a nice knock up. Now still pushing them back with this block, separating Kaduzeta, and they are not going to capitalize.
That's a big KO. This is a chance for Force Gaming to actually push onto the opposite side. However, there are quite high levels on Dreamax, so the defense is going to have a lot of damage to work with. Kaluk does get slept by this Darkrai, loses about half their HP. Lel there for the support. Now Do Games has actually turned their focus onto the Eldegoss. 3 players trying to chase down this support, and Lel will fall.
Yeah, unfortunately that for Force Gaming. Eldegoss trying to get some vision and information in regards to the enemies in the central area, gets taken out by this good map control that Dreamax and awareness that Dreamax has had in this game so far. 131-5 as Soto pops out that block, but it's not going to stop them from getting knocked out. Is it though? There's the power nap, quite a lot of shielding. There's the Cotton Claw Crash as well to help out Force Gaming even more, but Dreamax is on very low HP. There's another player from Force Gaming that joins the fray, and that is going to be Force Gaming taking one of them down, or actually 2, while Dreamax takes 1. Now Force Gaming goes for the push.
Yeah, Fob loses that 1v1 in the Nightmare Dimension. They will eventually go down. Joyceborn is going to be trying to defend his goal zone. Now Lex for the actually try to chase into the backline, trying to chase that Zacian. Great work by Cao Cao, knocking out that enemy Pokemon before they can even finish the Unite move from Urshifu.
And Alolan Raichu once again showing that the damage over time that you have on that Unite move is just that good. And they managed to get that area of effect on every member of Dreamax, who are still trying to push this one. They take one down, Catuzeira, and they have the Bless Assistance on them as well. He's healing so much and helping that Mega Lucario. Unstoppable they are, and they dodge that hyper, that one, as we push still for Dreamax to continue with this chase.
Yeah, such an incredible fight for Dreamax. And this match is so interesting. Force Gaming have been fully stifled. It feels like any moment they get a big chance. Dreamax has the exact answer, and oftentimes that is threading into the back line. Anytime Empoleon actually shows up, it feels like Dreamax always have that answer. I like this Mamoswine quite a bit. This Ice Fang feels really impactful already in this match.
It really does. It so does, and I really like Mamoswine as a pick in general, with just how much value you can get out of his basic abilities. Not even necessarily the Mammoth Smash, but going here to the top side, it's a 4v3 at the moment in favor of Dreamax as they take the supporter out. Fab will get stunned in place for a little bit, but they're still chasing. There's the help that comes from the rest of Force Gaming. Getting isolated though, there's a bow goes onto Angel, and they're able to take them down. And yet another that they can keep on chasing. Takes another down, still looking to take that Snorlax 2 onto the berry, and they go on a retreat.
And another case of an advantage that Force Gaming is able to pull off. Fob gets into the backline, finds a KO, but then immediately after is just shut down. What a wonderful showing by Dreamax Esports to hold on to this lead. They're holding Force Gaming to just 5 points at the moment.
Yeah, 194 is how much Dreamax has accumulated so far, and Force Gaming is just trying to gather as much XP as possible on their side of the map with 25 seconds for Groudon to spawn.
Yeah, Reggie Lucky will be allowed to land into that tier 2 because Groudon is just knocking on the door for this game. Force Gaming going to be a little bit later, and Dreamax have early positioning. Cao Cao calls it out though. Great heavy slam into that tall grass to force out Dreamax.
And a good shield as well there, the block, just to make sure that anybody would get just knocked onto the wall. Speaking of, Cotton Cloud Crash just to try and separate the rest of Dreamax, as they have been isolated actually, but Force Gaming with Fob just having to go on a retreat. Now Lucky, that defender, very low on HP. There's a bow as well. That's that damage dealer there, and you gotta be very careful if you're Dreamax. Force Gaming just basically forced everything out of Dreamax, and they have isolated every single player, only 2 remaining, and they're gonna take that flip. Force Gaming not only take the breakdown, but also take the Groudon.
They only have 5 points. They're gonna need a lot of these scores, but they got a great way to do it. Only 1 member up for Dreamax is gonna be that Lucario, and right now they're desperately trying to recall back towards the other side, or maybe look to try to score. No, they do recall back to base. Force Gaming holding on to this lead. This is match point right now. Dreamax needs to find a way to not only get some KOs, but get to the other side of the map and score.
214 is your score for Dreamax, 357 for Force Gaming. As now, the purple team needs to get at least 150 more points together on the board. That is at least 100 burger and a half. And so you gotta really push for this top side. There is an Eldegoss, and actually 2 back caps going there on the side side of Force Gaming. So there's going to be 200 extra points. We'll see how much Dreamax is going to be able to score here. There's still 90 on this goal, and they take 326. Now is the score for Dreamax, 557 for Force Gaming.
That final raid boss of a level 15 Empoleon with the Groudon buff empowering its damage. They only got 40 seconds to try to find a way to beat that. And Dreamax Esports are going to start with a Lucario Mega Evolving.
Force Gaming is on this match point as this fight starts. Everything is on the line. They go for it and they immediately obliterate Dreamax. Force Gaming is just about to punch that ticket to Japan.
The Asia Champions League spot, the third and final available one, will be taken by Force Gaming, taking the third place in LAIC 2026, as well as representing Brazil at yet another international tournament.
Asia Champions League cannot wait to see this Brazilian powerhouse. Force Gaming managing to get third place for the first timers, getting a prize for the top 3 for Pokémon UNITE here at LAIC. And this team makes it. They make it happen. And it was not even close in the end.
Yeah, what a landslide there around the Groudon fight. This Empoleon pocket pick from Bulb was so fantastic to get that shutdown. Love to see that one. Amazing work from this squad as they celebrate. Maybe you don't have a spot in that Championship Sunday Grand Finals, but you do, in fact, have a spot at the Asia Champions League in-person event.
Looking so good, Force Gaming in this match in particular. And I feel like there's just something spicy about that Empoleon pick. I wonder if we're gonna hear some more about this one for Falb. Because as you mentioned, this player just doing so much on so many different Pokemon.
Yeah.
And this final push here that Dreamax really had hopes for. Force Gaming just really shattered it.
Yeah, incredible resiliency from Force Gaming in this series to not only bounce back after losing a best of 5, go down 1-0 in this series, but then go on to gentleman's sweep this one. And Lel gonna be our MVP on the Eldegoss. 4 knockouts, 5 feints, a score of 167, and of course, putting out 26,000 points of recovery. Well, most importantly, the comeback at the end of this game, crowning Force Gaming as your 3rd place.
It's so impactful that we see such quality coming out of LAIC on Unite Championship Series, but it's also just immaculate vibes all around in this arena because we know that everybody was going to be happy regardless. Of course, you're a very specific fan of either of these teams, I do understand, but Brazilian crowd is just very happy to see that Brazil was going to be in Asia Champions League's final regardless.
And if you like this matchup, the in-region rivalry is going to be amazing for these regional leagues. I cannot wait to see this match happen again and again. So I'm loving the mustache that you got on right now. It is pretty fantastic.
Should I get a tiny comb?
Oh, yeah, I think, yeah, we're going to have to break it down after you get a mustache. It's a whole new world.
Yeah. Do you use like pomade or something?
I'm the wrong person to ask. We do have 2 other commentators who are truly incredible at some of this, who are actually chilling in the room with us here for our grand final.
They're pretty great. They're like stacking the aura in the room.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so, yeah. Yeah. So, I believe that right now, am I the superior mustache though?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's certainly not me. I'm not pushing for that crown, but I would be willing to relinquish that title.
Okay. I'll ask the boys then. I'll see what the boys want to. Yeah, let's go. He's just giving me permission.
I'm giving her yes.
Yes. Am I the sovereign mustache?
You are the best mustache. How is this working at all?
I mean, it looks pretty great.
Hold on. Here we go.
You have the best mustache.
All right.
You heard it here, folks. You heard it here.
All right. Well, I believe so. I think they want you on stage to go doing that interview with your Brazil champion. So we're going to hand the headset over to Spraggles, get him on this coverage, and let's get you on stage.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good. Godspeed to Soap and Spraggles. after watching that series. How are you feeling?
Oh man, how many games they had to play back to back is just incredible.
Marathon.
What is it? Yeah, an absolute marathon. It's one of those moments where you recognize a lot of teams could falter, but they didn't. Just so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, what a squad. We were talking a lot about it's that in-region rivalry. Of course, no matter what, a Brazil team is going to represent Asia Champions League, but you gotta say, fighting to crown for your own region, being able to champion Brazil on an international stage. The players on that team have been able to do it quite a few times, but I know they're so excited to do it in Japan.
Yeah, no question. I don't know. I mean, there were so many good squads that could be in this spot, but it feels very fitting that Brazil takes that third spot to ACL. Absolutely. And I think this is the squad to do it, given how they played this weekend.
Yeah, and multiple comeback victories in just that best-of-5 set, by the way. It was extremely close every single game, coming down to the wire. We had Groudon taken by one team. Of course, comebacks happening the other direction. Force Gaming having to deal with 1-point differences in some of those matchups. Like, such an extremely close set. And, I mean, one of my favorite things to watch. You got a favorite player from Force Gaming that you really love to see play in this best-of-3?
I mean, Foul was pretty exciting. I mean, it's so nice to see someone playing Empoleon. I like people who are playing some of the different picks, obviously.
Totally.
But there are so many great players on this squad. And we've been watching them for years at this point. Like, evolve throughout this scene, throughout this region, which I think is really cool. I love getting to watch it in the crowd, because obviously they're very hyped for Brazil.
Yeah.
There is someone out there who's just screaming, Brazil! for both teams.
Well, hey, I mean, when you're right, you're right.
No, he's nailing 100% every single time. And people are looking around going, yeah, that's, yeah, you can't argue with the man.
Perfect, yeah. I hope no one is trying to, because 100% hit rate on those cheers. That's huge. I mean, tell me more about how that experience is in the crowd, watching a Brazil versus Brazil matchup. Was the crowd an even split? Is there a favor for either of those teams?
I think the vibe with a full Brazil crowd is all of it's good, all the energy is good, but you clearly have a few favorites for these teams, right? You clearly are rooting for one team more than another. I just heard from our director that the guy screaming Brazil has changed jerseys 3 times today.
Oh, wow, okay, well.
So, and every time the team lost,
100%.
apparently, that's what I'm hearing. Every time this person puts on a jersey, unfortunately, the team loses.
Oh, no, I was about to talk about, well, they're still 100% correct, but in fact, 100% incorrect. But that's all right. We are going to get a chance to hear from a third place winner here at LAIC. So let's throw it to the stage where Soph ran all the way over there.
Stage is that way. The stage is that way. Take it away.
And we have a third place winner of LAIC 2026, Force Gaming! Congratulations, everyone. I hope you enjoy the mustache, you know, homage. We have it going. I have your glasses as well, the shades. Yeah. Congratulations again. Majority of this squad was at LAIC last year on Grand Finals, so it's a lot of experience that you have accumulated. Muita experiência que vocês já acumularam juntos como time, principalmente quando vocês estavam na TUSE. Então, no LAIC do ano passado, estamos em 2025, mas era do ano passado, né? Enfim. So, tell me, how did it feel to be fighting right now? Although it was for third place, to know that it was a Japan Asia Champions League trip award on the line. Como é que foi então jogar hoje por essa partida de terceiro lugar, mas que garantia um prêmio absolutamente incrível quanto ir para a Asia Champions League no Japão? Quem gostaria de responder? Vamos de Léo? Vamos de Léo. Vocês trocam lugar? Vamos. Vamos, Léo.
Cara, nossa, é uma emoção muito forte, uma emoção, assim, compartilhada, porque, nossa, só Deus sabe o tanto que eu sonhava em ganhar isso aqui. E pela primeira vez, assim, mesmo ano passado batendo na final, pela primeira vez eu realmente senti que a gente estava jogando bem, que a gente estava com um nível incrível. Eu vendo meus companheiros jogando, tipo, eu falava, cara, é essa, velho, agora vai. Mas não deu, perdemos. Eu acho que a gente perdeu pro melhor mesmo, foi uma série pegada. Os dois times estavam totalmente 2-0 no campeonato, ninguém tinha dropado um game. E foi uma série 3-2. Mas no final foi tanta coisa esses últimos meses, tanta coisa que tipo, a gente a gente está carregando muito estresse e que se pagou, a gente conseguiu pelo menos nosso objetivo, vamos pro Japão, vamos ganhar mais experiência lá e voltar mais forte pro Mundial.
So Léo discusses a little bit about the journey that it has been since the last LAIC, the fact that they felt super confident going into 2025 in the grand finals, but they also recognize how strong Luminosity was, and although they were a bit disappointed, they knew that they had a long journey to go back into that final form, and they're just getting started. They're so happy and so excited to have been able to make the 3rd place and go to Japan. Okay, so I have a question about the Empoleons. I'm going to be talking to you, Fab. We saw such a huge Pokémon pool from you. What can you not play? Você jogou com tanta coisa e o Empoleon foi tão incrível. O que você não joga?
Eu não consigo jogar de Conf, sendo sincero. Acho que é meu pior boneco. Blissey também são muito ruim, mas graças a Deus consegui trazer uma pool bem variada para esse campeonato. Acho que se pagou. Consegui, trazer uma imprevisibilidade pro time. Nunca saberiam o que eu ia pegar. O Pikachu de Jungle sempre é uma surpresa para todo mundo, né? Pra mim também. Que às vezes nosso próprio time não tava treinando. Daí na última semana agora, vamos trazer o Pikachu de volta? Vamos. É bem like style, né? Então tudo bem. Então, graças a Deus aí eu fico feliz. O Empoleon ninguém pegou, mas eu acho um boneco bem forte. Graças a Deus consegui fazer encaixar, né? Senão ia ser taxado de louco. Então, graças a Deus aí deu tudo certo. E vamos que vamos, né? Graças a Deus. Amém.
So Fab mentioned that he doesn't play Blissey comfy. No supporters here, but the others maybe, potentially. And basically he was very proud and especially happy with his team that he has been able to practice quite a lot of Pokemon in this pool in particular for LAIC. And then Empoleon is a very powerful Pokemon. He's a little surprised that people don't pick as much. And he was a little surprised even with his own team when they decided to go for the Alolan Raichu themselves. But it definitely works and it definitely delivered, right? Thank you all so much for all the hard work. Muito obrigada e parabéns novamente à Force Gaming. Últimas palavras, alguém gostaria de deixar uma mensagem? Would you like to? Lovely, come here. Give us a message to the fans, to the family, to everybody here at home. Me dá o que você quer dizer do seu coração.
Eu queria agradecer a minha família que está vendo de casa, que torceu por mim, meus amigos. Vocês estão todos no meu coração, essa plateia é maravilhosa e nos vemos no Japão.
So just an explanation here. Fab was speaking in English with me. We're both Brazilian. Yes, right. What do you have to say?
Primeiramente, muito obrigado a todo mundo que colou e torceu. Queria dizer principalmente que a honra e a glória a Deus. E eu estou muito grato com esse campeonato, porque como o Léo falou, era muito difícil. E graças a Deus a gente chegou aqui e entregou uma boa performance. E é isso, vamos focar e vir mais forte para o Mundial. Muito obrigado a todos, principalmente a minha mãe também. E é isso, aquele abraço.
Well, he sends his shout-outs to the people, them both send his shout-outs to the people at home, to the audience here, all the fans that have been just accompanying this journey on LAIC, and especially that they'll see you in Japan. Congratulations, boys, once again, thank you so much. This is Force Gaming. Now back to you for the casters.
What an amazing weekend so far, and it's not done yet, Zoinks. However, we do know our 3 qualified teams to ACL representing the West. It's going to be an exciting tournament in March. This one is not done until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we got one more match, of course. One more best of 5 on Championship Sunday between CACM Esports and Dignitas. Here in LAIC in Brazil, we got the 2 teams that slayed the best in Brazil.
Yeah, such an impressive run for both of these squads, and boy, were they put to the test in these semifinals. Each one going the distance, and then both of these teams out of Brazil, Dreamax and Force Gaming, having to face off to secure that spot to ACL. Force Gaming just coming off of an absolute gauntlet against Dignitas, right back on stage, needing to play again. Well, they were able to make it happen, and they are that third spot to Japan. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to showcase that you were at the level that can compete at these international tournaments, well, first you got to beat your in-region rivals, and they're able to pull it off. That is just so much accreditation to this team, in my opinion. And I've said it a few times already, I cannot wait to watch these teams compete in this local league when we start those off very soon.
Yeah, that is going to be so exciting. Of course, tomorrow morning, Championship Sunday, it starts way too early, all right? It just starts too early, but you need to be there live because it's going to be amazing. I cannot wait to see who becomes our LAIC champion.
So kicking off the season, UCS 26, we are going to have one champion at the end of this. Two incredible teams, one best of 5 to decide our LAIC champ. I hope to see you all there.
Oh, and all of these things as well.
Absolutely.
Follow our social channels on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram, hashtag Pokemon LAIC, and catch all the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast. And of course, the Unite broadcast is on the main channel tomorrow. So we won't be here. We'll be here, but not here.
Yeah.
I hope that wasn't confusing.
Yeah, I had it. Make sure to check us out on twitch.tv/Pokemon. It's going to be an amazing grand final. I sure hope we see all 5 games again, but we'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Get in, we're going somewhere, and we're bringing all our friends. Adventure is in the air, and the journey now begins.